Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Soul Society, Seirai. Spiritual Arts Academy. This is an academy established 2,000 years ago by the current captain of the Go-Di 13, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. Specially used to nurture the future Kido, secret mobile team, Go-Di 13. There are a total of 6 school years, and the teaching content ranges from slashing the fist and walking ghosts that Shinigami must master, to field practice of soul burial in the present world, etc. Today is the registration day for the latest Spiritual Arts Academy. At the gate of Spiritual Arts Academy, many people from Rokanga gathered, and there were also many people living in Seirai. They are all people who want to study at Spiritual Arts Academy. After all, in the world of the Soul Society, becoming a Shinigami is the quickest way to rise to the top. As long as you are talented and can pass the registration test of Spiritual Arts Academy, you can become a Shinigami after 6 years of hard work. Many souls living on the hard Rokanga. All hope of changing lives is pinned on becoming a Shinigami. Everyone is looking forward to passing the entrance test. However, among the crowd who signed up, there was one person who suddenly showed a bewildered expression. I actually traveled to the world of Shinigami. Looking at the surrounding environment and the words spoken by others. When Janya came to this conclusion, he couldn't help being extremely shocked. He is a time traveler. He seemed to be sleeping in the last second, but in this second he suddenly traveled to the Shinigami world. Fortunately, he checked the situation again, his body was still his own, and his name was also his own. However, he then remembered something about the Shinigami world. Soul Society, Present World, Hueco Mundo. Zanpakuto, Minos Grande, Arankar, Quincy. Hogyaku, Aizen Sōsuke, Team Zero, Yuhabak, King Ling. These are things from the manga Shinigami that he knows. Before time travel, he liked the manga Shinigami very much, which is different from the other two migrant manga of the same name as One Piece and Hokage. Shinigami has its own unique style and fashion. It is an extremely rare existence among all comics. Boy. Always like unique, one-of-a-kind things. Manga Shinigami is such an existence. But then again, if you like it, you like it, but when he really traveled to the world of Shinigami, he couldn't help but feel numb. Because he does know. Shinigami is a very dangerous profession. Ordinary Shinigami need to fight against the monster named Su, who has the advantages of strong and hard steel skin defense, huge size, and so on. Don't look at the comics, the protagonist group and those who kill Su are as simple as killing chickens. Can the protagonist group be the same as ordinary people? For ordinary Shinigami, even ordinary Su is a great test. If you are not careful, you may die in Su's hands. Also, if the strength becomes stronger and the status is promoted to the level of vice captain and captain. Here comes another problem. That will inevitably participate in the battle in the Shinigami plot. It is more likely that a slightly inattentive fart in the battle. Also, he doesn't seem to have a system. I don't know if it's because the system is late, or because he has no system since he traveled here. With such complicated emotions, Janya looked around uneasily, and soon found that he was among the people queuing up for registration. There was a face he was familiar with. Hitsugaya Tashiro's good friend, Hinamori Momo. The heroine of the manga Shinigami, Rukia. Second male, Abarai Renji. Nearly dried to death in the Millennium Blood War, Kira Izuru. Hinamori Momo, who is petite and cute, is holding the hem of her clothes and muttering. I'm so nervous, I don't know if I can pass the entrance test. Rukia, who is also petite and cute, but showing a noble temperament, said firmly, I will definitely pass the test. Beside them. Abarai Renji, who has red hair and sharp temperament, has a stinky face. My uncle is the chosen one, and he will definitely be able to make a big splash today. Kira Izuru, with yellow hair and bangs covering his left eye, was speechless when he heard Renji's confident words. Stupid Renji. He couldn't help but spit. Janya looked at the original characters of Rukia. I felt dizzy in my heart. It's still in the same class as Rukia and the others. The plot in my memory, it seems that this year's Rukia and Abarai Renji will be targeted by the silver coin of Aizen Sōsuke. But then again. Every freshman will be followed by Aizen Sōsuke. Using various excuses, to show off his Zanpakuto in front of the freshmen and in front of the Shinigami squad. The thought of being targeted by Aizen Sōsuke. Janya immediately felt his scalp go numb. Of course, he also knows that he is just a small shrimp, and Aizen Sōsuke will not even look at him. But thinking of the possibility. Still pretty scary. Soon, it's time for the official registration. The door of the Spiritual Arts Academy opened, and a teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy wearing a black death suit walked out of it, and he explained the registration matters to everyone. Signing up is easy. The spiritual power level of each person will be tested with special instruments. Soul Society has a saying throughout the ages. There is a word called lingwei. It was once a standard used among nobles to measure the ryotsu concentration of ryotsu in each human body. Ordinary soldiers are around 20th rank, vice captains are 5th to 4th ranks, and 3rd ranks and above are captains. Of course, the level of lingwei will rise with the growth of strength. The lingwei tested now does not mean that it has always been at this level. But for freshmen who want to enroll in Spiritual Arts Academy, the higher the lingwei level they tested at the beginning, it also means that their potential is better. The potential is better. Their future is also brighter. Immediately afterwards, the teacher of the Spirit Art Academy did not say much, and began to test lingwei one by one according to the order of the queue. The minimum standard for admission to Spiritual Arts Academy is to reach at least the 25th grade of lingwei. After all, the most common Shinigami team Shi lingwei can reach the 20th rank. If the start is too weak, even if it can become stronger, it will not be much stronger. There is no need for the Spiritual Academy to spend a lot of effort and waste resources. Immediately afterwards, the test results came out one by one. Most of Rukonga civilians did not meet the entry standards. A small number of Seireitei nobles met the admission criteria. Some even exceed the standard a lot. However, there are very few people who are more eye-catching than the aptitude displayed by the Seireitei nobles. These very few people are exactly the characters of Rukia and the others in the original book. Rukia is the 8th class psychic, Hinamori Momo is the 8th class psychic, Kira Izuru is the 7th class psychic, and Abarai Renji is also the 7th class psychic. This spiritual power far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, and immediately made them the most influential figures among the freshmen, and aroused the envy of many people. Janye saw the scene from behind. I am also envious in my heart. After all, these people are the characters in the original plot. Talent is awesome. At this time, Janye, who had no system, only hoped to awaken a powerful talent. Otherwise, he can only be caught blind. Soon, it was finally Janye's turn to test his lingwei level. He put his hand on it, and the crystal ball displayed the words of 20th grade lingwei. Janye, 20th class spiritual power, meets the admission requirements. The teacher of the Spiritual Art Institute took a look and recorded Janye's spiritual power. After remembering it, he signaled Janye to go to the side and wait for the admission procedures. Janye nodded blankly, and walked aside mechanically to wait. 20th grade lingwei. It shows that his talent is only slightly better than ordinary Shinigami. Work hard in the future. Maybe I can get a small official in the fan team. But he is definitely insulated from Zanpakuto Shikai, Bankai. Thinking of this, Janyexan Chunin couldn't help but want to scold his mother. What else could he play with this kind of hot chicken talent? It was better than a trick. However, just as Janye greeted the system family in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to host for enrolling in Spiritual Arts Academy. The God level inheritance system is successfully bound. Now start drawing the first God level inheritance. Extracting. Extracting. Congratulations to host for drawing the first God level inheritance, Greatsword Noroya Zoro. Chapter 2. Ding. Congratulations to host for drawing the first God level inheritance, Greatsword Noroya Zoro. Great Swordsman Zoro. He comes from the world of One Piece. He is the vice captain of the main protagonist, the Straw Hats. He is the well-deserved number 2 male protagonist and the right arm of One Piece. Known as the Swordsman Pirate Hunter, one of the 11 supernovas, and a member of the evil generation. He aspires to become the world's number 1 swordsman. No sword style, 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style, ghostly 9 sword style. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Black Knife. He is undoubtedly a great swordsman. It is also destined to be the world's number 1 swordsman in the world of One Piece. The introduction of the God-level inheritance system is complete. Immediately afterwards, a virtual light curtain appeared in Janye's eyes, and the light curtain showed the image of Haki, the great swordsman Zoro. Green short hair, wearing a green robe. Although he lost one left eye, the intact right eye revealed a cold light looking directly at the soul. He wears a red belt around his waist and 3 sabers hanging from his waist. It just appeared in Janye's eyes as a virtual image. It also made Janye feel the rush of energy. Janye was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized that the necessary system for him as a traverser had been credited. In an instant, he was pleasantly surprised. After sorting out his excitement, Janye asked what functions the system had, and what was the role of this first Zoro God-level inheritance. Answer: Host. This God-level inheritance system is for the host to fully grasp every God-level inheritance. By completing the daily tasks every day, or completing the tasks sometimes issued by the system, you can unlock the experience points of the inherited characters. Every time you gain experience points, you can experience and master the power of the inherited characters. Host's first one is the inheritance of the god-level great swordsman Zoro. After gaining experience points, the host can have the talent of a god-level swordsman and the full power of a god-level swordsman Zoro. The current daily task is, slash 1,000 times a day. The daily task reward is, 0.02%. Look at the explanation of the system. Janya immediately understood everything. As long as he completes the daily tasks every day, he can master the strength of Zoro, the great swordsman in the world of One Piece. 0.02% for 1 day, 0.2% for 10 days, 2% for 100 days, 20% for 1000 days. Maybe it doesn't look like much, but Janya also knows that gaining experience points is not just about completing daily tasks, it's just a guarantee. He can also gain experience points by completing tasks issued by the system. Moreover, Janya knew that time had little effect on the spirit body of the Soul Society. The stronger the Ryotsu, the longer the life. Go Di 13 strongest Shinigami Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. He founded the Spiritual Arts Academy 2000 years ago. Before he founded, he must have lived a long time, to be at least 2000 years old. Then, let's take a look at how much 0.02% experience can be obtained in 1 day, 365 days in a year, and 36,500 days in 100 years. For Shinigami, 100 years is long and long, but short is actually just a snap of the fingers. Take some time to master the full power of Zoro the Great Swordsman. From Janya's point of view, this deal was worth nothing. Of course, some people may say that the power system of the One Piece world is lower than that of the Shinigami world. Even if it is pirate world, Zoro, the inevitable #1 swordsman in the future, is very strong. But it is not as strong as the captain of the Shinigami world, Aizen Sōsuke. No. The system certainly fills this hole. Through the powerful force of the system. What Janya obtained was the power of Roronoa Zoro after the systematization of Shinigami. As the well-deserved #2 male protagonist of One Piece world, One Piece's right-hand man, he will inevitably become the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Roronoa Zoro has shown a strong swordsmanship talent since childhood. Not long after picking up the sword, he was able to defeat all the students in the gym, including adults who were several times his age. However, he was the only one who lost to his childhood sweetheart Kuina. But it doesn't matter. When he grew up, he became famous in East Blue as soon as he went to sea, and later joined the Straw Hats to face all the enemies he faced, all of which were defeated by his sword. Of course, it is a fact that he met Mihawk, the ultimate boss of Kendo in the novice stage, and was crushed. But then, he comprehended the breadth of all things in Alabasta, awakened the power to cut steel and defeated powerful enemies. Awaken Ashura's ghostly 9-sword style in the Ice Lobby event. In the thriller Bark, all injuries and pains are resisted with flesh and unyielding strength of will. Until Sabayati Archipelago encountered the big boss Marine Admiral and lost. Then came the point. After 2 years of studying under Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Roronoa Zoro is like a polished diamond. His light fully bloomed. 2 years later, Zoro has never tasted defeat in the face of any strong enemy, and bravely climbed the peak all the way, charging towards the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Janya also likes the character Roronoa Zoro. Not only is Zoro's 3-sword style extremely handsome, but the name of each move completely crushes the opponent, making him a poet of swordsmanship. Janya loves Zoro's unyielding and tenacious will. Thinking of the opportunity to master the power of the great swordsman Zoro in the Shinigami world, Janya couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 3. One Piece's Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki. And Zoro's 1-sword, 2-sword, 3-sword style, and even Ashura's ghostly 9-sword style, combined with Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Thinking about it makes people unable to restrain themselves. As for the ordinary 20th class Lingwei that was just tested, Janya had long forgotten about it. Just kidding, do you need to care about Lingwei talent if you have a system? After a while of excitement, Janya did not forget to return to reality. At this time, all the people who came to sign up today have completed the test. Those who did not pass went home. Those who pass the test will enter the Spiritual Arts Academy under the guidance of the teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy. A group of freshmen who had just registered followed the teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy into the interior of the Spiritual Arts Academy, and soon stopped in the wide square. The teacher of the Spiritual Art Institute picked up the document in his hand. According to the results of the test just now, the new students' classes will be assigned. The class with the best talent enters the first class, the second class is the second class, and so on. Abarai Renji and the others entered class 1, Rukia and the others entered class 2, and Janya entered class 3. That's just right. Janya saw that he was assigned to the third class, and there was not a familiar original character in the class. What he needs most now is to train quietly to become stronger, not to build a good relationship with Rukia and Renji in the original book. In a civilian class like the third class, there is a high probability that you can avoid Aizen Sōsuke's sight. Spiritual Arts Academy. Classroom 3 of the first grade. Janya was assigned to the third class like the other freshmen. Sat in their respective seats. Then, Ryuichi Rento, the head teacher in charge of their third class. They were given the future Spiritual Arts Academy uniforms. And the textbooks they will study in the first year. Of course, and last but not least, Sealed State. The Sealed State was created by sword god Urmiya Wanjiru himself. It is the prototype of Zanpakuto, and it is also the Zanpakuto with the strongest development potential. Inscribed by its owner into one's own spirit, beliefs, and spiritual suns, one can develop into the one and only Zanpakuto. Loaned to every student during the period of Spiritual Arts Academy. It is officially awarded when you join the team. At this moment, the freshmen in Class 3 are excitedly following the teacher to the place where the Sealed State is stored, and get their own Sealed State. But Janya, who was following behind, knew. The Sealed State is actually the same for each one. To distinguish the strength of the Sealed State, it has to be judged according to the strength of the owner. The teacher Ryuichi Rento led them to the gate of Izama, behind which there are countless Sealed States that have not yet been discovered. After Naito Ryuichi chanted the spell to open the Izama barrier. The Kido covering the Izama gate slowly released. The students from the third class immediately rushed in, trying to pick out the Sealed State they thought was the strongest among countless identical Sealed States. Janya followed behind. But he took the Sealed State closest to him. Then walked out of the shallow room. The teacher who watched this scene, Ryuichi Rento, was a little surprised. "Student Janya, don't you want to watch more?" He couldn't help asking. You know, when he was still a freshman, he spent a lot of time choosing his own Sealed State. Therefore, he understands the emotions of every freshman at this time very well. But Janya shook his head. "No need for the teacher, this one is quite suitable for me." Rento Takashi did not continue speaking after listening. He felt in his heart that Janya, a freshman, seemed to be a little different from other students, but he didn't continue to think about it. After everyone has chosen their own Sealed State, Janya and his freshman Spiritual Arts Academy career officially begin. But it's just the first day of school. After Janya and the others finished receiving their Sealed State, I took a knowledge class to get acquainted with Spiritual Arts Academy. Then school is over. Janya looked up at the sky. A big sun is hanging in the sky. The dazzling sun shines on the Soul Society and on this land of Siraidii. There was one afternoon and one night left today. Janya didn't choose to rest in the assigned dormitory, nor did he hang out in the Spiritual Academy. He found a shadowy corner of the Spiritual Arts Academy where no one was watching. Pull out your own Sealed State. Started his first daily slashing quest. Hold the handle tightly with both hands, keep your back straight, put the blade in the middle, concentrate on it, and then slash it down. Ha! Janya muttered in his heart, then let out a soft beep, and cut off the Sealed State forcefully. The sharp blade sliced through the air. There was a slight hoop. Subsequently, Janya saw that the number of daily slashing missions had changed from 0 to 1, and there were still 999 knives left to complete the mission. Continue. He cheered himself on. After, Janya officially started his road to becoming stronger in this corner. He fell one knife after another, and the time passed by every second, but it didn't take more than 10 minutes, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Even though he has found a shady corner. Afternoon heat wave. He still found Janya. And despite the simplicity of slashing, 1,000 times doesn't sound like much, and it might not take long to complete it. But want to reach the standard number of slashes determined by the system? Must be fully focused every time. It takes all your strength to count once. Chapter 4. This kind of action may be okay once or twice, but it can be repeated hundreds of times mechanically, or even 1,000 times. That is not an easy and simple matter. But for Janya, even if it is extremely difficult, you need to suffer. As time passed, his arms holding the knife had begun to weaken, and beads of sweat on his forehead began to rain down on the ground. Janya did not choose to give up this daily task. He knows that this is his only chance to become stronger, and when the opportunity comes, he must firmly grasp it. I don't know how long it has passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours. At this time, the sun in the sky was not so vicious anymore, and Janya, who was in a shady corner, even felt a breeze blowing. At this time, he kept slashing, and as long as he couldn't hold on, he would rest for a minute, and then continued to slash, and finally completed 1,000 times. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the daily tasks. Reward, 0.02%. Janya looked at the pop-up window given by the system. He closed his eyes, with a smile on his face, and let out a long mouthful of turbid air in his heart as if relieved. At the moment when he closed his eyes, he suddenly found his mind, and suddenly went to an extremely distant place. The island, the sea, the sun. Gymnasium, kendo, quick knife. There is also a girl. Janya looked at these pictures as if they were from another world. Then looked down at the body at this time. The hands became small hands. The shoes are not the right size either. Janya suddenly realized. At this moment, he was substituted into the perspective of Roronoa Zoro, experiencing what Roronoa Zoro had experienced. Now, the scenery around him is exactly that of Shimotsuki village in the world of One Piece. That girl is naturally Zoro's childhood sweetheart Kuina. Thinking of this, Janya suddenly felt very strange, as if he had traveled to the world of One Piece again, but turned into Zoro. Zoro at this time just joined Koshiro's kendo gym. He learned standard swordsmanship in the kendo gym. From the posture of holding the knife, to the correct way of slashing and exerting force, etc. As soon as he entered the kendo gym, Zoro showed his unique talent and mastered the basic knowledge of kendo in almost the fastest time. Similarly, Janya also learned these standard knowledge of swordsmanship through this wonderful experience. He didn't think this knowledge was useless, because he knew that if he wanted to build a tall building on the ground, the most important thing was to lay a good foundation for building a tall building. The correct posture of holding the knife, the correct way of exerting force when slashing, etc. These are the most basic foundations in kendo. As long as these basics are done well, and put in it seriously, even if you haven't learned fancy sword moves, you can become a master of swordsmanship. At this time, Janya was suddenly pulled out from Zoro's perspective. He suddenly came back to reality. Suddenly opened his eyes. He found the basic knowledge of kendo learned in the spiritual world is now firmly engraved in his memory, as if he had personally experienced it. This is the inheritance. Janya thought to himself. The great fatigue on his body caused by slashing 1,000 times was swept away as if he saw the sun at this moment, and his heart felt extremely refreshed. Next moment, Janya didn't say anything. Unplug your sealed state again. The sharp blade still shows its sharpness in the dark. Then clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, put on an extremely standard kendo posture, and slashed down hard according to the force method mastered. Just listen. At this time, the sound of swinging the knife down changed. From the slight wind noise at the beginning, it became a little deafening. When Janya saw this situation, he understood. This seemingly simple knife has a completely different power. His movement of swinging the knife is correct, clean, and neat, which greatly optimizes the power of swinging the knife. Don't think that the basics of kendo are easy. A man who was completely ignorant of the way of swordsman swung a knife and slashed at the wooden post. It may be impossible to cut it completely due to inaccurate movements, or it may cause the tiger's mouth holding the knife to be shattered, or even the direction of the blade may bounce back towards you, which is extremely dangerous. After mastering the basic knowledge of kendo, these little problems will disappear. With a single stroke, the steak was cut cleanly. Compare the two. Naturally there are huge differences. Janya is naturally very satisfied with the knowledge he has acquired in the spiritual world. In particular, this way of accepting inheritance allows him to experience the real growth of Roronoa Zoro in his life, whether it is his training or fighting, which will help him master the powerful power of Roronoa Zoro. Do it all. Janya looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun gradually went down. Night is coming. He didn't continue exercising. The intensity of 1,000 times today has already pushed his body beyond the limit, although it is okay to continue exercising. But that would hurt your body. It didn't get stronger by then. Instead, he became ill. Then the loss outweighs the gain. Janya put the sealed state back into the sheath, hung it on his waist, wiped off the sweat on his face, and left here. He hadn't eaten all day, and his stomach was growling after the high-intensity exercise. Chapter 5. Fortunately, every student of the Spiritual Arts Academy can enjoy delicious food in the cafeteria of the Spiritual Arts Academy by virtue of their status as a student. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Anyway, it can be recorded on the account. Wait until graduation and successfully join the team to become a Shinigami team member. Pay the debt with Shinigami's official salary. Janya felt that this rule was very humane. After finding the cafeteria of the Spiritual Art Institute, he began to eat a lot. After eating, he returned to the dormitory and fell asleep. That's all. Janya's first day at Spiritual Arts Academy is over. On the second day, Janya and the students in Class 3 started the real Spiritual Arts Academy study. Spiritual Arts Academy has a total of 6 grades. During these 6 years, you need to master the 4 basic abilities of being a Shinigami, knitting the fist and walking away ghosts. 3 classrooms. Podium. Class teacher Takashi Rento said expressionlessly. Besides, the Academy of Spiritual Art also offers Soul Society history classes, calligraphy classes, etiquette classes, etc. These theoretical knowledge are also necessary knowledge to become a Shinigami. Of course, the most important theoretical knowledge is what is virtual. Where does virtual come from? What is the basic duty of a Shinigami? Naito Raiwichi said. Under the podium. Janya and the other students listened carefully. Most of the three classes are civilians from Rokanga. Becoming a Shinigami is their only chance to change their destiny. No one dared to relax in the slightest. Janya knew that this theoretical knowledge was also a good channel for him to gain a deeper understanding of the Soul Society and the Shinigami world. The return of Soul Society, the relationship between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, the relationship between Shinigami and Su. Although these have been explained in the original Shinigami work he has read. But he still wants to pass through the real world in front of him. Find out again. In this way, Janya's first year life began. In the morning, he gets up an hour earlier every day, and then finds a corner alone and starts chopping. In the morning, he listened carefully in class and absorbed all the knowledge without hesitation. He took a lunch break at noon, and after lunch, he didn't relax, and found a corner to continue slashing. In the afternoon, it is usually combat practice, such as teaching kendo and swordsmanship, two-person battle drills, and so on. With a full day's schedule, Janya has no time to make friends and get to know other students in the class. This caused other students to think that Janya was very lonely and strange, so naturally not many people took the initiative to know Janya. But Janya didn't care. This situation is more convenient for him. At the end of the day's course. After dinner. Janyuruaki continued to complete the number of swings without stopping. So far, he has finally completed the 1,000 times of slashing. After completing daily tasks. Janya entered the spiritual world to experience the life that Roronoa Zoro experienced. After receiving the spiritual enlightenment, Janya would take advantage of the last moment before going to bed, hovering and sitting on his bed. Lay the sealed state flat on your lap and begin the Saber Zen meditation practice. Janya, who has read the original novel of Shinigami, knows that he wants to turn his sealed state into his own Zanpakuto. One must infuse one's own spirit, faith, ryutsu, etc. into one sealed state to make it a Zanpakuto. Time passed day by day. A month flies by. Excluding the 0.6% obtained by adding up the daily guarantee for 1 month. Inheritance experience value reaches 2.51%. The other experience points were all obtained by Janya completing the random tasks released by the system. Such as getting up early for a week, running 10 kilometers with a 30 kilograms load, dyeing your hair green and so on. Janyuruaki initially refused the task of dyeing his hair green. But in order to gain experience points, he reluctantly accepted the task. As a result, Janya's hair became like Zoro's clean and neat green hair. Janya comforted himself by dyeing his hair green to pay tribute to Zoro, not for the experience points rewarded by the system. At the price of so much. The rewards are worth it? Spiritual world. Zoro just joined the kendo gym from the very beginning, and learned swordsmanship under Koshiro until Zoro defeated the adults. Then defeated all the opponents in the gym except Kuina. Zoro's sword skills improved by leaps and bounds. Same. Janya's swordsmanship is also improving by leaps and bounds. Based on his observation of other students in the kendo class, his swordsmanship after a month has already far surpassed the level of his classmates. At least, he can see through all the flaws in his classmates' swordsmanship. There are hundreds of ways to knock each other out in your head at the same time. Even without thinking, his physical instincts and muscle memory can defeat his opponents. Janya was deeply shocked by the strength of Roronoa Zoro. Know that Zoro in the spirit world, who is just a kid at this time, can beat everyone in the Koshiro gym. This includes many adults. Even gifted adults. Certainly. Kuina or Zoro is currently unable to defeat strong enemies, laughs. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Janya devoted 120% of his concentration. Every day, he is like a robot, strictly following the established schedule and executing his plan to become stronger. With such hard work, the rewards brought to Janya are generous. His inheritance experience value has reached 8.65%. Chapter 6. In addition to the guaranteed experience points brought by completing daily tasks every day. Most of the rest of the experience points were obtained by Janya completing the tasks randomly released by the system. By the way, the daily guarantee task became easier as Janya grew up. So 1,000 times of swinging the knife turned into 2,000 times of swinging the knife, and then 3,000 times of swinging the knife. The difficulty of the task grew with Janya's growth. At the same time, the system released a random mission Wuhua 8 Gate. These include, running 100 kilometers with a load of 60 kilograms, getting 3 ear piercings, wearing 3 golden drop-shaped earrings and so on. Some are tasks of exercising physical fitness. Some tasks are to make Jonye's image move closer to Nonoroya Zoro. With the inheritance experience value reaching 8.65%, Jonye's Zoro experience in the spiritual world is also quite rich. Zoro joins Koshiro's dojo sometime later. Practice sword alone once. On the coast of Shimatsuki village, Zoro met an old man who gave him 2 knives and told Zoro what a knife is. A knife is a thing that cuts people. They are born to kill, and exist to be murder weapons. After forging famous knives, swordsmiths wish they could take more lives. The sword must see blood and kill. This is their life's duty. Zoro couldn't understand. However, he took over the old man's 2 swords and began to practice like this, the 2-sword style swordsmanship he learned in order to defeat Kuina. Time passed day by day. After 2001 duels with Kuina, Zoro finally relied on his grown and strengthened body. Defeated Kuina with physical superiority. Then, there is the incident of Kuina's accidental fall in the original book. After the incident, Zoro was so sad that he couldn't believe that he was the opponent of fate, so he just left. It took Zoro a long time to accept this fact. Afterwards, Zoro begged Kuina's father, Koshiro, his kendo teacher, to give him Kuina's saber. He will carry Kuina's last will, and make an oath that he will become the world's #1 swordsman, and let his name resound throughout the heavens. At this point, Zoro began to practice the famous 3-sword style swordsmanship in the future. Jonye also mastered Zoro's 3-sword style swordsmanship. Then time flies. Jonye has been in Swordsman for 6 months. His inheritance experience value also reached 15.79%. In spiritual time, year after year passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, Zoro has grown up and become an out-and-out swordsman. So, in order to become the world's #1 swordsman, Zoro finally went to sea and left the village of Shimatsuki where he was born and raised. However, due to a serious road-crazy nature, Zoro couldn't find his way back to Shimatsuki village, so he simply became a pirate hunter in order to survive. He hunted more and more pirates. Gradually, Zoro made a reputation as a pirate hunter at sea. The knife has seen blood, and the sword has killed. Zoro's swordsmanship has been tempered in these countless life and death battles after going to sea, and his swordsmanship has once again improved by leaps and bounds. I have been staying in Shimatsuki village. Zoro's sword skills have been stagnant for a long time. This is one of the main reasons why Zoro chose to go to sea. Therefore, after a lot of actual combat, Zoro's swordsmanship naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Enter a period of strength leap. Quantitative change began to cause a qualitative change. Jonye also improved by leaps and bounds following Zoro's swordsmanship. After Zoro in the spiritual world came to Shields Town Marine Base to meet Luffy, defeated Marine Colonel Monka and followed Luffy to sea. Immediately afterwards, it is to land in Orange Town, encounter the Buggy Pirates, and Zoro defeat the Cotters of the Buggy Pirates. Landed in Syrup Village, defeated the Catman Pirates, and smashed the conspiracy of the Pirate Crow. Then, the restaurant on the sea accidentally met the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk. In this battle, Zoro finally experienced the top strength standing on the sea, and he was crushed and defeated by Hawkeye. But he also gained a lot in this battle. Most importantly, his will is tempered by sword and blood. Afterwards, Zoro defeated Haki the octopus murloc of the dragon pirates in Kakosia village. Whiskey Peak easily defeated a group of pirate hunters. Little Garden beat Mr. 5 from Baroque Works. Real World Spiritual Arts Academy. In the class, Jonye's swordsmanship has surpassed the swordsman who taught them swordsmanship. During the kendo class, Jonye watched the movements of the kendo teacher, and hundreds of ways to defeat the kendo teacher flashed through his mind instantly. To know. The kendo teacher of the spiritual academy may not be as good as the captain-level Shinigami, but he still has a solid foundation. Otherwise, he is not qualified to be the teacher of the spiritual academy who teaches swordsmanship to others. And Jonye received the inheritance of Zoro, a god-level great swordsman. The swordsmanship he has mastered so far has surpassed that of the swordsman. Meanwhile, as Zoro grows physically. At the same time, the feedback to Jonye was. Jonye's Lingwei jumped from the initial 20th rank to the 10th rank. His Ryutsu becomes more powerful. The spiritual power in the body is more and more abundant. Jonye could feel his growing stronger every day. This feeling of growing stronger make him mesmerized. Chapter 7. At this time, Jonye had already studied at Spiritual Arts Academy for a year. His inheritance experience value has also reached 21.67%. As Jonye became stronger and his experience points were getting higher and higher, it became more difficult to obtain experience points later. The next day was their final exam as first-year Spiritual Arts Academy students. In the final exam, in addition to the written exam on cultural knowledge, actual swordsmanship is a large part of the final exam of the first grade. This year, Janya learned about the history of Soul Society and the culture of Seireitei, and knowledge about Shinigami. For example, Lingwei, Ryutsu, Lingli, Lingzi, etc., or how powerful Shikai of Zanpakuto is, and what is Bankai. Also, Shinigami's Kido, Shunpo, white hits, swordplay, and more. However, as first-year students of the Spiritual Art Academy, most of them started to learn how to master and learn more powerful swordsmanship. Kido, Shunpo, and white hits are more practiced in the second, third, and fourth grades. Because of this, actual sword fighting is so important in the final exam of the first grade. Janya was not worried about his fencing performance after the final exam the next day. In this year, the swordsmanship he has mastered has far surpassed the level of his peers, even the swordsmanship teacher. In the spiritual world, he comprehended the 3,000 worlds of the three swords art by fighting Mihawk, the #1 swordsman in the pirate world. A small exam, that's not easy. But Janya didn't relax his daily exercise because of this. At this time, it is already night. Janya was still practicing swordsmanship in the dojo of the Spiritual Art Academy. The dojo is brightly lit. Only Jonryuaki people are still practicing. Holding the sword in both hands, he slashed at the wooden stake in front of him intently, and every knife he swung was infused with all his faith. I only heard the sound of bang 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 in the dojo. This is the sound of a sealed stake being chopped on a stake. Wooden stakes are specially made wooden stakes for practicing fencing. Even though Janya's swordsmanship was far superior to others, he still hadn't cut through this wooden stake in this year, and the wooden stake was like steel. Time passed by every minute and every second. The sky also gradually became darker. At this time, swing out a knife. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing today's 5,000 daily slashing tasks. Reward, 0.02%. Janya watched as he completed today's daily tasks. Take a long breath. Then, he relaxed his posture, picked up the towel beside him, wiped off the sweat on his body, put the sealed stake into the scabbard, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Next moment. Close your eyes. Janya once again entered the spiritual world. This time, in the spiritual world, Zoro has encountered the most powerful opponent so far, except Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Mr. 1 does bonus. He is a Paramecia Devil Fruit Quick/Fruit ability user. He can turn any part of his body into a sharp blade according to his wishes, and ordinary fist attacks have the power of a blade. Because the whole body has a blade physique, his body, including internal organs, is like real steel. So he also has an invulnerable body. Most physical attacks are ineffective against his body, as are bullets and shells. Therefore, as long as you don't have the power to cut steel, can't hurt DA's bonus 1 iota. Foaming daisy cut. With the palms of both hands facing outwards, DA's posed in a blooming pose, aiming at Zoro who could only passively parry with 2 swords at the moment. Fly away. Da said indifferently. Zoro gritted his teeth to resist. The next moment, Zoro felt a huge force coming from the opposite side. Then, Zoro smashed into the house behind him, and the house collapsed in an instant, and tons of boulders weighed heavily on Zoro. Give Zoro a hard blow. In the ruins, the seriously injured Zoro was at a loss. He didn't understand why he had been training so hard, and what shortcomings he had. Before he knew it, he recalled the teachings of his former teacher Koshiro. Koshiro made Zoro watch him chop the white paper falling from the air with a sword. But the white paper was not cut off. Zoro was speechless. Koshiro said with a smile on his face. Listen, there are swordsmen in this world who can cut through everything. But he can cut through steel with the same sword. The so-called strongest sword is the power to protect what you want to protect and cut what you want to cut. For me, a sword that can cut anything is not a sword. Zoro nodded half understanding. It seems to understand the teaching of the teacher Koshiro. Withdrawing from the memory, Zoro got up from the ruins, raised half of the huge house, and threw it towards Da's bonus. The battle between the two continued. However, Zoro's sword still has not awakened the power to cut steel. Da's bonus completely dominated the fight. Until Zoro was hit hard again. Countless boulders fell towards Zoro. If Zoro was hit by these boulders in his current physical state, even he would die here. But just at this time, at this juncture of life and death, Zoro seems to have realized it. Time seems to slow down countless times. Zoro stood in the ruins, with huge stones about to fall on him, but he could hear the stones breathing. It seems to have life. The stones breathe, the trees breathe the trees, the earth breathes the earth. Zoro thought to himself, the teaching of Koshiro, the teacher when he was a child, seems to have finally become clear after all these years. He understood the power of breathing. He understood the power of the so-called sword that cuts through nothing. He understands. Cut off the power of steel. Chapter 8. Next moment. Countless huge boulders fell heavily, and Zoro just stood at the only place where he would not be hit by hearing the breathing of the stones. At this moment, Dasbones, who was on the opposite side, saw the scene and couldn't believe that Zoro, who was so seriously injured, could still stand up. And Zoro looked calm. He has realized the power to sever steel. One knife and one life together, the lion's elegy. In an instant. Just when Zoro defeated Mr.1 Dasbones with the power of awakening steel. Jonye's mind returned to reality, and what came back at the same time was the same power as the steel-cutting power comprehended by Zoro in the spiritual world. The breath of all things. Yes. The so-called swordsman can cut the power of steel. In fact, it is to comprehend the breath of all things. The breath of all things is different from observation Haki, nor is it the kind of Roger of One Piece, which is pervert enough to listen to the voice of all things. Simply put, the breath of all things is when a swordsman's realm reaches a certain level. You can hear the breathing of all things in the world around you, such as the earth, trees, stones, etc., whether they are alive or dead. With breath. It means life. With life. For a swordsman, it means having a living body that can be chopped. Being able to hit it means being able to cut it off. At this moment, in the bright dojo, there is no one else except Jonye, but Jonye, who has closed his eyes, can hear. Hear the various breaths coming from the surrounding environment. The floor breathes, the ceiling breathes, the walls breathe. Jonye talked to himself, and suddenly felt the wonder of everything in the world, as if countless creatures were communicating with him. However, the one with the heaviest breathing and the most powerful was standing in front of Jonye, the wooden golem stake used to practice swordsmanship. The next moment, Jonye opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. He fixed his eyes on the wooden golem pile in front of him. In my mind, an extremely firm belief was born. I can chop off this wooden golem stake. So, thinking this way in his heart, Jonye didn't hesitate at all. He took a deep breath, only to see his chest bulge slightly. Then, at the moment of exhalation, he drew his sword and chopped it off. Choke. A dragon chant resounded through the dojo. A moment later, with a boom, Jonye chopped the wooden golem pile that had not been cut off countless times, and it broke and fell to the ground. Where the wooden golem pile breaks, the incision is smooth and level. Not a trace of roughness can be seen at all. This is enough to show that Jonye's move is powerful and fast. Cut it off. Jonye looked delighted, and couldn't help showing an excited smile on his face. He knew that after he comprehended the breath of all things, his level of swordsmanship was completely different from his previous self. To comprehend the breath of all things, the current him may be able to beat the previous 10 with 1. The power to cut steel is so terrifying. You know, this is just an ordinary knife that can cause such severe damage. As for Jonye, he has not blessed the most powerful power of Shinigami, Ryutsu. In Shinigami, those powerful Shinigami's slashes are basically infused with huge Ryutsu to obtain powerful power. If Jonye is on this knife, likewise instill all his Ryutsu. No doubt. The destructiveness of Jonye's knife will increase wildly. At this moment, Jonye is very satisfied with the inheritance obtained after entering the spiritual world today. Then, Jonye looked at the time. It was already close to midnight. If he didn't go back to the dormitory to sleep, he wouldn't be able to wake up tomorrow morning. Think like this. Jonye put away the sealed state. Deal with the severed wooden golem pile. Turn off the dojo lights. Back to the dormitory. He did not forget. Tomorrow is the final exam for their first grade. But, just as Jonye hurried back to the dormitory, what Jonye didn't know was that his homeroom teacher Ryuichi Rento was standing at the door of the dojo, watching his back gradually go away. Naito Takashi looked surprised. I couldn't help but think back to the scene I saw just now. He just saw that the lights in the dojo were still on at night, and wanted to come over to see what was going on in the dojo, but he never expected. Seeing this, I found it by accident. Jonye, who has always been a maverick in the class, actually has such a great swordsmanship hidden in the dark. Thinking of this, Ryuichi Naito couldn't help but have some thoughts about tomorrow's final exam. The next day. The sun is high in the sky. The sun shines on everyone. At this time, the outdoor dojo of Spiritual Arts Academy was already full of first-year students who had come to take the final exam. Among the first-year students, there is a talented class, an elite second class, and an ordinary third class. All first-year students will have a final exam today. This first day's exam items. It is the most important swordsmanship assessment. As the first of Shinigami's 4 basic abilities Jean Kwanzagui, Jean. Spiritual Arts Academy requires students to be proficient in basic swordsmanship in the first grade, and then to further improve swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is also usually a Shinigami's greatest strength. Soon, when the time comes, the final exam for first-year students in fencing has officially begun. Chapter 9. The final exams for each class begin at the same time. A class is assessed by a fencing teacher and an official Shinigami member. The swordsmanship assessment is divided into 3 items. 1. To test the maximum power of the students in the academy. 2nd, to test how proficient the students are in the swordsmanship they have learned. 3rd, test the actual combat ability of the students. These 3 items will show a student's overall level of swordsmanship. At this time, the assessment of the first class began. As a class that only those who are called geniuses can join, the level of swordsmanship of the first class of students, generally above other classes. Whether it is the maximum power of the slash, or the familiarity with swordsmanship, or the actual combat drills at the beginning. Basically, it made the students of other classes exclaim. Soon, a student in Class 1 completed all the assessments, and the head teacher of Class 1 immediately announced the students' test results. Abarai Renji. Slash results, First Class. Swordsmanship results, First Class. Practical results, First Class. As soon as this result came out, there was an uproar in the dojo. A student named Abarai Renji actually got a first class result. Before this, no student in the dojo had achieved such a result. Abarai Renji heard his grades come out, and seeing the adoring gazes of the students around him, he immediately became extremely stinky. He immediately couldn't help but to Kira Izuru, who was in the same class. And Rukia and Hinamori Momo in the second class showed off. In Class 3, Janya was not surprised to see Abarai Renji get all first-class results. In the original book, Abarai Renji, as the real Rakugan-born Shinigami, was also a famous genius during the Spiritual Arts Academy period. In the original book, his Kido grade is not good. But in swordsmanship, there is one thing to say, and there is really nothing to say. Then, one by one, the students completed the exam one after another. Kira Izuru took second place, Rukia and Hinamori Momo took third place. However, except for Abarai Renji, no student has ever won all the first-class results again, and some only got the first-class results in one project. This undoubtedly made Abarai Renji behave even more. If you finish today's final exam like this, he is undoubtedly the #1 swordsman in the first grade. Just at this time, the class teacher Ryuichi Rento recalled Janye's name. Student Janye, come out and start the exam. Also at this same time, the system in Janye's mind made a ding. Detected the current situation of host. Release the mission. Host, please get the first score in this swordsmanship test. Mission reward, 3% inheritance experience value. Janya looked at the system tasks that suddenly appeared. That can't be helped. Inheritance experience value for mission rewards. He originally planned to take the exam casually, and getting a mid-range grade would be enough, but now he has to do it for the task reward. It should be noted that with the gradual growth of Janye's strength, the difficulty of the task he gets every time he gets inheritance experience points is also increasing. At the same time, the inheritance experience value obtained is not much. 3% inheritance experience value. If calculated according to the 0.02 guaranteed experience value obtained by completing daily tasks every day, this is almost equivalent to half a year of hard training. So, hiding yourself is better than hiding yourself. Janya hoped that there would be more tasks like this. Even if it gets Aizen Sōsuke's attention at that time. As long as one's own strength is strong enough. Aizen counts. Are you good at playing? Can Dad play with my system? I thought so in my heart. Janya stepped out of the queue, faced the wooden golem pile in front of him, and began the first swordsmanship test, the test of cutting power. At this moment, the students in the third class present looked at Janya, not knowing what shocking scene would happen next. Student Janya, please start. Class teacher Ryuichi Naito said. In his eyes, there was hidden anticipation for Janye's next performance. He wanted to know if Janya would show the kind of performance he did last night. The words fell. Janya closed his eyes, took a long breath, and sank to the bottom of the sea. In the boundless darkness of the bottom of the sea, he caught the breath of the wooden golem pile in front of him, and the breath became stronger and heavier. The next moment, Janya suddenly opened his eyes. Keep your eyes on the wooden golem stake. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and swung a slash. The sharp blade was unsheathed at high speed, and the friction made a deafening sound. Then, the blade tore through the atmosphere at a high speed, slashed across the wooden golem pile in front of him, and burst out the endless power that had been accumulated for a long time. Just listen to click. The wooden golem pile has been split in two. This specially made wooden golem stake is used to test the power of the student's slashing, which is enough to block the slashing of official Shinigami soldiers. It was cut off like this. Immediately afterwards, there was another boom, and the wooden golem pile fell heavily to the ground. At this time, everyone in the dojo was extremely surprised by this, and they were all stunned, unable to believe what was happening in front of them at this moment. To know. Abarai Renji, who had the best score in the previous exam. The power of his slashing was only to blow the wooden golem into the air, and did not cause too much damage to the wooden golem itself. However, at this moment, the student named Janya cut off the wooden golem pile with a single knife. Chapter 10. Several fencing teachers present, as well as several official Shinigami members of the team, knew that this required more than powerful cutting power. It also requires superb swordsmanship. Because if the wooden golem pile is cut off with brute force simply by relying on Ryutsu's strength, the wooden golem pile will definitely be completely destroyed. It is not possible to just chop off wooden golem stakes. It is clear. Janya mastered the realm of swordsmanship. It has far exceeded their imagination. Whether it is the power of slashing or the precise control of swordsmanship, none of them can do it at the level of first graders in the same grade. Next moment, everyone in the dojo seemed to finally react. The first graders immediately set off an exclamation. The stake was cut off. Oh my god, doesn't that mean this guy is better than that guy Abarai Renji? Hey, he's from class 3, right? Why are the people in class 3 stronger than us in class 1? Immediately, the first year students couldn't help talking. Some are shocked, some are envious, some are jealous. Various reactions appear in different people. Seeing this scene, Abarai Renji from class 1 couldn't help but compare himself to that stake, thinking of how he was cut off. He couldn't help shivering. The one with the strongest swordsmanship among the first year students present. He naturally knew better what level of strength was needed to cut off that wooden golem pile. During the exam just now, he tried his best but did not break the wooden golem pile. And this guy named Janya cut it open with a single blow. Not only Renji was shocked, but Kira Izuru, Rukia, and Hinamori Momo were also surprised by Janya's knife. Rukia couldn't help but envy. That classmate is amazing, if only I could be like that classmate. It can be said. Among the first graders present. No one can think of it. It was Janya, a guy with little reputation. It's surprising that it's so amazing. At this time, the head teacher Renten Takaichi saw Janya showing such strength, and he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. This is it. That's the power. It was this kind of power that he accidentally glimpsed outside the dojo last night? Good. Naito Raiwichi couldn't help shouting. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. As Janya's class teacher, he naturally hoped that the students in the class would be as strong as possible, so that only showed his high level of teaching. The swordsmanship teacher in charge of the third class didn't expect it either. Among his students, there is actually one student whose swordsmanship is so good. The teachers present all praised Janya's excellent swordsmanship. Janya was not surprised, he accepted the teacher's praise without being humble, and then prepared to start the second project. And this time, the homeroom teacher Takashi Rento saw Janya displaying this level of swordsmanship. He made up his mind and said, "Student Janya, if this is the case, then the next two events of swordsmanship and actual combat will be together." Naito Raiwichi knew Janya, who was able to use this kind of slashing power. The level of swordsmanship is obviously not at the same level as that of the students in the same grade. The next two project exams. It can be put together completely. As soon as these words came out, Janya Xiangxiang immediately nodded to accept the proposal. The former Abarai Renji has already won all first-class first results. And if he completes the exam normally, he can only get all first-class first results, tied for first place with Abarai Renji. He didn't know if he could pass the system task if he tied for first place. Therefore, if you want to get the first place in the swordsmanship test, you must increase the difficulty. But Naito-sensei, I want to challenge Takamura-sama. Janya was standing next to the homeroom teacher, wearing a black Shiba suit with Zanpakuto's official Shinigami team member Shimichi Kamura pinned to his waist. The voice fell. Hear the meaning of Janya's words. All the first graders present were even more surprised. Their actual combat test is conducted with the kendo teacher, not with the official Shinigami team. One is the kendo teacher, and the other is Shinigami in the official fan team. The gap between the two is not ordinary. And that classmate named Janya wanted to directly challenge the real Shinigami. Hey, why is that guy even worse than me, Mr. Renji? Abarai Renji couldn't imagine that someone could pretend to be more aggressive than him. What is that guy doing? He doesn't really want to challenge Shinigami, does he? Kira Izuru couldn't think of what Janya was doing either. Or he didn't know Janya's true strength. However, Rukia and Hinamori Momo are two girls. But feel. Janya, who challenged him, was so handsome. As a first-year student, that classmate named Janya dared to directly challenge the real Shinigami. This kind of unafraid behavior made Janya start to shine in the eyes of the girls at the scene, and his figure was extremely tall. Especially after a year of hard training, Janya forged an overwhelming masculinity all over his body. His muscles are like a marble statue carefully carved by a master. Tall and straight. She has short green hair and 3 golden drop earrings. Make his image closer to Zoro, the great swordsman of Haki in Pirates. Moreover, Janya, who challenged at this time, was like a sharp blade drawn out of its sheath, full of sharp and powerful aura, and a cold light shone in his eyes. Chapter 11. Class teacher Takashi Rento saw Janya like this. He doesn't know how. Janya's challenge was not rejected. Takashi Naito looked at Takamurashi, who was on the side. Gao Kunzi also looked at Ryuichi Naito, and there was obviously interest in his eyes. It wasn't the first time he had participated in the first-year swordsmanship test, but it had never been a time when the first-year students dared to challenge him. Therefore, Gao Kunzi agreed to Janya's challenge. Then come on. Student Janya, Takamura said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Gao Kunzi came out, and Janya walked across to Gao Kunzi. At this moment, all eyes in the dojo were looking at the two of them. The other classes stopped their exams. Because, no one present wanted to miss such a special match. Gao Kunzi looked at Janya and said the rules. Only use swordsmanship. If you stick with me for 5 minutes, you'll get a first-class result. Are you ready? Janya heard the words. Did not speak. Nod your head to show understanding. His eyes were extremely determined. 5 minutes? Isn't this just as long as you have your hands? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, rolling up the hem of their clothes. At this moment, Shinigami Takamurashi moved instantly, his body turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards Janya at a high speed, drawing his sword and slashing. For Gao Kunzi. Since you dare to export and challenge me, this true Shinigami, then you need to be 100% ready. Ha! Takamurashi shouted, and the sharp Zanpakuto fell at a high speed. A cold light flashed past, almost covering all of Janya's vision. This knife is fast and fierce, and it really deserves to be an official Shinigami in the fan team. Even if it is just an ordinary soldier, it is quite terrifying. But in the face of Gao Kunzi's knife, in the eyes of the beholders, Janya seemed to be stunned, standing there in a daze, without taking any action. Some people can't help gloating. What status are you? You dare to speak wild words to challenge the real Shinigami, that's it? Likes to show off. Immediately the limelight will be big. Some people can't bear to look straight down. Really? The distance between them and the real Shinigami is still too big. However, just at this critical moment, Janya brazenly drew his knife across. I saw that Zanpakuto and the sealed state collided immediately, making a clang sound of metal clashing, and a burst of sparks sputtered. Janya blocked it. Janya blocked the sword that Takamurashi, who is an official Shinigami, must win. Gao Kunzi looked at Janya, who was blocking him. Surprise flashed in his eyes. So fast. And his strength is not inferior to mine. Gao Kunzi thought inwardly. Janya's speed of the saber came first, and the power from the saber was not weaker than him in the slightest. At this time, all the first graders present saw this scene. It has to set off an exclamation. Block it? That guy really blocked the knife. Amazing. All doubts, all insinuations, all under Janya's knife. Ashes. Seeing this scene, Abarai Renji's eyes couldn't help but widen. Rukia, Hinamori Momo, and the others couldn't help screaming coquettishly. However, the battle between Janya and Gao Kunzi has just begun. Gao Kunzi saw that Janya blocked the knife, and he knew immediately that the simple move seemed to be useless to the student. Then, Gao Kunzi immediately launched a fierce attack. Swish. 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 Gao Kunzi swung a dense sword move towards Janya, blocking all of Janya's roots. However, in Janya's eyes, there was no secret to this superb swordsmanship, relying on the level of swordsmanship he had mastered now. He only relied on his body's instincts and muscle memory to take over all the moves. For a while, the sound of Jinji sounded continuously on the field. Gao Kunzi and Janya collided constantly. The two swung their sword moves, as if they had turned into afterimages, which dazzled the first graders who were watching the battle, and exclaimed inconceivably. Only people at the level of teachers present can keep up with the contest between Gao Kunzi and Janya. This student is even tied with Gao Kunzi. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Students who master this kind of swordsmanship are actually in the third class. The teachers talked one after another. However quickly, The teachers found out. No. Shi Takamura, who is an official Shinigami, gradually fell into a disadvantage in the battle with Janya, a first-year student at Spiritual Arts Academy. Janya is gradually suppressing Gaokanzi. How can this be? Could it be that Kamurashi's swordsmanship is not as good as that of a first-year student? No. It's that first-year student Janya whose swordsmanship is too good. The teachers couldn't help being surprised anymore. During the battle, Gaokanzi gradually felt that the figure on the opposite side became taller and taller, like a slowly rising mountain. It seemed that it was about to overwhelm his head. He was extremely shocked. I couldn't believe it at all before this. A first grader's swordsmanship can overwhelm this Shinigami. Chapter 12. At this time, Janya tried out all the sword skills of Shinigami Takamura. Too weak. Or rather, his own sword skills are too strong now? Before I knew it, 5 minutes had already passed. Originally, Gaokanzi thought that if Janya could persist under him for 5 minutes, he would give Janya a first-class grade. But did not expect. After the battle started. Instead, it was his classmate Janya's swordsmanship. Supported hard. At this time, Janya was about to end the battle. He said calmly, "Master Jaoken, the next knife should be over." When Gaokanzi heard this, his expression suddenly became extremely serious. "Come on, show your full strength, Janya." Gaokanzi wanted to know how strong Janya's swordsmanship was. The next moment, Janya took a long breath. Then said, "One knife and one life together, the lion's elegy." Before the words were finished, Janya's figure had disappeared before everyone's eyes like lightning, passing Gaokanzi's body and then stopped. I saw this moment. Janya stood with his back to Gaokanzi, holding sealed state in hand. Slowly put the sealed state back into the scabbard. When the sealed state is fully retracted into the scabbard, there will be a click sound. At the same time, Shi Takamura was hit hard. There is no possibility of blocking it at all. Just like that, he was defeated by Janya, a first-year student. The speed, power, and destructiveness of Janya's one-shot he completely exceeded Gaokanzi's imagination, and he was completely unresponsive. What a terrifying swordsmanship. Takamura Shi touched his chest. Mouth Chunin couldn't help murmuring. Had it not been for his last gasp Ryutsu defense. Now he must be unable to stand up. He clearly said that he was only allowed to use swordsmanship, but in the end he broke the rules as the examiner of the exam. Ashamed. At this moment, everyone in the dojo saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. Janya actually defeated a real Shinigami. Although, it only beats the real Shinigami in terms of swordsmanship. But this crushing defeat is enough to explain many things. Ryuichi Rento, the head teacher of the 3rd class, looked at Janya at this moment, and his face was also full of surprise. This result was far beyond imagination. He originally thought that Janya's swordsmanship, at most, it surpassed the students of the same level. But what he never expected was that Janya's swordsmanship realm had already reached the level of a real Shinigami. At this time, everyone surrounded Janya, as if they surrounded Janya in the center, and Janya looked at the surprise and other expressions of the people around him. He was not surprised. As soon as he makes a move, it must be the limit of this division. What's so rare about beating a real Shinigami? This is all you need to do with your hands. Moreover, with the power Janya now possesses, even in a real life and death battle, he can defeat the real Shinigami. After mastering the breath of all things, his strength is completely different from his previous self. The homeroom teacher Ryuichi Rento finally regained his composure, and looked at Janya very excitedly. "Okay. Janya, you are really amazing. I didn't expect your sword skills to exceed my imagination." Same. Gaokanzi also looked at Janya and said, "Originally, as long as I persisted for 5 minutes under my command, I could get first-class results. But, speaking of this, Gaokanzi couldn't help laughing bitterly, but you actually defeated me directly. How about this? I will propose to the Spiritual Academy. Your grades are completely worthy of being number 1 in your grade." Janya heard this. "I am very satisfied." In this way, his system task is done. At this moment, the Dean of Spiritual Arts Academy appeared at the dojo at some time, and he witnessed the scene where Janya defeated Gaokanzi. Hear Takamura's proposal. He announced it immediately. Janya was the number 1 in the swordsmanship test. Janya who was able to defeat the official Shinigami as a first year. If not the first, who is eligible to take the first place? The Dean of the Academy of Spiritual Arts knew very well that student Janya might be the next genius of the Academy of Spiritual Arts, the next Ichimaru Jin. Everyone present saw Janya's results announced by the head of the Spiritual Art Academy himself. Everyone was very excited. As if they were Iyuruaki. In the crowd, Abarai Renji saw that his first place was snatched away by Janya from the third class. In this way, he felt like vomiting blood. However, although he was extremely angry that his first flight had failed, but he still understands that Janya's test scores against the official Shinigami cannot be questioned by others. Beside him, Rukia saw Janya from the third class, who got the first place in the fencing test in such an amazing way. She was as excited as if she had won the first place. Wow! That classmate Janya is amazing. I really want to know how he usually practices swordsmanship. The same is true for Hinamori Momo. Janya's figure is reflected in his big eyes. Also at this time, when the Dean of Spiritual Arts Academy announced that Janya had won the first place in the fencing test, the system sent out a notification. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task. Mission reward, 3%. Janya heard the pleasant system voice in his head. He accepted the Dean's compliment with a smile. Chapter 13. That's all. Janya was born in Spiritual Arts Academy. As a first-year student, he defeated the official Shinigami in the actual swordsmanship test, and many students of the Spirit Arts Academy knew his name. Written exam the next day. Relying on the test ability of modern people, Janya once again got the first score in the written test. He absorbs cultural knowledge assiduously every day, and it is not a waste of time. In this way, Janya won the first place in the written test and the actual combat final exam, becoming the undisputed number one among the first-year students. For a while, Janya was in the limelight. In Spiritual Arts Academy, some people even vaguely said that Janya would be the next talented academy student to jump into Go Di-13. Even if it's not as good as the once-in-a-century genius Shinigami Ichimaru Jin. It can also be regarded as a rare genius Shinigami in 50 years. Janya didn't know what others really thought of him. He wouldn't have chosen to skip a level to get to Go Di-13 fast if he had known. Once it becomes an official Shinigami, some things are inconvenient, and at the same time, it will delay and waste his rapid accumulation in the early stage to become stronger. The second year. Relying on Janya's achievement as the first student in the first grade. Promoted to the second class of the second grade. That is the elite class of Rukia and Hinamori Momo. Because of Janya's powerful swordsmanship in the final exam of the first grade. As soon as he came to the second class, many students asked him to teach him swordsmanship. Even though the second class is an elite class of the Spiritual Art Academy, their swordsmanship still lags behind Janya's swordsmanship. Janya is very popular in the second class. And the focus of the second grade, in addition to continuing to learn cultural knowledge, most of the focus is on learning swordsmanship. But Janya did not forget what he had to do every day. He promised to teach his classmates fencing when he had time. No delays in daily routine tasks. Time flies. In the second year, Janyuryuaki continued to practice his swordsmanship, accepted the inheritance of Zoro in the spiritual world, and practiced sword zen at the same time. Every day is quite fulfilling. At the same time, Janya naturally became good friends with Rukia and Hinamori Momo. As a modern time traveler, he can make Rukia and Hinamori Momo giggle with a few random jokes. Especially, Janya also taught Rukia and the others their swordsmanship. It makes Rukia much stronger than her contemporaries in the original book. After getting along for such a long time, the relationship between Janya and Rukia naturally got better and better. At the same time, through Rukia's relationship, he also met Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru from the first class. Janya remembered that when he first met Abarai Renji wanted to challenge him as soon as he came up. Can Janya get used to this? So, after a meal of hacking, Janya easily defeated the current Abarai Renji. Even though Abarai Renji is a group of geniuses, still can't beat Janya. Even being crushed by Janya, Abarai Renji refused to admit defeat, and continued to challenge Janya, and Janya continued to easily defeat Abarai Renji for a long time. Abarai Renji was also defeated by Janya. Before he knew it, Janya became the leader of their small group. Siraidai, the Central Forest. In the huge Siraidai, the central area is a vast and boundless forest, and the forest is surrounded by the areas of various teams of Go Di-13. This day, in the forest, in a hidden open space, I saw a man wielding a knife and practicing swordsmanship. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. After 10,000 swings of the knife fell. Janya just listened, and the system in his head played a pleasant voice. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing today's daily tasks. Mission reward, 0.02%. Watching the inheritance experience value increase by 0.02%. Janya took a deep breath. Then he spat it out again. As he became stronger and stronger, the number of daily tasks per day, from the initial 1,000, has risen to the current 10,000. Fortunately, it was also because he was getting stronger and stronger. Even if it is 10,000 times to swing the knife, for him now, it may be a little more difficult than 1,000 times. Even to complete the 10,000 swings, it does not need to take a whole day to complete like the first 1,000 swings. Now, he can do it in one morning. The rest of the day, Janya used to focus on exercising his physical fitness and practicing Dao-Zen. Then, Janya put away the sealed state and sat cross-legged on a rock. He closed his eyes, sank into the spiritual world, and began to accept the inheritance of today's great swordsman Zoro. In an instant, Janya's mind entered the world of One Piece, into the perspective of Roronoa Zoro. Right after last time, Zoro followed the Straw Hat Luffy and others to the Sky Island above the clouds. On Sky Island, they encountered the warriors of the gods and were forced to accept the test of the four priests on the island of the gods Apidug. During this ordeal, Zoro encounters Braham, a Sandian warrior wielding a pistol. Chapter 14. Braham's pistol attack put Zoro in trouble for a while. Braham gave full play to the long-distance attack advantage of the pistol, and was not at all close to Zoro, who used a sword and could only attack at close range. Want to escape? Braham asked, looking down at Zoro. However, Zoro, standing on the grass, thought of the Nirvana to counter Braham at this critical moment of the battle. He held the knife in both hands, put on a posture, and said in his mouth, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, the six sense organs of a person are divided into good, evil, and flat. In addition, each has purity and defilement. People have 36 kinds of troubles. Now I have the muzzle of my cannon on you. You are the pistol, I am the cannon. Regardless of power and distance, my weapon has the upper hand. You've done your best, now go die. Zoro said. But Braham didn't understand at all. The next moment he charged towards Zoro. Cannon. Are you crazy? Where's that weapon? Braham shouted. In his opinion, a swordsman in Zoro must have gone crazy if he said such a thing. At this moment, however, Zoro had a smile on his face. Zoro said. Have you seen the flying slash? The words fell. The strength of Zoro's whole body gradually accumulated on the knife. One shot. 36 annoying wind. In an instant, a flying slash spiraled towards Braham at high speed. The moment Zoro defeated Braham, Janya's mind returned to reality. He gets it? The next moment, he opened his eyes, stood up, and pulled out the sealed state. The sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Janya couldn't hold back and said. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue. The six senses of human beings are divided into good, evil, and flat. People have 36 kinds of troubles. One shot. 36 trouble wind. The words fell for a moment. Janya suddenly swung a slash. Hum. With the ear-shattering sound of the saber, a flying slash visible to the naked eye shot out. Flying slash presents a spiral shape. Attack towards the forest in front at a high speed. See. In an instant, dozens of big trees were cut off instantly, and countless leaves made a rattling sound, and then fell heavily on the ground. Janya looked at the destructive power produced by his knife. He suddenly became excited. This is the symbol of a swordsman flying slash. Janya knew that in One Piece's worldview, a swordsman who comprehended the real flying and slashing skills could be called a swordsman. 2 years after coming to the world of Shinigami. After 2 years of hard training, Janya finally became a swordsman. This marks. His strength once again received a leap forward improvement. The strength of the self who has not comprehended flying slash and the self who has comprehended flying slash are completely different levels. Especially in the world of Shinigami. A Shinigami who wants to release the air slash and flying slash must aim at the sword and pour a huge Ryatsu in order to release the sword pressure. But Janya didn't need it. So, in the next moment, Janya put on his posture again. One sword style. While speaking, he mobilized the Ryatsu all over his body, pouring it all into his sealed state, making the blade glow white. Then, the white light symbolizing Ryatsu keeps accumulating and accumulating. Until it approaches a critical point. Janya slashed with his saber. 36 trouble winds. The words fell. Moment. Buzz buzz. A flying slash, which was several times larger than before, shot out from the blade and headed towards the forest ahead at a very high speed. Now with the improvement of inheritance, Janya's spiritual prestige also went from the original 20th and 10th class to the 5th class. And the 5th class Lingwei is already at the level of the vice captain of Godi 13. As a second-year student of Spiritual Arts Academy, Janya possessed 5th class spiritual power at the vice captain level. It is enough to shock others by saying it, and the captains of all the teams of Godi 13 will come to the point of vying for it. Ryatsu and spiritual power in his body are extremely abundant. Now, a flying slash that gathers a huge Ryatsu. Naturally, its speed is fast and its power is sharp. Tear the atmosphere. Tear everything in its path. On the grass in the forest, a long white line was drawn. Destroy hundreds of big trees growing in this forest. At this time, if you look down on this huge forest group in the center of Swordsman from above, you will find a small area. It has become a vacuum zone. The power of Janye's sword can be seen in its horror. It happened to be at this time. Rukia and Renji, they just came here. Witnessed Janye's knife with his own eyes. Their eyes widened immediately, and they couldn't believe the damage Janye's knife had caused. I'm just kidding. Kira Izuru wiped the sweat from his forehead, and immediately felt full pressure from the knife. So strong, too strong. For the first time, Abarai Renji thought of giving up chasing Janye. Janye's knife. There is quite a level that ordinary human beings cannot reach. It's agreed that everyone will become stronger together and learn swordsmanship together. What the hell are you swinging with such an exaggerated sword pressure? My sealed state moved, I stopped playing. Chapter 15. Amazing. Brother Janye is amazing. Rukia couldn't contain her excitement. She felt sincerely happy that big brother Janye became stronger. Brother Janye is exactly the same as those powerful Shinigami. Hinamori Momo also admires Janye very much. They are both sophomores at Spiritual Arts Academy. But brother Janye's strength. Obviously, they are completely different from this group of people. After putting away the knife, Janye was not surprised to see Rukia and the others coming, because this is one of their training bases. In addition to practicing your own swordsmanship, Janye will also personally teach Rukia and the others about their swordsmanship. After, Janye continued to point out Rukia and the others' sword skills a few times. Then go back to your own exercise. Although the daily tasks have been completed, but Janye would not relax himself. In the second year of Spiritual Arts Academy, the quiet days passed like this. Since learning the flying slash, Janye's daily tasks have changed from ordinary swinging a knife to swinging a flying slash. Therefore, Janye focused on practicing flying slash. With his continuous practice, his flying slash became stronger and stronger. Keep refreshing Rukia and Renji their eyeballs. In their eyes, Janye seemed to never stop getting stronger. Each day grows stronger than the day before. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the day came to the final exam of the second year. In the second year, as students of the Spiritual Art Academy, they still focused on swordsmanship. However, after 2 years of study, whether it is the first class of students, or the ordinary students of the third class and later, the swordsmanship has become very powerful. They are no longer the ignorant teenagers who just joined the Spiritual Arts Academy. He is no longer the rookie he used to be. Basically, every student in the second grade has good swordsmanship. Of course, except for those with particularly poor grades, or those with serious partial subjects, there is really nothing to say. Spiritual Arts Academy. Dojo. Now, all the second-year students had gathered in the outdoor dojo, and the arena was full of people, all of them looked eager to try. After 2 years of study, they can't wait for this exam. Take out all your strength. In this final exam, the focus is still on assessing the swordsmanship of the students. However, this final exam is different from the first grade. The final exam this time is a bit special. All the students of each class are mixed together, no matter if they are from class 1, class 2, or class 3. This final exam is a sword fight. In this melee, as long as you defeat more than one opponent, you can get a qualified result. The more opponents you defeat, the better your results will be. When the teacher announced the matters of the final practical exam, all the college students couldn't hold back their excitement. This unprecedented melee aroused their desire to fight. Abarai Renji from class 1 suddenly looked at Janye from class 2. He stared at Janye closely. Take Janye as the strongest opponent in this melee. Similarly, the students of other classes also lingered on Janye for a while. Because they all know that Janye's swordsmanship from the second class is likely to surpass the level of each of them, and he is a great enemy. Countless eyes were on Janye. Take Janye as the primary target of the next big melee. Also at this time, Janye heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding. Detected the current situation of host. Release the mission. Defeat more than 10 opponents in melee. Mission reward, 1%. Look at the tasks released by the system this time. Janye raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Looks like I have to be a little more serious. I thought so in my heart. The teacher of the Spiritual Art Academy announced the start of the second year final practical exam. The exam begins. The voice fell. Moment. Dozens of college students immediately attacked in Janye's direction. As the first person in the first year swordsmanship exam. The name of the first. Always cause a lot of trouble. Even if Janye showed extraordinary swordsmanship, there would still be students who believed that he could be stronger than Janye, and take the first person from Janye's head. Dozens of college students attacked Jianjai at the same time. A few sealed states, shining with cold light, blocked Jianye's routes in all directions. At this time, all the teachers of the Spiritual Art Academy outside the venue saw this scene. They couldn't help but wonder what Jianye should do next. Even if your swordsmanship is outstanding, how can you turn around the superiority of dozens of people? A group of teachers from the School of Spiritual Arts wanted to know what power Jianye, the #1 swordsman in his grade, could produce that surprised them. At this time, when surrounded by molding, when the blade is about to fall, Jianye did not change his face, and pulled out the sealed state impressively, instantly condensing a huge ryotsu on the knife, making the blade glow with layers of white cold light. The next moment, he swung a slash without hesitation, one knife style 36 trouble wins. Chapter 16. Buzz buzz. I saw that a huge sword shot out immediately, sweeping out in 360 degrees with Jianye as the center. Moment. All the students surrounding Jianye were blown away by Jianye's sword, and no one's blade approached Jianye at all. What? That's sword pressure. Hey. Can second graders use sword pressure? Isn't it scary? In an instant, all the teachers of the Spiritual Art Academy present were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. It's not that they haven't seen flying sword pressure, but that usually only happens to powerful Shinigami. And now, it actually appeared on a second-year student of Spiritual Arts Academy. Similarly, the students on the field who did not attack Jianye were all taken aback, unable to believe what happened before them. But Jianye didn't give them time to react. After defeating the college student who attacked him, Jianye took the initiative to attack. Defeat 10 opponents? No. Jianye decided to defeat all opponents. Bring it on. Use your full strength. Jianye stared at the remaining students like a beast. At this moment, when the remaining students saw Jianye's menacing appearance, their aura naturally weakened a bit. Some college students, even because Jianye's aura is too strong. The hand holding the knife trembled. No one dared to answer Jianye. Until finally, there was one person who couldn't bear this huge oppression. Launched a suicide attack on Jianye. Ah! He rushed towards Jianye, the sealed state in his hand tore through the air and set off bursts of sound. However, this imposing move did not cause any harm to Jianye, and Jianye slammed the knife and sent this person flying. Yes. After 2 years of training, Jianye's physical fitness has reached the point of exaggeration. A swordsman, in addition to the most powerful swordsmanship, what he needs most is exaggerated arm strength and wrist strength. These are the basic abilities for a good swordsman. Just like Zoro in the One Piece world. In addition to practicing his swordsmanship, Zoro usually does the most exercise to improve his strength. For example, lifting hundreds of tons of dumbbells and so on. It was reflected in the current Jianye. With Jianye's current strength, just a simple swing of a knife can exert terrifying power. To be honest, Jianye's current strength is completely worthy of the position of chairman of any team in GoDi 13. Although the chief officer is just a small official, he is still under the deputy captain who can't know Bankai, but GoDi 13 has more than 6,000 Shinigami. There are only a dozen or so chief executives in each team. With Jianye's current strength, put it in the Spiritual Arts Academy and purely bully elementary school students. But that's what Jianye likes. Hey. Spiritual Arts Academy has 6 academic years, and he has just studied for 2 years. 4 years left. That is, he can still become stronger in Spiritual Arts Academy for 4 years. Has the status of a student of the Spiritual Art Academy. On the contrary, it will not delay the progress of his promotion of inheritance. Finish 1. There are dozens left. Jianye suddenly noticed the tinge of red in the crowd. It was Abarai Renji's red hair, which was quite eye-catching among a group of black-haired people, making it easy to notice at a glance. Then, Jianye set his sights on Abarai Renji. Eyes like a beast. Instantly locked on Abarai Renji's body. This one seems like an eternity. Abarai Renji saw Jianye's gaze. He couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his pupils trembled slightly. Renji was a little scared. No matter how much he wanted to defeat Jianye, he was really facing the powerful oppression Jianye released at this moment. Who can say that it does not feel a little fear? Next moment. No one spoke. Jianye's pace gradually accelerated. The figure gradually turned into a phantom. Abarai Renji immediately became 120% vigilant. Come. Who is afraid of whom? Abarai Renji roared loudly, as if wanting to vent his fear. But then, as Jianye's figure got closer and only Jianyu Yuaki was left in the world, Abarai Renji's expression changed drastically. No. After all, Abarai Renji still didn't have the momentum to resist Jianye. He was defeated by Jianye's attack coerced by his destructive aura. Then, Janya did not forget the other students who were in the melee. One by one, he beat all the students present without hesitation, including the two girls Rukia and Hinamori Momo. So, a good sophomore final exam. Being messed up by Janya. John Yuruaki beat the other students who participated in the final exam. The teacher of the Spiritual Art Academy saw this scene, and was extremely shocked and felt helpless. Strictly speaking, according to the rules of this final practical exam, there was nothing wrong with Janya's behavior, but his performance was very impressive. But only John Yuruaki made a score in this exam. Other students. It's not that they don't have the strength to make achievements. Instead, he was defeated by Janya. As a result, there is no chance to continue the exam at all. Chapter 17. The teacher of the Spirit Art Academy said, "Student Janya, you don't need to take the next exam, your score will be the first in this exam. But other students still need to take the exam again." Heard the words. Janya had no objection. This is what he wanted. Number 1 result without a doubt. Then, after Janya accepted the task reward issued by the system, he and the teacher of the Spiritual Art Academy stood on the sidelines to watch the restarted exam. The exam starts over. The second graders finally had the chance to show their full potential. In this exam, Abarai Renji performed well and got the second place after Janya. Relying on the swordsmanship personally taught by Janya, Rukia and Hinamori Momo also achieved excellent results in this actual combat test. This includes Rukia and the others including Janya. With the results of the final exam of the second grade, successfully promoted to a class that only the name of genius can join. In this class, Janya's strength is still overwhelmingly strong, and they have already witnessed this strength in the final exam. All of a sudden, the entire grade began to be led by Janya. Let Janya become the first student in their class. Or it could be called the new generation of chief gifted students of Spiritual Arts Academy. Janya's name began to spread in Spiritual Arts Academy. Not only the students of the same grade had heard of it, but also the senior students and even the students who were about to graduate had heard of Janya. But Janya didn't know that his name was beginning to gain weight. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It's just a false name. Only the power in one's own hands is eternal. After the second grade final exam, holiday time, Janya did not relax his exercise. Every day, Janya worked hard to complete the daily tasks of flying in the air, while exercising his physical fitness and practicing sword zen. The holiday time flies by quickly. Day after day, Janya's flying slash was gradually becoming more powerful. This day, Janya completed 1,000 flying slashes. Received daily mission inheritance experience points. Immediately, sitting cross-legged on the grass, he began to accept the inheritance of the spiritual world Zoro. In an instant, Janya's mind was substituted into Zoro's world. In the spiritual world, Zoro followed the Straw Hats to an ice lobby, where Zoro encountered the first swordsman of CP9. Keiku. He is an ability user who ate the fruit of the Zoan giraffe. Keiku's strength is second only to CP9's Rob Lucci, and he is the second master in CP9. He is proficient in the superhuman technique Marine 6 styles. In particular, he ate the Zoan fruit, which has a powerful boost to physical fitness. Whether it's the Marine 6 styles, or his swordplay, there has been a leap-like improvement. For a while, Zoro was caught in a tricky fighting situation. Moves such as 2-sword style 2-slash, climb the tower, yin climb the tower, dodge, sand pattern, etc., did not cause damage to Keiku, who turned into a giraffe. Keiku cast Tempest Kick Kirin Shiger. Tempest Kick dropped from the ceiling like a downpour. So Zoro can only passively parry for a while. His whole body was covered with minor stab wounds. Once the move was successful, Keiku did not give up this advantage, and then attacked Zoro again, and Zoro blocked Keiku in embarrassment. Fortunately, Zoro is tenacious. Continue to fight against Keiku for dozens of rounds. Zoro took out the ultimate swordsmanship that he had honed. Keiku showed all his strength. For a while, the two fought back and forth. Zoro has changed from a 2-sword style to a 3-sword style, and the power of swordsmanship has gradually increased. Until Zoro finally figured out all the details of Keiku. He displayed it impressively. Ghost Chi 9 sword style Ashura. A powerful ghostly aura suddenly surged out crazily, and instantly condensed 3 heads, 6 arms and 9 knives on Zoro's body, that is, 9 knives. This moment, Zoro is like a demon god from the underworld. The whole body exudes a terrible aura. Keiku couldn't help being cold when he saw it. But Keiku was not timid, he also took out his strongest moves. Tempest Kick, Weekly Break. Suffer and suffer, I wish. Ashura, a cloud of silver. In an instant, Zoro swung countless slashes, and even atomized the Tempest Kick slash released by Keiku. Keiku has no power to fight back at all. The moment Keiku fell down, Zhang Ye's mind left Zoro's body and returned to reality. But Zhang Ye's mind was impacted by Ashura's 9-sword style. There is still a touch of it that hasn't faded away. Too strong. The slash with 9 knives can atomize the opponent's moves in an instant. It's hard to imagine how many knives were slashed in one breath just now. Zhang Ye asked himself. This level of swordsmanship is already transcendent in the world. As expected of the great swordsman Zoro. It is worthy of being the role of the world's #1 swordsman. This moment, Zhang Ye felt the power of Ashura's 9-sword style in his mind. He stood up immediately. Suffering is my wish. Ghost aura, Ashura, 9-sword style. While speaking, the Ryutsu in Zhang Ye's body surged out crazily, and he also condensed a 3-headed and 6-armed posture on his body, just like a demon god. Powerful momentum. Shocked all living beings within a few miles. In the forest, it became extremely silent for a moment. Birds chirping, insects chirping. Everything seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Chapter 18. In this nothingness, Zhang Ye suddenly swung 9 knives. These 9 knives are multiplied continuously in an instant. 9 becomes 18, 18 becomes 36, 36 becomes 72, and 72 changes again. 9 knives seem to have become countless knives. As a result, countless slashes gathered into an airtight net. Attack the world ahead. Set off a barren land in the meadows of the forest. And the great trees where they passed. Destroyed into powder. After a while, when the chopping blows disperse, Zhang Ye saw the vast forest in front of him. It turned into an empty land. This is the power of the way of Ashura. Zhang Ye was extremely pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he also vaguely felt it. The Ashura 9-sword style that he is mastering now is not the real Ashura 9-sword style. After all, he only has the power of 1 sword. To know, Zoro is the 9-sword style of 3 knives. So, thinking like this, Zhang Ye looked down at the sealed state in his hand. He understood immediately. Want to gain the power of the real ghostly Ashura 9-sword style? It may be necessary to learn the liberation of Zanpakuto. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye looked forward to his true power after the liberation of Zanpakuto. However, it has only been 2 years since Zhang Ye got the sealed state, even if he poured his faith and Ryutsu into the sealed state day and night, trying to know his real name. 2 years. For a Shinigami to turn the sealed state into his own Zanpakuto, it's still a bit too short. Zhang Ye was not discouraged. He is convinced that as long as he continues to practice sword Zen, one day he will be able to know his real name, Zanpakuto, and liberate the sealed state. Just as Zhang Ye was thinking. Rukia and Abarai Renji, they are as usual. Came here to practice with Zhang Ye. But they never thought of it. Come here today. Instead, they saw a piece of bare land, and the original forest seemed to be erased in an instant by some terrible force. They were shocked. Later, I learned that the scene was created by Zhang Ye during his practice. Rukia and the others respected Zhang Ye even more. This terrible power. None of them had seen it on the teachers of the Spiritual Art Academy. Not even seen on Shinigami. But this is also because they haven't touched the Soul Society's high-end combat power yet. In the eyes of Rukia and the others at this time, Zhang Ye, who can cause such a large-scale destruction, is the strongest existence in their cognition. Time flies. In an instant, Zhang Ye and the others have already started the 3rd grade course of Spiritual Arts Academy. It is different from the swordsmanship of the 1st and 2nd grades. In the 3rd grade class, I finally started to learn the 2nd of the 4 ways of cutting fists and walking ghosts, boxing. Also known as white hits. White hits is bare-handed fighting skills. This is different from swordsmanship, which requires turning one's own fists into weapons. It is also one of the most basic abilities a Shinigami needs to master. After all, once Zanpakuto has some kind of unusable accident, the fist has to be one of their powerful weapons as a Shinigami. This day, the Academy of Spiritual Art arranged for teacher White Hits to teach the White Hits technique to the students. Listen well, when you punch, you must be fast, accurate, and ruthless, without any hesitation, just like the swordsmanship you have learned. Teacher White Hits said. At the same time, the drill was performed for the students to watch. He punches with amazing speed. Almost turned into an after-image. Fist wind gusts, set off whistling. The students including Rukia and Abarai Renji who watched were exclaiming. They felt full oppression from this fist. Similarly, Zhang Ye didn't think that he was powerful, but was proud and disdained to learn basic skills. He was also watching seriously at the moment. Immediately afterwards, Teacher White Hits rehearsed the most basic routine of White Hits. If you want to learn White Hits, if you want to improve White Hits technology, it is difficult and easy to say. First of all, master the skills of force, then master the skills of swordsmanship and ryutsu, then practice the white hits routine hard, and finally forget the routine. Let the body muscles form a memory. After all, no matter how strong a move is, it's not as fast as the body's reflexes. So in the following days, Janya and others began to practice the white hits routine. Over and over again, repeating tirelessly like a robot. In the morning, Janya practiced aerial slashing in the forest. In the morning, he practiced white hits technique with teacher white hits, experience it with Zoro, finally, practice sword zen. Such a day is very fulfilling. Time flies by. Gradually, Janya's white hits technique became stronger and stronger, even the white hits teacher thought he had surpassed him. Perhaps it was because Janya had a very high understanding of swordsmanship, which allowed him to learn white hits and improve his white hit skills very smoothly. At the same time, as Janya's understanding of white hits gradually improved, he thought of the powerful white hits that Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, the captain of Go Di-13, once showed in the original Shinigami novel. 1 bone, 2 bones. With just a fist, the mighty Arankar was instantly killed. This kind of power made Janya very yearn for. Chapter 19. But Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni is Yamamoto Janyase Shigekuni. Everyone's qualifications are different. Janya knew he can't copy white hits by Yamamoto Janyase Shigekuni. Therefore, according to the inheritance of the great swordsman Zoro, Zoro once used the Wudeo-style fighting moves. Janya began to try to combine Wudeo-lu and white hits together. Zoro's Wudeo-style tornado is a move that uses powerful power to roll up air currents to defend against opponents' attacks. Then with the power of ryutsu, Janya began to try to restrain the rolled-up airflow on his fist. The first time he tried, the airflow was like a naughty child, scurrying around his arms, causing his muscles to bear strong pressure. In the second attempt, he summed up his experience. The airflow became less mischievous and more docile, but it didn't have much power. After that, the third, fourth, fifth attempt, Janya kept summing up the previous experience. Until one time, the airflow condensed and swirled in his hand like a gust of wind, but behaved very docilely. After throwing a punch, airflow found a place to vent, and immediately turned into countless sharp blades to destroy everything in one breath. This punch, Janya smashed a rock that was about the size of a 3-story building into foam. No knife flow, white hits, tornado. Once the move was successful, Janya was immediately overjoyed. After all, this was a move he created based on the power he had mastered. After that, Janya continued to improve the white hits technology. One move after another, Wudeo-lu white hits was created by Janya. During this process, Janya's white hits level began to improve by leaps and bounds. With the level of white hits he has mastered now, he can completely beat himself who didn't use Zanpakuto before. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Janya does not have the power of Zanpakuto, he can rely on his unique white hits technology. Have a place at Go Di-13. Attack. Janya said to Renji and Kira Izuru. Opposite. Renji and Kira Izuru had a kind of unbelief, and after hearing Janya's words, they did not hesitate to attack Janya. However, the next moment, no knife flow white hits. Tornado. A small tornado formed by ryutsu wrapped around Janya's arms, making Janya feel like he was riding in a strong wind. Both Renji and Kira's blades fell. But he couldn't break through the defense on Janya's arm at all. Instead, it was blasted out by the strong wind. Wow. Too cheating. Renji, who was blown out, fell to the ground and Jonin couldn't help complaining. Can Nima still play? Whose white hits can set off a tornado? Just kidding. If his sealed state can cut this kind of thing. He is still a student at the small spiritual arts academy. Kira Izuru also looked helpless. He smiled wryly. Although Janya was a student of the same class as them. But Janya's footsteps had clearly gone far, far ahead of them. At this time, Janya restrained ryutsu in his hand. He smiled and pulled Renji and Kira up. You two are also very strong. In order to test the actual combat effect of no knife flow white hits, Janya deliberately asked Renji and Kira to attack him. Now after the actual combat is over, no knife flow white hits effect is simply amazing. When Renji and Kira heard Janya's praise for them, they were even more speechless. Good guys, are they strong? Maybe compared with other students in the same grade. The level of the two of them is indeed very strong. But compared to Janyuruaki, never mind. They can't compare with Janya. Janya is pervert. At this time, Rukia and Hinamori Momo rushed over excitedly. The moves they created against Janya. Feel very interested. But they know. You can't ask Brother Janya rashly if you can teach them this move. After all, Brother Janya created it. Janya didn't know what Rukia and the others were thinking. If known, he was more than happy to teach. But if you want to learn Wudeo style, you first need to have a good understanding of swordsmanship, at least to reach his current level. At the same time, an extremely strong physique is required, otherwise it will not be able to support the influence of the airflow on the body muscles, and it will lose its power. Jian Ye is confident. Among the 13 divisions of the court, perhaps only characters at the captain level can be qualified to master it. The next day. White Hits class. Because I have been studying White Hits for almost a year. So teacher White Hits just stood by and supervised. Let the students form their own teams to practice White Hits. Jian Ye didn't practice with an opponent, but went directly to teacher White Hits. Teacher Dongwu, I want to ask you for advice on White Hits, which I just practiced. Jian Ye asked White Hits teacher Dongwu Jiandeo. Dongwu Jian was a little surprised when he heard this. Self-made White Hits? He knew that Jian Ye was not an ordinary student. After all, being the first person in swordsmanship for 2 consecutive years, and following him to learn White Hits this year, the learning speed is very fast. It even made him think that his White Hits technique had been surpassed by a student named Jian Ye. Thinking of this, Dongwu Jian became interested. He wanted to know how far Jian Ye had mastered the White Hits technique. Dongwu Jian nodded in answer to Jian Ye's question. Chapter 20. Jian Ye's duel with White Hits teacher Dongwu Jian immediately attracted all the students in the dojo. They stopped practicing, quickly vacated the space, and handed it over to Jian Ye and teacher Dongwu Jian. Then surrounded the open space with a look of anticipation. Jian Ye is going to try his skills with teacher White Hits. Such an interesting thing. Of course, it made all the students present look forward to it. They knew that although Jian Ye was their classmate, it was obvious that Jian Ye's level was far above theirs. All the students present wanted to know whether Jian Ye's White Hits level could be better than the White Hits teacher Dongwu Jian who taught them White Hits. In the crowd of onlookers, Rukia and Renji are looking forward to it even more. Because they feel the White Hits of the River Knight in advance. Especially Renji and Kira's White Hits level for Jian Ye has a deep impression. They also want to know whether Jian Ye's White Hits can defeat the White Hits teacher Dongwu Jian. At this moment, Dongwu Jian and Jian Ye walked across from each other, with a distance of more than 10 meters between them, surrounded by courtyard students in the distance. Neither of them said much. Next moment. Wait until a white bird flies across the sky. A long white line is drawn on the background of the blue sky. Both Dongwu Jian and Jian Ye moved. They rushed towards each other at the same time, their figures almost turned into phantoms, and the speed was astonishing. In an instant, the distance between the two has been smoothed out. Then, Dongwu Jian made a preemptive strike, his muscles swelled, his strength soared, he mobilized his whole body strength, poured it on his fist, and then threw a punch. There were gusts of fist wind. It caused Jian Ye's hospital uniform to flutter. In the face of such a punch, Jian Ye didn't shy away from it, and also aimed his fist at him. Boom! The fists of the two collided. The impact generated by it immediately set off layers of wind pressure in all directions, and the spiritual particles flowed in chaos. Yes. Both of them bring together Ryutsu on punches, making simple, ordinary punches into terrifying, high-energy responses. The wind pressure that swept out it immediately caused the audience to stagger around. Exclaimed bursts. Hey, hey. This contest is too exaggerated. It turns out that fists can also exert such a powerful effect. Teacher, I want to learn White Hits. The onlookers were discussing enthusiastically. On the field, Dongwu Jian felt that Jian Ye's punch was not weaker than him. Are young people so outrageous now? Dongwu Jian thought to himself, the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling troublesome. The next moment, Dongwu Jian withdrew his fist. He continued to attack Jian Ye. Come again. Dongwu Jian shouted, full of momentum. He punched one after another, attacking Jian Ye like 9 waves. For a moment, Jian Ye seemed to be facing countless fists coming from all directions at the same time. Sure enough, it's teacher White Hits. Jian Ye sighed inwardly. Although the original Shinigami is basically Zanpakuto's world. But that's because, the closer to the high-end combat power, the simpler the effect of its performance, as the saying goes, this is what it means to be simple. The underlying Shinigami will develop more complex moves. Just like the White Hits created by Higa's Hyakan, the White Hits teacher in front of you. But Jian Ye didn't feel troubled. He went up to meet him like this, continuously swinging his powerful fists. In a short period of time, Dongwu Jian and Jian Ye had fought dozens of rounds. Every collision created a shockwave that shocked the onlookers. As their collision intensified, large and small cobweb-like traces appeared on the ground of the dojo, which were left by their footsteps. Happy. Happy. Dongwu Jian shouted. He looked hardy. The fighting desire hidden under the teacher's appearance. It was also inspired in this contest. After all, When they first joined the Spiritual Arts Academy, none of the students had the idea of teaching students in the Spiritual Arts Academy in the future. Every one of them once dreamed of becoming a real Shinigami, fighting the monster named Su, and burning their blood. Janya was excited to see White Hit's teacher Jian Dongwu. He has reached the White Hit's level of teacher White Hits, able to serve as the White Hit's teacher of the Spiritual Academy. Its White Hit's level is natural. After all, Janya wasn't boasting, being able to fight him for hundreds of rounds already showed his true strength. However, the premise of all this was that Janya was not serious. At this time, Janya decided to take out the Wudeo-style White Hits that he wanted to ask teacher White Hits for advice. Mr. Dongwu, please be 100% serious next time, otherwise. Janya said, looking at teacher White Hits. Dongwu Jian heard the words. He felt inexplicable pressure from Janya's words. He is not relaxing. He immediately became extremely vigilant. Since Janya said it, he would never regard it as something ordinary. Come on, let me see your full strength White Hits. Higashi Tani waved at Janya, and at the same time released his own Ryutsu with all his strength. Boom. Dongwu Jian's momentum was high. It seems that the whole body is bathed in white Ryutsu. This powerful Ryutsu immediately made the students watching from the sidelines feel terrible oppression. Chapter 21. Fortunately, they are all geniuses in the first class, and everyone's spiritual power is quite excellent, otherwise they would be students from other classes. Facing Ryutsu released by Ken Higashihaya at this moment. I'm afraid I can't even stand up. Not to mention maintaining a clear consciousness. However, this Ryutsu deterrence had no effect on Janya. His whole body is like a sharp sword. There is a sharpness that cannot be ignored from top to bottom. The next moment, Janya's footsteps quickened, his body gradually accelerated, and gradually turned into a phantom, attacking teacher Dongwu Jian at extreme speed. He pulled a long trail of smoke across the ground. Surrounded by a destructive aura, Dongwu Jian faced such a situation. Be vigilant again. In the next moment, Janya had approached Dongwu Jian Shen. No knife flow White Hits tornado. In an instant, the strong Ryutsu turned into a violent air current, wrapping around Janya's clenched arms like a layer of armor. Dongwu Jian saw the scene at this time. Immediately, the pupils shook. Before Dongwu Jian could fully react, Janya had already swung his punch. The moment the fist edge touched Dongwu Jian, all the power contained in it was released in one breath like a tornado. Boom boom boom. Punch. Janyuryuaki punched their White Hits teacher Ken Higashihaya. Dongwu Jian didn't have time to avoid it at all. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. Slammed into a building outside the dojo. At this moment, time seemed to be stretched countless times. In this almost frozen moment, a group of students on the sidelines, including Rukia and Renji, all of them. Obviously, they didn't expect Janya's punch to be so terrifying, even Rukia and the others knew about Janya's Wudeo-style White Hits. I didn't think of it either. It will actually play such an exaggerated effect in actual combat. And this is their White Hits teacher. Beat Mr. White Hits with one punch. Who can do this? A moment later, when the dust and smoke from the ruins billowed up. It was only then that the students present came to their senses. Immediately afterward, a stormy wave of shock erupted among the crowd. I must be dazzled. That guy Janya actually defeated Mr. White Hits with one punch. My god. This is too incredible. Doesn't this mean that Janya's White Hits is better than the teacher who taught us White Hits? Wait, isn't Janya the White Hits who started studying at the same time as us? Why can he beat teacher White Hits with one punch, but we can't? Well, I guess it does vary from person to person. The students in the hospital were discussing in one go. Good thing they didn't forget to check on teacher White Hits. Dongwu Jian is not seriously ill. After all, this is not a real battle. Janya naturally held back. That's all. This concludes today's White Hits lesson. But the amazing story of Janya beating teacher White Hits with one punch in the White Hits class, following word of mouth among students, started spreading around Spiritual Arts Academy in no time. The name Janya became popular again. At the same time, some classmates said that the reason why Janya was able to defeat teacher White Hits was because Janya created his own White Hits. For a while, everyone was amazed by Janya's talent. Later, on the final exam of the 3rd grade, Janya once again won the first place in the final practical exam with White Hits. Now, he has won the first place for 3 consecutive years. With the test results released, Janya's name has been mentioned in people's mouths. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that this time Janya's name was not only spread in Spiritual Arts Academy, but even spread to Siridi. Past to Godi 13. Many Shinigami know Janya's name. After hearing about Janya's deeds, Some Shinigami think that Janya may become the next Soul Society genius Shinigami. Some people even said that the captain of a certain fan team valued Janya's talent and planned to invite Janya to join his fan team in advance. Of course these are rumors. But second squad team building. A woman with short purple hair, golden eyes, and brown skin. Wearing a tight-fitting deadly costume and a white haori with the second team written on it, he sat on the tatami with his legs spread apart. Nani, there is a student from the Spirit Art Institute who developed his own white hits. The woman, Shihao-ern Yuryuki, was a little surprised. Yes, she is the current head of the Shihao-ern family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, and the captain of the second team of Go Di-13. At the same time, he also serves as the commander-in-chief of covert maneuvers. The first detachment is headed by the head of the Seeing Army. In short, a Siriti big shot. She looked at the report submitted by her subordinates, and she did not expect that in the Spiritual Arts Academy, a student developed her own white hits. That's really strange. Shihao-ern Yuryuki said with a smile. There seemed to be a deep meaning flashing in the clever eyes. Chapter 22. Beside Shihao-ern Yuryuki. Waiting for a petite woman with short hair with bangs. Her name is Suifeng, and because of her outstanding performance, she became the direct guard of Shihao-ern Yuryuki, the commander of the General Army, and was treated as a younger sister by Yuryuki. Suifeng heard the meaning in Master Yuryuki's words. Somehow, she was slightly jealous. Shihao-ern Yuryuki saw the expression on her face. She found it interesting in her heart, but she didn't pay much attention to it. There is one thing in my mind. These days, Shihao-ern Yuryuki is experimenting with combining the 2 Shinigami powers of white hits and Kido. Trying to create a whole new way of fighting. However, it has never been an easy task to create a brand new force. These days, Shihao-ern Yuryuki has tried many times in private, but still has not achieved the effect she imagined. As it happens. Then she heard it suddenly. A Spiritual Arts Academy student named Janya actually created a new kind of white hits. How could this not attract the attention of Shihao-ern Yuryuki at this time? In order to find the inspiration that can be inspired, or just pure curiosity in my heart. Shihao-ern Yuryuki thought in his heart, when would he go to Spiritual Arts Academy in person and see the so-called gifted students with his own eyes? At the same time, Janya didn't know that his existence had already attracted Shihao-ern Yuryuki's attention. At this moment, it is the holiday of Spiritual Arts Academy. But Janya didn't stop practicing. He completed the daily air/mission as usual every day. As he practiced day and night, his flying/slashing attacks have become more and more exaggerated and terrifying. It even vaguely reveals a kind of slashing demeanor of Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman in the world of pirates. This outrageous power also made Rukia, Abarai Renji, and others who were on the sidelines call it incredible and amazed again and again. At the same time, Janya's mind follows Zoro in the spiritual world. Has come to the Devil's Triangle. In this devilish sea, they boarded the thriller bark. This is a pirate ship that is comparable in size to an island. Known as the world's largest pirate ship. The owner of the ship. It is Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea today. On the thriller bark, Zoro followed Luffy and others through a series of trials, and finally defeated Gecko Moria. However, when they were about to leave, they encounter another 7 warlords of the sea tyrant bear. To protect Captain Luffy and companions, Zoro willingly bears everything. In the process, Zoro's body went through hellish tests. However, there are rewards for giving. Zoro's sword heart is tempered. After this campaign, Zoro has a great sword heart. Same time, Janya's sword heart also became sharper. This is reflected in strength. It made his swordsmanship even more unpredictable. Then, with Zoro's mastery of the sword, his swordsmanship improved again by leaps and bounds. Then, the Straw Hats came to Sabayati Archipelago. On the Sabayati Archipelago, Zoro and others were attacked by Admiral Kizaru, one of the top 3 marine forces. They didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Later, Big Bear arrived. Shoot the Straw Hats and others to fly around the world. And Zoro. Then he was photographed flying to the side of Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. The seriously injured Zoro was rescued by Perona, who was also photographed flying here. Later Zoro learns about Luffy. Decided to go to sea to find Luffy. However, he is stopped by a group of baboons on the island who can use swords. Even with his current strength, he couldn't easily break through the group of baboons and leave the island. Fortunately, later, Zoro understood what Luffy meant, and then solved the group of baboons on the island who could use swordsmanship. At the same time, for Luffy, he abandoned his dignity and apprenticed to the opponent who had defeated him and swore to him to challenge Hawkeye. Hawkeye was overwhelmed by Zoro's determination, belief, and actions. Besides, he has sat on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman for too long, and he is too boring. The redhead, who was once able to compete with him in swordsmanship, lost an arm, making the duel between the two of them meaningless. In order to welcome the challenger again, Hawkeye Mihawk decided to train it himself. This candidate happens to be Roronoa Zoro. So Zoro began to learn swordsmanship from Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Days passed on the island, with the teaching of the world's #1 swordsman. In addition, Zoro's kendo talent is different from ordinary people. Zoro's swordsmanship once again ushered in a great breakthrough period. His swordsmanship is improving by leaps and bounds in a way that is visible to the naked eye on a daily basis. Similarly, on such days, in the real world, Janya in the Spiritual Arts Academy's sword skills are also improving by leaps and bounds. Now, Janya is equivalent to learning swordsmanship from the world's #1 swordsman, while Zoro is learning swordsmanship. Finally began to realize the real power of the sea that can override everything, Haki. Chapter 23. The first thing he started learning was observation Haki. The way Hawkeye taught Zoro to learn observation Haki is very simple. Blindfold Zoro, then have Perona throw objects at Zoro, as long as you can close your eyes to avoid the incoming objects. Even getting started with observation Haki. Damn it! Is it necessary for you woman to throw it so hard? Blindfolded Zoro yelled at Perona, who didn't know where she was. These days, he was bruised and swollen all over his body. The days are simply bitter words can describe. Perona had a great time every day. Hee, it's for your own good. Perona was floating in the air and giggling, with a gloating look on her face. But, under the careful supervision of Perona, Zoro gradually realized the power of observation Haki. Come again. Faster. The blindfolded Zoro said calmly. At this moment, Perona looked desperate, and kept throwing things at Zoro from all directions and angles. But, the Zoro of this time is not the Zoro of then. He has harnessed the power of observation Haki. Although he was blindfolded, he seemed to see the world, dodging around and flexibly avoiding Perona's attack. Perona throws things faster and faster. But it never hit Zoro. Instead, she made herself look anxious. After about a minute, Perona still missed Zoro. She knew that Zoro had already learned observation Haki. Perona was so angry that she threw the thing on the ground. Snored. Stop playing. It's not fun at all. Perona immediately folded her hands on her chest and hummed. Heard the words. Zoro's mouth curled into a smile. Remove the blindfold covering your eyes. At the same time, behind the windows of the old castle not far from them, Hawkeye Mihawk saw this through the window. The corner of the mouth raised an arc involuntarily, as Zoro learns the power of observation Haki. This power is to his swordsmanship. It is a huge increase. In the original pirate novel, The Dressrosa chapter, the character named Rebecca relies on the powerful observation Haki to deal with powerful enemies. Although her hard power is not as good as other players in the arena, but observation Haki keeps her going through brutal combat. It can be seen from here that mastering observation Haki has a great influence on a person's strength. This is not to mention what kind of terrifying enhancement will be produced for a swordsman with great swordsmanship like Zoro. After mastering observation Haki, the baboons on the island will imitate Hawkeye and use swordsmanship. No matter how many times they come, they will not be Zoro's opponent. Zoro's sword skills have been greatly improved again. Back to reality. The moment Zoro mastered observation Haki, it was also the time when Janya mastered observation Haki. At this time, Janya felt an inexplicable force in his mind. This force followed his will, centered on him, and spread out in all directions in an instant, like a radar. Under such power, Janya began to feel the breath of everything in the world around him. Birds in the forest, insects crawling in the grass, hares passing by occasionally, etc. This feeling is different from entering the breath of all things state. The breath coming back from observation Haki was even stronger, and with information about the opponent's strength. Yes. Observation Haki is a power that makes the 5 senses extremely sharp. Once this power is mastered, it is possible to read the location, number, and next move of targets outside of line of sight. And if the realm reaches the advanced level from the entry level, it can even feel the target's emotional changes. Ultimate people can better listen to the voices of others and see the future in a short time. It can be said that the power of observation Haki has endless potential. At this moment, under the shadow of Janya observation Haki, he could feel all the movements within a radius of more than 10 meters around him. Here we come. At this moment, Janya said suddenly, in his perception of observation Haki, several existences whose aura was weaker than his were approaching. Janya waited for more than 10 seconds. Rukia and Renji walked out of the woods. Janya thought inwardly that he was right. Thinking of this, he felt that observation Haki was amazing. Janya then said to Rukia and Renji, "You guys came just in time, I will give you a chance today. You attack me with all your might. I won't fight back. Janye words fell. Immediately leave Rukia and Renji scratching their heads. Brother Janye, who is this? Rukia asked curiously. Abarai Renji instinctively felt that something was wrong. No, I feel that there is a conspiracy. He put on a very smart look. Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo were also a little surprised. See here. Janye didn't say much. Urge them. Hurry up. Let you do it yourself. Can you still hurt me? The words fell. Abarai Renji was the first to disagree. Although he has been beaten countless times by Janye. But he still has rebellion. Brother, you said it yourself, don't blame me if you get hurt later. Abarai Renji looked eager to try. Chapter 24. Even if your strength is stronger than ours. But if you don't fight back. It's not like they can't do any harm. Hum. This opportunity, Abarai Renji, must be seized today. Abarai Renji thought confidently in his heart. Then he urged Rukia and the others on behalf of Janye. Since Janye said so. That's what they had to do. Rukia looked at Janye uncertainly, and Janye nodded seriously. Rukia had no choice but to agree to Janye's request. Then. Rukia, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo. The four of them posed. Prepare to attack Janye. Look at Janye at this moment. Not only did he not feel nervous about being besieged. Even. And closed his eyes. Yes. Janye closed his eyes before the fight that was about to begin. This scene made Rukia and Abarai Renji even more confused. You look at me, I look at you, brother Janye, what are you doing here? But Janye didn't need to explain. He waved to Rukia and Renji. See here. Rukia also wanted to ask Janye what was going on. But Abarai Renji doesn't care that much. Look at the trick. Abarai Renji shouted excitedly, immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto, and attacked Janye. Immediately afterwards. The remaining Rukia and Hinamori Momo, Kira Izuru. They look at me and I look at you. Finally decided to follow along with the attack. But. Janye stood there with his eyes closed. The corner of the mouth raised slightly. In his observation Haki perception, Abarai Renji's aura is like a bright light bulb in the darkness. The next moment. Abarai Renji swung his knife and fell. Janye with his eyes closed. It's like having a third eye. With a slight sideways move, he dodged Abarai Renji's attack. What? Abarai Renji was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Janye to be able to avoid it. So he didn't believe in evil, drew his knife and slanted upwards, slashing towards Janye who was avoiding his body. This knife forcibly changed the trajectory of the slash. With swordsmanship that is not something ordinary students can master. Sure enough, it should be said that it is Abarai Renji. But. Janye's figure turned around deftly again. Taking the opportunity to jump behind Abarai Renji. Avoid his almost hideable slash. Abarai Renji suddenly saw Janye disappear in front of him. He was even more taken aback. At this time, Rukia and Kira Izuru's attack also came, and they swung their knives at Janye who was standing behind Abarai Renji at the moment. However, something even more surprising happened to Rukia and the others. Although Janye closed his eyes. But it has a more sensitive perception than vision. Like dancing butterflies, they dodged several of their attacks, and their sealed state was not even touched by Kakuzu. Unbelievable. Kira Izuru was amazed. Rukia and Hinamori Momo also widened their eyes. Shocked. And this is the power of observation Haki mastered by Janye. The color of knowledge and knowledge not only gave Janye the power to perceive the world without using his eyes, but also greatly improved his spiritual sense. The so-called spiritual sense. It is the ability of the person with spiritual power to perceive the outside world with the help of spiritual particles. This ability works a bit like observation Haki. In the original book, Tuan Kaname is a person who is blind, but he can still live normally and fight with his spiritual sense. And observation Haki is integrated with the effect of spiritual perception. This gave Janye a great degree of perception. The battle is over. Janye opened his eyes. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face. Seeing this, Abarai Renji complained loudly, "Brother, you are too cheating, you can sense the attack without opening your eyes. No wonder we were told to do it." Kira Izuru also nodded subconsciously. Janye's spiritual sense is so strong. It has exceeded their imagination. As far as he knows, the only Shinigami who can fight normally without eyes is Tuan Kaname, the captain of Godai's 13th Squadron. Doesn't that mean Janye now has a perception ability comparable to that of a captain? Thinking of this, Kira Izuru couldn't help but be speechless inwardly. Heartfelt. Sure enough, there are differences between people. Comparable to the gap between humans and other animals. Obviously they are all students of the same year, but Janya has already pulled them far, far away. But Rukia and Hinamori Momo are two girls. Not as much as Kira Izuru was thinking at the moment. They were just happy for Janya. At this time, Janya Xinchinen couldn't help but imagine that since observation Haki has the power, he can briefly foresee the future in the original work of pirates. Then if you continue to practice to a more ultimate level. Is it possible? Decipher Aizen Sōsuke's Kyoka Suijutsu. After all, the power of short-term foreseeing the future is obviously out of the scope of the five senses. So, is it also possible to escape from Kyoka Suijutsu's hypnosis effect? If ultimate observation Haki were able to decipher Aizen Sōsuke's Kyoka Suijutsu hypnosis effect, many things would change. Janya thought to himself. I decided that I must practice observation Haki more in the future. Even observation Haki cannot crack Kyoka Suijutsu. But he still has a solution to Kyoka Suijutsu. Chapter 25. Time at Soul Society seems to always fly by so fast. In the blink of an eye, Janya and the others have entered the 4th year of Spiritual Arts Academy. 4th year. They will focus on learning the walk of the Shinigami Zhanquan Zogui. Also known as Shunpo. Shunpo is a footwork that Shinigami use to move at high speed. The reason why there is an instant in front of the name is that it means that the speed of its figure can be as fast as teleportation when it reaches a high level of cultivation. Shunpo greatly improves a Shinigami's combat survival rate. At the same time, the flexibility and agility of the battle are improved. This day, it was Janya's first Shunpo class. The teacher who taught them Shunpo. It turned out to be someone who surprised them all. The teacher has short purple hair, golden eyes, and healthy brown skin. She was wearing a tight-fitting deadly domineering outfit, with a simple white haori that symbolized the captain of the second squad. That's right. The teacher who is going to teach Janya and others Shunpo is the captain of the second team of Go Di-13, Shihaoren Yuryuaki. It's the captain of the second division, Yuryuaki-sama. Am I dazzled? Have I been liking the captain for a long time? For a moment. The classroom is noisy. It seems to have become a star-chasing scene. But it's true to say that, as the captain of the second team, Shihaoren Yuryuaki, because of his extraordinary strength and superb Shunpo. In addition, as one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, the contemporary head of the Shihaoren family. Whether it is personal strength or personal dignity, Shihaoren Yuryuaki has a large number of followers among Seireidii. And fans. Naturally, there are countless more. The students in Class 1 included Janya. None of them thought of it. It would be Shihaoren Yuryuaki who came to teach them Shunpo. If you want to say whose Shunpo is the most famous and powerful in this huge Seireidii, it is naturally Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Thinking of this, the students in Class 1 became even more excited and excited. Janya did the same, although he didn't know why Shihaoren Yuryuaki came to Spiritual Arts Academy to enroll Shunpo himself. With the daily schedule of a big shot like her, there shouldn't be such free time. But since he was able to come, Janya certainly hoped to learn from Shunpo's most powerful people. Next, Shihaoren Yuryuaki briefly introduced himself, and took Janya and his class of students to the outdoors to start studying Shunpo. A fast-moving footwork. And how to move fast is actually very simple, like this. While Shihaoren Yuryuaki was speaking, her figure swished and disappeared before everyone's eyes, and then suddenly appeared behind them. Spiritual power. Spiritual power is the key. Shihaoren Yuryuaki's voice sounded like a ghost behind everyone. The students in the hospital were shocked. Shihaoren Yuryuaki didn't care about these, and continued, just like your swordsmanship, just like your white hits, use spiritual power. Pour spiritual power under your feet. Then it exploded in one breath. This is Shunpo. Shihaoren Yuryuaki finished briefly. Words behind. She motioned the students in the field to try it out by themselves. Then, all kinds of swaying and rampaging chaotic scenes appeared on the dojo. Obviously, controlling Shunpo is not as simple as what Shihaoren Yuryuaki said, it requires a certain amount of spiritual power control. Catch the moment. This is the key to Shunpo. Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked at the confusion of a group of rookies in front of him. She rarely felt a little bit of fun. But Shihaoren Yuryuaki immediately remembered why she came to Spiritual Arts Academy to teach Shunpo herself. It's not that she had a sudden whim, or she was kind enough to help Spiritual Arts Academy and teach this group of rookies who couldn't cook anymore. She came for Janya. Shihaoren Yuryuaki then searched for Janya's location among the crowd. In the chaotic crowd, Janya looked easy to find. Just find the short light green hair. You can find Janya. Shihaoer Noryuki's gaze locked on Janya immediately. However, what she expected did not happen to Janya. She thought that Janya would be like other students in the hospital, who seemed a little at a loss as to how to control Shunpo. But at this moment, Janya was quite calm, and there was even a vague sense of confidence that came out of him spontaneously. Shihaoer Noryuki raised an eyebrow. I find it interesting. She continued to quietly observe Janya's situation. Later, Shihaoer Noryuki was surprised to see that after Janya fumbled for a while, after several attempts, he unleashed Shunpo. Although Shunpo's distance is very short, but Ryutsu fluctuates, and the speed at which it is cast. It is indeed the level that Shunpo can do. Shihaoer Noryuki was suddenly surprised. If you don't know, it was the first time for Janya and his group of students to come into contact with Shunpo. She even thought that Janya had already learned about Shunpo in advance. Chapter 26. And Shihaoer Noryuki didn't know it was. Janya's physical fitness has become stronger as he continues to exercise, and has turned into a terrifying humanoid Tyrannosaurus with terrifying power. Just like Zoro in the original pirate book. It is also like the swordsman in the worldview of pirates. To increase the power of the slash, the easiest way is to increase the strength of the arm holding the knife. The stronger the strength, the stronger the slash will be. And under strong physical conditions, Janya can control stronger spiritual power, thereby exerting the effect of breaking all laws with one force. Since he can't control Shunpo's spiritual power, he can release it all at once, anyway, as long as he can move at super high speed. But Janya was not like that. Because, through Zoro's experience in the spirit world, he had seen one of the Marine 6 styles cast by CP9. It is also a high-speed movement of footwork. In the final analysis, although there are differences between Shave and Shunpo, there are also places that can be used for reference. Janya successfully mastered Shunpo by relying on his knowledge, explosive physical condition, and a little bit of talent. Wow! Brother Janya! You learned it now. Rukia looked at Janya and said in admiration. So is Hinamori Momo. Kira Izuru was envious in her heart. Abarai Renji looked unbelieving. Keep your head down and practice your own Shunpo. Janya responded to Rukia with a smile, and they didn't chat too much. After a few simple sentences, they continued to devote themselves to their respective exercises. After more than a dozen attempts, Janya Shunpo's movements became more and more neat. At the same time, the distance Shunpo went out. Also from the first few meters, to tens of meters, and then to hundreds of meters. Judging from the Shunpo realm that Janya has now mastered. Even in Godai 13, it's pretty good. After all, in most cases, an ordinary Shinigami will not cast Shunpo for too long. One is that their Ryutsu is not as good as the captain. A Shinigami of the captain's level. Casting Shunpo is like playing. There is no need to worry about the consumption of Shunpo at all. But ordinary Shinigami can't do it. Shunpo can only be used in battle, or when you need to rush on the road. Time flies. It's time for get out of class to end. In class, Shihaoer Noryuki didn't stand by all the time. Some students asked her about Shunpo's questions, and Shihaoer Noryuki would also answer them. The classroom atmosphere is harmonious. Except that Janya had mastered Shunpo. There are also students who have vaguely mastered Shunpo's skills. Believe me, if you practice for a while, you can fully master Shunpo. After all, the students in the first class are indeed the best students in the same class. Shihaoer Noryuki announced his dismissal. A group of students are very grateful to Shihaoer Noryuki for his personal teaching. It is really an honor for such great figures to come to Spiritual Arts Academy to teach their Shunpo in person. This kind of experience, even if you join Godai 13 in the future, it can also be used to brag occasionally. And just after Shihaoer Noryuki announced the disbandment after class, Shihaoer Noryuki looked at Janya and smiled. Student Janya, please stop for a moment, I have something to talk to you about. The words fell. All the students in the class looked at Janya together. They immediately made up a scene subconsciously. Yes. No wonder such a big man like Master Shihaoer Noryuki will personally come to their Spiritual Arts Academy to teach them Shunpo. Turn out to be. The reason for all this is because of Janya. They all know that Janya has become a celebrity in Spiritual Arts Academy because of his first perfect score for 3 consecutive years. And they had heard before that Janya's reputation had spread to Godai 13, and some even said that the captain had taken a fancy to it. Plus, Janya's outrageous performance in class just now. Master Shunpo in one lesson. And they are still stumbling and trying to learn Shunpo. The gap can be seen at a glance. So, in the eyes of the students in the first class, Master Shihaoer Noryuki named Janya to stay. Maybe he invited Janya to join the second team in advance. This thought. A group of students were envious in their hearts. Although they are the highest priority students in the same grade, most of the class members can successfully become a real Shinigami. But a personal invitation from a captain-level bigwig doesn't have the same weight as their way of becoming a Shinigami. But this was also Jonye's own performance. Although they are envious, but not jealous either. At this time, Jonye paused when he heard the words. Not sure what Shihaoren Yuryuaki was thinking, but he nodded to show he knew. Afterwards, only Jonye and Shihaoren Yuryuaki were left in the classroom. With an inexplicable smile on his face, Shihaoren Yuryuaki approached Jonye, who was seated step by step, and Jonye suddenly felt a breeze blowing. In the wind, there is an unknown fragrance. Shihaoren Yuryuaki sat spiritually on the desk in front of Jonye. He looked down at Jonye condescendingly. Jonye suddenly felt a huge aura. Shihaoren Yuryuaki's tight thighs, as if sticking to his face. At this time, Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked at Jonye and said, "Student Jonye, I heard that you created a special kind of white hits before. Can you let me see it?" Chapter 27. Shihaoren Yuryuaki's words fell. Jonye had a meal first. Then it seemed to understand something. My white hits? So that's why Shihaoren Yuryuaki himself appeared. He thought, as if this is the only thing that would make Shihaoren Yuryuaki, himself, show up at the Spiritual Arts Academy to teach Shunpo, a group of rookies. But now that Shihaoren Yuryuaki wants to see white hits without swords, Jonye didn't seem to want to refuse either. Anyway, if you look at it, you won't lose the meat. And being able to build a good relationship with a big man like Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Open your mouth casually. The future Shinigami career will be smooth sailing. After all, Shihaoren Yuryuaki is at least the head of the Shihaoren family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society. Siraidii, protected by Godii 13, is essentially the residence where the nobles of the Soul Society lived. The original Godii 13, an armed group that protected nobles. Certainly. For Jonye, even without Shihaoren Yuryuaki's friendship, he can still have a place with his growing strength. But as a line says it well. Are you good at typing? Come out to hang out, you must have power and background. In this Soul Society, whose background is bigger than that of the 5 nobles? Yes. Jonye nodded in agreement. Hearing this, when Jonye agreed, Shihaoren Yuryuaki smiled immediately. Then let's go now, to the dojo. Jonye followed Shihaoren Yuryuaki to the outdoor dojo of Spiritual Arts Academy. Perhaps it was Shihaoren Yuryuaki who said hello in advance. There was no one else in the dojo at this time. Just him and Shihaoren Yuryuaki. After the footsteps stopped, Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked at Jonye expectantly, and signaled with his eyes that Jonye could start to show it. Jonye understood. Subsequently, he said, my white hits are called Wudaolia white hits. During the talk, Ryatsu emerged from Jonye's body. The muscles were tense, and the arm muscles showed an appearance full of explosive power. Afterwards, the raging Ryatsu wrapped around Jonye's arm like a tornado. It was as if Jonye had put on a layer of wind armor. Wow! Seeing the changes in Jonye's body, Shihaoren Yuryuaki's eyes immediately lit up and he let out a voice of surprise. This kind of white hits is obviously out of the category of ordinary moves. Afterwards, Jonye punched a wooden golem stake on the dojo, and the restrained tornado on his arm burst out violently. With tearing force. Destroy the wooden golem pile. Sawdust was everywhere. There aren't any large chunks of wood left. It's amazing. Shihaoren Yuryuaki couldn't help but praise after seeing the power of this white hits. From her fighting experience, it can be seen that the layer of Ryatsu wrapped around Jonye's hands greatly increased the power of his fists. Ryatsu turns into a tornado full of tearing power, and when it touches the target, it bursts out in one breath, thereby destroying it. This white hits? Truly extraordinary. Did you come up with this yourself? You little brat is quite powerful. Shihaoren Yuryuaki was amazed, and couldn't help sticking to Jonye's body, observing the state of Jonye's arm at a close distance with his eyes. She is so close. Jonye could even feel a slight heat. Of course, Jonye is not Luzai who can sit still. Especially Shihaoren Yuryuaki in front of me. Also one of the beauties of Soul Society. Brown healthy skin, plus a devil-like figure. When watching the anime Shinigami, Shihaoren Yuryuaki was his favorite character. And if one day, God will give you a chance to get close to your favorite anime goddess almost next to your body. Jonye Shinchinin couldn't help thinking about it. The body is a little stiff. Shihaoren Yuryuaki just saw the stiffness in his muscles. She looked up at Jonye's expression again, and soon saw a trace of embarrassment from Jonye's expression, and she immediately felt amused in her heart. Shihaoren Yuryuaki certainly understood why. After all, sure enough, he was still a little boy. Shihaoren Yuryuaki thought to himself. But that's not what she's thinking about right now. But after the observation just now, she felt that the Wudeo-style white hits created by Zhang Ye seemed to help the kind of power she wanted to develop. She wants to learn Zhang Ye's Wudeo-style white hits. Shihaoren Yuryuaki then opened his mouth and said to Zhang Ye, "Student Zhang Ye, can I learn from you your Wudeo-style white hits? I know this request is presumptuous, but if you agree, in exchange, I can grant you a request." The words fell. Zhang Yuryuaki Dayton. Learn his no-knife flow white hits? Speaking of which, at the level of Shihaoren Yuryuaki, he is naturally qualified to learn white hits without knife flow. After all, Shihaoren Yuryuaki is a captain-level Shinigami, and not a general captain-level Shinigami. But Zhang Ye didn't think of the reason why he wanted to learn his Wudeo-style white hits, but it was in exchange. With no knife flow white hits. In exchange for a promise from the current head of the Shihaoren family. Any request is fine. Zhang Ye subconsciously asked. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt something was wrong. Chapter 28. Hearing this, the corners of Shihaoren Yuryuaki's mouth raised slightly, and there seemed to be an intriguing look in his golden eyes. "What do you think, brat?" Shihaoren Yuryuaki laughed. "As long as this request is not too much, I can agree to you." "Oh." Zhang Ye hurriedly said. "This damn woman. Anyway, it's not like I haven't seen a woman in my previous life. Sure enough, the filter of the anime goddess is too powerful. Woman. It will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Zhang Yexinchinin couldn't help but quickly and silently recited it a few times. Then he agreed to Shihaoren Yuryuaki's deal. At the end of the day, his Wudeo-style white hits is nothing, and the Shinigami's most powerful power is his own Zanpakuto. But if it can be exchanged for a promise from Shihaoren's family, then Zhang Ye has made money. After that, Zhang Ye took an hour of spare time every day to go to Shihaoren's tutor to teach Shihaoren Yuryuaki how to master his white hits. Almost a few days passed. With the powerful talent of Shihaoren Yuryuaki, quickly mastered Zhang Ye's Wudeo-style white hits. At this time, Shihaoren family courtyard. With a thought in Shihaoren Yuryuaki's mind, the raging Ryotsu clung to her arms, causing her hands to be wrapped in a ferocious tornado. Subsequently, Shihaoren Yuryuaki punched a big tree in the courtyard. Violent tornado. The tree was destroyed without hesitation. Splintered logs rained down from the sky. Behind Shihaoren Yuryuaki, Zhang Ye emerged Ryotsu to block the sawdust falling from the sky, and stared at Shihaoren Yuryuaki not far ahead. He was amazed in his heart. As expected, it is Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Learned his no-blade white hits in a few days. Strictly speaking. Even learned in a few hours. At this time, Shihaoren Yuryuaki turned to look at Zhang Ye, with a joyful smile on her face. "Thank you, I have learned, Zhang Ye boy." Zhang Ye smiled and said nothing. A few days in exchange for a promise from Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Made money. But Zhang Ye was rather curious. Why did Shihaoren Yuryuaki rush to learn his Wudeo-style white hits? After a few days of getting along, the relationship between Zhang Ye and Shihaoren Yuryuaki became a little closer, not like they just met each other. Zhang Ye then asked. "Can I ask, why do you want to learn my white hits?" Shihaoren Yuryuaki heard the words. She didn't evade the question. Said bluntly. "I'm currently developing a new power that combines Kido and white hits. I want to borrow from anything that can be borrowed from. Your no-blade white hits is one of them. And it seems like it's going to help me a lot." The words fell. Zhang Ye listened. A new power combining Kido and white hits? Isn't this the instant coaxing used by Shihaoren Yuryuaki in the original Shinigami novel? Zhang Ye immediately thought of instant coaxing. Shikaku is a combat technique that combines Kido and white hits. The power is quite astonishing, especially when Shunju is further evolved. It can even exert a power comparable to Shinigami's Zanpakuto Bankai. Instant Coax is also Shihaoren Yuryuaki's signature skill. Turn out to be. During this period, Shihaoren Yuryuaki had already begun to have the idea of creating Shunju. So, an idea popped up in Zhang Ye's mind. "Can you tell me in detail?" he said afterwards. In line with the idea that good people will do it to the end. Zhang Ye is going to help Shihaoren Yuryuaki develop Shunju in the original book. After all, he has seen what the full version of Shunju looks like. Even if he doesn't understand the specific method of Shunju, he can always help. And when the time comes, come and go. Not sure. The day when Shihaoren Yuryuaki mastered Shunyo. He can also learn by the way. Certainly. Zhang Ye was definitely not thinking about having a long-term relationship with Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Seeing Zhang Ye, Shihaoren Yuryuaki continued to ask. She didn't want to continue talking at first, but then she thought about it again, since Zhang Ye, a brat, can develop Wudeolu white hits by himself. Maybe, it can also produce some wonderful ideas that will help her. Xiahao Yueki then continued to answer Zhang Ye. That's all. In addition to completing daily tasks and completing the studies of Spiritual Arts Academy, Zhang Ye every day. Every day after school, I would go to the foot of Sokyoku Hill, the secret base created by Xiahao Yueki and Urahara-Kisuke. Developed with Xiahao Yueki. The days passed. Period. Xiahao Yueki modified and tried many times. But still not quite done. However, the good thing is that Zhang Ye followed Xiahao Yueki and gradually understood the development idea of Shunyeo. On this day, he suddenly proposed to Xiahao Yueki. Sister Yueki, why not let the high concentration compressed Kido explode in the back, so that the Kido produced by the explosion can be infused into the limbs. In this way, doesn't the body have explosive power? As soon as the words came out, Xiahao Yueki, who was about to continue, was startled suddenly. She thought quickly in her mind. The brain is very active. After a while, Xiahao Yueki seemed to realize something. Suddenly there is a kind of joy of seeing the sun behind the clouds. I got it, I got it. Xiahao Yueki muttered, and then tried to perform the imaginary instant coaxing again. Chapter 29. This time, Ryotsu exploded wildly. Wrapped around Xiahao Yueki's body. Then, focus on Xiahao Yueki's back and shoulders. Boom. The Kido condensed on his back and shoulders suddenly exploded. The fabric on Xiahao Yueki's back also exploded, revealing the smooth brown skin, which made Zhang Ye's eyes widen. Blazing spirits. Also destroy everything around Xiahao Yueki. The ground cracked and rumbled. Next moment, Xiahao Yueki clenched his fists. An explosive force flowed through Xiahao Yueki's body. At this moment, Xiahao Yueki suddenly felt that his body was filled with an incomparably violent force, like thunder. Finished. Xiahao Yueki looked down at his hands with a slightly dazed expression. Above the hands at the moment, impressively covered with layers of white ryotsu like electric current. She knew that as long as she swung her fist, this thunderous explosive power would be released in one breath. Xiahao Yueki smiled with joy. Zhang Ye, I'm finally done. She looked up at Zhang Ye at the side again, wanting to share this joy with Zhang Yueki. Zhang Ye saw that Xiahao Yueki had developed instant coaxing. Of course he was also very happy. Yes, you're done. A smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. With his current relationship with Xiahao Yueki, he is quite confident that Xiahao Yueki can teach him to blink as soon as he opens his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Xiahao Yueki looked at a rock wall in the distance. Her eyes froze. Then, she disappeared from Zhang Ye's side with a whoosh, and reappeared that she had come to the rock face hundreds of meters away. Then, Xiahao Yueki threw his first fist to Master Shunyu. The power of this first punch is simply earth-shattering. In an instant, a large pit collapsed layer by layer appeared on the rock wall, and Xiahao Yueki's punch almost blasted out a hole. Subsequently, the entire underground space was shocked by the impact of this force. For a moment, there was a feeling of the earth shaking. Sand and stone fell from the top with a clatter. Fortunately, Xiahao Yueki was just experimenting with the power of instant coaxing. If the full power of instant coaxing is really released, this secret base located under the hill of Sokyoku might collapse. But Xiahao Yueki suddenly thought of something at this moment. She suddenly turned to look at Zhang Ye. Subsequently, appeared in front of Zhang Ye as if teleported. Zhang Ye, do you want to compete? Xiahao Yueki said to Zhang Ye, like a strange sorghum trying to abduct a child. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes. Of course Zhang Ye could tell. Xiahao Yueki is trying to coax with the instant she has mastered. Bully yourself a bit. But a strange smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face. Like a smile. But it doesn't look like a smile. Makes Xiahao Yueki a little strange. Subsequently, Zhang Ye agreed to Xiahao Yueki without hesitation. After all, he also wanted to compete with Xiahao Yueki who had just developed Shunju. Xiahao Yueki is by far the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. She is the captain of Go Di-13 second team. Its strength. Standing at one of the pinnacles of the Soul Society. Among the more than 6,000 Shinigami, there are only 13 captains. Xiahao Yueki is one of them. If it is an ordinary Shinigami, he would not dare to agree to fight Xiahao Yueki at all. But for Zhang Ye, on the other hand, the strongest opponent means that he can use his full strength in battle. Good. Readily. Xiahao Yueki said happily. I knew I didn't misread you, little brat. She doesn't like guys who are chirping, and Zhang Ye is obviously the type she likes. Remember to show your full strength later, otherwise you may lose badly. Shihao Yuaki added. In her opinion, own a captain-level Shinigami. Fight against Zhang Ye, a student of Spiritual Arts Academy. Even if you can't look at Zhang Ye, a student of Spiritual Arts Academy, with ordinary eyes. But obviously, the strength gap between the two sides in this competition is still too huge. If it wasn't for testing the actual combat effect of instant coaxing, and at the same time to hide the existence of instant coaxing, you can't just find outsiders to test the effect. Shihao Yuaki will not bully elementary school students with the cheek. That's right. In her eyes, Zhang Ye is a primary school student. However, hear the plea. Zhang Yuaki laughed. Miss Yuaki, are you sure? Hey, why are you talking nonsense, you brat? Hurry up. If you don't use all your strength, don't blame me when you cry later. Shihao Yuaki urged. Zhang Ye was speechless. Subsequently, the two stood facing each other. There is a distance of tens of meters in the middle. Let's do it. Shihao Yuaki smiled and waved to Zhang Ye. She was going to let Zhang Ye make the first move to test the speed of instant coaxing. Zhang Ye didn't give in. In that case, Zhang Ye also said with a smile on his face. Then, the body squatted down slightly, the center of gravity sank, and the right hand held the handle of the sealed state knife, posing a posture that could swing a knife at any time. His expression gradually became serious. Chapter 30. This moment. Shihao Yuaki made a huge change after seeing Zhang Ye holding the knife. She was startled suddenly. It seems that I have never seen this kid seriously. It will be as usual. Produce such a large contrast. Somehow, Shihao Yuaki felt a little strange in his heart. Then, Zhang Ye drew his sword. One knife-style evil port bird. Zhang Ye pulled out his knife abruptly, and a huge slash wave stuck to the ground, roaring and leaving a gully on the ground. Attack Shihao Yuaki at top speed. What? It's actually a sword pressure. And it's so exaggerated. Shihao Yuaki was shocked. Where would she think? A Spiritual Arts Academy student. It was able to cut a sword pressure more than 10 meters long. Moreover, the power and speed of the sword pressure also surpassed Shihao Yuaki's imagination, approaching her almost in the blink of an eye. But Shihao Yuaki is Shihao Yuaki after all. Although she was surprised. But what was also surprising was that Zhang Ye's strength was unexpected. This level of sword pressure. Shihao Yuaki could still react. In the next moment, in order to know the actual combat effect of instant coaxing, Shihao Yuaki immediately turned on instant coaxing, and his whole body was enveloped in violent ryotsu. Immediately afterwards, Shihao Yuaki made Shunpo disappear. She noticed. After instant coaxing is turned on, her Shunpo speed has been improved by more than one level. You know, who is Shihao Yuaki? Before she mastered Shunhyo, she was known as Flash Goddess Yuaki. The effect of instant coaxing. It actually made her Shunpo leap again. Shihao Yuaki was very satisfied with Shunju's power. However, just when she was feeling happy, Zhang Ye slash. It actually appeared again. One knife style, horse ghost. Zhang Ye held the knife in both hands, and the direction of the slashing strike locked onto the disappearing Shihao Yuaki. Although, his locks didn't quite keep up with Shihao Yuaki. However, this situation still shocked Shihao Yuaki. How can this be? Guess. Wrong. My speed cannot be guessed. Shihao Yuaki couldn't figure it out. What she didn't know was that during the days when Zhang Ye followed her to develop Shunpo, not only did he improve rapidly on Shunpo. At the same time, Zhang Ye didn't abandon the practice of observation Haki either. That's the power of observation Haki. Let Zhang Ye barely keep up with Shihao Yuaki's footsteps. Observation Haki can capture the position of the other party outside the line of sight. At the same time, it can predict the opponent's actions in advance. This characteristic. Let Zhang Ye stand in front of Shihao Yuaki. Barely have the power to fight. Even with the spiritual world. Zoro followed Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Learned more advanced swordsmanship. And experienced more brutal battles to gain experience. While Zoro became stronger, Zhang Ye also became stronger at the same time. Of course, Shihao Yuaki didn't know that there are still people in this world who possess the magical power of observation Haki. Shihao Yuaki then used instant coax to defeat Zhang Ye slash. Fortunately, Shinigami's battle is ultimately Ryotsu's battle. Shihao Yuaki's Ryotsu is better than Zhang Ye. Coupled with the blessing of Shihao Yuaki in the state of instant coaxing. Her gestures at this time, even if she just waved her hand lightly, possessed extremely destructive power. However, just this level was not enough to make Zhang Ye give up fighting. Janya accelerated towards Shihaoren Yuryuaki, his footsteps getting faster and faster, and only Shihaoren Yuryuaki, who was entangled by Ryutsu, was left in sight. Shihaoren Yuryuaki was never seen in anyone else. Such a strong will to fight as Janya. Being stared at by Janya like this, Shihaoren Yuryuaki unexpectedly felt an uncomfortable feeling of being stared at by a beast. She is Shihaoren Yuryuaki, and she has been stared at by Minos Grande, who is countless times more terrifying than beasts, but why? Sudden. Janya's figure disappeared from Shihaoren Yuryuaki's eyes. Shihaoren Yuryuaki instantly boosts Ryutsu perception. The next moment, Janya's figure appeared above Shihaoren Yuryuaki's head like a ghost. Zanpakuto clasped in his hands. Already raised high. One blow. 36 trouble winds. Hum. Like a tornado, the slash wave spiraled down from the sky. Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked up. Look surprised. This kid is so fast. And this sword presses. Shihaoren Yuryuaki didn't have time to be surprised, she unfolded a coaxing gesture, and stepped forward, facing the incoming 36 troubles. Call out. Shihaoren Yuryuaki tore through the sky. The 36 troubled winds were destroyed instantly. At the same time, they attacked Janya without stopping. At this moment, even Shihaoren Yuryuaki himself didn't notice that she was taking her hand a little more seriously. It should be noted that she is the captain of the second team of Go-Di 13, an existence above thousands of Shinigami, but even so, she was actually fighting against students from Spiritual Arts Academy. Seriously. Next moment, Shihaoren Yuryuaki's instant coaxing hit Janya. Janya stood in front of him with a horizontal knife. Immediately, he felt a huge force coming. Chapter 31. This huge force immediately sent Janya flying, and his body flew to the top like a cannonball. Cough. Janya suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. With his current strength and physical condition, he wanted to deal with the captain-level Shinigami. Still somewhat reluctant. After all, captain-level Shinigami. There are only 13 in the huge Soul Society. But Janya did not give up fighting because of this. He forcibly stabilized his figure during the inverted flight, reversed his inverted posture, with his head facing down, and his feet stepped on the top rock wall. Boom. With the help of the inertia of this impact, Janya stepped on a big hole in the rock wall at the top. Let go of the inertia. At the same time, with the help of this inertia, he kicked off the rock wall suddenly, and his figure turned into an arrow that left the string, flying towards Shihaoren Yuryuaki at extreme speed. One blow. 360 trouble winds. The words fell. A huge tornado slash wave. It's like a natural disaster. Descended on top of Shihaoren Yuryuaki. This brat's swordsmanship. Seeing this, Shihaoren Yuryuaki was shocked again. The huge tornado sword seemed to cover her whole world, and she felt like she was in the center of the eye of the storm, bathing in the strong wind. In shock, Shihaoren Yuryuaki increases the power of instant coaxing. Open. The power of Kido on the back suddenly increased. Exploding Ryutsu lingers around Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Subsequently, she swung a punch without hesitation, and the berserk Ryutsu created by this punch crushed the tornado that was about to envelop her head. So far, Shihaoren Yuryuaki was thoroughly serious. She knows Janya's true strength. Totally beyond the reach of any Spiritual Arts Academy student. But at this time, instead, Janya's attack came first. Swish. Janya's figure suddenly appeared above Shihaoren Yuryuaki's head. He held up the sealed state with both hands. Look dignified. A little red light appeared in the pupil. One knife style, dodge and shake. This knife condenses Janya's domineering Haki. Its powerful spirit and aura even made Shihaoren Yuryuaki's expression stunned for a moment. It is this moment. Let Shihaoren Yuryuaki lose the chance of Shunpo leaving. She could only block Janya's knife with both hands. Afterwards, Janya's sharp blade slashed heavily on the hands of Shihaoren Yuryuaki and Ryutsu. This knife cut on Shihaoren Yuryuaki's thick Ryutsu, and the blade and Ryutsu rubbed, collided, and wrestled with each other. Immediately produced bursts of sparks. Even. There was also a clicking sound. What a strong force. Shihaoren Yuryuaki felt a huge force from his arms. She didn't dare to imagine that Janya's physical strength actually contained such terrifying strength, it was as terrifying as a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Same. Janya didn't expect it either. He is now the power of a knife-style Dichincha. Unable to shake Shihaoren Yuryuaki unarmed. Although it is said that Shihaoren Yuryuaki is under the blessing of the state of instant coaxing. But it still surprised Janya. Boy, you can do it? Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked at Janya at the moment, his eyes filled with admiration for Janya, and smiled. In the rumors she had heard, Janya is known as the new generation of gifted students of Spiritual Arts Academy. And now it seems, with Janya's current strength, he can apply for graduation ahead of schedule like the talented Shinigami Ichimaru Jin that day. Thus, Janya will be a new generation of genius Shinigami. Have a higher reputation, fame, and a brighter future. Only, Shihaoren Yuryuaki didn't know why Janya didn't do this. Janya didn't know what Shihaoren Yuryuaki was thinking. He laughs at Kaido. Each other. Just as Janya was talking, Shihaoren Yuryuaki suddenly smiled slyly. She exerted all of her strength and knocked Janya back at once. Janya had to flip to the ground, and then took a few steps back to stabilize his body. But that's not all. Where did Shihaoren Yuryuaki suffer from such a loss? She was really serious now. Shihaoren Yuryuaki then finally cast. The reason she's called the Flash Goddess is the terrifying Shunpo. Swish swish swish. For a moment, Shihaoren Yuryuaki seemed to appear in countless places at the same time, transforming into countless figures, surrounding Janya at this moment. Janya was startled for a moment. In his current observation Haki perception, although Shihaoren Yuryuaki's presence is still detectable, but this existence seems to appear in countless places at the same time. Nima. I can't afford it, can I? If it's not off, it's on, right? Janya was a little dumbfounded. It turns out that this outrageous speed is called Flash Goddess Yuryuaki. While he was feeling emotional, Shihaoren Yuryuaki finally made a move, and her move was as violent and crazy as a storm. Moment. Janya felt that he had been punched countless times. Bang bang bang. He wanted to fight back, but every slash he swung failed. Stand still. At this moment, Janya was confused like a headless chicken. This scene made Shihaoren Yuryuaki laugh. Ha ha ha. Smelly brat. You don't know how great you are if you don't show some housekeeping skills. The figure of Shihaoren Yuryuaki finally stopped. Standing in front of Janya, he laughed triumphantly. At the same time, he looked at Janya's embarrassing appearance with a bruised nose and swollen face. She laughed even more happily. Although the fists that landed on Janya didn't use much force, it still made Janya look very embarrassed, with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Chapter 32. Janya was speechless. Eyes fixed on Shihaoren Yuryuaki. He said fiercely in his mouth, I have written down this grudge. Janya thought to himself, after he becomes stronger, this enemy must be found back. Shihaoren Yuryuaki who doesn't shoot is screaming, his surname is not Zhang. Shihaoren Yuryuaki patted Janya on the shoulder with a smile. Okay. I've been waiting for that day. She didn't take Janya's cruel words to heart at all. Even with Janya's current strength, he is fully capable of serving as the vice-captain of any team in GoDi 13. But he has yet to master Zanpakuto S Shikai, let alone Zanpakuto S Bankai. It takes hundreds of years of hard work. The power to master. Every Shinigami who masters Zanpakuto Bankai, all can go down in Soul Society history. There are only a handful of Shinigami with Bankai among the huge Seirai. It is precisely this that has created the lofty status of each captain of GoDi 13. In her opinion, Janya, the brat, is still far behind. At this time, Pei Papa. A sound of applause suddenly sounded in the underground space here. Janya and Shihaoren Yuryuaki both looked in the direction of the voice. The visitor has short light yellow hair, and also wears a white haori that symbolizes the captain. This person is Captain of GoDi 13 Division 12, founder and director of Technology Development Bureau, Urahara Kisuke, famous in the original Shinigami. Yeah. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful contest today. Urahara Kisuke said with a weird tone. Heard the words. Shihaoren Yuryuaki smiled and said, so it's you, what are you up to lately? Haven't you been here for a long time? Well, some research is interesting recently. Urahara Kisuke replied. Subsequently, Urahara Kisuke walked up to Janya and Shihaoren Yuryuaki. At this time, Shihaoren Yuryuaki took the initiative to introduce Janya. This guy's name is Urahara Kisuke, and he is the captain of GoDi 13 Division 12. But you don't have to respect this guy too much. Hear this. Urahara Kisuke was a little sad. Miss Yuryuaki, what do people think of me? Urahara Kisuke said aggrievedly. Shihaoren Yuryuaki ignored it. Self-introduced Janya. This is Janya, he is, well, someone who helped me a lot. Oh, he is also a student of Spiritual Arts Academy. The words fell. Janya nodded his greetings to Urahara Kisuke. At the same time he was secretly eyeing Urahara Kisuke. After all, the person in front of him is the famous Urahara Kisuke. In the original Shinigami book, he did countless great things. The biggest thing, perhaps, was the creation of Hagyaku, also called by Aizen Sōsuke, the only being with greater intelligence than him. He is powerful. It was marked as one of the 5 special combat powers by the ancestor of the Quincy division. It should be noted that, in addition to Urahara Kisuke, the candidates for the 5 special combat powers are: Shinigami's main character, Kurosaki Ichigo, stands for potential ability. Zaraki Kenpachi, a combat madman, stands for combat power. The big villain Aizen Sōsuke, representing Ryutsu. Ichibe Hyasub, captain of Team Zero, stands for wisdom. Urahara Kisuke represents means. He can use an endless stream of unknown means to solve all the current difficulties he encounters. Janya was looking at Urahara Kisuke at the same time. Urahara Kisuke was also looking at Janya. He had heard of Janya's name, but he didn't expect that the recent Spiritual Arts Academy student would be with Ms. Uruaki. Hello. Urahara Kisuke greeted Janya with a smile. The current college students are much better than ours at that time. Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He never imagined that a student of Spiritual Arts Academy would have such an exaggerated level of swordsmanship. And he has rich combat experience, he doesn't look like a rookie at all. In actual combat, he was able to compete against Ms. Shihaoru Uruaki for a short time. Janya smiled, but didn't speak. If Urahara Kisuke's words were serious, he would be fooled. If he hadn't read the original Shinigami book, the early Urahara Kisuke himself didn't have a strong Shinigami talent. But he relied on his superhuman intelligence. Make your own Ryutsu multiplied and multiplied. The strength of Urahara Kisuke. It is definitely not as ordinary as it seems on the surface. Even before joining the team, Urahara Kisuke must also have unimaginable strength. In this way, through the introduction of Shihaoru Uruaki, Janya met Urahara Kisuke, but he didn't have much thought about it. Like Aizen Sōsuke, Urahara Kisuke has a lot of thoughts and heavy thoughts, and he may fall into a pit if he is not careful. After helping Shihaoru Uruaki to complete the development of instantaneous, Janya did not let go of this opportunity. He took advantage of the situation and asked Shihaoru Uruaki how to learn Kido, so as to master instant coaxing. After all, if you want to learn instant coaxing, you must first master the prerequisite of Kido. Of course, Spiritual Arts Academy will soon start teaching their basic Kido too, but since they were able to learn Kido with Shihaoru Uruaki, Janya naturally preferred the latter. Shihaoru Uruaki heard the words. He agreed without hesitation. Moreover, this was not Janya's request to agree to the deal. Chapter 33. Follow me. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane, fluttering its wings and flying high, bearing the name of mankind. Shihaoru Uruaki enunciated clearly. After reciting the Kido mantra, she immediately said, Hado S33 blue flame pendant. The words fell. A blue explosion burst out ferociously. Instantly shattered a boulder almost the size of a car. The gravel crashed down. With a serious expression, Janya followed Shihaoru Uruaki and said, The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, Vientiane, fluttering its wings, bearing the name of mankind. Hado S33 blue flame pendant. Moment. A surge of Ryutsu turned into raging flames. But this burst of flames didn't seem to be under Janya's control. It exploded in his palm. Boom. The explosion blasted Janya's face into black ashes. Speechless. Nima. Don't I have Kido talent? Ha ha ha. Seeing the deflated Janya, Shihaoru Uruaki couldn't help laughing happily. She finally found out what Janya was not good at. You brat. Finally found your weakness. Shihaoru Uruaki couldn't help but wonder. During this period of getting along, she found that Janya possessed perfect talents in almost every aspect, such as swordsmanship, white hits, shunpo, and especially fighting intuition. Once in combat state, the aura exuded by Janya, it even made her feel awe-inspiring. Fortunately, now Janya finally has something he is not good at. Otherwise, Shihaoru Uruaki would never believe that there is such an exaggerated existence like Janya in this world. Janya ignored Shihaoru Uruaki's ridicule. He urged, quickly stop laughing and move on to the next one. I don't believe it. Hearing this, Shihaoru Uruaki nodded, ready to let Janya try the next Kido. Subsequently, Shihaoru Uruaki opened his mouth and read. Beast bones, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels dotted all over the place, the movement is like the wind. Hado number 63, fiery lightning howl. The voice just fell. Roaring thunder emerged from Shihaoru Uruaki's palm. Instantly expanded into a huge light beam. The beam lasers away. In an instant, it was bombarded on the distant rock wall. Its terrifying power instantly blasted the rock wall into a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. The degree of shock even caused a violent shake in the underground space here. Janya was not surprised either, He continued to read after Shihao Yuryuaki. Beast bones, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels dotted all over the place, the movement is like the wind. Hado number 63, fiery lightning howl. The words fell. Raging like waves of thunder. It appeared in front of John Yet. But when the thunder is about to condense into a huge light beam, the thunder lost control. Explode directly. Immediately scurry around. Boom 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 boom. Countless electric lights wantonly shattered the surrounding ground, making the ground as if it had been densely covered by the firepower of modern artillery. Among the ruins, John Yuryuaki, whose hair has turned into an afro, is not reconciled. Ha ha ha. It seems that you kid really doesn't have Kido talent. Shihao Yuryuaki suddenly appeared in front of John Ye in a flash. While looking at John Ye's appearance at this time, while laughing at John Ye was speechless, and impatiently patted Shihao Yuryuaki's hand that wanted to touch his hair, with a disconvinced expression on his face. This is just the beginning. How do you know I must not have Kido talent? John Ye insisted. I was thinking anxiously in my heart. Is there any way for him to quickly master Kido? Yes, Shihao Yuryuaki seemed to be coaxing a child. You will definitely be able to learn Kido, I believe in you. She was right. Although, John Ye's 2 attempts failed. But this is why John Ye just started learning Kido. Usually, a spiritual arts academy student who learns Kido and can successfully mobilize Ryatsu throughout his body according to the Kido mantra is considered a success. But John Ye went beyond that. He not only mobilized the whole body Ryatsu, even made it the last step before releasing Kido. And there is one more important point. This is a Kido with a serial number above 30. A rookie student usually starts learning from Kido with a single-digit serial number. So, John Ye didn't know at this time. Shihao Yuryuaki played tricks on him, leading him to think he has no Kido talent. Actually, John Ye's Kido talent can also be considered first class. Also for unknown reasons. In the following days, in addition to completing the daily schedule, John Ye spent the rest of his time thinking about how to quickly master Kido and improve the Kido realm. The days passed. Until one day, he is on the way to practice swordsmanship. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed across my heart. He figured it out. Since his swordsmanship talent is the strongest, and the Kido he released before almost all lost control and failed in the last step. At the same time, I also think that the Kido in Shinigami's original work can actually be released through media. So, can I use Zanpakuto as a medium to release Kido? Chapter 34. John Ye suddenly thought of this. He immediately went to the underground space training base under the hill of Sokyoku. However, when he just came here. Yo. Why did you come here today, kid? In the steaming, bubbling hot spring, Shihao Yuryuaki with smooth skin exposed, greeted John Ye with blurred eyes. I rely on. John Yuryuaki was startled. Then turned around immediately. But the picture from the last second can't help appearing in my mind. This woman seems to be. Thinking of this, John Ye subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Good guy. Is this my benefit? This underground base, in addition to having a wide practice space, also specially designed a hot spring to relieve fatigue after exercise. But John Ye had never seen anyone use it before. Only now it seems. Maybe I didn't meet the right time. But today he had a whim and wanted to practice his thoughts. As a result, I met. Just as John Ye was thinking. There was the sound of dripping water behind him. Obviously. Shihao Yuryuaki stood up while soaking in the hot spring. She is not as shy as a normal woman. John Ye at this moment. Instead, it was more embarrassing than Shihao Yuryuaki. At this moment, Shihao Yuryuaki saw John Ye who turned his back. A sly smile appeared on his face. I'm dressed. Shihao Yuryuaki said. Hearing this, John Ye breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, before he dared to turn around and face Shihao Yuryuaki. However, Shihao Yuryuaki stood beside the hot spring in such a generous way. It's not like what she said. Already dressed. John Ye was taken aback. Until Shihao Yuryuaki's eyes became more and more meaningful. Only then did John Ye come to his senses, his ears turned red immediately, and then he turned around again, cursing and saying. You hateful woman, don't you know how to be ashamed? Put on your clothes quickly, BD. John Ye said, but the expression on his face was a little uncontrollable. Ha 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 ha. Shihao Yuryuaki immediately burst out laughing when he saw John Ye's stinky face, although John Ye was very calm on weekdays. But now it looks like this. Sure enough, he is still a stinky brat. Smile. Shihao Yuryuaki didn't continue to tease John Ye. She picked up the clothes on the side and put them on, then asked John Ye, Why are you here at this time today, what's the matter? Hear the question. It was only then that Jiangye remembered the business of coming here today. He immediately said. Snored. I've already thought of a way to master Kido. You guys just wait and see. Heard the words. Shihaoren Yuryuaki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh. What way? She was a little curious. Jiangye didn't answer. Instead, respond with action. Watch it. Jiangye suddenly pulled out his sealed state. My talent for swordsmanship is the strongest, so I was thinking about one thing. Can Zanpakuto be used as a medium to release Kido? In this case, you will be able to master Kido smoothly. Jiangye said. Hold up the sealed state with both hands. The tip of the sword pointed straight at a boulder not far away. With plausible words in his mouth, he said. O King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, who soars high, who bears the name of humanity. Hado S33 Blue Flame Pendant. The voice fell. Moment. A ferocious blue explosive flame emerged from Jiangye's sealed state, finally condensed on the tip of the sword, and then released in one breath. Boom. A powerful explosive attack. Instantly destroyed that boulder. This scene. Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked surprised. Good guy, you can think of this method. Shihaoren Yuryuaki immediately praised Jiangye. This method is indeed feasible. Only. If Kido is released through Zanpakuto as a medium. It takes one more step than normal. Jiangye also knew this truth. But. He just needs this method to master Kido. With the experience of freeing Kido smoothly. He will be able to break through all steps of normal release Kido. Jiangye temporarily ignored Shihaoren Yuryuaki. He was meditating, he was thinking, he was summing up the successful experience of just releasing Kido. After a while. He seemed to understand something. Jiangye immediately said. O King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, who soars high, who bears the name of humanity. Hado S33 Blue Flame Pendant. The words fell. This time. Jiangye did not use Zanpakuto as a medium. Hado was also successfully released. Success. Jiangye said happily, subconsciously looking in Shihaoren Yuryuaki's direction. Shihaoren Yuryuaki was also happy for Jiangye. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel stunned. This kid's talent is a bit too outrageous. Originally, she thought that Kido would embarrass Jiangye. But unexpectedly, during this period of time, Jiangye, a little brat, relied on his own comprehension to successfully master Kido. Congratulations, you have learned it? Shihaoren Yuryuaki sincerely congratulated Jiangye, unknowingly while getting along with Jiangye. The relationship between the two has become to the point where they are happy for each other. Chapter 35. Immediately afterwards. Jiangye continued to cast Kido one after another. 31 of Hado Red Cannon. 32 of Hado Yellow Fire Flash. 39 of Bakudo Round Gate Fan. One Kido after another was released without incident. Jiangye seemed to have broken through the shackles of cultivation. Know everything. His Kido levels were rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Shihaoren Yuryuaki couldn't help being dumbfounded. At this moment. After learning to master Kido. Jiangye went with the flow and asked Shihaoren Yuryuaki for advice on instant coaxing. Shihaoren Yuryuaki didn't refuse. After all, instant hearing was developed with Jiangye's help. At the same time, just taking advantage of the time when Jiangye was learning instant coaxing, she had an idea in mind to further develop instant coaxing. Maybe we can develop it together while Jiangye is studying. That's all. Jiangye began to learn instant coaxing from Shihaoren Yuryuaki. At the same time, help Shihaoren Yuryuaki to further develop the power of Shunju. In Shihaoren Yuryuaki's view, instant joy is not just the current situation, instant Jum also has a huge untapped potential. And Spiritual Arts Academy over there. Because Jiangye has already learned Kido. Plus Shihaoren Yuryuaki's reason. Jiangye got approval not to go to class every day. This also gave Jiangye more time to complete his daily tasks and accept Zoro's inheritance in the spiritual world. Also more with Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Learn instant coaxing. The time for in-depth development and instant coaxing. In such days of getting along every day. Jiangye's relationship with Shihaoren Yuryuaki is getting closer. In addition to the practice time and the rest period, what Jiangye showed also made Shihaoren Yuryuaki feel novel. After all, Jiangye is a time traveler who traveled from modern times. He has embraced the explosion of the information age. There are many strange things in my mind. At the same time, he also passed Zoro in the spiritual world. Deeply experienced the magic of One Piece world. For Shihaoren Yuryuaki. In addition to Jiangye's impressive talent, he is also very interesting in normal times, and most importantly, he is very comfortable when getting along with Jiangye. On weekdays. She is the contemporary head of Shihaoren. and the captain of the second team. High status. Everyone she met treated her with respect. Meaningless. However, Janya was different. From the first day he knew her, this kid. There is no distinction of identity. In his eyes, he might just be a little stronger, and if he is a little stronger, in his opinion, he will strive to surpass him in the future. This also leads to Shihao Yuruki in front of Janya. Being able to truly be yourself. It was an experience Shihao Yuruki hadn't experienced in a long time. Janya didn't think too much about it. After all, under the modern education he has received, equality for all is already a deeply rooted concept. And he is a systematic man. What is the top nobleman of the Soul Society? As long as your fist is big. Princes, generals, and relatives are kind. Right. That's it? Hold on, Kito. Shihao Yuruki loudly guides Janya's instant coaxing from the side. Now. Janya's body was entangled with wind like ryotsu, and these ryotsu kept compressing, and finally released from his shoulders and back. Gradually. Janya controlled the disordered Kito. Finally. Boom. Kito is done. Explosive power blasted out from Janya's shoulders and back, as if a fighter jet engine was mounted on his back, roaring bursts. At the same time, an explosive force flowed through Janya's body. Janya looked down at his hands. He shook his fist. He felt that the strength of his body had multiplied by an unknown amount, as if a single punch could sink a mountain. You did it, you really deserve to be a brat like you. Shihao Yuruki knew when he saw Janya's current state. Janya used instant coaxing. She immediately brightened up. Yes. Janya rode. Next moment. He raised his head, his eyes determined. Ignore Shihao Yuruki for now. Subconsciously cast Shunpo. The speed of Shunpo in the instant coaxing state surprised Janya immediately, but fortunately he didn't stop moving forward. In an instant, Janya appeared in front of a rock like a tall building. He was facing the rock face of the mountain. Throw a punch without hesitation. Boom. This punch. Before Janya's fist touched the rock wall, the wind from his fist violently compressed the atmosphere, and the rock had already been knocked down one step at a time. Subsequently, wait until Janya's fist hits the rock wall that has turned into a big pit. Explosive impact. Immediately remove this mountain rock that looks like a tall building. It's a blast. A huge void reveals the scene behind the rock. Hiss. Seeing the power of this punch, Shihao Yuruki can't help but gasp. Oh my god. Who would have believed that Janya, who was able to cause such astonishing destruction, was just a brat who couldn't even know Zanpakuto Shikai. Rao is Shihao Yuruki at this time. I also have to be surprised. Shihao Yuruki saw the destructive power caused by Janya. She suddenly felt itchy. Chapter 36. Happy to see you. Come. Let's compete again. Shihao Yuruki said at night. Next moment. She also displayed the burst-like instant coaxing, and the violent ryotsu swirled around her, creating a powerful aura spontaneously. Seeing the situation, Janya was speechless. Answered Shihao Yuruki with action. At this time, the speed of the two people turned into an afterimage, and they flew towards each other at a very high speed. The speed was so fast that two long smoke dusts were dragged on the ground. Immediately afterwards. Fist of Janya and Shihao Yuruki. They collided together. Fist to fist. Instant coax to instant coax. Immediately, the violent impact produced layers of strong wind pressure, which swept away in all directions, the wind pressure of the turbulent flow of residual spirit particles. Even if it's just Yue. It also reduced the man-high stones on the surrounding earth to dust. One can imagine. The blow that Janya collided with Shihao Yuruki. What a terrifying energy it contains. Come again. Shihao Yuruki felt the power not weaker than her. Immediately shouted. Immediately he punched again. Seeing this, Janya certainly didn't hesitate. Another punch. Rumble. The ground trembled due to the collision of the two. Immediately afterwards, one punch after another, the speed of the two punches was quite amazing, and they punched back and forth. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rounds have passed. The two of them shot up from the ground into the air, from the air into the mountain, and then from the mountain into the ground. All places in the underground space were raised. For a while, the battle between the two became more and more intense. On the one hand, Shihao Yuruki was shocked that Janya's current strength was able to compete with her. Even her Shunpo seemed to be restrained by Janya's beast-like intuition that only appeared in battle. On the other hand, Janya's strength also allowed her to fight this battle extremely smoothly. Similarly, Janya was also very surprised in his heart. Apart from not using swordsmanship, he didn't hold back his hands in the state of instant coaxing. But look. Shihao Yuaki still has strength to spare. Certainly. It's a case of none of them pulling out all the stops. Shihao Yuaki did not come up with the power of Zanpakuto's liberation. Although Shihao Yuaki never used Zanpakuto's liberation in the original. Such as Shikai, Bankai, and the like. But as a Shinigami at captain level. She must have mastered Zanpakuto's Bankai. It goes without saying. In the Shinigami original. It was once written that in the history of Go Di-13 team captains, only Zaraki Kenpachi became the captain without mastering Bankai. Janya did not use his most powerful swordsmanship. Notice. Janya's strongest power. It's exactly that powerful swordsmanship. Especially under the blessing of the instantaneous coaxing state, his physical fitness has skyrocketed many times. As his body becomes stronger, it means that his swordsmanship power will also increase exponentially. Afterwards, Janya and Shihao Yuaki stalemate for a while. Shihao Yuaki took the initiative to stop the competition. In the momentary state. She couldn't help Janya. Similarly, Janya couldn't do anything to her. So if you continue to fight, there will be no results. I'm convinced, you stinky brat. Shihao Yuaki waved his hands helplessly, feeling a little speechless about Janya's strength, and even more of an old feeling. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Certainly. Shihao Yuaki also knows. It's not that she's old. Now among the students of Spiritual Arts Academy. I'm afraid I can't find a student as outrageous as Janya. But facts are facts. Janya laughed when he heard the words, I have given in to Miss Yuaki, all of this is because of your help, which made me grow up to where I am now. Shihao Yuaki snorted coldly. Come on. Without me, you would have come to this point sooner or later. Shihao Yuaki knew this very well in his heart. For Janya, it is nothing more than a matter of time accumulation. Hey. Janya smiled, but didn't speak. After. With Janya who has mastered instant coaxing. It can help Shihao Yuaki further develop the potential of instant coaxing. Janya also knew what the advanced instant coaxing developed by Shihao Yuaki in the original book looked like, so he pretended to suggest a few words. Shihao Yuaki heard Janya's suggestion. Inspiration suddenly popped up in her mind. It's really yours. Shihao Yuaki looked delighted. Subconsciously, he jumped up and hugged Janya tightly. Janya immediately felt a huge force covering his eyes. Before he could feel it carefully. Shihao Yuaki let go of Janya. Fall to the ground. Straight to the side of the open space. Start experimenting with what comes to mind. It was only then that Janya came to his senses. I recalled the great power I felt just now in my mind. It really is a woman with a devil's figure. Janya couldn't control his imagination. Just as Janya was in a trance, a thunderous roar resounded through the space. Janya immediately came back to his senses, turned his eyes to look in the direction of the thunder, and saw Shihao Yuaki in that direction, bathed in thunder. This moment. Shihao Yuaki Haki is incomparable. Chapter 37. On the head grows the horns of the god of thunder transformed into thunder. In the void behind him, a ring formed by 6 thunderhook jades appeared. Instant coaxing, thunder god's battle form is complete. Shihao Yuaki immediately had an excited smile on his face, and shared with Janya, look, this is the potential of instant coaxing in my imagination. She finished. With the hands up and down open and close. Rolling lightning descended in this underground space. Like a terrifying natural disaster, dozens of thunderbolts fell one after another, destroying the earth with enormous power. For a moment. The underground space is like entering the end of the world. Everywhere looks destroyed. The ground is full of pits of terrible depth. Hiss. Rao is Janya's state when he saw Shihao Yuaki. I also have to be surprised. This instant coaxing power seems to be no less than Zanpakuto's Bankai. No wonder Shihao Yuaki didn't use Zanpakuto in the original work. There is such a terrifying power of instant coaxing. Need Zanpakuto? Unnecessary. Shihao Yuaki, just need a little shot. Then the limit of the segment is known. At this moment. Shihao Yuaki bathed in the center of the thunderstorm. His eyes turned to Janya outside Lake. She said. Now let's compete again. Janya? You are all open. Still want to bully me? Janya is not that stupid. Before making gestures with Shihao Yuaki, it was because they were under the same conditions, and he would not be bullied like a child. Now. Nima, your instant coaxing has added special effects. Who compares with you? Unless you wait for his instant coaxing to also add special effects. Think like this. Janya couldn't help but look forward to it. In the original Shinigami book. The attribute represented by Shihaoren Yuryuki's instant coax is Thunder. She has Shunkoku's Thunder God battle form, Shunkoku's Thunder Beast battle form and Shun Long Black Cat War Princess. The attribute represented by Suifeng's instant coax is Wind. She has the form of Instantaneous and Infinite Instantaneous. Shihaoren Yuryuki's younger brother, namely Shihaoren Yashiro Sakimune, uses the attribute of Shuo that is Fire. He has the form of Instant Coaxing and Explosive Flames. Janya was very curious. What kind of attributes are suitable for him? No. Wait until I learn it too. Janya refused Shihaoren Yuryuki's request. Well, it's boring. Shihaoren Yuryuki couldn't help but pouted and said, she still wanted to use the excuse just now to bully Janya. In the end, Janya wasn't fooled. Harmful. John Yuryuki can see Shihaoren Yuryuki's reaction now. Fortunately, the master is witty. But now that Shihaoren Yuryuki has developed an advanced version of Shuo, so it's his turn too. In the following days, Shihaoren Yuryuki began to help Janya develop his own advanced version of Shunjoy while consolidating the battle form of Shunjoy Raytheon. At first, the thoughts of Janya and Shihaoren Yuryuki are, also let Janya cast Kido with the Thunder attribute. Can be displayed. Janya felt something was wrong. Later, he tried the Fire attributed Kido, which also felt unsuitable, although it could also exert extremely powerful power. But there is a feeling that the progress bar is always stuck at 99%. Trust Janya. He is very keen on this feeling. After that, he tried Suifeng's exclusive Wind attribute again. But it didn't reach 100% cooperation. This made it difficult for Shihaoren Yuryuki. Then, during the period of stalemate, Janya suddenly thought of an idea one day. That is his Ashura Ghostly 9 Sword style. This is a ghostly aura that only he possesses Ashura 9 Sword style. Ghost energy also has the attribute of Ghost, it will greatly increase the power of slashing and strengthen the individual's aura to deter the enemy. So, is it possible to use Ghost energy as a representative attribute of advanced instant coaxing? Janya thought about it. It seems like a reasonable idea. Janya then began to try. In the next moment, his face gradually became serious, and he exuded an aura of calmness and prestige from all over his body. Shihaoren Yuryuki, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but his expression changed. She didn't interrupt Janya, because she knew that Janya might be thinking of something at this time, so she watched quietly from the side. Subsequently, suddenly, a huge Ryutsu appeared on Janya's body crazily. Notice. Accumulated over time. Janya's Ryutsu and Lingwei have surpassed the rank of vice captain. Now he finally possesses third-class spirit power. That is, the spiritual power that only ordinary captain-level Shinigami can have. The appearance of this Ryutsu immediately evolved into Janya's three-headed and six-armed man, entwined with a dark purple ghostly aura. In the eyes of others, Janya is like a ghost walking out of the underworld. Seeing this, Shihaoren Yuryuki's eyes froze, and she immediately felt an astonishing oppression from Janya's current state. Good guy. This stinky brat is actually hiding a hand. She was amazed. This is a power that has not been seen before. And the potential of this power. It seems extremely huge. Immediately afterwards, Janya suddenly activated the instant coaxing state. The exploding Kido emerged from his back and shoulders, like several pairs of jet engines, immediately producing a strong momentum. Subsequently, Janya began to try to combine the instant coaxing and the ghostly Ashura form. Gradually. Two forces with incredible potential. Surprisingly 2 into 1. Chapter 38. Boom. There was a loud bang. Explode in this underground space. The sound is so huge that the sound waves generated instantly sweep everything around. Whether it was the nearby gravel or the rock wall of the distant mountain, they were all impacted by a violent shaking. Shihaoren Yuryuki raised Ryutsu defense all over his body in an instant, and thus resisted the sudden Ryutsu shock wave. She stared in Janya's direction. I saw Janya at this time. Surrounded by a huge dark purple ghost aura. With 3 heads and 6 arms. Like an ancient demon god. Instant coaxing Ashura's battle form is completed. The instant coaxing effect on the ghost gas Ashura makes the content of the ghost gas expand several times. A figure with 3 heads and 6 arms taller than Janya himself by 2 heights emerged behind him. It's like standing behind a demon god. Ghost Chi Ashura acts on instant coaxing, making the impact of Kido's explosion even more destructive after the instant coaxing is turned on. Just like fighter engines use more efficient fuel. The ejection thrust is stronger. This power. So strong. Janya looked down at himself. He shook his fist. Feel the violent power in the body. Then Janya waved his fist casually. I saw this casual punch, and there was a sonic boom that exploded, and the white sound barrier wrapped around the fist, which felt unreal. Hear this bang. Shihao Noryuaki looked shocked. Good guy. This punch has exploded. Shihao Noryuaki knew that it had to be extremely fast and the body had to withstand the impact of the blast. To throw such a punch. Just when Shihao Noryuaki was surprised, Janya suddenly looked at Shihao Noryuaki and said, Miss Noryuaki. Come to make gestures. Heard the words. Shihao Noryuaki suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. But she still agreed. Come on. A mere stinky brat, am I still afraid of you? Shihao Noryuaki raised his eyebrows. To be honest, seeing Janya in this state, she really felt a little itchy. In the next moment, Shihao Noryuaki suddenly started the instant coaxing Thor battle form. Rumble. A massive thunder surrounds Shihao Noryuaki in the center. She is standing in the center of Thunder Pond right now. Like the god in charge of thunder. Opposite. On the other hand, Janya, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, has transformed into an ancient demon god. Devil vs god. Whoever loses wins. In the next moment, without warning, the two attacked each other at the same time. The figures of the two suddenly turned into 2 rainbow lights, one purple and the other yellow. The speed of the two people was so fast that they could not be observed by the naked eye. Subsequently, the moment the figures of the two collided. Swish. A blazing white light. In an instant, it filled all the places in the underground space here. The energy explosion caused by the collision generated by the battle. Too huge. Even erased the sound. Even the sound waves were swallowed by the shock. Until a moment later. The white light faded. Only then did the scene after the collision appear. I saw that around where Janya and Shihao Noryuaki were standing at this moment, a large pit with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer suddenly appeared. The height from the edge of the pit to the pit. Almost 4 or 5 stories high. This big hole. It was as if a meteorite had fallen here. The ground of the big pit was completely charred and black. There was even a burning smell in the air. Almost lost. Shihao Noryuaki let out a long sigh of relief, patted his chest and said, but as to whether it was true or not, no one knows. Janya smiled and shook his head. He didn't believe Shihao Noryuaki's words. As for the result of the sparring just now, can only say, let's tie. Neither was seriously injured. Because the two were at the last moment of fierce collision. Guide Ryotsu to explode below. After all, this is just a discussion. It's not a battle of life and death. Shihao Noryuaki looked around at the devastation they had caused. I can't help feeling a headache subconsciously. Then she checked the enchantment of the underground space again. It's okay. Shihao Noryuaki really breathed a sigh of relief this time. The explosion didn't affect the enchantment, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Heard the words. Only then did Janya notice the barrier covering the underground space here. Unexpectedly, this enchantment could even block the impact just now. Urahara-Kisuke does have a lot going for it. Then, Shihao Noryuaki offered to propose, in order to celebrate your learning of the advanced version of instantaneous, I must help you celebrate today. Stay here and don't go. Shihao Noryuaki's words hadn't quite fallen yet. Her figure has disappeared. Janya smiled and shook his head. Why are you in such a hurry? Still, the thought of someone celebrating him puts him in a good mood. He then waited for Shihao Noryuaki to return from his shopping while he collected the devastation from the battle. Taking Shunpo of Shihao Noryuaki. It didn't take long. She didn't know where to bring a bunch of things back. There is good cooked food and good wine. Immediately, the air was filled with the rich aroma of food and wine. Chapter 39. Smell the booze. John Noryuaki felt hooked all of a sudden. Although he didn't drink alcohol at first, but because he accepted Zoro's inheritance in the spiritual world, he also liked drinking over time. In the original pirate work, Zoro likes to drink. Certainly. During the battle, or before the battle, Zoro will not drink. Similarly, although Janya likes to drink, he doesn't put himself in a state of drunkenness all the time. Because he is still a student in the academy, apart from receiving subsidies for his excellent grades, he is living in a bit of financial difficulties. But daily consumption and the like. Spiritual Arts Academy is fully covered with food and lodging. Only, if you usually want to drink some better wine, the wallet will be a little emboldened. The smell of wine is now in the air. John Noryuaki knew it when he heard it. This is definitely a high-end wine. A big family is a big family, and the things that Shihao Noryuaki took out are beyond the reach of ordinary people. It looks like I can have a good meal today. Janya thought happily, with a happy smile on his face. Come. Cheers. Shihao Noryuaki drank a little excitedly, raised his glass and said loudly. Cheers. Janya was also a little overjoyed, his face flushed, he clinked glasses with Shihaoren Yuryuaki excitedly, and then drank it down with pride. Readily. Shihaoren Yuryuaki looked at John Yuryuaki and praised him dryly. It was the first time she saw this side of Janya. Bold. Decisive. It's perfect for her taste. Janya and Shihaoren Yuryuaki, chomping on wine and meat, were so happy, they looked very happy. As they drank and drank, the two got more and more excited. After finishing the appetizers, Shihaoren Yuryuaki took the wine bottle and walked into the hot spring beside him. Her whole body was wet with water. He looked at Janya with blurred eyes. Come. This hot spring is very comfortable. This hot spring in the underground space is specially created by Urahara-Kisuke, which has the effect of relieving physical fatigue and mental fatigue after the battle. Heard the words. Look at Shihaoren Yuryuaki's invitation. Janya didn't hesitate at all. He had never soaked in this hot spring before. But this time. He walked in without hesitation. The two leaned against the pool on one side, looking at each other through the misty water vapor, and suddenly felt a dry mouth in their mouths. Next moment. The two hugged each other. Nothing to say all night. The next day. Underground space. Janya, who woke up suddenly, woke up with a jolt. A large number of pictures flooded in like a flood. He immediately recalled yesterday. What happened after taking a hot spring bath with Shihaoren Yuryuaki? Good guy. It tastes really good. Janya raised a shallow smile. The heart seems to be still thinking about it. However, he immediately came back to his senses and looked to the side, but he didn't find Shihaoren Yuryuaki, only a small note. The note reads. Little brother. Well done last night. No name was written on the note. But of course Janya knew that it was Shihaoren Yuryuaki's handwriting. Look at the words written on the note. Janya was suddenly a little confused. This is how big sister feels. He can't help talking. What Janya didn't know was. This morning. Shihaoren Yuryuaki woke up one step ahead of Janya. When she looked at the light red left in the hot spring pool. Feel the discomfort in the lower abdomen again. Shihaoren Yuryuaki couldn't help covering his cheeks with his hands, feeling quite complicated in his heart, and his ears immediately began to turn slightly red. Now. Shihaoren Yuryuaki doesn't look like the usual big sister's sassy look at all. Instead, she finally has a bit of a woman's posture. But that look is fleeting. Shihaoren Yuryuaki recovered quickly. Then. She immediately destroyed the war results of last night, and turned to look at Janya, who was still sleeping beside her, with a fierce expression on her face. Although. She took the initiative yesterday. But this fierce look came like a gust of wind. Like every woman's emotion. It's all changing all the time. Shihaoren Yuryuaki then left a note that Janya saw. Then it disappeared like a gust of wind. That's all. Janya helped Shihaoren Yuryuaki develop Shunjoy and the advanced version of Shunjoy. At the same time, it also allowed him to master the power of instant coaxing. During this period, Janya was also asking Shihaoren Yuryuaki for advice on various aspects of Shinigami's slaying the fist and walking the ghost. With an opponent like Shihaoren Yuryuaki as a training object, Janya's strength improved much faster than when he was in Spiritual Arts Academy. Oh. He is also from Shihaoren Yuryuaki. Learned the third of the famous four maples, Kong-chan. Janya returned to the days of Spiritual Arts Academy. After all, he is still a student of Spiritual Arts Academy. Later, Janya also went to see Shihaoren Yuryuaki several times, but for some reason, Shihaoren Yuryuaki said that she was very busy and not free. Janya thought to himself. Sure enough, women just don't understand. Woman. It will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Janya then concentrated on studying at Spiritual Arts Academy. This year, because he had learned Kido a long time ago, he got the first grade in Kido class smoothly. And it was during the holiday after the final exam of the year. A big event happened that affected Godi 13. Chapter 40. The Soul Society, which has been quiet for many years, has become turbulent for a long time. The Shinigami who went out to patrol Rokanga were nervous. During the recent period, there have been many abnormal events where souls disappeared in Rokanga. The number of souls disappearing will gradually begin to destroy the balance of the three worlds of Soul Society, this world, and Hueco Mundo. The situation is so urgent that the captain has ordered every Shinigami to be on alert level 3. At the same time, he ordered the captain of Division 9, Meguruma Kensei, to go to Rokanga to investigate, and make sure to find out the truth of this matter. Yes. Captain. Meguruma Kensei replied. The emergency captain's meeting is dissolved. Meguruma Kensei immediately summoned the elites of Division 9 to investigate with Rokanga at the place where the incident happened. However, what he didn't notice was that behind him, Aizen Sōsuke, the vice captain of the 5th Division, was watching his back go away. Later. Meguruma Kensei led the team to Rakonga. They stumble upon several children attacked by Minos Grande. After saving these children, Kuna Mashiro, the vice captain of the 9th squad, found several Shinigami death gear abandoned on the side of the road. After a quick count, the number of dead fighters was the same as the number of the advance investigation team they sent before. Meguruma Kensei realized immediately. 10 members of the advance party have been killed. He immediately ordered the team to separate, to destroy the enemy before they attack Siritai. However, that night, tragedy happened. Meguruma Kensei was in the temporary camp when he heard screams from outside, and he immediately rushed out of the tent to find out. His team members have been brutally murdered. Just when he was going to look for other players, he himself was murdered. Ryutsu of Division 9 Captain and Vice Captain Kuna Mashiro suddenly disappeared. This matter immediately attracted the great attention of the captain, and immediately ordered his subordinates to notify the entire territory of Siritai to enter a first-class emergency state of martial law. Subsequently, at the called emergency captain meeting, a rescue team of 6 including Hiroko Shinji appeared. When they rushed to the scene of the incident, Saragaki Hiri, who was one step earlier, has been attacked by Meguruma Kensei, who has completely hollowed. Everyone failed to control Meguruma Kensei in the hollow state, and was finally restrained by the Kido deputy Kido chief, Hachigen, with the forbidden technique. But at this time, discovered by Hiroko Shinji and others, all of this turned out to be his vice captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sōsuke, behind the scenes. Aizen UBD. Hiroko Shinji gritted his teeth and said angrily, he already knew something was wrong with Aizen Sōsuke. That's why he specially transferred Aizen Sōsuke to his subordinates so that he could monitor all the actions of Aizen Sōsuke at all times. But Hiroko Shinji never expected. Instead, this behavior was one of his failures. Not only did Aizen Sōsuke realize that he was a threat, at the same time, it also gave Aizen Sōsuke a lot of convenience. Hiroko Shinji and others had no strength to resist in front of Aizen Sōsuke, so they were forced to start the Shinigami Hollow experiment. The last moment of the experiment. Sensing the ominous Urahara Kisuke, Tessai Tsukubishi and Kido had rushed to the scene and rescued Hiroko Shinji and others in time. Take control of their hollow process. But afterwards, under the special design of Aizen Sōsuke, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi were sentenced to felony by the 46th chamber for the hollow experiment. Hiroko Shinji, Meguruma Kensei, et al. It is regarded as false and sentenced to severe punishment. At a critical moment, Shihao Uruaki broke into the sentencing hall and saved Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi. Urahara Kisuke also helped Hiroko Shinji and others to hide in this world, and formed a masked army division with the Hollows. So far, it is probably the whole process of the incident. This incident has far-reaching effects, and the entire Godai 13 has almost undergone tremendous changes. During the event, there were 6 captains, Hiroko Shinji, Meguruma Kensei, Love Ikawa, Odoribashi Rajuro, Urahara Kisuke, and Shihao Uruaki. Defect the Soul Society. Become a sinner of the Soul Society. You know, Godai 13 has a total of 13 captains. In this incident, 6 captains betrayed Siritai. At the same time, there are several deputy captains, as well as the Grand Kido Chief and Deputy Kido Chief of the Kido Congregation, also betrayed Siritai together. It can be said that this is the biggest personnel change in the Siritai in the past few hundred years. The impact it produced was far-reaching and spread across the 6 teams, indirectly or directly changing the fate of more than 1,000 Shinigami. Aizen Sōsuke is fine if he doesn't make a move. One shot. It almost abolished half of Godai 13's high-end combat power. Of course, under the arrangement of the General Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, the vacant captain seat was quickly replaced by the qualified Shinigami. But the Shinigami that was originally likely to threaten Aizen Sōsuke has been emptied by him. That way, if Aizen Sōsuke wanted to move in Siritai, no one might notice. But there is one exception. That was Janya, who was a time traveler. He sensed a lingering solemnity in the Siritai air. Certainly. Even as a student of Spiritual Arts Academy, I can also feel the recent days. The oppressive atmosphere that spreads. Chapter 41. Especially when Janya heard that Urahara Kisuke and Shihao Uruaki and others were announced as the time of sinners who betrayed the Soul Society. He knew it immediately. Aizen Sōsuke hit them. He was a little worried about Uruaki, but he didn't think too much about Shihao Uruaki in the original book, who could go to the present world and hide. It's useless to think too much. All of these can't find him yet. After all, he is just a student of Spiritual Arts Academy now. The only thing he has to do now is to become stronger. Become strong enough to defeat any enemy. So strong that even heaven and hell will echo his name. After this holiday ends and school starts, Janya will face the most important training subject before becoming a real Shinigami. That is the soul burial practice. The soul burial practice is for students who are about to graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy to go to the present world to start practicing the basic work of Shinigami, soul burial. The souls of the dead in this world. If it is not soul burial by Shinigami in time, it is possible to be eaten by Su, or become Su. So soul burial has become one of the most basic tasks of Shinigami. Every Shinigami must be proficient in the technique of soul burial. At the same time, soul burial in this world may also encounter ghosts, so fighting is also part of the training required in soul burial practice. Anyway, the holidays aren't over yet. During this holiday, Janya returned to his usual routine. Complete daily quests each day and start receiving Zoro's legacy in the spirit world. This time, Janya entered the spiritual world and found that Zoro finally began to learn how to use the power called Armament Haki. Listen. Armament Haki is like a layer of armor. This kind of power can greatly improve the body's defense and attack power. At the same time, Armament Haki is also the only force that can attack the Logia Devil Fruit entity. Hawkeye my Hawk explained for Zoro. At the same time, it was also shown on the hand. See here. Immediately from Hawkeye's arms entwined with black power, Zoro. Feel a great threat. I see. Zoro suddenly realized. Armament Haki's power is more than that. It can harden every part of the body, greatly improving the defense and attack capabilities of the body. It can also be wound around the body, like flowing gas, or around weapons, such as swords, or muskets. Armament Haki can also be released remotely. The attack range extends outside the body. It can evolve into a substantial attack without touching the enemy. It can also be used as a defense. The most important thing is that the Armament Haki released outside can also pass through the surface of the object, and then launch a destructive blow to the inside of the object. This is very effective against enemies with strong surface defenses. The mighty Armament Haki is even immune to Devil Fruit abilities imposed by opponents. In the original work of Pirates, the famous Q teacher once said a famous saying about Haki. Only Haki can override everything. It is conceivable that the closer to the top-end combat power, the more outrageous and powerful the Haki it masters. In short, Haki is definitely a power that can grow infinitely with the user, has infinite imagination and great potential. The days passed. Iyuruaki day after day. Follow Zoro in the spirit world to learn Haki from my Hawk the Hawkeye. It didn't take long. Because Zoro's physical fitness is strong, he already has the prerequisites for awakening Haki, and he quickly mastered the entry-level armed color. This day, Zoro clenched his fists violently. Arm muscles swell. Then, a pitch-black force suddenly emerged covering his hand. Under the sunlight, this pitch-black force reflected a steel-like metallic luster, and the bursts of coldness couldn't help but captivate the soul. See here. Zoro couldn't help but subconsciously drew his knife and slashed at himself. This one hardens Armament Haki's arm. Just listen to clang. The sharp blade cut on the arm, and there was a burst of sparks colliding with the metal, leaving no trace on the arm. Not even a white mark was left. Zoro was suddenly delighted. Although, his knife was just a wave of his hand. But without hardening Armament Haki, he would never dare to cut his own arm like this. He is not a fool, and he has no hobby of self-harm. Just mastering the newly awakened Armament Haki can produce such a huge change from the self before mastering it. Zoro had to marvel at Armament Haki's power. At the same time, get out of the spiritual world. Janya also mastered the entry-level Armament Haki. I saw this moment. He stood up and clenched his fist, and a pitch-black power surged out, covering almost the entire arm of his clenched fist. Feel this new strength in your arms. Janya also drew his sword and slashed. Clang. Sparks flew. But it didn't cause any damage to the arm. Amazing. Janya couldn't help exclaiming, just using the initial use of the arm to harden his arm, he can become invulnerable. As expected of Haki. Chapter 42. After initially mastering the entry-level Armament Haki, Janya did not relax. In the days that followed, he followed Zoro in the spiritual world and continued to strengthen the practice of Armament Haki. Increases the Armament Haki's capacity and increases the Armament Haki's quality from the point where it only hardens initially to cover one arm. Gradually. Raised to harden and cover the entire upper body. Also did it? It can be changed according to the situation in the battle. And change Armament Haki's hardened defense in time. Zoro and Janya's Armament Haki began to improve from the beginner level to the proficient level. On the other hand, during this holiday, Janya is also strengthening his practice of Zanpakuto in addition to strengthening his practice of Armament Haki. These days. Every night he dreams. And it was the same dream. Endless white bones piled up to form a piece of land. A huge red archway gate stands quietly on top of the bones. I don't know how long this archway has been standing, as if it was born here from ancient times, and it has not changed for 110,000 years or 1,010,000 years. In a dream, Janya tried to enter the red gate of the archway. But every time I didn't wait for him to go in. He just woke up. It was as if some kind of force was refusing his entry. Or rather, the time has not come. Janya knew that it was definitely not unusual for the same dream to recur day after day, and there must be a reason for it. And this reason? Most likely his sealed state. In recent days, he has gradually felt that the connection between himself and the sealed state is strengthening day and night, as if he has a soul partner. So, it is very likely that the dream is his Zanpakuto inner world. Figured this out, Janya immediately changed his sealed state to Zanpakuto to liberate himself. Give birth to endless interest. After all, the most powerful force among the Shinigami. It is the liberating power of Zanpakuto. And as a traveler who likes Shinigami's work, what could be like having your own Zanpakuto, your own Chikai and Bankai one day? After the excitement, Janya knew only a normal mind can usher in the final liberation. So he suppressed his heart. Practice sword zen as usual. Prepare to go with the flow and welcome the liberation of your sealed state. But on days like this, Janya's last year as a Spiritual Arts Academy student has begun. He goes back to the days when he took classes at Spiritual Arts Academy. First day of school. The morning class is over. After lunch break, the first class of the afternoon begins. What surprised Janya was that this is the first class in the afternoon. It turned out to be a calligraphy class with Aizen Sōsuke as the teacher. Janya did not expect that in the last year of studying at Spiritual Arts Academy, a big surprise came to him on the first day. Before, Aizen Sōsuke also comes to Spiritual Arts Academy to teach calligraphy from time to time. He likes calligraphy. Of course, the most important purpose of Aizen Sōsuke is to display Kyoka Suijutsu's hypnosis with the help of the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy. In order to fulfill his vision, he didn't like the emergence of a new generation of genius Shinigami among the Seireitei. This will hinder his movement. So to prevent this, Aizen Sōsuke decided to be a student at Spiritual Arts Academy. All hypnosis students who have the potential to become Shinigami geniuses. With the big things that happened in the past, Aizen Sōsuke was originally the vice captain of the 5th Division. After the assessment and approval of several captains, Aizen Sōsuke took over the vacant position of captain of the 5th team from Hiroko Shinji and became the captain. Change of this position. Elevation of status. For Aizen Sōsuke, this person is a huge change. A former student of Spiritual Arts Academy as Aizen Sōsuke. It's just a vice captain of the squadron. Good character. Even students from Spiritual Arts Academy like them are taken seriously. But now, after Aizen Sōsuke became the captain, in the eyes of their students, Aizen Sōsuke has become one of the 13 strongest members among Soul Society, Seireitei, and Godei 13 today. Its impact is huge. They didn't expect that Aizen Sōsuke, who is the captain of the 5th Division, would come to teach them at the Spiritual Arts Academy. For a while, the students in the class warmly welcome Mr. Aizen Sōsuke. Thank you, my classmates, for welcoming me as always. Alright students. Calm down, it's time for class. Aizen Sōsuke, wearing a pair of good guy glasses, smiled. With his gentle voice sounded. The noisy classroom instantly quieted down. Then start class. Janya saw this scene. I couldn't help but be speechless in my heart. Aizen Sōsuke's castle, means can be seen a Madara. He seems to have a magical power to make people obedient. Even the rowdy college students didn't dare to make any small moves in front of him. However, this had no effect on Janya. It is estimated that the students of their current class have all used Kyoka Suijutsu hypnosis by Aizen Sōsuke as early as the first 2 years. Chapter 43. Among the few times Aizen Sōsuke came to the class before, he has shown his Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. On the surface, it refers to the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system, which uses the irregular reflection of fog and water to make the enemy hallucinate and cause internal strife. But it is not. And Janya had read the original Shinigami novel. Of course I know the details of the dog Aizen Sōsuke. So he makes excuses every time. It's not sleeping, or it's just not going. Anyway, the main one is not interested. The main reason why Janya dared to do this was because of poor information. As a time traveler, he has read the original work of Shinigami and knows the information of Aizen Sōsuke Kyoka Suijutsu. And Aizen Sōsuke doesn't know his details. Even if he guessed it for the first time, thinking that Janya knew there was something wrong with his Zanpakuto, but he absolutely couldn't believe it. Of course it is possible. Aizen Sōsuke knows this. It's just that he treats Ichimaru-jin like Wanting to know what Janya would do, he remained silent. But all of this has nothing to do with Janya for the time being. Aizen Sōsuke explained the essentials of calligraphy on the podium. Janya dozed off in class, not paying attention to how Aizen Sōsuke on the podium showed his charm as a man. The time for class flew by. Ring ring ring. The get out of class bell rang. Janya also woke up from his sleep. At this time, a group of students quickly gathered around Aizen Sōsuke. Ask about calligraphy. Even if there was no problem, they racked their brains to come up with something in order to get closer to Aizen Sōsuke. Janya didn't care. Yawn. Then prepared to leave the classroom. He asked himself that he couldn't play Aizen Sōsuke. So his solution is simple. Grandpa doesn't play this game with you at all. If you don't play, you won't lose. Don't lose, just win. But Janya didn't know that when Aizen Sōsuke was answering students' doubts, his eyes turned to Janya who was about to leave. Aizen Sōsuke suddenly said. Student Janya. Please wait a while. Can I talk to you? As soon as the words came out, the classroom was instantly quiet. The students surrounding Aizen Sōsuke were very surprised when they saw Mr. Aizen Sōsuke suddenly open his mouth to look for Janya. But this seems very reasonable. After all, Janya's current name. It has already resounded throughout the Spiritual Arts Academy. His perfect performance is clearly visible to all Spiritual Arts Academy teachers, including all students. Then, it is quite reasonable for Master Aizen Sōsuke to seek Janya for something. However, Janya was taken aback when he heard these words. I can't help but feel like shit. Aizen Sōsuke is so straightforward. Janya thought so in his heart. Without changing his face, he looked at Aizen Sōsuke Kaido. Teacher Aizen, just tell me if you have anything to say. He didn't want to be alone with Aizen Sōsuke. If there is anything to talk about in the classroom. Heard the words. Aizen Sōsuke smiled softly. He said. Alright then, classmate Janya. What I want to say is. Student Janya, are you willing to join my 5th team after graduation? If you come, I can directly let you be the seat officer. The words fell. The students present were extremely envious. Good guy. They also need to consider which team is better to join after graduation. However, Janya was directly invited by the captain of the 5th squad Master Aizen Sōsuke, and promised a position as a seat officer as soon as he opened his mouth. Notice. In general, after normal Spiritual Arts Academy students graduate, usually start with the most common Shinigami. Unless you have extraordinary strength. Defeat the master of the team. But this situation generally rarely occurs. After all, you, a rookie Shinigami who has only practiced for 6 years, want to defeat the veterans in the team who have practiced for decades at least. It's just fantastic. But Janya's future is different from theirs. From the very beginning, he is the chief officer of the 5th division. Although he is only a small seated officer, he has been promoted to the management level anyway, so don't look down on any seated officer. How bright Janya's future is. Just think about it. It made the classmates present feel envious. Rukia and Abarai Renji were also immediately happy for Janya. But what they didn't expect was. Janya shook his head and rejected Master Aizen Sōsuke. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizen, I already have a fan team that I'm interested in. Janya said casually, but he didn't actually have a fan team that he wanted to go to. If anything, under the command of Mr. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. On the one hand, you can avoid trouble, on the other hand, you may be able to ask the strongest Shinigami ever in Soul Society for advice. But from Janya's understanding and inquiries, most of the first team are old people from Swordsman. It will not absorb a rookie freshman. No matter how powerful this rookie freshman shows. Janya directly rejected Aizen Sōsuke. Chapter 44. Heard the words. Aizen Sōsuke was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a student like Janya would reject a team leader's personal invitation. Aizen Sōsuke didn't have any thoughts on the surface. He smiled gently as always, with a sense of helplessness in his smile. Laughing and jokingly said. It seems that my fan team can't attract classmate Janya. Oh well. If you want to join my 5th division, I'm always welcome. Aizen Sōsuke promised Janya. See here. All the students present once again felt the powerful tenderness of Aizen Sōsuke. Even if rejected, Aizen Sōsuke-sama is still so friendly. And give Janya Yuaki a promise that he can join the 5th team at any time. This treatment is simply too good. Seeing everyone's reaction, Janya couldn't help being surprised. This dog Aizen really never forgets to release his charm. With no apparent change, he nodded to Aizen Sōsuke and left the classroom naturally. In this way, the first active contact between Janya and Aizen Sōsuke ended. Afterwards, Spiritual Arts Academy returned to its usual calm. Soul Society Siriti is also gradually recovering from the last big event. Once again into the peaceful Siriti. Aizen Sōsuke did not take any further action against Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye thought about it and thought in his heart. This may just be that Aizen Sōsuke saw his talent and wanted to recruit him into his 5th team before graduation. Since the invitation was directly rejected, Aizen Sōsuke may no longer pursue it. But in these peaceful days, Zhang Ye knew the most important thing is to become stronger. He continued to strengthen his practice of armament haki. At the same time, none of the rest of the cultivation was left behind. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, he did not miss out on the preparatory courses for the soul burial practice, learning all the knowledge as much as possible. The days are fleeting. Soon came the day of formal soul burial practice. Zhang Ye, Rukia, Abarai Renji and the others, as well as fellow students, gathered in front of the crossing gate of Spiritual Arts Academy. The general process of the soul burial practice. Their homeroom teacher had already explained in detail before school yesterday. Carry out soul burial practice in groups and regions. Complete the number of soul burials within the specified time, and kill an ordinary ghost at the same time. It is considered as the completion of the task. As for how to complete it, what method is used to complete it, it doesn't matter, as long as the requirements of the soul burial are completed and an ordinary ghost is killed. Today will be a real Shinigami of Godai 13. Lead them to the present world for soul burial practice. All of them must obey the orders of the leading Shinigami unconditionally. Those who violate the order will be punished. Severe cases may not even be able to graduate smoothly. But who is the leading Shinigami? The teacher did not say. At this moment, the assembled students saw that the leading Shinigami had not yet arrived, so they couldn't help discussing who the Shinigami was with excitement. Hey, do you think some captain will come to lead us? What good thing are you thinking of, boy? How can a big man like the captain condescend to lead our group of students? You really think they are all Aizen Sōsuke? It's true, the general captain and the others have a lot of usual things, and Aizen-sama will spare time to give us lessons. Don't talk about that. I think it might be a vice captain to lead the team. It's possible. Our class is the strongest class in the same class. The difficulty of the soul burial practice is different from other classes. Leading the Shinigami team must be very good. Listen to the discussion of classmates. Zhang Ye couldn't help being aroused a little curiosity. Next to it, Rukia and Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo, are also discussing which Shinigami-sama will appear. Just when everyone was discussing and discussing, a figure with fragrant wind suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then, there were several figures, and Shunpo appeared behind the leader. The figure of this woman with fragrance. She has short orange wavy hair, a coquettish and beautiful appearance, and the mole on the edge of her red lips has a magical effect like a finishing touch. Certainly. The sign that made everyone present feel dumbfounded is. This woman has a foul mind. It's hard to take your eyes off. This woman is the vice captain of the Godai 13th squad, Matsumoto Rangiku. Matsumoto Rangiku said very friendly to the students present. Hello, students. I'm Matsumoto Rangiku, vice captain of the 10th division. Is everyone ready? Heard the words. Most of the boys present nodded blankly. Obviously, I didn't expect that Shinigami, the famous big beauty in Godai 13, would come to lead the team. Even the girls present were a little shy. Matsumoto Rangiku, whether it is beauty or figure, it is simply the level of killing both men and women. After a while, everyone present came back to their senses. All looked excited. Shout out that they're all set. Among the crowd, Zhang Ye saw the famous beauty Shinigami Matsumoto Rangiku, and couldn't help being dazzled by that huge chest. Good guy. LSP Kubo Takeren knows how to draw female characters. Chapter 45. When the big beauty in the comics appeared in front of my eyes in the image of a real person, Zhang Ye found out. The live-action version of Matsumoto Rangiku is even more powerful than his manga counterpart. At the same time, Zhang Ye couldn't help but compare Matsumoto Rangiku and Shihao Yuaki together. Matsumoto Rangiku obviously has a different style. Shihao Yuaki is heroic. The same devil figure. Beautiful face. Matsumoto Rangiku is more royal than Shihao Yuaki. There is a taste of a beautiful young woman. Just when Zhang Ye was thinking about it, he didn't expect that Matsumoto Rangiku would call his name. Is Zhang Ye there? Zhang Ye, please stand up. Matsumoto Rangiku pointed his toes and looked into the middle of the crowd. Zhang Ye was puzzled when he heard the words. But he stood up in response. Only then did Matsumoto Rangiku find Zhang Ye, who had walked out of the crowd. She couldn't help looking at Zhang Ye in front of her, with short, clean light green hair and 3 drop-shaped golden earrings hanging from her earlobes. Tall and straight. There was an unusual aura emanating from his whole body. "Hello, John yet? I heard that you haven't decided which team you want to join after graduation. Why don't you join my 10th Division team? Our Captain Yuxin treats his subordinates very well." Matsumoto Rangiku directly invited John Yet. The reason why she appeared here and became the Shinigami leading a group of soul burial practice is because she wanted to invite John Yet. Of course, Matsumoto Rangiku also heard about John Yet, who is very famous in Spiritual Arts Academy. And recently, because of the big event last time. As a result, Siridi Go Di13's effective combat power is somewhat vacant. Plus she wants to share some of the heavy lifting on the team for Shiba. So inviting John Yet, a potential and promising new generation of talented academy students, seems to be a very reasonable and favorable behavior. With John Yet joining, the future of their 10th squad will look bright. Certainly. Matsumoto Rangiku is definitely not thinking, because she often pushes her own work to the Captain Shiba, which makes the captain angry. Then she wants to find another tool person to help her complete her daily work. Absolutely not. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku's invitation came out. The students present were once again envious of John Yet. Because, except for the fact that Aizen Sōsuke, the captain of the 5th team, sent an invitation in person some time ago. Since this period of time, perhaps it was the leader of the 5th division who invited John Yet in advance, which caused competition. Later, several divisions also invited John Yet. And now, Shinigami, the vice-captain of the Juban team. He also extended an invitation to John Yet. Thinking of John Yet having the opportunity to work with such a beautiful woman every day. Maybe it will be a long time. The relationship between the two of them will become closer and closer. Then the two have a relationship. Think here. All the male students present were so envious that their teeth were almost crushed. Seeing that John Yet had a chance to have S*X with a big beauty. It's even more uncomfortable than if they don't have a girlfriend. Damn it. John Yet didn't know the psychological activities of the classmates around him. Facing the invitation of Matsumoto Rangiku, John Yet did not agree to the invitations given by the previous teams. But if it's the 10th squad, John Yet wants to think about it first. Of course, it wasn't because of Matsumoto Rangiku's superiority that he didn't directly refuse to say that he wanted to think about it. He has yet to reply to Matsumoto Rangiku. He said he wanted to think about it before making a decision. Matsumoto Rangiku did not urge John Yet to make a decision now. It was very good to give John Yet time to think about it. The episode ends. Then, Matsumoto Rangiku finally explained some precautions to the students present. She announced the start of today's soul burial practice. Matsumoto Rangiku releases Hell Butterfly. This is a beautiful and rare creature, responsible for guiding Shinigami's direction in the dark world. It is a necessary biological item between Shinigami and Soul Society. At the same time it also has the function of delivering the latest news. The Hell Butterfly danced lightly, and dexterously flew into the opened world transmitting gate. Seeing this, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately gave the order to act. She was the first to pass through the world transmitting gate, followed by all the students behind her. The last of the team. It was several subordinates brought by Matsumoto Rangiku who were in charge of cutting off the rear. Walk through the dark realm. It was a wonderful experience for the students of Spiritual Arts Academy like John Yet. The boundary is the gap between the Soul Society and the present world, consisting of several layers of cut-off spaces overlapping each other. This is a space surrounded by time torrents. Compared with the outside world, the time density here is overwhelmingly high. 2,000 hours in the broken world, only 1 hour in the outside world. But, with the guidance of the Hell Butterfly, led by Matsumoto Rangiku, the group of them quickly saw the light ahead. That is the entrance to this world. The Hell Butterfly had already flown out of the world transmitting gate one step ahead of them. John Yet and the others followed closely behind. After going back dozens of steps, John Yet suddenly felt the scenery in front of him suddenly open up. After many years, he finally returned to the world. Chapter 46. It's just that this world is not the world he was in before crossing. However, standing above the night sky, he looked down at the brightly lit city scenery below, and still felt a sense of nostalgia. John Yet sighed inwardly. He returned to the city. At the same time with a powerful force. If this is not the world of Shinigami, he can start to stage the plot of the city's cultivation of immortality. I, Zhang Baichuan, have acted all my life. Why explain it to others? However, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his body. It is as if there is not enough oxygen in the air. Put them on Shinigami. It is the lack of spiritual seeds. Except for John Yet, the other students present also had the same reaction. Matsumoto Rangiku was not surprised to see this. The amount of spirits in the atmosphere of the present world is lower than the average level of the Soul Society. If you don't absorb enough spiritual particles, you will have an uncomfortable feeling that your body will become heavier and your speed will slow down. But this feeling just needs to get used to it. We'll be back soon. In addition, because the spirit particles in the atmosphere are relatively thin, this also causes them to consume too much spiritual energy in battle. The replenishment of spiritual power will not be able to keep up. So if they face ordinary void next, the use of spiritual power must be controlled. Matsumoto Rangiku explained while giving them time to adapt. Wait until they get used to it. Matsumoto Rangiku just began to assign the candidates for the group. She divided several groups according to the grades of the students in her hand. Make sure there are good and bad people in the group. Reasonably average the strength of each group. Coincidentally, Rukia and Abarai Renji happened to be in the same group. Janye was the strongest because of his strength. Assigned to a group with the lowest grade point average. Janye has no objection to this. After all, to him, the strength of his teammates has no effect on the performance of the soul burial practice. His strength alone is enough to solve it. And his teammates clearly understood that too. There is Janye's thigh to hug. It's so beautiful. Alright students. Whether you complete the task or not, you must come back here to gather before the end of tonight, do you understand? Matsumoto Rangiku finally ordered. One night is the entire time of the soul burial practice. Hearing this, the students present expressed their understanding. Subsequently, Matsumoto Rangiku announced the beginning of the soul burial practice. As soon as the voice fell, the students in the courtyard immediately dispersed, and began to carry out the practice of soul burial according to the area of their own group. They only have one night, and the time is more or less, and they must seize every second to complete it. Matsumoto Rangiku watched the rookies spread out. She couldn't help but recall the time when she participated in the soul burial practice. She smiled. I didn't think about it any further. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his face. Looking at the several subordinates she brought, she ordered. Look at the situation, report to me urgently, I have something to do. After speaking, Matsumoto Rangiku didn't wait for his subordinates to reply, and his figure had disappeared in front of several people. These subordinates of Matsumoto Rangiku rolled their eyes together, which is not uncommon, obviously Matsumoto Rangiku often does this. But none of them went after Matsumoto Rangiku either. Because they know. People from the Technology Development Bureau have already done a good job of cleaning up the large area where the soul burial is practiced, and it is surrounded by various barriers. In this enchantment, there are no surprises. At most, some college students encountered danger by improperly consuming their spiritual energy. Usually they can handle it themselves. And more importantly, the pre-graduation ceremony of the Spiritual Arts Academy, the soul burial internship, has not had a safety problem for hundreds of years. In their view. Although this time they came to take care of the students in name. But in fact, it can be regarded as a tourist vacation. There will be no redundant work. Only. These Shinigami, they dare not sneak away like Matsumoto Rangiku. He is the vice captain of the 13th team of GoDi. What do you? Afterwards, the subordinates brought by Matsumoto Rangiku went to the area under their care and waited. At the same time, the other side of the night, there were three figures hidden in the cloak, quietly watching the soul burial practice staged. Standing among the three, the leading figure stared straight at Janye's direction without hiding the interest in his eyes. Janye didn't know that someone was watching him secretly. Also do not know. Except for the three people hidden in the cloak. There were also two figures staring at him. One of the figures had short purple hair. Another figure was wearing a striped fisherman hat. Those two figures are none other than Chihao Nyuruaki and Urahara Kisuke, who defected from the Soul Society. The moment Janye's Ryutsu appeared in the present world, Chihao Nyuruaki was aware of it, and had an inexplicable thought in his heart. Then she decided to come to see him in secret. Urahara Kisuke also followed curiously. It was the first time he had seen Chihao Nyuruaki so devoted to a man. Chapter 47. Chihao Nyuruaki didn't know what Urahara Kisuke was thinking next to him. She stared at Janye's figure. I found that Janye seemed to be much stronger than when she saw her last time. Good boy. Chihao Nyuruaki couldn't help being proud of it. After all, Janye has the strength she has today, part of which is due to her training. However, Chihao Nyuruaki did not touch Janye's idea. Last time, there were two reasons why she saved Urahara Kisuke and others. One is that Urahara Kisuke is an indispensable force against Aizen Sōsuke. The second is that Urahara Kisuke is a dangerous character compared to Aizen Sōsuke, and she must keep a watch on Urahara Kisuke. It was explained in the original Shinigami book. Chihao Nyuruaki followed Urahara Kisuke to spy on him. To know. Urahara Kisuke is the one who created Hagyaku. Although in the original book, Aizen Sōsuke started to invent Hagyaku in Urahara Kisuke. But it is also true that Urahara Kisuke alone created a Hogyaku. So how did Hogyaku come about? Hogyaku is made up of hundreds of Shinigami souls, and souls with Shinigami talents, plus a little bit of the power of the Soul King. It was formed by some kind of unreproducible, completely random coincidence. So, Urahara Kisuke is also an extremely dangerous guy. Shihauren Uryuaki is the head of the Shihauren family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society. Essentially someone like Urahara Kisuke who has the power to change classes. Not in the same camp. But for Shihauren Uryuaki, Janya meant something completely different to her. Since the last time they separated, although Shihauren Uryuaki often found excuses to avoid Janya, it was only because she didn't know how to face it. Shihauren Uryuaki has never been in love. No experience. On the surface she looks like she is very experienced. But maybe he didn't know as much as Janya did. At this time, Janya didn't know Shihauren Uryuaki. In the dark, because he was thinking wildly and having complicated emotions. He was following his teammates to the area where his team's soul burial was practiced. At the same time. At this time, Rukia and Abarai Renji had already started their soul burial practice, and they sensed the fluctuation of Ryutsu. Find the souls scattered on the streets and in the city. In their Shinigami terminology, the dead souls of human beings in this world are called whole. If there is no Shinigami soul burial, send it to the Soul Society. They will wander in this world. If it is not sent to the Soul Society in time, whole may degenerate into virtual monster and become a purified soul. Shinigami soul burial. It's a simple but extremely important job. Rukia found a little boy wandering around the corner. He died in a car accident around the corner. For being an orphan, he could only stay helplessly where he died. Rukia looked at the little boy and comforted him gently, "Don't be afraid, sister will take you to a peaceful place." The little boy stared at Rukia with wide eyes. Subsequently, Rukia raised the sealed state, pointed the end of the handle at the little boy's forehead and pressed it lightly. A burst of white light burst out from the little boy's forehead. When the white light gradually enveloped the little boy's body, soul burial is complete. The little boy's spirit went to the Soul Society. At the same time, a fresh life has come to nowhere in this world. After leaving and coming, the present world, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo maintain a delicate soul balance under the effect of soul burial. Go to Soul Society, little boy. Will continue to live in Rukanga. If he is talented, he may become a Shinigami like Rukia and the others. If he had no talent, he would die with a blank soul. Rukia completed the first soul burial. She watched the little boy disappear, and suddenly felt that Shinigami's job responsibility was extremely important. She has her own understanding of what it means to be a Shinigami. At the same time, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo. There are also students scattered in other areas. They all completed their first soul burials one after another. So did John Yet. However, just when Rukia and his team went smoothly for a while, danger appeared. A pig with a size comparable to a 2-story building fell heavily in front of Rukia and Abarai Renji, stirring up dust. It's false. It's actually true. They were suddenly shocked. Even if they have seen the imaginary appearance countless times in textbooks. He can even recite some knowledge about Su. But if you haven't seen the existence named Su with your own eyes, never know. How terrible is the oppression that vanity brings. This kind of monster seems to gather all the evils of human beings, and it is full of an uncomfortable atmosphere. But except for soul burial, fighting the void, purify the void. It is another important duty of the Shinigami. Although Su has degenerated into Su for various reasons. However, it was originally transformed from a human soul, so the Shinigami did not punish them for the mistakes they made during their lifetime. The job of a Shinigami is simply to purify the void. Let the empty free. Return to the original cycle. But some who have committed great sins will not be purified. They will be dragged into the abyss called hell. To be tormented in hell all his life. Chapter 48. After Rukia and the others were shocked, they didn't lose their fighting spirit because of Su's appearance. Instead, after they realized it, they looked eager to try. Because of Yujian Yet, Rukia and Abarai Renji at this time. Its strength is much stronger than that of the original work at the same time. So even though the Su that appeared in front of them was as large as a 2-story building, they still did not shake their will to fight. And on the building not far above them, the men brought by Matsumoto Rangiku watched all this quietly. And no action. Because the ghosts that appeared in the soul burial area were all selected by them, and then specially placed here to train the students. Want to be a real Shinigami? Apart from mastering the soul burial, it's not enough. Shinigami had to keep fighting even when facing Hollow. Otherwise, what these college students have learned in the past 6 years will be completely useless. At this time, Zhu Miangsu let out a roar, the sound was like thunder, and then his limbs suddenly exerted force, rushing towards Rukia and the others. Rukia and the others felt it immediately. It was as if a small house was speeding toward them. They were amazed by the shock shown by Zhu Miangsu. But they haven't forgotten what they have trained for. One by one immediately cast Shunpo to avoid the pig face. Rukia and the others knew that facing such a huge enemy, they could not fight it head on, and had to use Shunpo to deal with it. Then take the opportunity to defeat it with one hit. Next moment, pig noodles dashed into a concrete building. The violent kinetic energy it engulfs instantly destroyed the concrete building into ruins. In the dust and smoke, Zhu Miangsu let out another roar to disperse the surrounding smoke, and then locked onto Ryutsu of Rukia and others. Keep attacking. But Rukia and others continued to dodge Shunpo. Wait until a few rounds later. Rukia and the others figured out the pattern of this pig's face. So we joined forces to launch a counter-attack. Those who are good at Kido use Kido, and those who are good at swordsmanship use Slash. Under the combined attack of Rukia and the others, Zhu Miangsu was finally defeated. The bone mask on his face disintegrated inch by inch. The huge body turned into dots of starlight floating in the sky. Lingzu returns to the world. Excellent. At this moment, Matsumoto Ranjiku's subordinates on the rooftop couldn't help but praise. He could see that these students cooperated very tacitly, and even played around with this pig's face, as expected of a group of students. On the other hand, students from other regions, they have also encountered the virtual reality that they need to solve. At the same time, Zhang Ye's team was also attacked by Su. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly occurred in an abandoned factory. Huge fireballs and black smoke billowed up. The fire illuminates the abandoned factory. The figures of Zhang Ye and others appeared not far from the explosion. In the group, the team members were terrified when they saw this. This is Su's destructive power. Is this kind of enemy really something we can deal with? Very scary. They murmured. If Zhang Ye hadn't reacted earlier just now, just in time to take them Shunpo away, they were probably already buried in the flames of the explosion. Zhang Ye didn't speak, and his eyes were fixed on the burning flame, because at this moment, a path came out of the flame. Huge figure. The shape of the figure is close to that of a 3-story building. Even at a distance, still has great visual impact. Creatures over 3 floors suddenly appeared in front of people. Can't help but feel so small. The people present, if they weren't the outstanding students of the first class, they might not even be able to stand upright. Frightening virtual Ryutsu is like a huge wave that covers the sky, one wave after another hits, with an indescribably overwhelming sense of oppression. Ho 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 ho. The 3-story high spider let out a roar. The open fangs are extremely sharp. A corrosive liquid drools from his mouth. When a drop landed on the concrete floor, there was a hissing sound, and a large shallow pit suddenly appeared on the concrete floor, which was very scary. Immediately afterwards, the spider's 8 legs started to move. Extremely fast. Attacked in the direction where Zhang Ye and the others were. In Spider Su's probing nerves, the Ryutsu contained by Zhang Ye and others is extremely delicious, and the Ryutsu of one person is equivalent to hundreds of human beings. Hado S31 Red Cannon. Hado S33 Blue Flame Pendant. Next moment. In order to eliminate the fear of facing the virtual, the teammates around Zhang Ye immediately attacked the spider. The mighty Hado moves across the night. With a bang, it exploded on the advancing Spider Su. The explosive fireball engulfed half of Spider Su's body. Then billows of black smoke rose. Most of the spider's body was shrouded in black smoke. Can't see what's going on inside. Successful. Great. Ha ha ha, I was shocked just now, it seems that Su is not that powerful. The teammates looked at the stopped Spider Su. I thought Hado defeated the enemy just now with 2 shots. After all, from their point of view, these 2 Hados with serial numbers above 30 were launched at the same time, and the combination of power is quite powerful. Chapter 49. However, next second, the intact spider emerged from the black smoke. There was no trace of injury on its body at all. How can it be? That's 2 shots of Hado. Why didn't even a single mark remain? Zhang Ye's teammates were shocked. However, Zhang Ye knew. The teammates' 2 Hado shots didn't break through Spider Su's steel skin at all. It should be noted that the virtual monster has a kind of ability called steel skin, and its surface skin is as hard as steel, making it invulnerable. Powerful Void has a stronger steel skin. Even the Zanpakuto of ordinary Shinigami cannot be cut. Unless the Ryutsu density contained on Zanpakuto. Ryutsu density beyond the steel skin on the body. Only then can the steel skin be cut open. But obviously, Ryutsu from 2 Hado explosions. It's not enough to break through the steel skin of this spider. Janya couldn't help thinking, and wanted to ask Spiritual Arts Academy, does every soul burial internship have to face this kind of intensity? What he didn't know was the void of this intensity. It was specially arranged by Spiritual Arts Academy for him. Speaking of it, based on Janya's strength demonstrated at Spiritual Arts Academy. Even if it's just superficial, Spiritual Arts Academy and GoDi 13 take it seriously. So in order to let Janya show as much as possible, this soul burial internship was specially customized according to his strength. If Janya's teammates knew this, whether they will be happy because they can hold Janya's thigh is unknown. But for Spiritual Arts Academy, their understanding of Janya was still too shallow. At this time, facing the aggressive Spider Su, Janya's teammates were flustered because Hato failed to break the defense with 2 shots. But Janya was different. Just as the spider was about to use its sharp 8 legs, when piercing Janya and the others, Janya suddenly drew his sword. One-shot style Evil Harbor Bird. Hum. The roaring slash wave shot out from Janya's knife immediately. Speed through the night. Attack the incoming spider. I saw that the slash wave is as silky as a hot knife cutting butter. It chopped off the spider's 4 front legs without hindrance. Puff. A fishy smell of blood spurted from the severed limb. In an instant, the earth was dyed red. Hiss. The spider let out a painful roar. However, before it could continue making the scalp-numbing cry, Janya's figure was already high above its bone mask. Subsequently, Janya's sword pointed downward. Pierced directly. Click. The bone mask disintegrated inch by inch like glass. The spider's body is like countless stars floating in the sky and the earth. Janya easily killed the spider in seconds. At this time, when Janya's teammates saw this scene, shock was written all over their faces. Too strong. It's not on the same level as us. So this is Janya's true strength, they exclaimed. At the same time, in the dark, the 3 of Aizen Sōsuke couldn't help but their eyes lit up when they saw Janya deal with the spider so neatly. Ah. The current college students are really scary, Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. The demeanor is inexplicably like a fox. Tuan can aim on the side followed, the shot is clean, and there is no hesitation towards the enemy. This guy will become an obstacle in the future. He has passed the short battle before him. Accurately judged. People like Janya will definitely hinder their actions. Even if not. With the potential that Janya has shown now, and his manner of acting and character, the future will inevitably be a very dangerous guy. Heard that? Aizen Sōsuke smiled. Yes, it seems that your thoughts are the same as mine, but it is precisely because of this that I pay attention to him. The 3 were talking. The other side. The secret Chihao Yuaki saw Janya make a move. She really said, this brat has indeed become stronger again. She could tell that Janya didn't consume much Ryatsu at all in the battle, and his shots were not only clean and efficient, but also very efficient. Urahara Kisuke unfolds the fan. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, and he covered the lower half of his face and said, Miss Yuaki, don't you want Janya to? He didn't finish his sentence. But Chihao Yuaki knew what he meant. For this idea, Chihao Yuaki was a little unsure. Now in the entire Soul Society, the entire Seirai, there are too few people they can trust. Aizen Sōsuke may be secretly controlling the captain of the entire GoDi 13. And if it is not the captain-level Shinigami, its strength cannot meet the requirements for participating in the war, and joining in will only lead to death in vain. But Chihao Yuaki knew. Urahara Kisuke also knows. After the days of studying with Chihao Yuaki, Janya, who has mastered Shinyu and the advanced version of Shinyu, already possesses power comparable to a captain-level Shinigami. Although, Janya still has not grasped the liberation of Zanpakuto, neither Shikai nor Bankai. But that's not a problem for either Chihao Yuaki or Urahara Kisuke. Chapter 50. After all, the time Janya started to learn to become a Shinigami was fully calculated, and it was only 6 years since he joined the Spiritual Arts Academy. 6 years. For the Long Soul Society, it is like a flick of a finger. Master the captain of Zanpakuto Bankai, who didn't become Bankai after decades or hundreds of years of hard training. According to Chihao Yuaki and Urahara Kisuke, Janya mastered Shikai and Bankai. With the talent he is showing now. Perhaps it is the accumulation of time, and finally let the flow take its course. Janya now has the combat strength of an ordinary captain, so no one knows how strong he will become in the future. But what they do know is, people like Janya can't find 5 in the current Soul Society. Shinigami Ichimaru-jin, the genius of the previous generation, is one, and recently I heard that the Juban team has also recruited a kid with huge Ryatsu potential. Besides, Janya was the last one. Janya didn't know what the people in the dark thought about him. At this moment, get rid of a spider. Immediately afterwards, it seemed as if one had passed one level and entered the next. The second avatar is a virtual appearance like a giant murloc. Janya's teammates once again saw this kind of enemy beyond the specification. They understood immediately. This is a task that can only be solved by handing it over to Janya. Janya didn't say much, and immediately took action, killing the murloc with one blow. However, when Janya was fighting in the night, Aizen Sōsuke watched Janya's figure, and said with a smile on his face, "Let's go, Silver, release Minos Grande." Heard the words. Ichimaru-jin on the side is already ready. He immediately summoned the Minos Grande that had been prepared. That's right. It's Minos Grande. It's not an ordinary virtual reality. The void is a monster born of the fallen human soul. It is also a creature with distinct levels of strength. Suyu is an ordinary Su who has just fallen, and his body is about the height of a one-story building. The Minos Grande is after the ordinary void, but the Minos Grande here is not the real Minos Grande, but a huge ordinary void. This type of Minos Grande generally exceeds 5 or 6 floors. Standing on the ground, it looks like a giant from ancient times, or a troll. Compared to a human-sized Shinigami, Minos Grande of this size is the nightmare of ordinary Shinigami, not an enemy they can deal with alone. After all, Su's size is partly representative of the Ryotsu they possess. The bigger the size, the stronger the Ryotsu. After the ordinary Minos Grande, it is the stage to enter the real Minos Grande. The lowest Minos Grande is called Jillian, and most have a common appearance, a black robe-like body with a white proboscis mask. They are huge. Bigger than regular Minos Grande. Standing in a modern city, like a skyscraper. They are generally formed by the spiritual power of a particularly powerful ordinary void swallowing hundreds of ordinary voids. Above the lowest Jillian, there is the middle-level Minos Grande, Ajichas. In the original Shinigami book, most Arankars are generally at this level, with a high IQ and several times the fighting power of Jillian. They lead the huge Jillian group. Body shapes vary according to their own characteristics. No longer stick to the law that the bigger the body, the stronger the Ryotsu. Some are even an Ajichas a little bigger than a cheetah. Can rule one of Hueco Mundo's territories. At last. On top of Ajichas. The finest Minos Grande is, Vasto Lord. This is the highest level of Minos Grande ever recorded by Seireitei. Vasto Lord has a near-human build, close to the size of a Shinigami. If it weren't for the hollow hole on his body, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to tell at a glance. Vasto Lord's body type. The reason is close to humans and Shinigami. The reason is because the Ryotsu in their body is huge, which has been highly compressed so that the Ryotsu in the body is as real as it is. But huge Hueco Mundo. Vasto Lords are fairly rare. To be able to go to the top of the void. Definitely a minority. Of course, if you encounter it by accident, you have to pray that you are stronger than the average Shinigami captain. Say far. The reason why Aizen Sōsuke chose to release Minos Grande in the soul burial practice. One is because Janya rejected his personal invitation some time ago, which made Aizen Sōsuke more interested in him. He wants to know. What realm did Janya, a genius student, reach? Can it compare to his Ichimaru-jin? The second is because he is going to take this opportunity to make a big fuss and gradually narrow down the hidden scope of Urahara Kisuke and Hirako Shinji. It's best if you can find out. It doesn't matter if you can't find out. In Seireitei where Urahara Kisuke et al. Have been kicked out by him. Even if there is an accident in the soul burial practice. Nor will the suspicion be investigated on him. It is precisely because of this that Aizen Sōsuke has the confidence to act now. Next moment. Followed by Ichimaru-jin's order. I saw this time. In the corner of the night where no one is paying attention. It was as if the night had opened its mouth, revealing the gigantic monster hidden in the shadows of the world. Chapter 51. A palm comparable to an elephant protruded from the cracked space, and then grabbed onto a tall building in the present world. Boom. Violent explosion. It attracted the attention of everyone in the city. Whether it's human beings or college students who are doing soul burial practice. All eyes raised their heads to look in the direction of the explosion. That is a skyscraper in the city. At this moment, the upper part of the tall building was burning with raging flames, and at the same time, billowing black smoke was unscrupulously burning, blackening the night sky. Hey. Is it necessary to take the soul burial practice so seriously? Won't this affect humans in this world? FK, I almost thought the enemy was attacking at this movement. The students look surprised. The first reaction is, I think the soul burial practice is a bit too much. They are here to bury their souls in this world. At the same time, it is true to eliminate the void. However, This violent explosion was still in the center of a densely populated city. Wouldn't it hurt some human beings who shouldn't be affected? The areas where their soul burial practice is mostly in the outskirts of the city. Even if there is an accidental human intrusion, it can be controlled. Can this explode? They can't figure it out. Can't think of it either. This is not part of the soul burial practice. This is real brutal fighting. At this time, with the help of the raging fire that exploded and burned, they suddenly found out. There was an incomparably huge figure appearing on the tall building. That's Minos Grande. Compared with the Su they just met in the soul burial practice, it must be countless times bigger. Almost as big as the upper half of that tall building. This Minos Grande began to grab the outer wall of the tall building and began to climb up to the roof. Boom. 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 Every time the huge palm grasped the outer wall, countless concrete stones, tempered glass, and building steel bars flew all over the sky. After a few seconds, Minos Grande climbs to the roof of a tall building. Stand on the rooftop overlooking the whole city. The neon green cityscape can be seen at a glance. Minos Grande then let out a roar that spread throughout the city. The huge riotsu also spread to everyone's heart. Even the humans who couldn't see Minos Grande felt an inexplicable oppression in their hearts when they looked at the building that seemed to be constantly exploding. As for the students in the soul burial practice, they saw so terrible Minos Grande. Even more dumbfounded on the spot. However, the horror is not over yet. When that Minos Grande was standing on the rooftop, it was only then that they discovered that at some point in the night on the background of the rooftop, a huge hole opened. Behind the night, there were several Minos Grandes of the same level as this Minos Grande, and they gathered together to give a shock. Moment. Riotsu agitation from Minos Grande instantly shocked all the students in the city who were doing soul burial internships. Minos Grande with this level of riotsu is clearly more than they can handle at the moment. In the shadows, Aizen Sōsuke watched Minos Grande enter the stage, and there was a hint of a good show in his eyes. The next moment, the Minos Grande on the tall building split up. According to the distribution of the students' riotsu, each is responsible for an area. Don't wipe out all of Shinigami's riotsu, they won't stop. At this time, it's time to kill. At the same time, some of the subordinates brought by Matsumoto Rangiku immediately went to find Mr. Matsumoto Rangiku, and some of them contacted Zaraki urgently. Emergency. A high giant Minos Grande appears in this world. Request support. Request support. Shinigami emergency call. Because even they couldn't deal with the sudden appearance of Minos Grande. Their number is too small, even including Master Matsumoto Rangiku who is in charge of leading the team, they are only 7 people. 7 wanted to deal with a similar number of Minos Grande, unless each of them was on the same level as Matsumoto Rangiku. But obviously, Matsumoto Rangiku led the team. Naturally, he is the strongest among them. The other side. Matsumoto Rangiku's men outside a human tavern found Matsumoto Rangiku with a slightly drunk face. Matsumoto Rangiku wanted to recruit Janya to apply to lead the team. She also likes drinking very much, especially the fine wine brewed by humans, which is far better than those from Soul Society. Only, usually Shinigami have no chance to come to this world at all. Except for the Shinigami who are in charge of guarding the present world. Shinigami will be punished for going to the present world without permission. Matsumoto Rangiku especially cherishes today's opportunity. But she never thought of it. That's it. The soul burial practice that has been safe and sound for 100 years. There was an accident when she was leading the team. Damn it, damn it. Matsumoto Rangiku slapped his forehead, feeling dizzy. It happened this time. She looked at the men who came. Inquire now. Have you contacted Zaraki? What kind of work do those guys from Division 12 do? It's impossible for them not to discover a Minos Grande of this level. Why didn't you notify us in advance this time? Although Matsumoto Rangiku was a little drunk, she hadn't completely lost her sobriety, and Shinin couldn't help complaining about the guys from the 12th squad. Chapter 52. Usually, before they practice soul burial, people from the Technology Development Bureau have already cleaned up the area where the soul burial practice is carried out. At the same time, an enchantment will be placed around it. Void beyond the strength of the enchantment. It is impossible to enter this enchantment. It was this kind of advance arrangement that made the process of soul burial practice safe for 100 years, but this time I don't know why. Listen to Matsumoto Rangiku's inquiry. On the way, Matsumoto Rangiku's men get a bad reply from a colleague. After they contacted Zaraki urgently, there was no reply. It was as if their communications were blocked. What? Matsumoto Rangiku frowned immediately, and immediately noticed some strange smell in the joints. But since they haven't contacted Zaraki, they can't just sit and wait for death. They Shinigami still have the task of protecting the students. Now is not the time to think about the difference. Matsumoto Rangiku ordered immediately. Listen. You spread out, find every student, bring them to the previously agreed assembly point for protection, and remember to count the number of people. Make sure no student is left behind. If you encounter Minos Grande, you must not be a tough opponent. This time, the opponent cannot be solved by your own strength. Heard the words. Matsumoto Rangiku's men immediately understood. His expression was extremely serious. They all know the seriousness of this incident. A bad one can have extremely serious consequences. You may even lose your own life. Subsequently, Matsumoto Rangiku's men immediately dispersed. Go to the approximate area where the students are distributed. Matsumoto Rangiku watched them leave. Although a countermeasure was immediately made, this solution was only a delaying tactic and could not relieve the sorrow on her face. But time doesn't give Matsumoto Rangiku much thought. The next moment, she also Shunpo left here. She also needs to join this battle. Because, as the vice captain of the 10th division, she is the strongest Shinigami present, perhaps the only hope for all of them. The other side of the city. At this time, Minos Grande has found a team of students. Minos Grande's powerful Ryutsu impacts the hearts of every student at close range. Some timid college students were so frightened that even the arms holding the knife trembled uncontrollably, completely without any fighting ability. However, there are also college students who are not afraid of powerful enemies. While covering the evacuation of his companions. While dealing with Minos Grande using Kido and other combat styles. But Minos Grande is called Minos Grande. It's what scares even those Shinigami. They are so strong. At this time, Minos Grande shattered the oncoming red cannon with one hand, and the explosion exploded in his hand, but the spread of the palm did not cause any damage. How can it be? The students who released the red cannon were shocked. Unscathed. His Kido has no power against Minos Grande. Then, Minos Grande's hand grabbed the student. Gently pinch. Like pinching an ant, he killed the student in his hand. The blood of the students in the hospital immediately gushed out like a fountain. Blood stained the white palms of Minos Grande. At the same time, it was sprinkled on the faces of the students in the field. Ah! Seeing such a cruel sight. The tense nerves of some college students collapsed instantly. Although they are called elites, those who have never experienced cruel battles do not know the cruelty of battles. At this time, Rukia and Abarai Renji are on their side. They were also attacked by Minos Grande. However, because they had experienced Zhangye's strength many times before, even facing such a powerful Minos Grande at this moment, the few of them were also able to stay calm and fight in an orderly manner, while using their own moves to slow down Minos Grande's footsteps. While retreating to the agreed meeting point. They know. Shinigami Matsumoto Rangiku, who led the team, definitely also know this Minos Grande. So the rendezvous point is probably the safest place. However, they were right. At this moment, at the meeting point for the soul burial practice, here is an abandoned pier. A team of about 100 students has already arrived at the pier. Also Matsumoto Rangiku is here. She wants to secure the rendezvous point first. But unexpectedly, when she rushed to the meeting point here, Minos Grande also came to the door. She had no choice but to fight. Next. The intensity of the battle was beyond Matsumoto Rangiku's imagination. Boom. Minos Grande beats hard. Shoot Matsumoto Rangiku straight into a warehouse on the pier. The warehouse suddenly collapsed on top of Matsumoto Rangiku. Into ruins. Dust and smoke billowed. Fill the night sky. Seeing this scene, the students in the field couldn't help opening their mouths. They didn't expect Matsumoto Rangiku-sama to be at a disadvantage. Because in the eyes of their students, Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice captain of the 10th squad, is already the Shinigami of the second echelon of Go Di-13. This powerful Shinigami is at a disadvantage. What else can they do? After a while, Matsumoto Rangiku leaps from the rubble. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth casually. Watching Minos Grande gravely. Only Zanpakuto can be liberated. Matsumoto Rangiku thought so. Mouth said. Whisper, Hanko. Chapter 53. In an instant, the Zanpakuto in Matsumoto Rangiku's hand turned into a layer of green smoke and disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, with the release of the power contained in Zanpakuto, Matsumoto Rangiku's Ryutsu suddenly exploded several times, forming an aura all over his body. Matsumoto Rangiku's Zanpakuto is called Hanko. Can turn the blade into smoke. Grit that drives everything around. Dust is Matsumoto Rangiku's weapon. And in this world, with endless dust. Subsequently, Cat Rondo. The endless dust turned into a tornado that rotated extremely fast. Wraps the whole body of Minos Grande. As long as the things touched by this tornado, they will bear the endless cutting and tearing force. In an instant, countless large and small wounds finally appeared on Minos Grande's steel skin, and blood seeped out of the body, making it bloody all over. See here. Matsumoto Rangiku breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it hurts, there is hope of victory. Immediately afterwards, Matsumoto Rangiku went on the offensive. With successive attacks, Minos Grande Ryutsu gradually weakened. Minos Grande was about to be wiped out by Matsumoto Rangiku. At this time, Rukia and the others finally arrived at the meeting point. Matsumoto Rangiku-sama. They had their first glimpse of Matsumoto Rangiku fighting Minos Grande. Matsumoto Rangiku saw the students arriving one after another. She was relieved a lot. However, also in the next second, attack Rukia and their Minos Grande. They also appeared with Rukia. At this moment, two Minos Grandes appeared at the pier at the assembly point. Matsumoto Rangiku's heart sank in an instant. This first Minos Grande hasn't settled yet. Here comes the second head. And depending on the situation, it is estimated that the third and fourth heads will come over next. The most terrible thing is that Shinigami, who is strictly speaking qualified to fight Minos Grande, is the only one in the field who has this strength. As for the rest, all the students present, even if they all go together, they are no match for a Minos Grande. The advantage in numbers cannot make up for this huge gap in strength. The most promising ones are only the few subordinates she brought. If they fight together, they might be able to deal with 3 or 4 Minos Grande, but that's an ideal situation. Think about it. Matsumoto Rangiku's heart was even more gloomy. The cool night wind blew on her face. Alcohol starts to kick in. She felt her Ryutsu gradually drop with the fight. It would be great if I could unlock the Ryutsu limitation. Matsumoto Rangiku thought to himself, all the bad things came together in an instant. Ryutsu limited. It is the mark that every Ryutsu powerful Shinigami brings to life will be stamped upon. This sigil will limit their Ryutsu to 1/5 of the original. So now Matsumoto Rangiku. Just 1/5 the strength of her Shikai Zanpakuto. But if you want to unlock the Ryutsu restriction on your body, unless you can get in touch with Siraidai, you can get the order to untie it. Otherwise, there is no way to untie it by myself. Matsumoto Rangiku shook his head and stopped thinking. She gritted her teeth and wanted to quickly finish off the Minos Grande in front of her. This will free up your hands to deal with the second Minos Grande coming. At this time, Rukia and the others apparently also found out about the situation, and they started to help Matsumoto Rangiku involve Minos Grande without fear. With their joint efforts, the first Minos Grande was eliminated by Matsumoto Rangiku. However, just as they were about to turn their heads, deal with the arrival of the second Minos Grande. Now, the third Minos Grande appears. The fourth Minos Grande appears. The fifth and sixth Minos Grande followed. These Minos Grandes gathered at the abandoned pier, their huge bodies were like tall buildings, and they struck with an overwhelming sense of oppression. What to do? There are too many Minos Grande, it can't be wiped out at all. Siraidai support. Why can't I contact the Soul Society? I'm not going to die here. For a while, many students who rushed to the assembly point panicked. They thought they would be guaranteed safety by coming here. But I didn't expect it. Coming here is like hastening his own death. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't speak, and led the assembled men to attack the Minos Grande without saying a word. At the same time command Rukia and them. Keep asking the Soul Society for support. Even if the communication is temporarily unavailable, they must continue to communicate non-stop until they get a signal from the Soul Society. Minos Grande is coming. Dangerous. At this moment, facing the numerical advantage of a few Minos Grande, Matsumoto Rangiku and several Shinigami can only struggle to support. After a few rounds, several people looked very embarrassed, some vomited blood, some had a broken arm, and some had shattered ribs. Even the strongest Matsumoto Rangiku is not much better. Her delicate face has long been dusty. The short orange hair looks a little frizzy. Blood oozes from the corner of the mouth from time to time. Damn it! Haven't you contacted the Soul Society yet? Matsumoto Rangiku urged loudly. But got no response. At this time, a Minos Grande caught Matsumoto Rangiku's opening. Blast out with a punch. The huge impact set off a terrifying punch. The fist has not yet touched Matsumoto Rangiku's body. The power it produced has caused the building behind her to collapse. It is conceivable that. What a terrifying power this punch contained. Chapter 54. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately thought it was bad. She subconsciously wanted to use Shunpo to get out of the way. But it was too late. The giant fist is bigger than Matsumoto Rangiku's entire body. And cast her under the shadow of death. At this moment, Matsumoto Ranjiku's subordinates and the students of Rukia all looked terrified when they saw the situation. However, just at this critical juncture, a majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of Matsumoto Ranjiku. Stand between her and Minos Grand's fist. Matsumoto Ranjiku had no time to be shocked. This sudden appearance. Suddenly draw a knife and chop. With the sound of choking, like a dragon chant, the sharp blade sliced through Minos Grand's steel skin and fist without any hindrance. Matsumoto Ranjiku only see the severed part spread out on either side of her, extend to the upper half of the arm. A large amount of blood sprayed out immediately. Fortunately, the riots were released by the figure in front of me. In an instant, the blood splashed on them, burned and evaporated. Are you? Matsumoto Ranjiku was about to ask who the figure in front of her was, when she suddenly discovered that the hair of this figure was light green. John Ye. The name flashed across Matsumoto Ranjiku's mind like lightning. It's John Ye's classmate. She was suddenly shocked. With John Ye's strength, he was able to cut through Minos Grand's steel skin so easily. Just as she was shocked, John Ye turned around, grabbed Matsumoto Ranjiku's clothes, and carried her to cast Shunpo away from Minos Grande. He brought Matsumoto Ranjiku to Rukia et al. Simple instructions. I'll talk about it later. You protect them. I'll take care of everything. John Ye finished briefly. Without waiting for Matsumoto Ranjiku to respond. Looked at Rukia and they smiled at them. Then disappear. The reason why he came late. It was Minos Grande who helped other students solve other areas. Fortunately, he finally arrived in time. John Ye had no intention of hiding his strength. Although he had already thought that the sudden accident in the soul burial practice might be that dog Aizen Sōsuke. But after getting along with Rukia and the others. Think of the adoring gaze Rukia used to look at him. John Ye already treats Rukia as his younger sister. There is no brother who does not protect his sister. So hide strength. No. Since you have the power to protect others, then use it to protect others. Don't be tied down. Do what you want to do. This is the belief that John Ye wants to implement. As long as he becomes strong enough. Aizen Sōsuke. P-Dai Sōsuke. When Matsumoto Ranjiku saw John Ye disappearing before her eyes, she realized that she was actually saved by a student of Spiritual Arts Academy. And this cold feeling. Why is she the one being taken care of? Isn't she the Shinigami who led the soul burial practice? Matsumoto Ranjiku was a little confused about the situation for a while. Rukia and the others didn't think much about it. The moment he saw John Ye appear, Rukia, Abarai Renji, and the others immediately felt extremely at ease, as if John Ye's appearance would solve all problems. Matsumoto Ranjiku was confused. He could only look in the direction of the battle just now. Then, she saw a jaw-dropping scene. John Ye was at the moment she was thinking. It even instantly killed the Minos Grande who attacked her just now. Then, a Minos Grande may have died due to the death of a companion. And anger rushed to Jianjai to attack. John Ye's complexion was calm. Meet the Minos Grande. He kicked his feet and jumped high in the air, his right hand was already on the Zanpakuto around his waist, and he seemed to be chanting some kind of mantra. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. The 6 senses of human beings are divided into good, evil, and flat. In addition, each has purity and defilement. People have 36 kinds of troubles. One knife style 36 trouble winds. Moment. A huge tornado-shaped slash-wave. Roaring towards Minos Grande. Puff. Minos Grande's whole body spurted out a lot of blood. The bone mask on the face. Then it shattered inch by inch. At the same time, the huge body gradually turned into spirit particles that drifted between heaven and earth. Ashes to dust, dust to dust. The spirit sun belongs to the spirit sun. A Minos Grande does the trick. This moment, Matsumoto Ranjiku looked dumbfounded again. The wine was scared awake. It turns out that beheading Minos Grande is such a simple matter. John Ye has nothing to grasp Shikai's power. Can kill Minos Grande so easily. After all, she is too weak. Or is John Ye too strong? That's a problem for Matsumoto Ranjiku at the moment. But John Ye didn't look too much. His gaze turned to the other Minos Grande. Subsequently, one-shot style evil harbor bird. One knife style, horse ghost. John Ye performed various ultimate one-sword style swordsmanship. Every knife contains the ultimate kendo he has mastered, as well as the extremely powerful Ryutsu. Those Minos Grand steel skins were like nothing under John Ye's blade. A mighty slash wave tears the night sky apart. It's like turning night into day. See you all. John Yuruaki knife a little friend. Soon. The Minos Grande, whose numbers prevail. They disappeared one by one. The crisis is being resolved. This shocking scene made Matsumoto Rangiku and her subordinates present, as well as the students in the same class as John Yet. They were all horrified, and couldn't imagine that the person who killed Minos Grande like a chicken but a dog in front of them turned out to be the John Yet they knew. Chapter 55. Notice. On the surface, John Yet is still a student of Spiritual Arts Academy. No matter how much talent he shows, people will always think that he is just a school student. At most, it won't exceed too much. But whose college students can kill Minos Grande like chickens and dogs? What a joke. I didn't look at Matsumoto Rangiku and her men. Dealing with this group of Minos Grande is like facing the enemy. Compared to John Yet, how dare they relax so casually? Same. Two people, Shihaoren Yuryuaki and Urahara Kisuke, were secretly watching. Also surprised. The moment they saw Minos Grande before, immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as they were debating whether to intervene, John Yuryuaki took out the incoming Minos Grande. Surprised them. And then until now, John Yet took out another Minos Grande with one blow, and his strength alone was enough to withstand all the Minos Grandes present. And the posture looks very calm. They had no choice but to be surprised by this powerful strength. As far as Shihaoren Yuryuaki knew, this was the first time John Yet encountered a monster named Tsu. But looking at John Yet's appearance, it was obvious that he wasn't nervous at all. And you have to know that John Yet's current appearance is just his most ordinary state, and he still has the instant coaxing to practice with him. Cast John Yet after instant coaxing. This is his strongest state so far. But even under normal conditions, John Yet still kills Minos Grande randomly. As expected of John Yet, Shihaoren Yuryuaki was extremely proud of John Yet. At the same time, because of John Yet's performance, she couldn't help but think of the previous thought again. Urahara Kisuke didn't know what Shihaoren Yuryuaki next to him was thinking. Now that the danger was gone, his mentality immediately changed to that of a spectator, watching John Yet finish off Minos Grande with a smile. But he cares most about John Yet's performance. Nature is Aizen Sōsuke in the shadows. Student John Yet's swordsmanship is so wonderful. As expected, I was not mistaken. Aizen Sōsuke smiled. The words were full of appreciation for John Yet. Oh, Captain Aizen, you actually admire John Yet so much. Ichimaru-jin said unexpectedly, while acting jealous. Looks like I'm not Captain Aizen's favorite Shinigami anymore. See here. Tuan Kaname frowned with some distaste for Ichimaru-jin. He always thought Ichimaru-jin was too frivolous. And Aizen Sōsuke smiled when he heard this. Silver, you know, you and Yao have always been my most important Shinigami. No one can take the place of the two of you. Aizen Sōsuke spoke softly. As for whether what he thought in his heart really meant something, then I don't know. But watch John Yuryuaki finish off all Minos Grande one by one. Aizen Sōsuke has no intention of continuing to read. Have you collected any data about John Yet? It's been collected. Transmitting back to the lab's database. Very good. Then I'll just wait. Remember to remove the communication shield. Yes. Master Aizen. A few words behind. The three figures in the shadows disappeared. At the same time, Rukia and the others finally got in touch with the Soul Society. The Soul Society got the news that Minos Grande appeared in the soul burial practice. Very shocked. Immediately afterward a support team was dispatched to the present world. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the Soul Society had sent support. Later, Soul Society support arrived quickly. At the same time, Shinigami from the Technology Development Bureau came together. They will be responsible for investigating the accident of the soul burial practice. As for John Yet and his group of students participating in the soul burial practice, back to Soul Society with Shinigami who came to support. Although John Yet made the last effort to turn the tide in the soul burial incident, it still caused the death and injury of several hospital students. It was impossible for John Yet to appear in two places at the same time. The death of a student. Let this incident of soul burial be extremely important. That night, GoDi 13 Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. An emergency captain's meeting was called. Decided to discuss the matter. After receiving the order, all the captains of GoDi 13 rushed in the night and rushed to the team building of the first team to gather for the meeting. They don't know what's going on. But the situation is clearly urgent. Soon, all the captains gathered in the team building of the first team. Together, they go to meet Captain Yamamoto Yuanryase Shigekuni. Seeing that everyone was almost there, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni immediately told everyone present about the accident that happened during the soul burial practice in the present world. Get this message. The captains were a little surprised. Kiraku Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division, said, Minos Grande will suddenly attack the students who are interns in the soul burial. Could it be Hueco Mundo behind this? He couldn't help lowering the brim of the bamboo hat on his head. There was a cloud in his eyes. Hearing this, the other captains immediately started to think about it. But Captain Anohanaretsu of the 4th Division looked at Kuratsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division, and said, "Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, why didn't the Technology Development Bureau find out in advance? The place where the living souls are buried for practice should be strictly monitored by you, right?" Anohanaretsu's tone was a little gunpowder. Chapter 56. She is the captain of the 4th Division of the medical team. A simple soul burial practice actually caused the death of several Spiritual Arts Academy students, and many students were seriously injured. This must have an explanation. Heard the words. I heard the question from the captain of the 4th Division. Kurosuke Mayuri, the captain of the 12th Division and the director of the Technology Development Bureau, gave a cold snort. Are you suspicious of the Technology Development Bureau? He didn't care about anything, and gave Anohanaretsu a meal before answering the question. The time period when it happened. The Technology Development Agency has not detected any Minos Grande Ryotsu reactions. He didn't say much. To be honest, Kuratsuka Mayuri is also very surprised why so many Minos Grandes have not been found to appear together in the monitoring radar of the present world. After saying these words, all the captains present understood. Kuratsuka Mayuri became the director of the Technology Development Bureau because of his extraordinary ability. There is nothing wrong with what he said. Because Kuratsuka Mayuri also disdains to make trouble in this regard. After all, if Kuratsuka Mayuri wants to do something, he usually does it with a big one. Since it is not a problem of the Technology Development Bureau. Someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. Only. Who is this behind the scenes trickster? They have absolutely no clue. At this time, the mastermind behind this incident, Aizen Sōsuke, who became the captain of the 5th squad because he filled the vacancy of his own captain, said, Okay. Everyone, please don't say a few words. This may be exactly what the enemy wants to see. This incident has not yet been investigated. I trust Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri. He put on a nice face and dissuaded everyone from fighting and blaming each other at the captain's meeting. See here. Jushiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th squad, was very satisfied with the performance of Aizen Sōsuke, a junior, and also spoke for him. Yes. Let's wait for the results of the investigation to come out. What do you say? Captain. Jushiro Yukitake looked in the direction of Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni. Hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni nodded. At present, it is only to tell the situation to other captains. Whether it is to deal with it later, or to solve the problem of monitoring failure, it is necessary to wait for the detailed investigation of this incident. Speaking of which, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni mentioned a name. Speaking of which, you have one more person to thank. College student John Ye, in this soul burial practice, get rid of all the Minos Grande that appear. Otherwise, the number of casualties would not be in the single digits now. Yamamoto Motoyanagi said heavily. Then suddenly call the 10th squad. The tone was extremely severe. Especially you. Captain Shiba. Your vice-captain Matsumoto Rangiku absconded from the mission during the soul burial practice. If it wasn't for her act of sacrificing her life to protect the students. Snort. Heard the words. Shiba Yuxin of the 10th Division was immediately frightened and flinched. A burst of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The powerful aura of the captain was all on him alone. Even if he is a captain-level Shinigami, he can't stand it. Hearing the meaning of the captain's words, he couldn't help yelling at Matsumoto Rangiku in his heart, he was going to make me miserable. Yes, Captain. Shiba replied tremblingly. See here. The captain snorted coldly. Let Shiba Yuxin go for now. After all, this time the soul burial practice incident was indeed sudden. This, combined with the inability to make contact with both sides, resulted in Vice-Captain Matsumoto Rangiku being restricted by Ryotsu. Unable to exert full combat power. Otherwise, just one AWOL can keep Matsumoto Rangiku locked up for a while. But only this once. If there is a next time, Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni would not be so kind. Then, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni announced the end of the captain's meeting. But, except for the soul burial internship accident, the name Janye was spoken by the captain. It aroused the curiosity of the captains of GoDi 13. Because, as the captain said, the student Janye solved all the Minos Grande that appeared during the soul burial practice. Good guy. Solve Minos Grande as a student. And it's all Minos Grande. This strength is already able to serve as their vice-captain. At this time, some captains suddenly remembered the name Janye. No wonder at the captain meeting just now. They feel familiar. Turn out to be. This Janya is the genius of the Spiritual Arts Academy in recent years. They had sent people to invite Janya in advance. But no one got Janya's promise. They naturally did not continue to pay attention. But now Janya has a record of beheading Minos Grande with one person. For a while, the captains of GoDi 13 began to have another idea in their minds. The student Janya has already shown the strength to realize his talent. If Janya can join their team, then their team will have a powerful combat force. Without the captain of that team, I don't want the team I lead to become stronger. Thinking of this, the captain's thoughts came alive, remembering that Janya's graduation assessment for this year's students will start soon. A group of captains decided to personally participate in this Spiritual Arts Academy graduation assessment. Go out yourself. To show your attention. Chapter 57. The Other Side. Spiritual Arts Academy. When Janya and the other students who participated in the soul burial practice came back, narratives from their mouths. Immediately, the name Janya spread throughout Spiritual Arts Academy again. Only this time, they were no longer envious or jealous of Janya, but developed a feeling of worship towards Janya. Janya's classmates were very grateful to Janya for saving their lives, and their gratitude to Janya reached an extremely high level. If Janya had his own team now, these Janya's classmates, I will definitely choose to join Janya's team. Work for Janya. Become Janya's loyal follower. And the other students of the Spiritual Art Academy. From the mouth of the students in Janya's class, I learned that Janya set an amazing record of beheading several Minos Grande in the practice of soul burial. For a while, they immediately worshipped Janya, and some even almost threw themselves to the ground. This Nima's record is too scary. Slay Minos Grande? They are a group of college students who are about to graduate. Even beheading an ordinary ghost requires effort. What level of enemy is Minos Grande? Janya, who was in the same class as them. To kill Minos Grande. It's like you tried your best in the college entrance examination, but Janya, who took the college entrance examination in the same class, got a perfect score in the exam. What university do you choose to go to? All Janya's universities are up to you to choose. Even to ensure that Janya went to their university. All the universities also offer Janya conditions that made them grit their teeth with envy. Nima. The gap between people is huge. At the same time, because of Janya's great contribution in the soul burial practice, Spiritual Arts Academy specially gave Janya financial rewards. Janya was very satisfied with receiving this reward. Spiritual Arts Academy understood him, thinking that he would send him money directly if he didn't have any money, and it wasn't a lie. Then, Byakuya Kukiki found Rukia. The Kukiki family decided to adopt Rukia. In the original book, Rukia was adopted by the Kukiki family. Renamed to Rukia Kukiki. Sister Rukia is the deceased wife of Byakuya Kukiki. Byakuya Kukiki only loved Sister Rukia in her life, and she never remarried after her death. He will never love anyone else. When Byakuya Kukiki met Rukia who looked similar to his wife, he just knew it. He finally found her sister for his wife. He wants to fulfill his wife's last wish. Byakuya Kukiki decided to break the rules of nobility. An exception was made for a commoner of Rukanga origin to bear the Kukiki family name. Byakuya Kukiki didn't protect his wife, so he decided to protect Rukia the first time he saw Rukia. Rukia asked Janya. Janya had no objections. Rukia is his sister. Naturally he wished Rukia the best. And in the Soul Society, where is life better than the 5 noble families of the Soul Society? As for what happened to Rukia in the original book, if the Kukiki family can't protect Rukia, Aizen Sōsuke wants to take action against Rukia. At that time, Janya will chop everything up. Besides, Rukia will not be a member of the Kukiki family. And his feelings for Janya faded. For a girl, the people she meets when she is young will be the fetters of her life, especially the person she meets is Janya. A man like Janya who is as bright as the stars. Rukia never forgets. Or change. Now Rukia still doesn't understand what her feelings for Janya are called. But the future when she grows up will understand. After, Janya and the others returned to their final year of study. Later, Janya and the others conducted several soul burial practices. These few times of soul burial practice did not continue to have accidents. At the same time, during this time, Janya felt more and more connected with Zanpakuto. Become more and more clear. Maybe, he thought, it was because his Zanpakuto finally saw blood. This day, Janya had just returned from a soul burial practice mission. He didn't rest. Start your daily training routine as usual. Training continued until late at night. Then, it is time to practice Sword Zen. Janya sat cross-legged on the mat, put the sealed state flat on both sides of his knees, calmed down, and gradually let go of the Ryotsu all over his body, allowing the Ryotsu to flow. Subsequently, try to start contacting your own Zanpakuto through the mind. He closed his eyes. Search in the endless darkness. The incense lit in the house is burning every second. The fragrance gradually decreases. The incense ash gathered into a small pile. Just when Janya thought that today's Daozen was dark again, he suddenly found out. My mind came to a familiar world. This is a world shrouded in a blood-red sky. As far as the eye can see, the earth is full of bones. In front of the line of sight, stands a red archway. After the line of sight crosses the archway, a slowly rising bone pile can be vaguely seen. Janya had seen the scene countless times in his dreams. He knows. This may be his Zanpakuto space. It's just that he feels it. His world of Zanpakuto might be a little too weird. Janya took a step forward and started walking towards the red archway. Every step he stepped on the ground made the bones creak. This feeling can't help but make his scalp tingle. Chapter 58. More importantly, he felt that the blood-red sky in this world was filled with endless murderous aura, resentment, hostility, resentment, evil spirit, and so on. All kinds of negative emotions make up this world. If it weren't for Janya's tenacity and sword heart, I'm afraid that just standing here, he will be mentally broken by the endless negative emotions. But Janya also knew. The world of Zanpakuto gets weirder and more unpredictable. The more likely his Zanpakuto would be immensely powerful as well. Janya thought in his heart that he had already walked to the red archway. In his dream, every time he walked here and wanted to go in, he was stopped. Only this time, Janya tried to walk in. It was not blocked. Janya settled down, and then continued to walk forward. Soon, he saw a high platform made of white bones. The steps go up layer by layer. At the top of the steps, impressively stands a huge throne. A person sits on the throne. Janya looked up and tried to see who was sitting on the throne. The moment he raised his eyes, the blood-red sky behind the throne seemed to flicker, causing Janya to subconsciously raise his arms to block it. Then, Janya blinked to adapt to the blood-red background. He lowers his arms. Only then did he see the figure on the throne clearly. It's a woman. Only this woman looks like. Janya's pupils were shocked. Stunning and beautiful face, fair skin like snow. Be human. The lower body is the body of a snake. The dark red scales seemed to be moving with the breath. There were bursts of cold light reflected on the scales. What surprised Janya even more was that this woman has 7 hands behind her back and 2 hands in front of her. The 7 hands on the back are like blooming flowers or peacocks with their tails open. This kind of contrasting and weird woman, if Janya had to describe it, was like an ancient god and demon, full of weird and powerful aura. At the same time, behind this woman, at the same time, there was a disk so huge that it covered the sky and the sun. The disk was slowly turning. From time to time, it makes a sound that shakes the sky. Janya was extremely shocked. At this moment, the goddess demon on the throne saw Janya's surprised appearance. She said, "The sound is surprisingly pleasant. It's like a piece played by a master pianist. Say my name." Hearing this, Janya suddenly came back to his senses. Name. What is it called? While he was thinking, a flash of lightning flashed across his heart in an instant. He understands everything. I see. Janya suddenly realized. Then solemnly said the name of the woman on the throne. Your name is Hutu. The words fell. Janya suddenly felt the Ryotsu surge all over his body. In the blood-red sky, endless negative emotions rushed into his body crazily. Afterwards, a beam of Ryotsu light enveloped Janya and soared into the sky. After a few seconds, Ryotsu's beam of light gradually dissipated. However, as the Ryotsu beam of light dispersed, Janya suddenly discovered that there was one thing left behind by this astonishing Ryotsu. No. To be precise, 2 knives. One black, one white. It seems to represent life and death. Janya held the 2 knives floating in front of his eyes. As he held the handle of the knife, he felt it immediately. Whether it is the weight, the shape of the handle, or the feeling of holding these 2 knives, they all seemed to be tailor-made for him. At the same time, a flood of information flooded his mind. After a while, Janya sorted out the information pouring into his mind. He gets it. This is exactly his Shikai of Zanpakuto. His Shikai ability is quite pervert. The black knife can accelerate the speed of time, from 1 instant to 10,000 to 100,000, and it can increase with the improvement of the realm. The white knife can slow down the speed of time, from 10,000 to 1 to 0.100000, and it can be improved with the improvement of the realm. This power to control time is in a class all its own. free from outside influence. And Zhang Ye sensed that the highest multiplier he could control was about 10 times. Whether it is speeding up or slowing down, it is about 10 times. Don't look at just 10 times. But the power of time is the power of time. As far as the ability to speed up time is concerned, the simplest point is that speeding up time equals speeding up speed. Speed is power. When the object reaches the speed of light, it will create infinite power. Refer to Kizaru, the Shining Fruit ability user in One Piece world. His speed is power. Power is speed. So, if Zhang Ye's current slashing speed was increased by 10 times, it is conceivable that just the simplest knife can exert infinite power. Just thinking about it made Zhang Ye feel terrible for his future enemies. Then there's the ability to slow down. This ability can be applied to enemies. When Zhang Ye's speed increased, his enemy's attack speed slowed down instead. Zhang Ye will become the nightmare of every one of his enemies. At last. And most importantly, his Zanpakuto real name is Hutu. You must know that Hutu is a saint who truly masters the underworld. She is the master of the underworld, hell, and all the concepts and definitions of the afterlife. She controls yin and yang, controls reincarnation, and nurtures all things. She is called the mother of the earth and the earliest king of the earth. Standing on the earth, she has infinity. Hutu is reincarnation in body. In charge of all the authority of the underworld. Chapter 59. Hutu. The power is monstrous. The status is infinitely high. There is Goto the Zanpakuto. Which hot type is the strongest Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka, which ice type is the strongest Zanpakuto Hiren Meru, or Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. All are rubbish. Zhang Ye is very clear now. His Zanpakuto is much more than that. This is nothing more than his Shikai. He hasn't mastered Bankai yet. Just thinking about it, Zhang Ye couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. Fortunately, this time with his awakening Zanpakuto liberating power, he withdraws from the world of Zanpakuto. On the throne, Hutu quietly watched Zhang Ye leave. Send a meaningful look. Zhang Ye woke up. Although it is midnight. But he immediately got up and went to the underground space at Sokyoku Hill. Shihaoren Yuryuaki and Yura Kisuk left Soul Society. He is the only one who knows about this underground space. Just right for him to use his newly mastered Shikai. With Zhang Ye Shunpo's speed, he soon reached the underground space below Sokyoku Hill. Looking at the empty field, Zhang Ye concentrated his mind, and then solemnly read the Shikai language. Do not enter reincarnation, do not enter six paths, do not enter six paths, do not fall into reincarnation, Hutu. The moment the voice fell, Zhang Ye's Ryutsu skyrockets. The powerful Ryutsu moment centered on Zhang Ye. Vent in all directions around. Suddenly, gusts of wind blew up in the enclosed underground space. Then, following the strong wind, it was naturally Zhang Ye Shikai's two Zanpakuto, one black and one white, as if representing life and death. He holds double knives in both hands. Immediately, I felt that my body was filled with infinite power. Zhang Ye knew. This is no hallucination. This is the power he brought after Zanpakuto Shikai. Each Shinigami unleashes the power of Zanpakuto. Will be greatly improved. Ryutsu after Shikai, will usually be 5 to 10 times as normal. The Ryutsu after Bankai is usually 5 to 10 times that of the initial state. This is for Shinigami's combat power. It is a huge improvement. As it is, Zanpakuto Liberation is the strongest power Shinigami wields. At this time, Zhang Ye was not immersed or lost in this huge force, and he did not forget his purpose of coming here. Next moment, he felt the power of time on the black knife. Instantly increased the speed to 10 times the limit. Then, Zhang Ye slashed at the ground in front of him without hesitation. One knife style, horse ghost. In an instant, a lightning-like slash instantly hit the ground in front of Zhang Ye's aim, releasing a terrifying force in one breath. Boom. See. After lightning, that piece of land was blown out of a huge hole. Zhang Ye came to the edge. He looked down. He could see nothing but darkness. The power of this knife blasted the earth out of an invisible abyss. Zhang Ye was shocked immediately. This power. Zhang Ye was almost speechless. Although he knew that he was very powerful, it was the first time he had this ultimate shocking experience for Nima to be so powerful. Really? Speed is power. Zhang Ye couldn't help but think of this famous saying. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Ye didn't forget the white knife that can slow down the speed. It occurred to him that slowing down time could act on enemy attacks. Zhang Ye cut out a few boulders, then kicked them into the distance, and then cast Shunpo to appear in front of these boulders. Then, he casts the power of time that slows down. The power of time enveloped the whole body. When the boulder approached Zhang Ye at a roaring speed, Zhang Ye discovered that the flying speed of these boulders suddenly slowed down by several times, and the trajectory and direction of their progress could be clearly seen by ordinary people. Jianye chopped open the boulder. Take back the power of time. The expression is amazed. The speeding black knife represents attack. The slowed down white sword represents defense. One attack and one defense. All alive. But at this moment, Jianye suddenly had a whim. He is a swordsman who masters 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style, and even 9 sword style. Although speeding up and slowing down seem to contradict each other. But what if these two opposing forces could be brought together? Jianye thought about it and did it. Part of it was that he wanted to try to create a stronger force. Part of it is because after mastering Zoro's inheritance, I have never had the opportunity to use the dual sword style. After all, there has always been only 1 sword. Next moment, Jianye put the knife back into its sheath. Hands rest left and right on the handles of the 2 Zanpakuto swords. Be calm. Take one part of the decadent self in the world. Dual swordsmanship IAI. Moment. Jianye pulled out 2 knives at the same time. Juhi-cut. The power of fast and slow merged at this moment. Forming the pulling force of front and back, left and right, up and down is like pulling an object at the time level to produce tearing. The force of tearing produced by this. Far more terrifying than Jianye imagined. After a snap of the fingers, Jianye slowly withdrew his knife. Rash omen. Click. 2 knives sheathed. With the click of sheathing. This huge underground space is located in the hills of Sokyoku. 2 huge ravines suddenly appeared. It's like a canyon. Bottomless. Darkness grows. At this moment, Jianye looked at the power of his 2 swordsmanship. Even if he is the one wielding the knife, this moment still feels unreal. Shikai's power is far beyond his imagination. He knew, if it wasn't for the power of fast and slow time, his 2-knife skill can't achieve this kind of terrifying effect at all. Perhaps he poured all the Ryatsu, possibly cutting 2 deep ravines. But it is impossible to reach the current depth and width. Now, Jianye held up 2 knives, one black and one white, and looked at them. I am very satisfied with my Shikai. Follow Jianye to master Shikai's power. And gradually become more proficient. The days passed. Time flies. Soon it was time for Jianye and the others to graduate. The graduation assessment is scheduled for next week. But this graduation examination is a little different. Rukia and Abarai Renji, they will get a normal graduation assessment. Assessments are carried out in accordance with past practice. Jianye was different. Because of his many outstanding performances in Spiritual Arts Academy. And his perfect grades. Finally at GoDi 13's captain's meeting. From the discussion of the captains, it was concluded that Jianye's assessment this time is an actual combat assessment, and the Shinigami who assessed him will be the 3rd seed of the 10th squad. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Yes. He is Hinamori Momo's childhood friend. But Hitsugaya Toshiro is also a Shinigami who displays great talent. He had a huge Ryatsu reaction because he dreamed of his own Zanpakuto Hiran Meru in his dreams before becoming a Shinigami. Leading to being monitored by Siraitai. Then discovered the great potential of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Special moves into GoDi 13. That's right. Hitsugaya Toshiro did not enter Spiritual Arts Academy to study at all. He became a member of the GoDi 13 Juban team. After entering the team, he quickly learned all the basic abilities to be a Shinigami. Cut the fist and walk away with all kinds of ghosts Grandmaster. Especially not long after. He just went with the flow and mastered Zanpakuto S Shikai. Beat Soul Society's record for fastest Shikai ever mastered. Hitsugaya Toshiro is undoubtedly a legendary genius Shinigami. With Jianye's current strength, who will evaluate his performance is a question. Vice Captain. If these captains are allowed to go up in person. He bullied Jianye too much. So a suitable candidate must be found. At last. Recommended by Matsumoto Rangiku of the Juban. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who is also talented Shinigami, is a good candidate. Just let the 2 Shinigami of the same generation compete with each other. Get acquainted in advance. Speaking of Matsumoto Rangiku. Because Jianye rescued Matsumoto Rangiku during the soul burial practice, and later on Matsumoto Rangiku's initiative, they became good friends. The reason Jianye and Matsumoto Rangiku became friends. It's because they both like to drink. It is also rare for Jianye to find a drinking friend in Siraitai. Certainly. Jianye is definitely not because of Matsumoto Rangiku. That broad mind and became friends with her. A blink of an eye. The day of the graduation examination has arrived. Rukia and Abarai Renji quickly completed all the assessment items. They think they are doing very well. Hope to get a very, CGDJ, good result. In this way, they will have a better chance to be taken seriously after joining the fan team. At last. It was Jianye's turn to conduct the graduation assessment. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the examination room of Spiritual Arts Academy. It's actually Mr. Byakuya Kukiki, the captain of Division 6. Mr. Byakuya Kukiki is so cold, but he is also so handsome. Look, that's Anohanaretsu Tenjin, the captain of the 4th squad. Look, behind that is the captain of the 8th division. Captain of Division 13. Captain of the 10th division. Maybe all the captains of GoDi 13 are here. A group of graduate students who have just completed the assessment. See the captains in person. Immediately there were excited discussions. Seeing so many captains appearing at the same time. It's no less than seeing an idol you admire appear in front of you. Among the Seirai, the captain-level Shinigami are literally objects of worship. At this time, Abarai Renji looked at Janye, who was the only one who hadn't passed the graduation assessment, and suddenly came to his senses, with an extremely jealous look on his face. Damn it! So many captains came. It turned out to be for Janye. He couldn't think of any other reasons why the captains appeared in today's graduation examination room. Although Abarai Renji has long been convinced by Janye. But at this time, I still couldn't help being envious and jealous. Abarai Renji gritted his teeth with envy. Same. Rukia with Hinamori Momo, Kira Izuru. I am also happy for Janye. This shows that Janye is in the hearts of the captains of GoDi 13. Extremely respected. Janye was fine. It seems that today's graduation assessment will become very special. But being special is exactly his privilege as a time traveler. Soon, a group of captains entered the graduation examination room, sat in the seats prepared for them, and waited for the next assessment by Janye. Janye's special graduation assessment this time. Hosted by the Dean of Spiritual Arts Academy. He is also proud of Janyuruaki Lole's outstanding performance. Alright. Student Janye. Because of your special reasons, your graduation assessment will be different from others. I hope you will not have any opinions. Hearing this, Janye shook his head. With his current strength. Complete the graduation assessment conducted by Rukia and the others just now. It's a bit too boring indeed. He was looking forward to what kind of graduation exam GoDi 13 would arrange for him. Seeing Janye's response, Spiritual Arts Academy continued, you have only one item in today's graduation assessment, and that is actual combat. The actual opponent is the 3rd seed of the GoDi 13 Juban team Hitsuga Yatashiro. Speaking of which, with the height of a schoolboy, a head of soaring white hair, Hitsuga Yatashiro, affectionately called Zyobai by fans. A Shunpo appears on the field. He frowned and looked at Janye. He didn't think Janye had the strength to defeat him. At this moment, because bystanders are not prohibited, the auditorium is full of graduate students who have just completed the graduation assessment. Among them, Rukia, Hinamori Momo and others are naturally included. At this time, Hinamori Momo saw that the examiner was Zyobai. She couldn't help being surprised. It's Zyobai. Hinamori Momo couldn't help being surprised. Seeing this, Rukia and Abarai Renji on the side also knew that Shinigami on the field was the genius Zyobai that Hinamori Momo said. The talent it showed. Even better than Big Brother Janye. Didn't even get into Spiritual Arts Academy. He was recruited into the team by GoDi 13. Rukia couldn't help worrying about Janye's coming. The Dean of Spiritual Arts Academy continued, the assessment results will be scored by the captains present based on the real-time performance in the battle. Student Janye. Please go on stage and start the assessment. The words fell. Janye nodded. He didn't care because the opponent in the test was Hitsuga Yatashiro. Janye walked forward with a calm expression on his face. Stand across from Hitsuga Yatashiro. At this moment, when Hitsuga Yatashiro saw Janye approaching, he couldn't help looking Janye up and down, feeling a little jealous in his heart. This jealousy comes from Hinamori Momo. His childhood friend Hinamori Momo spent time with him. Janye's name often came out of his mouth. His words were full of admiration for Janye. This makes Hitsuga Yatashiro emotionally jealous. As in the original Shinigami novel, Aizen Sōsuke's influence on Hinamori Momo caused Hitsuga Yatashiro to suffer emotionally and suffer for a while. Variations of Hinamori Momo will reflect the emotion of Hitsuga Yatashiro. Especially Hitsuga Yatashiro in this period. He is the most legendary genius boy. He is admired and admired everywhere he goes. Even with a calm personality, under such constant influence, it will be affected to a certain extent. Hitsuga Yatashiro's spirit is very high at the moment. Has never been beaten. Hasn't turned into the calm Captain Shinigami in the original book. So, when Hitsuga Yatashiro received the opportunity to beat Janyuryu Akaiden hard, he agreed without hesitation. Janye didn't know what Hitsuga Yatashiro thought about him. At this time, the system in his mind suddenly released a random task. Ding. Detected the current situation of host. Release the task immediately. Defeat Hitsugaya Toshiro from the 3 aspects of swordsmanship, Kido and Zanpakuto. Mission reward, 1%. Janya looked at the rewards given for this mission. Although only 1%. But he doesn't think there is too little mosquito meat. Defeat Hitsugaya Toshiro in front of you. That's not even handy. Janya thought so in his heart. So I don't plan to save any face for Hitsugaya Toshiro. Next. Under the eyes of everyone's expectation. Dean of Spiritual Arts Academy. It is announced that Janya's graduation practical assessment will begin immediately. Ha! Hitsugaya Toshiro let out a loud cry. When he came up, he chose to strike first, taking advantage of Janya's inaction, he drew his sword and attacked Janya, hoping to defeat Janya as soon as possible. Hitsugaya Toshiro is imposing. The pace is extremely fast. Tread, tread. They stomped on the ground again and again. At this moment, all the captains in the stands looked like they were watching the show. They wanted to see how Janya would respond. Chapter 60. With Hitsugaya Toshiro's current swordsmanship realm. Quite a feat indeed. Pretty genius. However, Hitsugaya Toshiro slashed with his sword. Janyuruaki turned sideways and avoided it casually. Seeing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro's pupils shrank. What a quick reaction, he thought in his heart, and the knife in his hand didn't stop. Another quick cut? The connection with the previous knife is silky smooth. It can be seen that his swordsmanship is superb. But Janya still seemed to have predicted his attack. Get out of the way with ease. Hey, there is something wrong with Janya's 2 strikes. Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division, could tell at a glance that Janya's dodge was unusual. The other captains also nodded in agreement. In the audience, a group of students could not understand. They only saw Janya dodging easily. Think Janya has the upper hand. At the same time cheer for Janya. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who lives in it, does not believe in evil. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack, one slash after another, showing all the sword skills he had learned in one breath, with countless swords and swords. For a while, the students in the auditorium saw it. Hitsugaya Toshiro's sword moves are impenetrable. Pretty scary. If it was replaced by any one of them on the scene. They have already shown flaws under such heavy pressure. But Janya at this time was different. Like a butterfly, he danced nimbly among the sword array raised by Hitsugaya Toshiro, avoiding every attack. Hitsugaya Toshiro suddenly felt the pressure. His slash. He didn't cut Janya with a single knife. Even jumpsuit Kakozu not stained. Hitsugaya Toshiro was shocked, and because he couldn't attack his opponent Janya for a long time, he suddenly felt eyes from all directions. Especially the gaze. And his captain, Shiba is Han. He seemed to feel a mockery of him. Although everyone in the auditorium did not have this idea. The young Hitsugaya Toshiro imagined such a scene with a rich imagination. Gradually, he couldn't bear the heavy pressure coming from all directions, so he wanted to release the shame in his heart. Hitsugaya Toshiro yelled at Jianjai, "You guys only know how to hide. Attack here." Seeing this, the captains in the stands were not surprised, although Hitsugaya Toshiro has the record of young talents in Seoul society. May Hitsugaya Toshiro's age and experience is his weakness. He is not calm enough. This weakness cannot be quickly remedied. Only time and all things can solve it. Hearing this, Janya raised his eyebrows. "Oh, are you sure you want me to attack?" Without saying a word, Hitsugaya Toshiro slashed at Janya again, the speed at which the blade tore through the air caused buzzing. "Come!" he shouted. "All right. Then as you wish," Janya said calmly. Next moment, the temperament of his whole body has undergone a huge change. Last second it was a nimbly dancing butterfly, but this second it instantly turned into a beast at the top of the food chain. Its aura was quite frightening. Janya immediately drew his sword. One move to deflect Hitsugaya Toshiro's slash. Hitsugaya Toshiro was surprised. This counterattack is so fast. He didn't react at all. At the same time, the team captains in the stands became interested when they saw Janya finally drew his sword, and stared intently. Subsequently, Janya slashed at Hitsugaya Toshiro again. A powerful knife. Cut to Hitsugaya Toshiro. Boom. Zanpakuto collided. There are sparks. Suddenly there was an explosion-like sound. When the two swords collided, they actually set off gusts of wind pressure in all directions. What? What kind of strange power is this? The power from Janya Deo. Let Hitsugaya Toshiro have no extra strength to parry at all. His face became uncontrollably hideous. The team captains in the stands immediately noticed the strain on Hitsugaya Toshiro. Toshiro can't take it anymore. Team 8th Team Captain Kiraku Shunsui concluded, with a hint of surprise at Janya flashing in his eyes hidden under the bamboo hat. Captain of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Shiba, the captain of the 10th division, was astonished. I've never seen that kid lose a fight. Shiba couldn't believe it. You must know that the reason why geniuses are called geniuses by others is because their talent, strength, and potential far exceed others. After Hitsugaya Toshiro joined their Juban team. In the contest within the team. At first Hitsugaya Toshiro lost a few times because he needed to learn. But then Hitsugaya Toshiro quickly caught up with the veteran in the team. Even in Shinigami with his captain level. Can show bright spots. And today, Hitsugaya Toshiro encountered unprecedented difficulties in a battle with a graduate student of Spiritual Arts Academy. See here. Aizen Sōsuke, captain of the 5th division. He made no secret of his admiration for Janye. It would be great if Janye could join my 5th team. Aizen Sōsuke said with a smile. Heard the words. Team captain Jushiro Yukitake joked with Aizen Sōsuke with a smile. Sōsuke, I didn't expect that your charm didn't work this time. While the captains were talking. Janye has gradually pushed Hitsugaya Toshiro into a corner. Each of his swords contains a powerful force. Every blow, for Hitsugaya Toshiro, needs to be resisted with all his strength. Ryutsu of Hitsugaya Toshiro suddenly consumed faster, and gradually, he felt a wheezing in his chest, and his breathing became disordered. He took a big gulp of fresh air. Trying to absorb all the spiritual particles in the atmosphere of the Soul Society into the body. Replenish the consumption in the battle just now. But Janye didn't give him a chance to breathe. At this time, he went down with a knife. He actually cut Hitsugaya Toshiro's Zanpakuto with a single blow and fell out of his hand. Hiran Meru twirled in the air, and with a squeak, the blade was inserted into the ground face down, and the blade trembled. Hitsugaya Toshiro watched Hiran Meru let go of his hand, and his heart was also trembling at the moment, like a crumbling building. The next moment there will be an earth-shattering collapse. Janye looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro's shocked expression and said mercilessly. You are weak when you throw the knife, you are hesitant to drop the knife, your steps are slow, your reaction is loose, and none of your movements are decent. You are still far away. Janye said these words. The audience fell silent for an instant. The stands. All the captains looked at Janye. It was like meeting someone again. In the audience. A group of students who graduated from the same class as Janye, they watched Janye teach Hitsugaya Tojiro a lesson in terms of strength and words. As if they experienced it themselves. There is a kind of heart-cooling refreshment. You know, they also know Hitsugaya Toshiro, a talented boy specially recruited into the team. But what about the genius boys? It's not that they are not as powerful as Janye, and being in the same class as Janye makes them feel honored and honored. Rukia and Abarai Renji saw what Janye did. Everyone was very excited. Abarai Renji even yelled unceremoniously. Brother is awesome. He even forgot how he gritted his teeth in envy of Janye before. Now. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Janye blankly. He felt his face flush instantly. There is shame and anger in my heart. Hitsugaya Toshiro was still a teenager after all. The ability to bear in the heart is not the same as his talent. What did you say? Hitsugaya Toshiro snapped, I was just being careless just now, don't think you are amazing. Yeah. Janye said non-committally. Take your sword. Continue. Janye's words fell. Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't hesitate at all. Pick up your own Zanpakuto. The next moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro seemed to forget the defeat at the previous moment, and with a bang, he burst into full momentum and attacked Janye. However, Janye at this time. He was not given a chance to attack. He sheathed his knife suddenly. Then, the right hand rests on the handle of Zanpakuto. The center of gravity of the whole person drops slightly, just like a beast will lower its height as much as possible before rushing to eat. At this moment, the team captains in the stands saw Janye's movements, and they immediately smelled something unusual from this posture. They watched the next scene with bated breath. At the same time, Hitsugaya Toshiro saw Janye's posture. He didn't think much of it at all. Come. Take all your strength. Hitsugaya Toshiro can't believe it. He will lose to others. At this time, Janye moved. One-shot flow. Juhi. In an instant. Janye's figure passed through the advancing Hitsugaya Toshiro like lightning. When Janye's body stood firmly behind Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro on the move. It seemed to be frozen in place. The left foot that was taken was still hanging in the air and did not fall completely. Even the expression remained on the hideous face of the previous moment. Time seemed to stand still on Hitsugaya Toshiro. Until Janye slowly retracted the knife into its sheath. There was a clicking sound when the sword band collided with the scabbard. Lion's dirge. In an instant, time returned to normal flow, and Hitsugaya Toshiro felt as if he had been hit hard, and a huge force burst out in one breath. The strength to bear is strong. It even made Hitsugaya Toshiro unable to support himself for a moment and fell to his knees. Toshiro lost. Team 10 Captain Shiba couldn't believe it. Can't help but cover his head. It's as if he can't find his own mind. Same as it. Janye's knife. It also flashed across the hearts of the captains present like lightning. Such a fast knife. Such a fast sword. Is this the slash that killed Minos Grande? With this kind of strength, no wonder he can easily crush Minos Grande. Student Janye really makes me like him more and more. The captains couldn't help arguing. As the former first-generation Kenpachi, known as the Master. The current leader of the 4th Division who masters Soul Society 8000 Kendo styles, Anoha Naretsu. She suddenly saw a brand new school of Kendo. It's no less than seeing a meteor fall in front of your eyes. Anoha Naretsu's eyes lit up. The desire to fight, which had been dusty for a long time, began to sprout in her heart. She couldn't help but think of that boy in Rukanga back then, and the fear and joy of fighting that boy brought her. Anoha Naretsu couldn't help asking herself, Janye boy could bring her the same fear of fighting and joy of fighting, and even surpass that. In the audience, Rukia and Abarai Renji are all dumbfounded. This knife. If you let them go up to pick up the knife, they can't stand it either. After a while, there was an instant commotion in the auditorium. However, Hitsugaya Toshiro got up at this moment. He gasped for breath, staring fixedly at Janye who was also looking at him at the moment. I haven't lost yet. Hitsugaya Toshiro said stubbornly. He didn't accept the result, he didn't think it was the final victory. Janye was not surprised. After all, he cut that knife just now with the back of the knife. Leave it to Hitsugaya Toshiro. Otherwise, how can Hitsugaya Toshiro stand up now? The most important thing is that Janye didn't forget the task issued by the system. Anyway, it is also 1% of the inheritance experience value. With the continuous improvement of his inheritance experience value, even every 0.01% of his inheritance experience value is quite precious. Now, everyone present was also touched by Hitsugaya Toshiro's tenacious and never giving up spirit. In the stands, Shiba, the captain of the 10th squad, couldn't help cheering for Hitsugaya Toshiro. The other captains couldn't help but nod their heads. Losing is not terrible. It is not terrible to be inferior to the enemy. The fear is that I think I have lost. Hitsugaya Toshiro, at such a young age, is worthy of their praise for having such a tenacious determination to not give up. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro read out loudly. Beast bones dotted around, spears, red crystals, steel wheels. Moving is the wind, stopping is empty, the sound of spears striking each other fills the empty city. Hado number 63, fiery lightning howl. With the full chant of Hitsugaya Toshiro, a gigantic thunder beam converged, and immediately with a deafening bang, it struck Janye's direction like lightning. This moment. Captain in the stands. Graduates in the audience. They met Hitsugaya Toshiro. It was so easy to cast Hado with a serial number above 60. Everyone looked shocked. You should know that every spiritual arts academy has learned Kido with 40 serial numbers at most during their study period. If they go any further, they will not be able to cover them with their current abilities. Generally, high-level Kido learn from seniors who are good at Kido in their respective teams, and it takes a lot of time. But at the age of Hitsugaya Toshiro, take the time he needs to spend. Able to cast Hado with serial numbers above 60. It's quite surprising. Even the captains can't help but envy Shiba, the captain of the 10th squad. With the talent shown by Hitsugaya Toshiro, it is estimated that it will take less than a few decades to become the solid right arm of Captain Shiba Yuxin. Shiba stared intently at the envy of his colleagues. He made a very fart look. Hey. My Toshiro is amazing. However, it is also between the lightning and flint. Kido. Janye said softly, and then unexpectedly released the same Hado as Hitsugaya Toshiro at this time. Moreover, by giving up the high-level release technique of chant. Unleash it. Hado number 63, fiery lightning howl. Same thunder. Same Ryatsu. Same power. As soon as Janye's fiery lightning howl came out, immediately, the jaws dropped in shock from everyone present. Little did they expect to face Hado of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Janye showed no weakness. No, it should be said that Kido talent surpassed Hitsugaya Toshiro. In the same form of Hado, returned the attack of Hitsugaya Toshiro at this moment. Hitsugaya Toshiro sees the same Hado. He was surprised too. How can it be? Hitsugaya Toshiro pupils startled. Subsequently, fiery lightning howl collide with each other. The collision produces a violent Ryatsu explosion. Immediately, a turbulent flow of sharp spiritual particles swept out towards the surroundings. seeing that this turbulent flow of spiritual particles was about to attack the courtyard students in the auditorium. Fortunately, the captain in the stands made a move. A team leader immediately cast Kido, applying a layer of space enchantment on the edge of the battlefield, and the power of the explosion was immediately restrained within. Chapter 61. But the Kido battle has just begun. Hitsugaya Toshiro don't believe it. He then proceeded to unleash the high-level Hado. 58th of Hado Tianlan, 57th of Hado Earth Turning Dance, 54th of Hado Waste Flame. However, the consecutive powerful Hado were all counteracted by Janye with the same Hado as if they were duplicates. Even later, Janye's Hado suppressed Hitsugaya Toshiro instead. Hitsugaya Toshiro, from Kido's side, once again felt the frustration of being crushed by Janye at the level of swordsmanship just now. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro finally couldn't bear the frustration. He still has his strongest power that has not been released. That is Zanpakuto Shikai. Yes, Hitsugaya Toshiro has mastered many Shinigami at a young age and even Zanpakuto Shikai that can only be mastered in a lifetime. The power of Zanpakuto to liberate. It is the most powerful force of a Shinigami. And Hitsugaya Toshiro's talent is astonishing. Before he became a Shinigami and entered the Jingling Court, he saw his destined Zanpakuto Hiren Meru in a dream. The ice dragon left an indelible shock in his spiritual world. The endless cold air rolled in. Winter is coming. Hiren Meru of Hitsugaya Toshiro is the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice element. Impressively against the mark. The strongest Shinigami in the millennium, Zanpakuto of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni's Captain Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka, the strongest in the hot department. Plus Hitsugaya Toshiro also has the title of Soul Society's youngest talent. One can imagine. The future potential of Hitsugaya Toshiro is limitless. This moment. With emotions running high. Ryutsu of Hitsugaya Toshiro is also presented. Visible speed increase. Boom. A strong Ryutsu enveloped Hitsugaya Toshiro at this moment. His Death Fighter suit rattled in the strong wind. At this moment, all the team captains in the stands knew what Hitsugaya Toshiro's next move 200 was. They couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the first public Shikai of Hitsugaya Toshiro, known as the youngest genius boy in the Soul Society. In the audience, a group of students also roughly guessed this possibility. The expression is shocking. Shikai. How is it possible that elementary school student Shinigami has mastered Shikai? Is this a genius? At this time, under everyone's gaze, Hitsugaya Toshiro looked determined. Raise your hands and Zanpakuto Hiren Meru. Mouth solemnly said. Sit upright in the frosty sky. Hiren Meru. The words fell. A beam of Ryutsu light with endless chill. Overwhelming Hitsugaya Toshiro soars to the sky. Ryutsu beams of light kept hitting the sky of Siridi. Spread out in all directions towards the sky. The sky gradually darkened. Impressively, white snowflakes began to scatter in the sky. At this time, a student in the auditorium looked at it, and suddenly found that he exhaled, and he spit out bursts of white mist. Exhaled warm air meets cold air. Then it turned into a white mist visible to the naked eye. At the same time, everyone in the auditorium gradually felt it. The temperature in the air is dropping sharply. Their bodies suddenly felt a chill. The stands. The surprise on the faces of the captains was not small. The sky has been changed. This is the power of the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice element. It's really scary. They couldn't help talking. Even as a captain-level Shinigami. The same had to be given to Hitsugaya Toshiro for its Zanpakuto Hiren Meru might. Shocked. At the same time. Distance. Siridi team building. The captain's office of the first team is located on the top. Now. The captain of Godi 13 and the captain of the first team Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni can also feel the changes that are taking place in the sky of Siridi. Is that the brat from Division 10? He is standing on the roof. His eyes stared at the sky that seemed to be covered with frost. Of course Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni knew about today's graduation assessment. It seems that the student named Janye has more potential than he thought. At this time, the endless cold air dissipated. Finally revealed Hitsugaya Toshiro holding Hiren Meru. He felt the coldness in the air. This smell is icy cold. Let him have a kind of freedom like a fish in water. Now. The battle has just begun. Hitsugaya Toshiro holding Hiren Meru with one hand. The sword pointed at Janye. The look is extremely high-spirited. He is now Ryutsu skyrocketing, which is several times before the release of Zanpakuto's power, and Hiren Meru's power is also released at the same time. The next battle. There is no possibility of losing. Heard the words. Janye was non-committal. He was also amazed by the coldness in the air. Sure enough, Zanpakuto Hiranmaru is the strongest in the ice and snow department. At Hitsugaya Tashiro's current age, it can exert such a powerful force. Wait until Hitsugaya Tashiro comes of age. Unimaginable. Just how strong Hiranmaru can become. He always felt. Even in Shinigami's original Millennium Blood War. Even though Hitsugaya Tashiro mastered Bankai completely, the body adapts to Bankai's brief growth into adulthood. Nor does Hiranmaru's full power come out. But now, Janya didn't continue to think about it. 4. Hitsugaya Tashiro of Shikai Hiranmaru launched an attack. Swish. Hitsugaya Tashiro is supported by a massive Ryutsu. Shishunpo suddenly appeared in front of Janya. Then he slashed. Ice Dragon Spin Tail. Like a giant ice dragon swaying its tail, a circular arc-shaped ice slash struck instantly, and the dense cold air froze the atmosphere. This knife. The point of the knife. Everything will turn to ice. However, Janya's observation Haki. Hitsugaya Tashiro's attack at this moment had been anticipated. He jumped back deftly, his figure just avoiding the frozen area. Seeing this, Hitsugaya Tashiro did not hesitate, and performed the next move without hesitation. Ice Dragon Spinning Tail Jekken. The next moment, his blade moved towards the direction of Janya's jump, and he swung the blade upwards, and everything that the blade pointed to was frozen. Moisture in the atmosphere. Form a circular ice slash again. But Janya still seemed to have predicted it in advance. Turn over again. This second trick was avoided lightly. In just 2 rounds of confrontation. The stands. The captains not only saw Hitsugaya Tashiro's powerful Hiranmaru, but also saw Janya's experience in battle. And his composure. Show off your mental abilities. The captains rated Janya even higher. Immediately afterwards, Hitsugaya Tashiro saw that the attack failed again. His emotions seemed to freeze as well, thus appearing calm and unruffled. Then, he continued to attack methodically. Bird icicles. The next moment, endless icebergs condensed into shape in the air, and then flew towards Janya at a high speed as if they had souls. Janya drew his sword and chopped off the birds. The icebird's chill climbed up his blade, freezing his Zanpakuto almost instantly. Janya was a little surprised. This trick was something he hadn't thought of. Hitsugaya Tashiro is indeed Soul Society's youngest prodigy. Janya thought in his heart, and then he shook the hand holding the knife vigorously, and the ice crystals covering the blade turned into powder and floated into the sky. Hitsugaya continues to attack. Vacuum Ice Blade. Swish. The water molecules in the atmosphere are all turned into countless vacuum ice blades. In an instant, the ice blade rushed towards Janya at top speed. On every ice blade, there is an aura exuding cold light. However, Janya was not nervous at all seeing this. He swung Zanpakuto, creating a sword array in an instant. The sword shadow is unparalleled, and the sword wind blows. The vacuum ice blade hit the sword wind. All shattered. This scene. Everyone in the auditorium and in the stands can see it. Can't help but exclaim. Seeing this, Hitsugaya Tashiro remained calm. He continued to use stronger moves. One blow after another, he almost finally suppressed Janya, who had always had the upper hand before. As if in an instant, the whole venue turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold air filled the venue. Hitsugaya Tashiro is getting more and more excited. It seemed as if the fruits of victory could already be seen before his eyes. Off the field, whether it was in the stands or in the audience, the team captains and graduated students all believed that the outcome was decided. No matter how talented Janya is. There is no Shinigami who has mastered the liberation of Zanpakuto. There is absolutely no chance of defeating the Shinigami who have mastered the power to liberate Zanpakuto. This is the consistent truth of Soul Society. At this time, Hitsugaya Tashiro stands on a tall icicle, holding Hiranmaru in his hand, looking down at Janya from a high position. He issued a victory declaration. The battle is over, admit defeat. Based on your performance, I believe the captain and the others have already seen it. Although Janya lost to him Zanpakuto's liberation. But with his previous performance, he was able to successfully pass the graduation examination. It only takes one person to see this. In Hitsugaya Tashiro's heart, the shame, indignation, and embarrassment of being suppressed by Janya before was gone. He felt that he was too naive at that time. Not mature. It's different now. After the fiasco just now, Hitsugaya Tashiro has learned his lesson from the battle. At the same time, quickly absorb the experience of failure in battle. Transform it into a force that can help you grow. However, none of the people present thought of it. Whether it's the captains in the stands, still graduates in the auditorium, or Hitsugaya Tashiro at this moment. They never expected that Janya would say something that shocked them. Yuruaki looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro with a calm face. He said. I said, you little devil is still far behind. Shikai. I'll use Shikai too. The words fell. The meaning in Janya's words. It's like sunshine to everyone present. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning instantly hits all hearts. Shikai. Janya said he also mastered Zanpakuto as Shikai. My god. Fighting to such an extent, there is still a reversal. I have goosebumps. Janya has awakened Zanpakuto as Shikai right now, no wonder he is so much better than us students of the same class. I knew it. John Yuruaki will definitely not lose. In the auditorium. The graduates suddenly set off an uproar. Rukia and Abarai Renji are Janya's friends. I couldn't help but jumped up excitedly. Start shouting Janya's name. At the same time. The stands. All the captains, you look at me, and I look at you. Good guy. They thought the outcome of the battle had already been decided. But never expected. They still haven't seen through John yet. Unbelievable. Another Shinigami who mastered Shikai at a young age appeared. The young people of today are really better than us at that time. Old and old. The captains couldn't help sighing. At the same time. They also became interested in the next battle again. Now both sides have Shikai. Shikai to Shikai. Whose Zanpakuto will be stronger? Then they'll know. This moment. Hitsugaya Toshiro standing on the icicle looks shocked. Eyes wide open. You can also Shikai. He couldn't help being surprised. Impossible. As soon as the words left his mouth, he subconsciously refuted this. You must know that he mastered Shikai, and he did not awaken naturally with his talent, as outsiders thought. Hitsugaya Toshiro for mastering Shikai. But it took a lot of effort and time. But now. On the opposite side is the student of Spiritual Arts Academy who has not yet officially graduated. Even awakened Zanpakuto as Shikai. He subconsciously didn't believe it. But. Janya didn't answer with words. But prove it with actions. Next moment. The Ryotsu on Janya suddenly rose. The raging flames rise up. The soaring huge Ryotsu, with Janya as the center, began to roll and sweep away in the surrounding direction. Hitsugaya Toshiro felt this huge and exaggerated Ryotsu. Immediately determined. Janya was indeed as he said. Mastered Shikai. Same. In the stands, the audience went south. All eyes were fixed on Janya. Then. Only Janya said indifferently. If you don't enter samsara, you won't enter six paths, if you don't enter six paths, you won't fall into samsara. As he spoke the Shikai language of Zanpakuto. Ryotsu shrouded Janya's body. It turned into a dazzling blood red. Like blood. This moment. Janya bathed in blood. It's like a ghost crawling out of hell. As the blood gradually covered and enveloped Janya's whole body. Surround him. Janya's Ryotsu finally climbed to the current apex. Shikai succeeded. Janya's Zanpakuto shows his true form. 60. 2.0 John Yuruaki finished speaking. The endless blood Ryotsu explodes. Rolling away in all directions. Then the true posture of Janya Shikai appeared. Everyone present saw that Janya was holding two Zanpakuto, one black and one white. It's actually double swords. Teammate Captain Kiraka Shunsui couldn't help being surprised. Jushiro Yukitake, captain of Division 13, was also surprised. For, they know, as Zanpakuto holders of Twin Sword Liberation, that in the Seirai there is a Shinigami of Twin Sword Liberation. Not much. The number is quite rare. It can be said that there are only a handful of them. Rare cases take them by surprise. At the same time. The same goes for the other captains. They were all curious about the capabilities of Janya's two Zanpakuto, one black and one white. Aizen Sōsuke squinted his eyes and watched Janya closely on the field. Janya had already mastered Shikai, which he did not expect. It seems. The degree of attention to classmate Janya needs to be raised by another level. Aizen Sōsuke thought to himself. I couldn't help but regard Janya as the key target. Then speed up the next step. Aizen Sōsuke thought to himself. The most important is. Among the young Shinigami who have shown talent in Soul Society today. Ichimaru-jin counts as one, Janya counts as one, and Hitsugaya Toshiro counts as one. Others are far inferior to the potential shown by the three of them. But Ichimaru-jin is his subordinate, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, with his age and potential, is paid special attention to by the captain and Shiba. Only Janya was different. Even if something happened to Janya, Soul Society is unlikely to launch a long-term investigation. At most, just start investigating for a while. Then the investigation is fruitless. After all, John Yuruaki, a commoner from Rokanga, has no background at all. No one will investigate specifically for him. Chapter 62. At the same time, in the audience, the graduating students present saw Janya take out the Shikai. It's like they learned Shikai themselves. Get excited on the spot. Rukia and Abarai Renji breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, as long as Janya was at the same level as his opponent, only Janya will win. Rukia and the others couldn't control their excitement at the moment. Brother actually learned Shikai. That guy Janya. You actually kept it from us, which made me very worried before. That's it? They talked excitedly. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro standing on an icicle. Seeing that the Zanpakuto in Janya's hand has changed into 2 Zanpakuto. He knew that this was Janya's Shikai. But, after the shock, Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't think Janya's Shikai would change the outcome. Because in his opinion, myself Zanpakuto Hiranmaru is the strongest Zanpakuto. At the same time, now that Janya has also mastered Zanpakuto's Shikai, then he can unleash the strongest power of Zanpakuto Shikai with peace of mind. Come on. Aya. Hitsugaya Toshiro raised Zanpakuto Hiranmaru and shouted to Aya on the ground. Use the strongest force. End this duel. During the conversation, Hitsugaya Toshiro's Ryutsu is still skyrocketing. With Ryutsu high, the cold air emanating from the whole body suddenly gushed out. Sweep the audience. The temperature in the air has started to approach 0 degrees. This huge change. Immediately, everyone in the stands and audience was shocked again. However, not so John yet. Hitsugaya Toshiro decided to end the decision with one final blow. This is exactly what he wanted. Bring it on. Bring it on. 2 Zanpakuto aimed at Hitsugaya Toshiro. There was a Haki smile on the corner of Janya's mouth. Next moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro leaped high, the icy aura emanating from his body seemed to form a pair of dragon wings spreading behind him. When Hitsugaya Toshiro jumped to the highest point, his body quickly fell to Janya above the ground. At the same time, falling down like a meteor together with Zanpakuto Hiranmaru held high in his hands. 26. The point of the knife trails behind. A long trail of ice froze behind him. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro gathers the strongest power he has mastered so far. Want to compete with John Yuryuki? Similarly, Janya also showed his strongest strength. The black knife speeds up the flow of time, and the white knife slows down the flow of time. 2 completely contradictory and conflicting forces are entwined around Janya. Take one part of the decadent self in the world. Dual swordsmanship. Jai-he. Swish. Moment. Janya charged up against the falling Hitsugaya Toshiro. Janya's current speed. Accelerate instantly to be as terrifying as lightning. Moment. Janya's figure was like a star and streamer tearing apart the sky. Passed through Hitsugaya Toshiro. Then appeared in Skyrim. At this very moment, the figures of the two seemed to be frozen in the air. In the stands, a group of captains saw the scene of collision, and some of them couldn't help getting up from their seats, staring at the sky. This knife. So fast. Scary fast. They do not know. Why is Janya slashing at this time so fast that it is unreasonable? Even with their Ryutsu vision. Didn't even catch the moment. This is so fast. It's as fast as a demon. At the same time, a group of graduates in the auditorium, not to mention them, didn't even understand what just happened. Janya's figure jumped up, and then appeared behind Hitsugaya Toji. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro, time seemed to stop flowing on him, and he became a humanoid statue frozen by time. Until Janya standing above the sky, slowly retract the knife into its sheath. There was a click between the scabbard and the blade. Rash omen. It fell with a sound. Moment. Hitsugaya Toshiro as if hit hard. The freezing power surrounding him was instantly divided into 3 by some kind of terrifying power, and at the same time, the dark celestial phenomenon in the sky. It was also divided into 3 by some kind of terrifying force. Dispel immediately. Hurrah! Countless ice dust danced and fell all over the sky. Hitsugaya Toshiro fell to the ground with a crash. He wasn't completely unconscious, although hit hard, but his eyes were still clearly discernible. Only. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes revealed extremely complicated emotions. Shocked, surprised, puzzled, confused. He couldn't imagine that someone in this world would be able to slash so amazingly, and his terrifying speed made him unable to react at all. He lost. He was completely defeated. He was not wronged. Hitsugaya Toshiro knows. If it wasn't for him to be today's examiner, even if it is any other vice captain who has mastered Shikai, It is also impossible to defeat the current John yet. Not on one level at all. To be honest, Hitsuga Yatashiro even doubted that John Ye's power was even comparable to Captain Shiba's level. At this time, the battle is over. The uproar on the field finally subsided. But above the hearts of everyone present, the deep shock of the battle scene just now still remains. It's as if the heart has been hit. Fortunately, the Dean of the Spiritual Arts Academy stepped forward. He announced the captain's ratings for John Ye on the spot. It was announced that John Ye had successfully passed the graduation examination. Become a Spiritual Arts Academy outstanding graduate. Heard the news. The audience applauded and cheered for John Ye. John Yuruaki smiled and waved in response to everyone. At the same time he walked over to the fallen Hitsuga Yatashiro. He reached out and picked him up. Although, the situation just now may have caused a little shock to Hitsuga Yatashiro's young heart. But they have no personal grudges. The duel just now was just for the graduation assessment. John Ye signaled that everyone present would also applaud and cheer for Hitsuga Yatashiro. The audience was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect John Ye to do such a thing, then they came to their senses and immediately responded to John Ye. Captains in the stands also applaud John Ye and Hitsuga Yatashiro for their performance. Especially John Ye's character after the end. It made many captains appreciate John Ye even more. Has the strength, has the potential, has the very good character. This is simply the perfect candidate. Looks like I'm going to fight for classmate John Ye too. Teammate Captain Kiraku Shunsui said, he felt that John Ye was in the team. Very helpful for his team. Heard the words. The other captains also rushed to speak. Hey, I think it's best for John Ye to come to our team. Stop coming, UBD. I think my team is the most suitable. What? Are you looking for a fight? Look at the trick. For a moment, the captains in the stands quarreled over John Ye's ownership. On the side, Aizen Sōsuke didn't join the fight. He watched the captains appreciate John Ye, and couldn't help but sigh John Ye again. Sure enough, it was the Shinigami he was looking for. At the same time, an unknown light flashed in Aizen Sōsuke's eyes. He recalled John Ye's shot last moment in his mind. He thinks. John Ye's to Zanpakuto. Maybe it has some kind of magical power. Because John Ye didn't explain his Zanpakuto ability. So even if the people present watched John Ye's attack just now, I didn't understand it either. Even with the captain's vision and experience, he didn't see it. After all, who would have thought? Shikai of John Ye's Zanpakuto. It turned out to be the power to manipulate time. John Ye didn't know what Aizen Sōsuke thought of him at this time. He is receiving the reward issued by the system. This 1% reward. Not much though. But let him enter the spiritual world to experience Zoro's inheritance. Even at his current stage, the inheritance of Zoro in the spiritual world can still bring him a little bit of accumulation. Then a large number of quantitative changes. Ultimately a qualitative change occurs. John Ye didn't dislike the small size of mosquitoes. It is the continuous accumulation day and night over the past few years. That's what got him to where he is now. He has not forgotten his original intention. His original intention has never changed. At this time, the quarrel among the captains in the stands finally stopped. Since they couldn't come to a conclusion, they discussed a way to let John Ye choose the team he wanted to join. Jushiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division. He signaled everyone present to quiet down. Then he looked at John Ye with a smile and said, Student John Ye, do you have a team you want to join? If it's already decided, whether it's my 13th squad or another captain's squad, you can choose to join directly. The words fell. All the students present listened to the meaning of these words. Immediately, he became extremely envious again. Good guy. These words from the captain of the 13th Division. Doesn't it mean to say more? All the captains present wanted John Ye. And give it a chance. Let John Ye choose by himself. This treatment. Simply Soul Society rare. Go Di13's captain pays so much attention to one person. However, if you think about it, they can't be jealous. If you want this treatment, then be able to kill Minos Grande and Master Shikai first. John Ye heard the words. Think about it. There are several options before him. Good old man Jushiro Yukitake's 13th team, Kiraku Shunsui's 8th team who took over as the captain in the original book, Anoha Naretsu's 4th team. As for the dog thing Aizen Sōsuke and their team. Of course John Ye wouldn't just join in. While he was thinking. Vice captain standing behind is Hein Shiba, captain of the 10th Division Matsumoto Rangiku. While dancing, he waved vigorously at John Ye. Invite John Ye. John Ye. John Ye. Come. I'm in the 10th squad. With her jumping, some kind of terrifying power is also constantly rising and falling. Seeing this, The captains in the stand saw this scene, and some captains were immediately speechless. Hello Shiba Yuxin. He even let his vice-captain engage in such small tricks. Engage in foreign tricks. Don't talk about martial arts. Zhang Ye's line of sight was then occupied by some kind of terrifying force. Squad 10. Seems like a good choice. Zhang Ye thought in his heart. Then he decided to agree to join the Juban team led by Shiba Yuxin. Certainly. He is definitely not because of any female S*X that will affect his speed of drawing a knife. And choose to join the Juban team. That's right. Zhang Ye gave an answer. Shiba, the captain of the 10th squad, clenched his fist and waved it excitedly. Oh yeah. Looks like I, Master Shiba, have the greatest charm. Ahahaha. Shiba leaned back and laughed. The proud look is beyond words. He almost looked at the captains present with his nostrils. Seeing this, the captains were quite speechless. Captain Shiba's luck is too good. First, the youngest genius boy of the Soul Society was found by their 10th squad. Specially recruited into the team. Then it was Zhang Ye again today. And this Zhang Ye, in the duel just now, used Shikai of the same level to easily defeat the former who is known as the youngest genius boy. Now, the Juban team has 2 new generation Shinigami with unlimited potential. If you give the 2 of them 100 years of growth time. Can't do it well. Team Juban will have 3 captain level Shinigami at the same time. This possibility. Just thinking about it now makes all the captains here feel exaggerated. The combat power of 3 captains. In the same team. This team is probably the strongest team in the entire GODI 13, except for the team where the captain is. 980 thought of this. Everyone here can't help feeling sorry. But this made Zhang Ye's decision to choose the team. It was made by them together. No one can blame anyone. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku saw that Zhang Ye had successfully joined her 10th squad. She was so happy that Shunpo appeared on the field immediately. Give Zhang Yuruaki an excited hug. Zhang Ye accepted the hug with a smile. In the audience, Rukia sees that big brother Zhang Ye has his own team. Of course she was very happy and excited for Zhang Ye. But at the same time, when she saw that big-breasted Shinigami at this moment, she hugged her brother Zhang Ye without any scruples, and saw the smile on brother Zhang Ye's face again. Rukia felt a little jealous. Then, she looked down at herself. Look up again at that big-boobed Shinigami. There seems to be no comparison between the two. Damn it! Rukia suddenly thought angrily. So, Rukia decided that after the end, she immediately went to ask someone how to continue to grow bigger. The only good thing is that she knows that she is still growing, and there must be a chance. She doesn't believe it. Zhang Ye's graduation passed smoothly. He also successfully joined GODI 13's 10th team. Same. Rukia and the others who had previously completed the graduation assessment step by Zhang Yuruaki. After that, they were successfully recruited by GODI 13 and became a real Shinigami with Zhang Yuruaki. Rukia didn't go to the 6th team of Kukaki's house, but went to the 13th team in the original book. Abarai Renji did not go to the 6th team, but to the 11th team, which is full of fighting madness. He wants to be as strong as Zhang Yuruaki. Kira Izuru went to the 3rd team. Hinamori Momo was recruited by the 5th division. At first, those boys from Rukanga. They all have their own identities now. Became a member of Siraiti GODI 13. Become a true Shinigami. At the same time, a team house. Captain's room. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, the general captain and captain of the 1st division. At this time, I also got the information about the enrollment of this year's graduates of Spiritual Arts Academy reported below. 10th squad. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni murmured as he looked at the team Zhang Ye had chosen. The Juban has the experience of teaching geniuses like Hitsugaya Toshiro. Perhaps it was just right for Zhang Ye now. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni was thinking, his eyes never moved away, watching the video about Zhang Ye's assessment on the screen in front of him. It can be seen from his vision as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. Zhang Ye is in every aspect. All crushed Hitsugaya Toshiro. Swordplay, Kido, Shunpo, white hits, Zanpakuto. The strength, skill, and experience that Zhang Ye showed in the battle even surpassed the instinct of the body, a kind of mysterious fighting intuition. All made Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni see an unimaginable future. Chapter 63. During these millennia, Yamamoto Jinyanagi Shigekuni can be said to have seen countless Shinigami. Even countless Shinigami who claim to be geniuses. But among the endless number, there is not a single Shinigami's potential, which makes Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekuni at this moment feel a kind of impenetrable. This discovery. It also gave Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekuni an idea. If observed for a period of time, His character, psychological quality, city government, and everything else will not endanger Siritai time. Spread the spread if necessary. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni thought so. At the same time, Janya didn't know. He has been valued by Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni. As long as his next actions, there will be no dangerous thoughts for Siritai. He will be personally trained by the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society for thousands of years, Yamamoto Uenyanagi Shigekuni. With Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni's identity, he easily climbed to the top of Godai 13 power and became a master. At the same time, because of the cultivation of Yamamoto Genyanagi Shigekuni. Speaking up, he will also be a disciple of Kiraku Shunsui of the 8th Division and Jushiro Yukitake of the 13th Division. There is this relationship. It is equivalent to having two captain-level help. And Kiraku Shunsui is no ordinary captain. It can be seen from his taking over as the captain of Godai 13 after Yamamoto Genryusei Shigekuni. Kiraku Shunsui is among the captains of Godai 13. Its combat power is also the highest gear. It's a long way to say this. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, it was rare for Janya and the others to have a short vacation. You can temporarily forget about studying. Don't think about the next year of your life. After the holidays, they will report to their respective teams. But Janya didn't relax himself. According to what he said now, exercising his body and practicing swordsmanship is his way of relaxing and entertaining. This day, it took him all morning to finish his daily tasks. Speaking of this, since Janya's strength is getting stronger and stronger now, the daily tasks have also changed from the initial slashing to flying slashing. Until now, the daily task has become a slash of the weapon-colored entanglement. The underground space of Sokyoku Hill. Every slash Janya swung. Both contain the breath of Ryutsu and Armament Haki. The two forces add up. This made it possible for Janya to unleash the power that other Shinigami need to use their full strength to unleash even with a single slash that Janya casually swung. Boom boom boom. The underground space was constantly shaking. This is what happens when Janya exercises and practices swordsmanship. 9997. 9998. 9999. Janya swung one knife after another. Beads of sweat on his body spilled into the air with his waving movements. Unknowingly, the place where he was standing had an obvious color change from the surrounding land, and the ground was covered with traces of sweat. Janya didn't care, then gritted his teeth and swung the last knife to complete the daily task of 10,000 slashes. Ah! A powerful slash wave shot out immediately. The purple and black breath entangled, tore the air, leaving a stream of extremely fast light in the air, and finally hit the rock wall. A loud bang. The power of Janya's last knife actually blasted a crack on the rock wall with a width of more than 10 meters and a depth of at least 100 meters. See slash wave crumble. Listen to the system completion prompt in your mind. Janya breathed a sigh of relief. One breath and one breath. Breathe out the stale air in your chest. I saw that this aura also turned into a sharp arrow, which was shot on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Breathing out into an arrow, it can be seen how powerful Janya's breath is now. The stronger the breath, the stronger the body than ordinary people. Janya was not surprised. Because he had discovered this in himself a long time ago. With his current physical fitness, lifting hundreds of tons of objects with one hand can be said to be a piece of cake, a trivial matter. Then, Janya took off his sweat-wet clothes, revealing his strong biceps and perfect 8-pack abs. With constant exercise day and night, Janya has already forged a body with perfect muscles like ancient Greek marble statues, let alone a girl, even a man. I will also say something to Janya. Highest rating among men. You're great. There is a saying that the closer to a beautiful thing, the more powerful it is. Today's Janya is a creature that combines beauty and violence. Between gestures, there is an incomprehensible, but awesome atmosphere. Afterwards, Janya walked into the hot spring beside him, the heat from his body collided with the hot spring, and the hot spring made a hissing sound. The water was steaming hot. It was foggy. Janya didn't care. He closed his eyes. Concentrate. Start to enter the spiritual world. He found that while soaking in hot springs to relieve fatigue, while accepting the inheritance of the spiritual world, there will be better results. At this moment, Janya's mind substitute into the world of Nonoroya Zoro again. This moment, Zoro worships under the command of the world's #1 swordsman. 2 years of study is enough. Today is the day when Zoro decides to leave this place and go to the Sabayati archipelago to join his companions. After 2 years of study, Zoro has completely transformed from a rough jade to a great swordsman that even Mihawk will nod. Yes. During the 2 years of study, Zoro learns a more powerful understanding of the sword. go with the flow and master stronger swordsmanship. At the same time, he also learned observation Haki, which can predict the opponent's attack and perceive the opponent's position and strength. And it can harden body parts, strengthen body attack and defense, and can even be wrapped around weapons and armed colors wrapped around knives. Same as it. As Zoro grows, Janya naturally possessed a powerful strength-like transformation. Zoro bid farewell to Hawkeye and Phantom. The ghost girl Perona watched Zoro leave. Memories of the 2 years of being together can't help rushing into the heart of the ghost girl Perona, making her big eyes start to glisten with tears. Woo. Ghost girl Perona just wanted to cry. She saw it. Zoro who just took a few steps. As we walked, we deviated from the way to leave the island. And it seems that he is very determined to continue walking. You road idiot. The ghost girl Perona then remembered the idiot Zoro's road idiot, and when she flew to Zoro's head, it was a head hammer. A hole. Why are you hitting me? Zoro cursed immediately in pain. You're going the wrong way. Impossible. I know the way I'm going. You know shit. Follow me, I'll take you there. The ghost girl Perona quarreled with Zoro and hit the road. Behind them, Mihawk watched the backs of both of them, smiling like an old father. Led by the ghost woman Perona, Zoro was the first to arrive at the meeting point Sabayati Archipelago. Because he has nothing to do, Zoro wants to go fishing on the shore. As a result, I accidentally boarded a pirate ship. The pirate ship wanted to dive into the bottom of the sea, but Zoro didn't agree, and cut open a huge pirate ship with a single knife. After, Zoro reunited with his companions, and accidentally encountered the pacifist PX-7 that required the three of them to defeat 2 years ago. But now, they alone can easily deal with the pacifist. Soon, the Straw Hats regrouped. They dived into the depths of the sea all the way, ready to go to the Fishmen Island, through the Fishmen Island, into the New World. Seabed. Zoro and others encountered a giant siren. He has 3 sword techniques in one move, Tsuji of 6 paths. The slashing blows cut the giant sea monster's legs into several pieces. Afterwards, the Straw Hats landed on the Fishmen Island. Zoro fights Hody, the captain of the New Murloc pirates. Mighty swordsmanship. It made Hody unable to parry at all. If it wasn't for Zoro not being able to breathe for too long in the water, Hody would have been killed instantly by Zoro. Later, Zoro and others fight the New Murloc pirates. In the chaotic battle among hundreds of thousands of people, Zoro smashed and killed the Fishmen Island recognized as the #1 swordsman Baozang. As Zoro gets stronger. Reality. Janya's physical fitness and Ryutsu. It is also showing a further growth trend. Now, his spiritual power has risen to 2nd class spiritual power. The 3rd class Lingwei represents the general captain level, and the 2nd class Lingwei is above it. It is beyond the realm of the general captain level, and it is powerful. At the same time, with the mastery of swordsmanship, become a real great swordsman. Now, Janya's level of kendo has also risen. He is no longer the same self on the graduation assessment. If Janya had become stronger now, he would not even be able to use Zanpakuto Shikai in a duel with Hitsuga Yatashiro. With a domineering slash, can solve Hitsuga Yatashiro. Feel the power of the spiritual world inheritance again. In the following holidays, Janya continued to tirelessly complete daily tasks. Nothing can be shaken. Rain or shine. In the spiritual world this time, Zoro came to Punk Hazard. As soon as they entered this world of ice and fire, Zoro and the others immediately encountered a huge flying dragon, which launched a fierce attack on them. See potential. Zoro jumped into the sky without hesitation. Then he drew his sword and chopped. Cut off the flying dragon's head with a single blow. Easily complete the feat of dragon slaying. Later, in Zoro's battle with Snow Maiden Monet again, exhibited a frightening one-sword style dash and shake. Chop the Logia demon fruit power in half even without using Haki. And make it impossible to return to normal physical condition for a while. This is because Zoro's powerful aura directly acts on the heart of Yuki Monet, and has a shocking impact on Yuki Monet's spirit. After Zoro used this move, Janya also possessed the power of Dachin. He used Dachin Shake when he was a student. But that was incomplete. Dachin Shun, which is now displayed with the strength of a true great swordsman, is able to shock the hearts of others. The force of its impact. Soon. It's time for the next inheritance of the spiritual world. This time, Zoro and the others left Punk Hazard and went to Dressrosa, the kingdom ruled by Brother Hemming. After some experience, Zoro encounters Pika, a senior cotter of the Shichibukai Donquixote family. He is an ability user who ate the shishi fruit. The ability can be assimilated with the rocks it touches, and take all the appearance, hardness, and characteristics of the rock into its own power. Therefore, above the earth, Pika can merge with the endless rocks under the earth, and become a huge stone giant. Above the earth, Pika's strength is close to invincible. Possesses the power to cover the sky and transform the landscape. Pika is Zoro after he came to New World. The first strong enemy encountered. However, with the current strength of Zoro, his armament Haki, observation Haki, physical fitness, sword skill realm, etc. all aspects have reached so far the strongest limit. After Zoro fought against the stone giant that Pika turned into, he gradually mastered Pika's stone fruit ability, and then completely suppressed it. He is biting a knife. Then pick up the pace. Rush towards Pika, who is transformed into a stone giant. Mito Stream. Kenpachi Trouble Wind. Buzz. A huge whirlwind/wave blasts out. In an instant, one arm of the stone giant incarnated by Pika was chopped off. This knife was like cutting off half of a mountain. Countless people present looked at the sky in shock, watching this scene. The huge arm fell. It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen. I already know your way. Forgot to remind you, Straw Hat Crew is not just Straw Hat Luffy and God Tier Usopp. Remember it for me. This uncle will one day become the world's #1 swordsman. You and I are not on the same level at all. Zoro shows Haki's smile. Later, Pika was angry. The battle entered a white-hot stage. However, Zoro didn't panic at all. Soaring into the air, he approached Pika very quickly in the air, and at the same time drew out the third knife from his waist. The mighty armament Haki emerges from his blade. The power of purple and black haunts. Filled with the breath of hell. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. Gathering 1,000 worlds becomes a small world. 11. This world is multiplied by 3. One who has no ego. 3 swords technique dash. While speaking, the knife in Zoro's hand began to spin, creating terrifying gusts of wind. In the next moment, 1 big, 3,000, 1,000 worlds. The voice sounded at the same time. Zoro seemed to be transformed into a gigantic knife, piercing Pika's huge mountain-like body, and severing it from the middle. Pika's upper body. He was thrown into the air by this terrifying slash. Zoro stepped on the wall seeing this. Taking advantage of the trend, Qian Lihao turned around and slashed. Split Pika's soaring upper body from the middle with one knife. Immediately afterwards, his observation Haki firmly locked on Pika, who was walking through the stone, and chopped off the mountain-like body one after another. Finally, there was no escape for Pika. Finally emerged from the boulder. He immediately uses armament Haki to harden all parts of his body. Turn it into a whole piece of indestructible steel defense. But, armed color? Zoro performed the 3-sword technique again. Kill Pika with one move. At the same time, reality. Janya felt the terrifying power of Zoro's 3-swordsmanship to cut through mountains with one move. He also felt that the Ryutsu and physical strength in his body began to multiply after accepting this spiritual inheritance. It became stronger again. Janya murmured. Can't help but clenched his fist. Then he waved his fist casually. Fist gusts. There was a sonic boom in the air. And this power. He didn't use armament Haki. Also didn't use instant open. Or an advanced version that enhances instant opening. Just relying on physical ability alone. With Janya's current strength, he could unleash a sonic boom with his bare hands. Certainly. What Janya valued the most was that as his spiritual inheritance got higher and higher, his understanding of the way of the sword and his mastery of swordsmanship were also constantly improving. The enhanced mastery of the 3 swords technique. Feel the power of today's vast world. Janya couldn't help thinking about it. Great swordsman. It's just the beginning. In the original work of Pirates, Zoro, with the strength of a great swordsman, cut open the meteorite with the 3 swords. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, smashed the cut meteorite into pieces with a single blow. The former is not to say that he is doing his best, but at least he is serious. The latter, Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman, is a master of the sword. The gap between the two. Still clearly visible. Chapter 64. At the same time, sword skills are slightly weaker than Mihawk's 4 Emperor's red hair. One trick to avoid. The kid who killed 3 billion Baileys in seconds. With these former powers, in Janya's eyes, to him, even the power of the #1 swordsman in the pirate world. It's just the beginning. What Janya yearns for is. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cut off by him. Either space. Still time. Janya believed it. He must be able to reach that level. Time flies. The short vacation is over. Janya and Rukia are fresh graduates. Then I am ready to start my official Shinigami career. Report to their respective teams. During this holiday, Janya has gained a lot. So on the first day after the holiday ended, Janya went to the Siriti 10th team building in a good mood, and reported to Captain Shiba wholeheartedly. In the 10th Division team building, the members of the 10th squad saw Janya coming. They are already ready to welcome you. After all, they all know it too. Although Janya is a new team member who just graduated. But don't look at other people's youth. They defeated their third seed, Hitsugaya Toshiro, in the graduation examination. At the same time, he also had the record of beheading Minos Grande in the soul burial practice. These two things, no matter which one it is. Even with their strength, they couldn't do it easily. If they could do it, they wouldn't be what they are now. Janya responded to everyone with a smile. These Shinigami are his companions who will work together in the future, and even comrades who have given their backs to each other. At this time, the third seed Hitsugaya Toshiro, Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangiku, and Shiba Ishine, the captain of the Juban team. He also welcomed Janya. Haha, my Janya is finally here. Shiba looked a little excited, and patted Janya on the shoulder as soon as he came up. The same goes for Matsumoto Rangiku. Beside him winked excitedly at Janya. However, Janya found an unnatural look on Hitsugaya Toshiro's face. Obviously, Hitsugaya Toshiro was a little uncertain about Janya's joining. Although he also welcomed Janya, it always felt wrong. Indistinctly. He seemed to see that Matsumoto and Janya had similar tastes. Thinking of Matsumoto these days has been training him to do more work that doesn't belong to him. Hitsugaya Toshiro thinks that Matsumoto is likely to bring Janya down. Seeing Hitsugaya Toshiro's face, Janya felt unnatural. He couldn't help chuckling inwardly. Haha. This little kid doesn't seem to have forgotten the painful lesson last time. But if Janya knew what Hitsugaya Toshiro was thinking at this moment, he would definitely tell Hitsugaya Toshiro that he was right. One of the reasons why Janya 370 came to the 10th squad is he doesn't like doing paperwork. Think of the paperwork that needs to be done in the original Shinigami series. It made several captains feel a headache every time. If you want to avoid this kind of trouble, the best way is to let others do it for you. Therefore, Janya considered several other teams. In other teams, he did not have such a familiar relationship with Matsumoto Rangiku. It's not easy for him to ask others to help him as soon as he comes up. But the Juban team is different. The Juban team has Hitsugaya Toshiro, the perfect tool man. After Janya's lesson, Hitsugaya Toshiro begins to grow into what it looks like in the original book. The character is calm and calm. Work is also quite serious. Isn't this a perfect tool man? Janya couldn't stand it anymore. So, Janya looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro and showed a friendly smile. Seeing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro felt that there was something weird and inexplicable in Janya's smile to him. Then, Janya briefly and formally introduced himself to all the Ganban team members present. The 10th squad members also introduced themselves. Janya got to know each other with all the team members. Then, Shiba patted Janya's shoulder wholeheartedly, and said with a smile, Janya, although your grades are said to be the first among the graduates of this year. But what position do you want to get, what kind of status do you want to get? You have to win it yourself. The words fell. The team members present also nodded in unison. Shinigami. Respect with strength. The status and position of each of them. All rely on their own strength to win. Hear this. Janya immediately understood. To be honest. Who is the best? Who has a high status and a high position? Come on, who do you want to challenge? Shiba continued with a hearty smile, with an expression of watching the show on his face at the same time. See here. All the team members present knew. Janya most likely chose the third seed Hitsugaya Toshiro-sama he has defeated. Hitsugaya Toshiro also made a stance ready for battle ahead of time. After the last defeat, he didn't give up on himself. Ever since they found out that Janya would join their 10th team, Hitsugaya Toshiro foresaw the scene in advance. For this reason, while exercising during the Jianjai holiday, Hitsugaya Toshiro, however, also started his own round of brutal training, making himself stronger than in the last battle. Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangiku also had an expression of watching the excitement at this time. However, CGCC, but the name Janya blurted out. But it surprised all the team members present. Captain Shiba. Janya said it. Immediately continued. The one I choose to challenge is you. Shiba was taken aback for a moment. The expression on his face still remained the same as he was watching the show a moment ago. What he didn't expect was that Janya would challenge him as the captain as soon as he came up. Likewise, the others present, Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who were already prepared, none of them expected. However, after a while, They felt that Jonye's choice was very reasonable. After all, as long as he is a genius boy, he has personality. Just like Toshiro who just joined their 10th team, he is not the same. He just joined the team and learned to become a Shinigami not long ago. He opened his mouth to challenge Captain Shiba Yuxin. But Hitsugaya Toshiro was naive. The reason why the captain is called the captain. It is because they are compared to other Shinigami. Possesses overwhelming strength. At that time, Hitsugaya Toshiro was severely taught by Shiba, which made Hitsugaya Toshiro dizzy. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately stopped Jonye. Even though she is very optimistic about Jonye's future. But she didn't think so. Jonye has the strength to challenge Captain Shiba. The captain is the captain. However, Jonye insisted on this choice. Hitsugaya Toshiro on the side didn't stop either. He was terrified that he would not see Jonye deflated in front of him. Seeing this, Shiba laughed heartily. Although he was a little surprised, he readily agreed to Jonye's challenge. Just in time, he also wanted to experience how powerful it was, and Tuan easily defeated his Hitsugaya Toshiro. In that case, then come on. Shiba decided the challenge with a single wave of his hands. At this moment, no one's decision can cancel this contest. Matsumoto Rangiku only hoped that his team captain Shiba would be merciful at the moment. Immediately afterwards, Jonye followed Shiba Yuxin and everyone from the 10th squad to the dojo in the 10th squad. The dojo is wide. Enough for hundreds of Shinigami to train at the same time. It was the venue for the duel between Shiba Yuxin and Jonye. At this moment, Shiba Yuxin and Jonye are standing on one side of the field, and Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsugaya Toshiro are standing outside the field. For a moment, the atmosphere in the air became dignified. Shiba took the initiative to break. Open up and say, "I'll let you shoot first. Bring it on." While talking, Shiba waved to Jonye wholeheartedly. Give Jonye plenty of opportunities to perform. Hearing this, Jonye showed a confident smile, but he didn't give in. Therefore, Jonye lowered the center of gravity of his body, put his right hand on the handle of the Zanpakuto knife at his waist, took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell. Then, moment of exhalation. Cut it out. Slash wave is as huge as a tall building. With a deafening hum. Tear the earth apart. Attack Shiba Yuxin. This moment. The time on and off the field seems to be frozen in this moment. Outside the arena, Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who were watching the match, as well as a group of members of the 10th squad, saw this extremely exaggerated sword pressure. Field. Shiba stared intently at the huge sword pressure that occupied all his vision. On each of their faces. All are instantly filled with shocking colors. Hey. Are you kidding me? That Jonye slash was so exaggerated. No. This kind of sword pressure is completely above the ordinary Shinigami, reaching a level that only the captain and the others can step into. My gosh. What the hell am I seeing right now? You said this is a freshman who just graduated. Nima. I shouldn't have lived to be a dog all these years. All the team members watching the battle were shocked. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Jonye with a huge sword in his hand. And it's still a power that is not at the same level when fighting against him. This guy has become stronger. Hitsugaya Toshiro immediately confirmed in his heart that only this possibility could explain Jonye's strength. Otherwise, if it is on the graduation assessment at that time, Jonye took out a sword of this level to press. He even F'd up. Matsumoto Rangiku was also surprised and couldn't help covering his mouth. Winking. It reflected Jonye's huge slash. At this moment, Shiba, the captain of the 10th squad on the field, couldn't help blurting out a dirty word. BD brat. He looked cursing for a while. Shiba thought with all his heart that Jonye, the brat, must want to use this level of power, so let him catch him by surprise first. Next moment. The combat power of the captain level. Finally the captain. Shiba's single-mindedness exploded into a raging riot. He immediately drew his Zanpakuto to block. Then, the huge slash wave that Jonye swung hit Shiba's single-minded Zanpakuto. In an instant, Shiba Yuxin immediately felt the pressure of the sword, and there was a terrifying force that could not be completely resisted, just like a bull. Wow. Jonye's sword pressure. Impressively pushing Shiba on the ground for dozens of meters. Only with all his heart did Shiba forcibly stop the momentum of the sword pressure. Then, Shiba slashed with all his heart, and the slash containing huge Ryutsu burst out, and only then did he slash away the pressure of Jonye's sword. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, almost capsized in the gutter on this kid who just joined the team. Thinking of this, Shiba yelled at Jonye wholeheartedly, "UBD, you don't respect seniors at all. Damn you brat." He was talking. His eyes couldn't help looking at the ground that had been cut by the slash. I'll be good. Janya, that brat's knife, almost split the dojo of his Ganban team into two. In the same way, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku and other members of the 10th squad who were on the sidelines saw the impact of Janya at this moment. They all have shocked expressions on their faces. Oh my god. Split the earth with one knife. Damn, you told me that you are a freshman who just graduated. Chunin couldn't help but feel like lying in their hearts. However, just when everyone was shocked, Janya swung his knife again. Same sword press. Same huge. Are you still coming? Shiba Yuxin saw the huge sword pressure coming towards him again. He couldn't help cursing immediately. The action is in a hurry. Subsequently, he doesn't hesitate to infuse huge Ryutsu instantly on Zanpakuto. Pressed by the same great sword. Pay tribute to Janya. Boom. Two huge swords pressed against each other. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku, as well as other members of the 10th squad, who were on the sidelines, suddenly saw this fierce collision. They were all dumbfounded. This is the competition that seems to have just begun? To go directly to such a terrifying stage. This is the collision of combat power at the captain level? They thought. The next moment, the two swords collided, and Ryutsu attacked each other, using all means to nibble and invade each other. Can be two shares Ryutsu. All contain great power. Collision friction. Eventually triggers a violent Ryutsu explosion reaction. Rumble. A huge fireball rises with billowing black smoke. The shockwave from the explosion. In an instant, it swept away in all directions. Watching the battle were Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku, who immediately swarmed Ryutsu to fend off. But there are also members of the 10th squad, whose Ryutsu defense cannot resist, and the aftermath of Yin Jianjai and Shiba's one-hearted collision. It's just the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. It also made it difficult for many members of the 10th squad to bear. This shows the exaggeration of the battle between the two. Immediately afterwards, the thick smoke rising from the explosion has not yet dispersed. Janya and Shiba were single-minded, attacking each other as if in unison. The two people's footsteps suddenly accelerated, and the advancing figure suddenly turned into a streamer, flying straight towards the black smoke left by the explosion between the two. Boom. The two came into contact in the black smoke. Zanpakuto to Zanpakuto. Ryutsu to Ryutsu. The shockwave from the collision immediately dispersed the thick smoke that enveloped them. Show the scene at this moment. Kaz. Janya and Shiba are of one mind. Holding their respective Zanpakuto, the blades face each other, constantly colliding and rubbing against each other. Sparks dance on the blade, blooming in a gorgeous gesture. Boy, your strength is not bad. Shiba Yuxin felt the strength from the knife at this time, so he didn't need to grit his teeth secretly. Janya heard the words. Haki smiled at Shiba wholeheartedly. Team leader. My strength, you haven't really seen it yet. Words fell. Shiba laughed heartily. Yeah. Then go ahead. After finishing speaking, Shiba concentrated his attention and concentrated his expression, instantly pouring a huge Ryutsu several times larger than that on the knife, and the Ryutsu condensed into a front, with a forceful spirit. Jaw cut. Shiba slashed with a sharp knife. Great slashing power. Impressively, Janya, who was still wrestling with each other just now. Knockout. Janya's body seemed to be hit hard. The figure turned into an extremely fast flying shell. Seeing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku, who were watching the match, as well as the members of the 10th squad, couldn't help sweating for Janya. Although they all know Janya wants to defeat Captain Shiba Yuxin. It is an impossible thing in itself. After all, a captain is a captain. Janyuruaki is a fresh graduate. Even with talents and achievements beyond ordinary people, it is also absolutely impossible for Shinigami to cross the captain level, and he has worked tirelessly for hundreds of years to become stronger. This is only accumulated over a long period of time. The realm that can be reached. Chapter 65. However, they still hope that Janya can persist for a while, so that they can see something beyond common sense today. After a few seconds, Janya, who was flying upside down, finally let go of the inertia of the impact. Forcibly create a foothold in mid-air. Stay in shape. He felt the faint shock of the hand holding the knife at the moment. This is due to the impact of the opponent's slashing power. But I want to let the current Janya feel the shock of the tiger's mouth. It is by no means ordinary Shinigami level. Shinigami can do it. Janya couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Shiba is worthy of being the father of Kurosaki Ichigo, the protagonist of the original Shinigami novel, but he is unusual. He flicked his arms. Get rid of arm and shoulder discomfort. Looking down at the smug Shiba, he said with all his heart. Team leader. It's done. Hato S88. While speaking, the incomparably astonished Ryotsu condensed in Jonye's palm. As Ryotsu gradually expands and converges into shape, a thunderbolt exploded in the sky. Thunder rolls. Suddenly, everyone present was startled. The most surprising thing was the opponent Jonye was facing at the moment, Shiba Yuxin, the captain of the 10th squad. 88. Shiba listened intently to the Hato serial number read out by Jonye, and immediately thought he had heard it wrong. After a while, looking at the similar Ryotsu changes around Jonye, he knows. He heard correctly. So Shiba was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. I rely on? You, a spiritual arts academy student. Where did you learn the forbidden technique level above the 80th serial number Hato? Is the teaching content of Spiritual Arts Academy now? Are they all this advanced? Shiba vaguely remembered that when he was studying, the Academy of Spiritual Art did not teach this kind of Hato with a serial number above 80. And what's more, Nima teach the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy Hato with a serial number above 80. No less than the content of college textbooks. Teach elementary school students who have just entered elementary school. It is impossible to learn at all. But this kid. It turns out. Shiba was totally shocked. But if Jonye knew what Shiba was thinking, he will definitely tell Shiba Yuxin. These premium Kido. All he mastered while studying with Shihao Yuruaki. The power acquired while studying with Shihao Yuruaki. It has always flowed in Jonye's blood. It was of great help to him. Similarly, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and a group of 10th squad members watching the battle saw the thunder that emanated from Jonye's body at this moment. They also had to be surprised. 88 serial number Hato. Even among their teams, there are only a handful of Shinigami masters. And this is one of the few. The captain Shiba has one mind, and then another Kido in the team who is good at Kido guides two people. Even vice captain Matsumoto Rangiku. Even the third seed Hitsugaya Toshiro. The two of them haven't mastered it yet. One can imagine. When everyone present saw Jonye coming out of the blue, he unreasonably took out the 88 serial number Hato. How deep was the shock in their hearts? Fleeting. Jonye's number 88 Hato chant is completed. The full chanting makes the power of this Hato the most extreme level of the realm that Jonye has mastered so far. He can give up chanting, but he thinks that chanting completely can give Shiba a heart and bring a little Hato shock. Hato S88 Flying Dragon fights thieves and shocks Thunder Cannon. One word fell. Ryotsu transformed into a giant thunder dragon. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then roared. Let's shoot in the direction of Shiba's heart. Shiba stood on the ground with all his heart, facing the giant dragon descending from the sky. Compared with this giant dragon, his figure was insignificant. He saw this scene. Can't help cursing in the mouth. You nasty brat. Are you trying to kill your captain and take over yourself? But he said so. Shiba's single-minded expression was quite serious. No joke at all. After all, Hato number 88, released by such full chant, cannot be taken lightly even if he is the captain of Go Di-13. Next moment. The Thunder Dragon approached Shiba Yuxin with flashes of lightning. Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku and other 10th squad members watching the game. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at his captain Shiba intently on how to deal with it. At this moment, Shiba solemnly said. 80 of Bakudo Splitting Void. At the same time as the voice sounded, a white, almost transparent Ryotsu defense wall with Kido patterns emerged from it, blocking the attack route of the Fei-Long striking thunder cannon released by Jonye. Immediately afterwards, the dragon striking thunder cannon hits the splitting void. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the sky and the earth. The endless thunder suddenly exploded. The rolling thunder, which had nowhere to go, began to release its huge pressure towards the two sides of the splitting void, like a rolling wave. Boom boom boom. A lot of fury Ryotsu unleashed. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku and a group of 10th squad members are standing on the sidelines. Immediately, I saw Shiba Yuxin standing behind the splitting void. Overwhelmed by the thunder that unleashed from both sides, they suddenly exclaimed. However, fortunately, Shiba's position of Zinxin is still just right to avoid the Ryotsu released from both sides, making them gather behind him. At this time, Shiba focused on feeling the power of the terrifying Kido that surrounded him. He had to worry about the strength Jonye had shown so far. Be amazed. It's just the current combat power. It was enough for Jonye, who had just graduated, to have his own place in the Seirai Go Di-13, where strong people emerged in large numbers. And the thing to know is, Shiba never forgot. Jonye is a Shinigami who has awakened Zanpakuto Shikai. On this point alone, he is superior to thousands of Shinigami. At this moment, Janya hadn't displayed his true full strength at all. Just as Shiba was thinking about it, Splitting Void finally couldn't bear the huge Ryotsu, and then made a crisp click. Almost transparent defensive walls. Then a cobweb crack appeared like glass shattering. But with the splitting of the Splitting Void, the thunder of the flying dragon attacking the thief and shaking the sky and the thunder cannon also dissipated. After all, even Hato with a serial number above 80. Nor can it maintain its power continuously. If this can be done, there is a good chance that there will only be several captain-level Ryotsu combined. Shiba sees the thunder receding with all his heart. He frowned. In his mouth, he screamed strangely, "Look at the trick." Shiba seemed to want to get rid of the tone just now. Shunpo. Then he appeared in front of Janya. Outrageously, he drew his sword and slashed. Janya reacted quickly, the horizontal knife blocked in front of him, and the impact of the subsequent slash sent him flying again. But this time, he created a foothold under his feet, and after being pushed for tens of meters and pulled out 2 long tracks, he stopped. It's not strong enough. Team leader. Janya provoked Shiba wholeheartedly. At the same time, he flicked his arm to shake off the impact he had just endured. Zanpakuto waved it empty. Just waving it in vain, a whirlwind was set off, and a wave of dust swayed on the ground. Shiba raised his eyebrows wholeheartedly. What on earth did this brat do? The slash just now didn't break the brat's defense, he thought to himself. Mouth said. Don't be too complacent, brat. You are 500 years younger. During the conversation, Shiba focused on attacking Janya. Janya went forward without hesitation to respond to Shiba Yuxin. In an instant, the figures of the two intertwined in the sky, setting off waves of air one after another, with howling and roaring. On the ground, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku and other 10th squad members watching the battle. Look up at the two who are fighting in the sky. My eyes are almost dazzled. Their Ryotsu vision was frantically capturing the figures of those two. I see. Janya and Shiba appeared in one place and collided with each other in an instant. Then Shunpo appeared in another completely opposite place. Another collision. In the sky of the Juban team. For a moment, Janya and Shiba were all of one mind. Slash the trail of spirit particles left by the collision. In the fight, Shiba was so focused on constantly displaying the swordsmanship he mastered that he almost emptied his background, and the bottom of the box was almost gone. But after hundreds of rounds, Shiba bent on discovering the truth that shocked him again. Janya's swordsmanship was equal to his. This Nima. He has practiced swordsmanship for hundreds of years. Who knows how many years this kid has practiced swordsmanship. But looking at Janya's appearance, he knew it too. He was definitely not more than 20 years old. But even if this Nima has been born from Rokanga until now, he has practiced swordsmanship for 20 years. To be able to be with him as the captain of Go-Di 13 Juban. Evenly divided in Kendo. What are you kidding? Shiba was astonished at the same time. He didn't know, he thought that Janya had developed all his understanding of swordsmanship, so that he could compete with him, the captain, in swordsmanship. Actually, Janya is nothing more than a one-shot swordsmanship. You know, Janyuryuaki Kendo is completely inherited from Rorono Zoro. And Zoro's most powerful Kendo is not a one-shot style. It's a stronger 2-sword style, then a 3-sword style, and even a ghostly Ashura 9-sword style. Therefore, Shiba thought all Janya's Kendo was actually just the tip of the iceberg of Janya's Kendo monument. But Shiba is dedicated to being the captain. He has hundreds of years of brutal combat experience. Compared to Janya, in terms of combat experience, it is still slightly better. At this moment, Shiba focused on using tricks, forcing Janya to seize a wrong opportunity. And he used the captain-level Shunpo, who suddenly appeared in front of the unprepared Janya, and then used his powerful white work. Ghost Bomb. This trick. It is Ryotsu that condenses high-density compression on the fingertips. White hits ejected in one breath. This trick was used by Shiba Yuxin against Aizen Sōsuke in the original book. One can imagine the power of its moves. Janya didn't expect this, the speed of this move exceeded his current observation Haki's limit reaction. Boom. The Ryotsu ejected from the fingertips instantly swelled to a size big enough to cover Janya's whole body. In one breath, Janya, who was too late to dodge, was knocked into the air. Janya was surprised and felt a heavy blow all over his body. After flying tens of meters in the air, he let go of the inertia caused by the impact. Shiba Yuxin does have something. Janya thought in his heart. The body which does not move by the shock. Twist your neck. There was a creaking sound as the muscles stretched. Just muscles all over the body. Because of taking too much blow in an instant. If it weren't for Janya's physical fitness, he could be called a monster. Just this small flick of the finger is enough to crush any normal Shinigami, not even the real Minos Grande can withstand this blow. However, Janya didn't back down because of Shiba Yukin's strength. He grinned at the corner of his mouth. Instead, Haki showed an incomparable smile. Team leader. The battle is finally interesting now. Janya smiled wholeheartedly at Shiba. There is danger in the smile. In the eyes of others, such as Hitsuga Yatashiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and members of the 10th Squad, Aya challenged Captain Shiba. It's just a matter of looking for abuse. But, from Janya's point of view, Shiba is dedicated to being a captain-level combat force. Only then can he display his strongest strength without being suppressed in the battle, and only then can he be given a hearty battle. 0. Shiba focused on seeing the change in Janya's expression. He seemed to see a new star rising in his heart. Janya, a kid, was not intimidated by the strength of his opponent. Instead, he was excited by the strength of his opponent. This is exactly the necessary quality to become a strong person. Fear is not scary. The terrible thing is not having the courage to face your fears. No matter what happens on the road ahead, no matter what difficulties you encounter, as long as you have a brave heart to move forward, you will be able to solve them. Ha ha ha. Shiba is wholeheartedly honored that his fan team has a Shinigami like Janya. LOL. Subsequently, Shiba looked at Janya wholeheartedly and said, "In that case, then let's take the fight to the next level." During the conversation, Shiba raised Zanpakuto wholeheartedly, pointing the blade straight at Janya. Then, a huge and raging Ryotsu burst out of his body. If there are personnel from the Technology Development Bureau, monitor the Ryotsu situation on Shiba Yukin's body here. He will find out. Shiba's single-minded Ryotsu is moving out of the realm of usual. Crazy rise in an exaggerated index. Turn out to be. In the battle just now, Shiba Yukin has never displayed the combat power of a real captain. This moment, it is Shiba who is dedicated to being the captain of the GODI 13th Squad. Conscientiousness in combat. Captain, is he really here? If the captain knows, he will definitely scold the captain severely. It's scary just thinking about it. The members of the 10th Division saw Shiba Yukin's current state. They couldn't help arguing. According to the rules of the Seireitei, Shinigami at the general captain level are not allowed to liberate the Bankai of Zanpakuto within the range of the Seireitei. Because of Zanpakuto Bankai of the captain rank Shinigami, the power is too strong. Highly likely to cause effects Seireitei. Therefore, the captain is not allowed to liberate Bankai in Seireitei. And even the Zanpakuto Shikai, even the Ryotsu who took out the pre-liberated Ryotsu, were punished if they were not allowed. But now the situation looks like Captain Shiba is totally on top. Don't care at all. But think about the next battle. Who can say that the members of the 10th Squad are not up to the top? At this time, the members of the 10th Division looked extremely excited and looked forward to the next battle. Just a glimpse of the posture of the captain when he was fighting with all his might. Just enough to keep these Shinigami excited for a long time. As said before, Shinigami. Strength only respects. Worship the mighty. It is the gene engraved in the bones of every Shinigami. Hitsuga Yatashiro and Matsumoto Rangiku, you look at me, I look at you. The two exchanged glances. They seemed to understand each other's thoughts. It seems that their 10th Squad is really going to make a big fuss this time. Oops. Matsumoto Rangiku felt numb for a while. If things got serious, she, the vice captain, couldn't avoid it. The same goes for Hitsuga Yatashiro. Chapter 66. They serve as the vice captain and third seat of the team. There are duties, obligations, and reasons. Help your captain to manage the team to which he belongs. But both of them today seems to have the opposite effect. At this time, Janya saw Shiba Yukin who showed serious strength. His body began to tremble slightly. Only. It's not a shiver of fear. It was the trembling of excitement, and eagerness to try. Adrenaline rush. Blood. Boiling. An excited smile appeared on the corner of Janya's mouth. At this moment, Shiba launched a whole new level of attack against Janya with all his heart. Look at the trick. Shiba said loudly with all his heart, and a golden sword as huge as a building pressed down, tearing the atmosphere and shooting out. Janya's whole body listened to the sound of the sword's cry. Trembling with excitement. The frequency of trembling seemed to be in sync with the sound of the sword. There was only one thought left in his mind. Fighting. One cut. 360 trouble wins. Janya screamed. The Zanpakuto in the hand condenses the horror Ryotsu. Then a huge tornado-shaped slash wave burst out. Two more massive slashes than before collided, appearing on the 10th Division dojo, shocking all the 10th Division members watching the battle. Next moment, two giant Ryotsu collide. Immediately triggered a violent Ryotsu explosion. Boom. The explosion rose into a fireball like a mountain, mixed with billowing black smoke, wrapped with an unmistakable Ryotsu shockwave. Sweep all directions. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and the champions of the Japanese team are watching the match in the dojo. All were blown away by this shockwave. Ryotsu shockwave generated by this explosion. So fast. 893 is such an exaggeration. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku, the strongest of them all. He was also unprepared for a while. His figure was blown upside down. In the end, it erupted its own Ryotsu to withstand the gusts of wind pressure from the explosion. Very scary. Is this the battle where the captain and Janya show their full strength? That Janya was able to keep up with the captain. The 10th squad member was shocked. At the same time, smoke from the explosion rising from the Juban squadron finally reached the other Go-Di within Siridi 13. The point of having to bring attention. They also noticed Ryotsu when Janya and Shiba fought together. But just as Shiba was determined to let Janya choose the challenge, the other teams are on the day of freshman registration. They are also conducting their own entrance tests. So they only thought that the single-minded battle between Janya and Shiba was too intense. Didn't pay much attention. But this time is different. This Nima Ryotsu reaction set off by the explosion. I am afraid that wherever in Siridi, as long as you stand in an unobstructed place, you can look up and see. However, the single-minded battle between Janya and Shiba has just begun. The aftermath of the explosion hadn't completely dissipated. Janya and Shiba had a tacit understanding and flew towards each other at top speed. Call out! Call out! The figures of the two turned into two converging streamers. Immediately afterwards, the two collided together, and a new round of slashing and collision started again. The difference is that the quality of the slashing strikes by the two of them this time is completely different from the previous ones. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, another explosion sounded in the sky of the Juban team. The two swords collided, and every time they collided, there was a roar and overflowing sparks. The contest between Ryotsu and Ryotsu continued to intensify. But, as one by one rounds pass, Shiba's single-minded spiritual level was shocked. It's also on the rise. He felt like he had seen a ghost. No, no. According to human beings, the people of their soul society are ghosts. Should say. It's like seeing a living person. Shiba Yuxin couldn't believe it at the moment. After he showed his serious strength, although his understanding of kendo still remained at that level. But Shinigami's battle is Ryotsu's battle. His Ryotsu has risen more than a lot. However, the slash of the brat in front of him, it can even continue to strengthen with his strength. Even this guy is getting more and more excited. Shiba didn't know how far Janya could improve. During the collision, he looked at Janya's expression with his eyes, and the excitement on Janya's expression, as well as his eagerness to wait, could be clearly seen. Somehow, Shiba couldn't go on like this. Like this. His Ryotsu will probably go to waste. Shiba sees Janya's flaw once again with all his heart. Slash at the unsuspecting Janya. This moment, time seemed to freeze. Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku and other 10th squad members watching the game saw that Captain Shiba finally seized 10 opportunities. They feel, after this move, Janya would be defeated. It was impossible for Janya to continue fighting with the captain like this. They thought so in their hearts. Shiba thought so with all his heart. This was a flaw he managed to grasp. He exerted all his strength so far, trying to end the battle with this knife. The sharp Zanpakuto, wrapped around the sharp Ryotsu, makes the blade even more menacing, cutting even the air in the atmosphere. There were bursts of buzzing. Cut to Janya. Undoubtedly yes. This knife, even if it is a captain-level Shinigami, can't take it easily. However, Janya's observation Haki captured Shiba Yuxin's attack. At the same time, Janya's body was heard to make a sound like metal rubbing against an object. With the sound of Zheng, Janya's arm that didn't hold the knife, together with the palm of his hand, suddenly emerged a pitch-black power zone. Armament Haki hardened Janya's arm, at the same time wrapped in a purple breath. Then, when Shiba was completely ignorant of the situation, Janya used hardened arm-colored hands to catch Shiba's single-minded slash with his bare hands. His hand firmly grasped the blade of Shiba Yuxin. Grabbed the Zanpakuto of Shiba's heart. Boom. All the power condensed on the knife poured into Janya's palm. The shockwave that came out immediately blew Janye's deadly domineering outfit into a fluttering sound, like a flag fluttering in the wind. Subsequently, the slashing shockwave passed through Janye's body and hit a building area of the 10th Division behind Janye, sinking several houses one after another. Suddenly the house was turned into ruins. However, this powerful slash. But he didn't face Janye, who had withstood all the power head-on. Any harm? Even between his palms. Not a single white mark was left. See this scene. Shiba, who bears the brunt, is the most shocked. He looked at the layer of black power emerging from Janye's hand with surprise. His first feeling was that this strange black power seemed to have an indestructible characteristic. If it weren't for Shiba's whole heart being the captain, his first reaction felt right. Indestructibility is exactly one of the characteristics of Armament Haki. As Janye mastered Armament Haki longer, his understanding and realm of Armament Haki would make his armament stronger. Now, his Armament Haki Madara can be seen to be able to completely resist Shiba's single-minded slash. You know, Jabakudo is just Janye's physical defense with his bare hands. It is Haki's infinite potential that makes the famous Q teacher in the original work of Pirates, once said the famous saying. Only Haki. To override everything. Same as it? Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and other members of the 10th squad were watching the game. When they saw Janye block the captain's attack with his bare hands. The shock in their hearts. Words like dumbfounded are not enough to describe it. God. Take Captain Shiba slash with bare hands, what kind of monster is that Janye? Unbelievable, is this the full power of that Janye? It's too powerful, to catch the captain slash with bare hands. Among the huge Godai 13, there are a few Shinigami who can do it. I seem to worship Shang Janye. The members of the 10th squad talked a lot. Neither did Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku. Janye still has this ability. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't help thinking, could it be that Janye had already mastered that kind of black power? But the last time he fought with him, he didn't even use it? Doesn't that mean that Janye was more outrageous than he imagined, and he didn't use all his strength to fight him at that time? Matsumoto Rangiku didn't think much about it, she was just shocked by Janye, who often drank with her. It turned out that her strength was even more exaggerated than she thought. Boy. Spiritual Arts Academy doesn't have such a thing. Shiba looked at Janye wholeheartedly and asked. Even though he is the captain of Godai 13. Also have to feel curious about it? Janye didn't answer directly, but simply said, yes, this is my own power, and I call this power Haki. He did not name the color of armament. Nor does it explain what the forces do. Nor did he have to explain why. Hearing this, Shiba wholeheartedly nodded to express his understanding. He also knows that this power is every Shinigami's own secret. It is impossible to tell outsiders casually, wouldn't it be a fool? He didn't continue to ask more questions. But Shiba said with all his heart. I don't believe you kid can keep blocking. The words fell for a moment. Shiba came back with a sharp knife in an instant. Also greatly elevates the Ryutsu on the knife. Continue to launch a fierce attack on Janye. And this time, facing Shiba's single-minded attack. Janye looked serious, with a Haki smile on the corner of his mouth. Captain, the next slash is no joke. While speaking, Janyuki's knife suddenly exerted force, temporarily repelling Shiba's Yuxin, and opened a distance between them. Shiba listened intently, and then snorted coldly. Humph, you boy, as the captain of the 13th Division of Godai, I have never seen such a big wave. Let the horses come here. Uncut brat. Shiba yelled at Janye wholeheartedly. Excited. Boost your own morale. Seeing the situation, Janye is not polite. One-shot flow. His body weight sank slightly. With one hand resting on the handle of the Zanpakuto, a raging armament Haki suddenly appeared in the hand, and then extended to the entire Zanpakuto. Transform Zanpakuto into a pure black knife. The cold light above the blade. It seems to have disappeared. Or in other words, hidden in this endless darkness. At the same time, Shiba on the opposite side focused on seeing the change in Janye's momentum and the change in Zanpakuto, and he immediately sensed the ominous aura. It's a weird smell. Obviously I can't see the edge on the knife. But I feel a tingling pain in the air. Shiba thought to himself. My mind sank. Be on full alert. He knew that Janye's next knife must be very unusual. At this time, after hundreds of previous rounds of collisions, Shiba was already in the fight with all his heart, and regarded Janye as a Shinigami of the same level. He wouldn't go underground because of Janye's identity. And underestimated Janye's true strength. At this time, Janye's Ryutsu Plus is completed on Armament Haki's Wrapped Zanpakuto. Armament Haki plus Huge Ryutsu plus Janye's Great Swordsman Realm. This knife condensed the power of terror. Black knife. 360 trouble winds. Moment. A huge black tornado shot out from Jonye's Zanpakuto, and with a rolling roar, it hit Shiba Yuxin. This moment. Where the black tornado passed. All turned into nothingness. Sharp slash wave plus armament Haki's sharpness. Make the already terrible tornado become like the death knell of doom. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and a group of 10th Squad members were watching the battle. Seeing this devastating blow. Shocked in their looks. It can no longer be described in simple words. Oh my god. Is this actually a slash from a freshly graduated academy student? Unbelievable, this level of strength even surpassed my imagination. What will the captain do now? The members of the 10th division had different opinions. When Shiba saw this exaggerated black tornado wholeheartedly. Inner alarm bells. Immediately worked. All senses, whether it is sight, hearing, touch, spirituality, or even intuition. They are all telling Shiba Yuxin a message. That is the black tornado in front of him is extremely dangerous for him now. But Shiba is determined to retreat, if he wants his 10th division team building to be completely turned into a post-apocalyptic ruin. He could completely ignore the black tornado. Just cast Shunpo to leave. But 0.5 has more than just reasons to protect the team building. There's also the reason why Shiba is obsessed with his pride as the captain of the Godi 13th division. Anyway, he is also the captain of Godi 13. He is above thousands of Shinigami. One of a group of people at the apex of Soul Society standing. Don't look at Shiba Yuxin, who always likes to be funny on weekdays, and his personality seems to be big and unrestrained, but Shiba Yuxin also has self-esteem. Thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. Shiba focused on pulling himself together. Then he yelled at the black tornado. I am the captain of the 10th squad, Shiba Yuxin. He awed, then erupted with the strongest Ryotsu yet, countless massive Ryotsu condensed on his Zanpakuto. Then Shiba rushed forward to face the black tornado with all his heart. Then strike without hesitation. Best defense. Just attack. 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 The next moment, the black tornado collided with Shiba's single-minded slash, and a violent explosion erupted immediately, and Ryotsu began to riot. A giant Ryotsu fireball rises, accompanied by soaring smoke. After a while, the shockwave swept everything around with the turbulent flow of spiritual particles. Countless sharp spirit particles turbulently raged around. Destroyed the Juban team's dojo. Makes the dojo empty. It became as if it had experienced a tragic war. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and other 10th squad members were watching the battle. Because of their previous experience, they retreated to a safe distance just before the collision. But even if they retreat far away, the Ryotsu storm resulting from the collision still affects most of them. Overthrow it countless times. It blows up and down. Chapter 67. However, it wasn't just this that shocked me. After the aftermath of the collision dissipated, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and other 10th squad members watching the battle unexpectedly saw a scene that left them dumbfounded. Their captain, Shiba Yuxin, was injured. See. Shiba with one heart on his chest. Through the dead bully outfit that has become tattered. There were dozens of wounds, large and small. A bloody look. Impossible. Impossible. Captain Shiba was injured in battle. My god. That guy Jonye's strength can actually make Captain Shiba suffer in battle, and can even hurt Captain Shiba. God. How strong is Jonye? All the members of the 10th division. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say. The same goes for Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku. They are in the Juban team. The strongest two other than Captain Shiba is Hein. Nature understands better. Want to get Captain Shiba is Hein injured. It is not something that can be easily done. But Jonye did it? Obviously, they are just graduates from Spiritual Arts Academy. But in the duel during the entrance examination. Injure your captain. Why is that kid Jonye so outrageous? Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't help complaining, her emotions became agitated with the intensity of this battle. The broad mind could not help but fluctuate up and down. Even a blush appeared on his face. I don't know if it's because of the passion brought to her by the battle. It was still Jonye's strength. Cause. Hitsugaya Toshiro stared at Jonye at this moment. He never thinks so. Jonye has strengthened himself to the point of challenging Captain Ji within a short period of time from the end of graduation to today's report. So there is only one possibility that seems impossible. This guy Jonye. From the time when I played against him in the graduation assessment. It has mastered the powerful power it is now. Hateful. Hitsugaya Toshiro scorned Jonye's behavior. He feels like a clown. With his strength not as good as Zhang Ye's, it would be a joke to serve as Zhang Ye's graduation examiner. However, no one knew this at that time, and no one knew that Zhang Ye had mastered Zanpakuto as Shikai at that time. 26 After all. Shikai of Zanpakuto. But only the chief executive and vice captain can grasp the power. Shiba was gasping for breath, he couldn't help but look down at his chest, he could see dozens of wounds from the broken Shiba suit. Although the slash just now was blocked. But still haven't blocked them all. The overflowing power of a few. Break through the Ryotsu defense outside his body. Attack the real body. Shiba felt the pain of being wounded in battle for a long time. This taste. He hasn't felt it for a long time. Boy. Shiba said with all his heart, while mobilizing Ryotsu to seal the wound for temporary hemostasis, not bad. He said. His expression changed from his usual funny one. Solemn and serious. Even with the seriousness. You're the first rookie Shinigami to hurt me. So now. I'll let you see it. Why is the captain called the 13th strongest Shinigami in Swordsman? Shiba said with all his heart. He has been completely beaten by Zhang Ye. At heart, every powerful Shinigami is a warrior who loves fighting. The original Godai 13 is a violent killing machine composed of countless lunatics, fighting mads, murderous madmen, etc. Heard the words. Zhang Ye did not tremble. Not surprised. All he has is the same excitement as Shiba Yuxin at this moment. The battle is getting fiercer. The battle situation is getting more and more anxious. For ordinary people, I am afraid that it will be extremely panic. But for a man like Zhang Ye who aspires to become the world's #1 swordsman, he is not afraid of fighting, he goes forward bravely, and charges forward. 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 Forward by all means. Come here, Captain. Zhang Ye said to Shiba wholeheartedly, already speculating about the next development in his heart. Next moment. Shiba wholeheartedly responded to Zhang Ye's speech. In an instant, the huge Ryotsu on Shiba Yuxin's body can still inflate wildly. Shikai. At this moment, without the presence of people from the Swordsman Technology Development Bureau, the Swordsman Technology Development Bureau is used to monitor the Ryotsu equipment throughout Swordsman. Crazy warnings are being issued. Buzz. 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 There was a red light in the Technology Development Bureau. Dozens of leisurely technology developers fluttered nervously in front of their operating desks and tapped on the keyboard to call up the situation. High-energy Ryotsu reaction. The area is within Swordsman. Specific location, the 10th Division Team Building. Hey, look at this Ryotsu value, after it exceeds the monitoring threshold of the device, it is still rising crazily. Etc. At this time, Ajin from the Technology Development Bureau suddenly reacted. The informative character of this high-energy Ryotsu reaction. Isn't it Captain Shiba is Hein of the 10th Division? Captain of the 10th Division. Could it be that the captain of the 10th Squad has encountered a strong enemy? Impossible. We have not detected any Minos Grande invasion of Swordsman. Several members of the Technology Development Bureau were arguing with each other. But in the seat, Ajin, who had the highest position, quickly said, "Don't make noise, continue to monitor, I will report the situation to the captain, and wait for the captain to make a decision." The other side. With Shiba's single-minded Ryotsu broke out. Both were first monitored by the TDB. Or other areas of Swordsman. All the teams of Godai 13 also successively sensed the huge Ryotsu burst out by Shiba Yuxin. This massive Ryotsu is not in the same class as completely. Among them, some fan teams immediately thought, could this be Shiba's wholehearted battle with Zhang Ye who joined their fan team today? But think of this possibility. That Zhang Ye who reported to the 10th team today. It is necessary to have the strength to force Shiba out of his mind. JJAE. A recent graduate. You have the power to challenge Captain Shiba. It is a bit too exaggerated. Even the genius Shinigami who ranked ahead of Zhang Ye. Whether it's Ichimarujin who is now alone, or the boy Hitsugaya Toshiro who belongs to the Juban team with Zhang Ye. They are not outrageous to the point. Team 3. Ichimarujin sensed this huge Ryotsu of Shiba's mind. A playful look suddenly appeared on his face. Allah! That Zhang Ye boy! Are you able to push Captain Shiba to such an extent? He was a little surprised. It's also kind of weird. At Zhang Ye's current age, he has the power to fight against the captain. This is not a talent that everyone in the Soul Society has. No wonder Aizen set his sights on Zhang Ye early on. Ichimarujin is wary of Aizen. Boost again. It was far back when Zhang Ye hadn't made his mark like this. That fellow Aizen has already set his sights on Zhang Ye. From that Zhang Ye's appearance. See its true limitless potential. This kind of vision made Ichimarujin have to be alarmed and amazed. Fourth team. Anohanaretsu, the captain of the Kaido who was teaching the team. When the battle between Ye Kongjiang and Shiba Yuxin became fierce, she's been passing Ryotsu, sensing the combat situation. But she didn't expect that Zhang Ye would be able to force Captain Shiba to come up with such a Ryotsu. Think of Zhang Ye's strength. Think of Zhang Ye's special kendo. Anohanaretsu's hand holding the knife. Some trembled uncontrollably. No way. It still takes a while to grow. Anohanaretsu pressed her hand. Soliloquy. No one knows what she said. Or whoever it is. Fifth team. Aizen Sōsuke knew sooner than anyone else among the Seireitei. Except for Hitsuga Yatashiro who were watching the match live. The one who watched everything from start to finish. Aizen Sōsuke knows that every newcomer who registers for the team will undergo a team entrance test, which is to understand the strength of the newcomer in the team. Even Zhang Ye, who joined the 10th squad due to being extremely valued, did the same. So Aizen Sōsuke has been prepared for monitoring. I want to see Zhang Ye's performance today. When he saw Zhang Ye, whether it was Kido-S level, or a more powerful slash than before, or the Black Liwang. Even pushed Captain Shiba to take out Zanpakuto Shikai. This kind of situation. All make Aizen Sōsuke for Zhang Ye's existence more and more interested. He watched the fight while recording Zhang Ye's data. According to the data constantly updated by Zhang Ye, improving the power of his guinea pigs in real time. 8th team. Captain Kiraku Shunsui was a little surprised. I remember the graduation assessment some time ago. Zhang Ye boy. But it is not as powerful as it is now. It seems that all of us have been fooled. Kiraku Shunsui said with a smile, but he didn't have any other thoughts. Team 9. Tuan Kaname felt Shiba's single-minded outburst Ryotsu. Thinking about it again, Zhang Ye forced it out. I feel that Zhang Ye, the Shinigami. The danger is getting higher and higher. Certainly. Tuan Kaname doesn't think that Zhang Ye is stronger than him, he just thinks that Zhang Ye's existence may affect Master Aizen's plan. But Master Aizen valued Zhang Ye very much. It doesn't matter if it's not stopped. Instead, let it develop naturally. Think about it. Tuan Kaname couldn't help frowning. But he can't change Lord Aizen's decision. Just be prepared for everything. 12th Division. Kuratsuka Mayuri listened to Ajin's report, and then ordered his subordinates to send the report to the team building. Shiba was so obsessed with that idiot, he dared to liberate his Zanpakuto at will in the Seireitei, and he felt bad about it. Kuratsuka Mayuri thought with a spectator attitude. 13 divisions. Captain Jushiro Yukitake coughed twice. He obviously thought of that too. Regardless, Captain Shiba liberates Zanpakuto. What is the reason? Unless there is Minos Grande who doesn't know how to bypass the Achilles. Attack Seireitei. Otherwise, any captain-level Shinigami who did not report the release of Zanpakuto in advance will be scolded by the captain. Then accept the captain's punishment. But Jushiro Yukitake is also the reason why Captain Shiba liberated Zanpakuto. Feel a little shocked. Because of course he sensed it too. At this moment, Shiba is the opponent of Captain Zinxin. Among them, Ryotsu is the Zhang Ye who chose to join their 10th squad. Rukia, that big brother of yours is going to be famous now. Jushiro Yukitake looked at Rukia who was practicing. Ah! Rukia withdrew from the immersion of practice. A look of bewilderment. She is not as strong as the captain. Nor is Ryotsu perception for long distances. All she could sense was the mighty Ryotsu fighting in the distance. But no effective information was perceived. Hearing this, Jushiro Yukitake explained the current situation to Rukia. Rukia heard that Zhang Ye was fighting with the captain of the 10th squad. The small mouth couldn't help opening. He looked surprised. Big brother Zhang Ye actually had a duel with the captain of the 10th squad as soon as he came up. This is too outrageous. But Rukia thinks about brother Zhang Ye's extraordinary deeds in the past. Looks like there's nothing wrong with this behavior. Rukia immediately cheered up. She felt proud of Zhang Ye. Brother Zhang Ye is amazing. A team. The captain stood on the edge of the open roof. He stared in the direction of the 10th squad. Because the team building of the first team is located on a high place, condescending, the position of the captain's room is just right to see the whole picture of Seireitei easily. At this time, the skies above the Juban team. The huge Ryotsu is constantly emerging. Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni has learned the relevant information presented by the 12th Division and his subordinates. On the one hand, he was slightly surprised by Zhang Ye's combat power. On the other hand, he felt that 097 had Shiba as the captain wholeheartedly, and his performance at this time was a bit of a joke, and he released Zanpakuto at will. Regardless of the considerations in that regard. Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. I don't want to see the result of this duel. The captain then ordered the vice-captain Kojiro Sasaki to stop it. Yes, Chief. Kojiro Sasuke replied loyally to the chief, and then the figure cast Shunpo and immediately went to the Gonban team. But the first team building is far from the 10th team area. Even Kojiro Sasuke's Shunpo is amazing. It also takes a while. Although this time may only be a few minutes. But a few minutes. It can also make the battle more intense. Let it burn. Injetsu. Shiba shouted loudly. Huge Ryotsu explodes with a bang. The Zanpakuto in his hand shoots out a raging fire. Zanpakuto Injetsu, Shiba single-minded, is Zanpakuto of the same hotline as Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. Possessing scorching heat, devastating power, and ruthlessness enough to flatten the world, the power to erase everything. Certainly. Shiba's single-minded Zanpakuto Injetsu. It can't reach the point where Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka is the strongest in the hot department. But a flame is a flame. Fire is the source of everything. Possess endless potential and power. Shikai complete this moment. Hitsuga Yatashiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and other 10th squad members watching the game. All were shocked. Now the Ryotsu on Captain Shiba's body is many times stronger than before, even if they are far apart, they can still feel the pressure. For some weak players, if they get one step closer, huge Ryotsu at the captain's level. Enough to crush their spines. Cause lying on the ground unable to move. This is not an exaggerated statement out of fear. It's the reality they have experienced. However, facing the astonishing Ryotsu behind the captain-level Shikai at the moment, Janya treated him as nothing, as if he didn't have the slightest pressure. But because of Shiba, he is focused on the Shikai shown at this moment. And excited. In the original Shinigami book, Shiba's single-minded Zanpakuto abilities aren't on much display. But Shiba Yuxin is the father of the protagonist in the original Shinigami novel. Lord Kakuzu is so strong. As the protagonist's dad, it's not too much to be strong. Shiba looked at the fearless Janya wholeheartedly, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. It's okay, kid, then I'm going to FK. During the conversation, Shiba sprints with one heart. The figure shoots. Appeared in front of Janya in an instant. Then, Zanpakuto, who was burning with raging flames, swung out a slash wrapped in intense heat. Seeing this, Janya entangled Armament Haki in an instant, blocking all of this. However, because of the explosive power added, the strength of Shiba's single-minded slash at this moment is completely incomparable with the previous ones. Chapter 68. The power of explosive flames explodes in an instant. The raging flames engulfed Janya. Moment. Janya's body wrapped in the fireball was blown away. Crashed through the building of the Juban team, and then crashed into several buildings one after another. At this moment, Shiba Yuxin was completely on top, completely disregarding the destruction of his own 10th squad in the battle, and the intensity of the slash was exaggerated. Cough cough. In the burning ruins. In the light of a fire. Janya gave a strong shock to disperse the burning flames around him. Wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wipe away the dust in front of you. He looked uncontrollably excited. The power of Shiba's single-minded blasting attack is really extraordinary. If he hadn't used Armament Haki to harden his defense, the power of explosive flame would definitely make him suffer a big loss. Hitsuga Yatashiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and other members of the 10th squad who were watching the battle saw Janya finally lose in the duel. Only then did they feel it. This is the original situation. Also at this time, Shiba's single-minded attack did not stop. His Ryotsu instantly locked Janya in the thick smoke of the ruins. Subsequently, explosive flames condense on Zanpakuto. Shiba slashed out a huge blasting sword with all his heart. The raging flames turned into a crescent-shaped slash, burning the atmosphere at a very high speed, and carried away with extremely intense heat. At this time, blast appeared. Hitsuga Yatashiro watching the battle. Suddenly there is a feeling of discomfort. He is the Zanpakuto holder of the ice department. For the high temperature in the air at this moment. Some discomfort. Similarly, the high temperature and dry air of the 10th squad also made Matsumoto Rangiku and the other 10th squad feel uncomfortable. Their mouths dry up. However, also at this time, Janya's figure stood out from the smoke and dust of the ruins. Holding a Zanpakuto. Facing the pressure of the explosive sword, he charged forward. At this moment, Janya looked at the huge flame in front of him, as if a flame demon wanted to devour him. His body reacted instinctively, and he unleashed a move naturally. One knife flow. Black knife. Dragon. Flame. Moment. Janya unexpectedly swung a giant blue dragon, and a huge Ryotsu appeared behind him, and the green dragon let out a dragon chant that resounded through the sky. Roaring. Open mouth. Swallow the incoming flaming sword pressure in one go. Boom. The violent high temperature reacted in King Glong's body. Immediately, an earth-shattering Ryotsu explosion rolls up. Remnants of high-temperature spiritual storms immediately swept away in all directions. This scene immediately shocked Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and other members of the 10th squad who were watching the battle. They didn't expect that John Ye/ could be so powerful, and could withstand Shiba Yuxin in Shikai's state. However, Shiba saw the scene with all his heart, and he was not surprised at all. Facing the heat wave that hit his face, his expression became more serious. Immediately afterwards, Shiba focused on the explosion before it completely dissipated. Shishunpo. It turned into a streamer of burning flames. Attack John Yet. Moment. Appear in front of John Yet. Accept it. Crescent sky rushing. Shiba shouted wholeheartedly. The burning Zanpakuto swung out a huge crescent-shaped sword. The sword presses the flames. Condensed a huge and terrifying Ryotsu. Yes. That's right. What Shiba is showing at this moment with all his heart. It is the signature skill of Kurosaki Ichigo, the protagonist of the original Shinigami novel. But Shiba Yuxin is the father of the protagonist of Shinigami, and Zanpakuto of the protagonist is also partly related to him, so he naturally masters the crescent sky. But the principle is different from Kurosaki Ichigo. Shiba focused on this trick. Once cut Aizen Sōsuke. Its power can be seen as a Madara. Aizen Sōsuke was able to instantly kill Komamura Seijin, captain of the 7th squad in the original book. Shiba, who is also the captain, can hurt Aizen Sōsuke with all his heart. Yes. In Shinigami, which is also the captain level, the captain is actually divided into upper, middle, and lower levels of combat power, and Shiba Yuxin is undoubtedly the first-class combat experience. This moment, John Ye cast Armament Haki to cover the defense. But this time is different. The crescent moon at close range. Its power is beyond what John Ye Armament Haki can bear. With the sound of, a long wound opened on John Ye's chest, and blood splashed out from the wound. Afterwards, his body was sent flying, and after a few seconds, John Ye regained his composure, created a foothold under his feet, and forcibly stabilized himself. However, Shiba pursues victory with one heart. John Ye was not given a chance to breathe. Fully demonstrates the quality of being a captain-level Shinigami. John Ye had to block one after another, and scars gradually appeared on his body. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse, and he fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku who watched the battle. There are also a group of 10th squad members. See Captain Shiba finally started to suppress John Ye. They just felt it. The current battle situation is the development in their cognition. Rather than before, John Yuryuaki, a rookie who just joined the team, was able to suppress Captain Shiba in the battle. The battle just now was simply too exaggerated and outrageous. Fortunately, the current John Ye has a limit after all. Otherwise, the members of the 10th division present would only feel that they were not even as good as a newcomer who had just joined. At this time, Shiba focused on looking at John Ye, whose image was gradually getting into a mess, and said stinkingly, "Hey, is this the only way to be an uncut brat?" Although it sounds a bit embarrassing. But he, the captain, managed to find his way back now. Of course you have to be proud. Otherwise, he's just a mere brat, and it's impossible to stand on the head of his dignified captain. Snort. Shiba thought with all his heart. John Ye heard the words. He smiled. Haha captain. This is just the beginning. While speaking, John Ye suddenly burst out an extremely huge Ryotsu. Boom. The noisy Ryotsu rolled away in all directions. If you don't enter samsara, you won't enter 6 paths, if you don't enter 6 paths, you won't fall into samsara. John Ye recited loudly. As his voice became more passionate, his Ryotsu is also gradually rising. Technology Development Bureau. At this time, it was immediately detected that a brand new captain-level Ryotsu was being born. And this shares the value of Ryotsu. It is still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at the sharply rising Ryotsu on John Ye, Shiba knew it with one heart, Hitsugaya Toshiro knew it, and Matsumoto Rangiku knew it. And Aizen Sōsuke who is monitoring in real time also knows. Next. It's John Ye's Zanpakuto Shikai. Shiba focused on restraining the expression on his face. Get serious. Because since the last time John Ye showed his Zanpakuto Shikai, Shiba was completely unaware of John Ye's Zanpakuto Shikai. Intelligence is critical in combat. This determines the outcome of a duel. At the same time, Shiba was curious as well. Want to feel the power behind John Ye's Zanpakuto Shikai. In the same way, Aizen Sōsuke, who was behind the monitoring, was also keeping his eyes on John Ye. He wants to get more information about John Ye Shikai. The next moment, the bloody Ryotsu swept over everything like a wave, and only after the bloody waves receded did Jonye's figure at this moment appear. Hutu. One word fell. Jonye completes Shikai. He holds two Zanpakuto in both hands, one black and one white. High spirits. The eyes are firm. At this moment, the shocking truth is, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, who were watching the game, and a group of team members suddenly found out. The strength of Ryotsu on Jonye's body at this moment seems to be the same as that of Captain Shiba's Ryotsu after Shikai at this moment, and it is difficult to distinguish them. Says. Jonye's Ryotsu has reached the level of the captain's strength. How can it be? Jonye actually has a captain level Ryotsu. My god, so this is the true power of Jonye boy. God. A fresh graduate who has a Ryotsu that is comparable to the captain level Shinigami, it's unbelievable. The members of the 10th squad were shocked and speechless. They were almost speechless. Same. Hitsugaya Toshiro realizes this. He figured it out quickly. The speculation about Jonye is not what it used to be. On the contrary. While he was training hard to become stronger, Jonye is also seizing every opportunity to train and become stronger. Only. Jonye became stronger faster than he imagined. Damn it. Hitsugaya Toshiro cursed inwardly. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't think much of it. After the shock, she was only happy because Jonye became stronger. After all, she didn't have that kind of competitive thinking. Get work done every day. Enough to drink good wine. Team 3. Ichimarujin changed his usual squinting eyes. Standing in the direction of the 10th division. Look up at the sky. Captain level Ryotsu. Now it's interesting. Ichimarujin said inwardly. Once stepping into the world of Ryotsu at captain level. We'll find out. Soul Society is nothing like it used to be. The huge Ryotsu is able to support the long-lasting Shunpo, a huge distance of thousands of kilometers, which is likely to be spanned in a few tens of moments. At the same time, the strength of the slash will let you find out. There is nothing in this world that can hinder your progress. All difficulties seem to be no longer difficult. As for white hits, Kido. With a huge Ryotsu as a support, even the dumbest Shinigami can rely on a huge Ryotsu to crush the enemy. Of course, after stepping into the world of Ryotsu at captain level. The point is not that. Rather, Shinigami with captain rank Ryotsu. Then you have the qualification to master the strongest power of a Shinigami-Bankai. Now it seems that Jonye's weight in many people's hearts may rise again. Ichimarujin thought to himself. Fourth team. Anohanaretsu feels Ryotsu at the level of Captain Aya. In an empty room. Her complexion began to flush by itself. The expression is slightly blurred. Fifth team. Aizen Sōsuke was violent after seeing Jonye Shikai. Rising Ryotsu. A smile curled up on his lips. Very good. Very good. Let me be more surprised, young Jonye. Aizen Sōsuke smiled. The black-rimmed glasses hid all the dark thoughts in his pupils at the moment. Eighth team. Surprised, Kiraku Shunsui sat up from the tatami, raised his bamboo hat, and looked at one wall of the room. The sharp eyes seemed to be looking at Jonye at this moment with his own eyes through the countless walls between the 8th division and the 10th division. Young people nowadays are really scary. Kiraku Shunsui murmured. Captain Ryotsu, who sensed the explosion on Jonye. He couldn't help but recall the Jonye files he had read. Rokanga was born. The talent was mediocre at the time of admission. But after the teacher's teaching, strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. Swordplay, white hits, Shunpo, Kido are all grandmaster. Demonstrate talent above all others. In just 6 years, his strength has evolved from being a commoner in Rokanga to being able to fight against a captain of Go Di-13 today. This is viewed on a time scale. No less than any Shinigami genius who has left a name in the history of Soul Society. Even more than that. Kiraku Shunsui thought about it. Can't help thinking. With the talent shown by Jonye boy now, I am afraid that Mr. Yamamoto will take it for a period of time. Because of Jonye's heaven-defying talent, Kiraku Shunsui instinctively sensed a hint of danger, if he didn't intervene and prepare in advance. No one knows what the future holds. Certainly. This was not aimed at Jonye. Instead, address this possibility. Shinigami, a genius beyond common sense in history. Been through this before. Go Di-13, all for the safety of Siridi and Soul Society. Team 9. Tuan Kaname's brows furrowed even more. It's getting more and more dangerous. That boy. He thought to himself. Like a statue. The 11th, 12th, and 13th teams, among the 3 teams, were also shocked by Jonye's captain Ryotsu. After all, Go Di-13 is 13 captains on the surface. A rookie can make it to the top. Who can not be shocked? A team. The captain felt the Ryotsu erupting from Janya at this moment. He opened one eye involuntarily. A rare surprise flashed in his eyes. This matter. He really didn't think of it. After all, a rookie who just graduated can have Ryotsu at the captain level. It's something Siridi hasn't seen in a long time. Even the genius Shinigami Ichimaru-jin, who was called hundreds of years last time. What's more, the talent is amazing. Instead of Ryotsu. But that's not what Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni is thinking about now. He was thinking of Kojiro Sasuke. Stop this escalating battle as soon as possible. My Zhao is very good, so the fight will be fair. Shiba said Zanpakuto Shikai, watching Janya complete with one heart. Then, without saying a word, he continued to attack. Cast Shunpo. Condensed explosive flames. The next moment, he instantly swung an explosive flaming slash. However, Janya was different this time. The decelerating force of the white knife immediately acts on the attacking explosive slash. In observation Haki, and the effect of deceleration, Janya completely captured Shiba's single-minded blasting slash, and cast Shunpo to dodge. Shiba was suddenly puzzled. He has a lot of fighting experience. The first time he noticed the abnormality in his attack. As if his attack speed slowed down. But his Ryotsu will last a while longer. There's no way his attack speed can drop now. Shiba was puzzled. So he continued to attack Janya. However, in the next few rounds, Janya either dodged Shiba's single-minded slash, or chose to face it head-on. The same is Shiba's single-minded explosion. He can no longer cause harm to Janya like before. Something's wrong. It's so wrong. Shiba Yuxin couldn't figure it out no matter what he thought at the moment. But he knew that it must be Janya's Zanpakuto. After all, Janya hadn't liberated Zanpakuto before, and he had never encountered it. Now, watching the game were Hitsuga Tashiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and a group of Japanese teams. They couldn't understand the battle at this time. Obviously Captain Shiba is still the same Captain Shiba. Janya was still that Janya. But the result of the battle. It was completely different from the situation where Captain Shiba suppressed Janya before. Something must have happened in between that they didn't know about. Fifth team. Aizen Sōsuke stared closely at Janya's Zanpakuto Pong. Discover with his eyesight. Whenever Janya's white Zanpakuto touches Shiba Yuxin's Zanpakuto afterward, Shiba's single-minded attack will slow down, thus losing the power of the original explosion. Chapter 69. After all, explosive flame is ferocious and swift. Without this characteristic, it is just an ordinary flame. Aizen Sōsuke began to speculate on Janya's Zanpakuto's abilities. Many possibilities popped up in his mind. The Kido-type ability invades Shiba Yuxin's arm nerves through some invisible substance, making it impossible to achieve full power. This slows down the attack. Illusion ability, the moment of contact affects Shiba's brain, making the brain slow down the concept of time. Don't look at it as just one shot, but in this level of battle, its impact will be huge. Aizen Sōsuke also thought of many possibilities. Even thought of it. It may be the time system ability. But this possibility, just thinking about it, was given up by Aizen Sōsuke. Zanpakuto who masters the power of time. Throughout the history of the Soul Society, no one has ever been born. However, this seemingly impossible speculation is the truth of Janya Zanpakuto. Unbeknownst to Aizen Sōsuke, he brushed shoulders with the truth about Janya Zanpakuto. At this moment, Janya didn't give Shiba Yuxin any more chances. He finally fought against a powerful opponent. Try the power of Zanpakuto Hutu. Its performance is amazing. The effect of slowing down time makes the strongest attack. Without speed, power is lost. At the same time lost the possibility of being attacked. Like a lion majesty without fangs, a bird without wings. As for the function of the black knife to speed up. Team leader. Let's make the last move to decide the outcome. At this time, Janya took the initiative to propose to Shiba wholeheartedly. Their battles are pretty much the same. Unless he has Bankai now. Otherwise keep playing. Meaningless. Shiba wholeheartedly felt that it was just what he wanted. Uncut brat. Just as you said. The last move determines the outcome. The words fell. Neither Janya nor Shiba Yuxin said much. Shiba suddenly burst out a huge Ryotsu, turning Zanpakuto into a flaming blade, and shot with the infinite power of explosive flames. The same is true for Janya. A frightening red light flashed in his pupils. The swung black knife continues to accelerate. Turned into an after-image. In the process of accelerating, his whole body almost turned into a streamer traveling at extremely fast speed, rushing towards Shiba's single-minded explosive flame. Next moment. Crescent sky rushing. One knife style dodge and shake. Both sides displayed their strongest moves impressively. Moment. Two massive ryotsu collide. Just listen. Boom. The raging explosive flame was sliced open by Zhang Ye's knife from the middle. Zhang Ye's slash created a ruthless burst of flames. 637 followed. The explosion that split into two suddenly set off an earth-shattering explosion. Billowing flames soared into the sky in an instant. Huge flames, so bright as if a small sun had risen over Siraidii. At this moment, Shinigami in the entire Siraidii area can see that a noon sun is rising in the direction of the 10th division area. But the little sun is fleeting. Then it turned into billowing burning smoke. With an astonishing shockwave that seems to distort space. Sweep everything around you in an instant. In just 1 second, the dojo of the Juban team and the buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer around the dojo were all destroyed by this shockwave. Hit Shugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku who watched the battle. There are also a group of 10th squad members. They raised Bakudo defenses. Mei Bakudo's Ryotsu defensive wall. It was almost destroyed together. It made a crunching sound, like the sound of crushing ice cubes. After the shockwave dissipated, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and a group of 10th squad members were able to concentrate and see the whole picture. They found out. In the center of that fight, a third person appeared besides Janya and Captain Shiba. The figure of that person is somewhat familiar. Someone with excellent eyesight saw the identity of this figure, Kojiro Sasuke, the vice-captain of the team. That's the vice-captain of the first team. It's broken, it must have been sent by the captain. Our 10th squad won't suffer. The 10th squadron members panicked. They looked at the scene of ruins all around them. Can't help but feel afraid of it. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Rangiku exchanged glances. What they expected? Still here. But think of the duel between Janya and Captain Shiba just now. They felt that it was worth seeing such an exaggerated duel. Janya boy, Captain Shiba. Kojiro Sasuke, the deputy captain of the first team, looked at the figures on the left and right respectively, and greeted. Then Kojiro Sasuke's expression turned cruel. Please follow me to the first team and report to the captain. The words fell. Kojiro Sasuke looked at the two of them again. Obviously. This is directly from Commander Yamamoto Ryusei Shigekuni-sama. Undeniable order. Janya nodded to express his understanding. I didn't feel anything. At most, it's just being scolded. No piece of meat will be lost. Shiba wholeheartedly nodded to show his understanding. He felt uneasy, because he knew one thing, this battle will attract the attention of the old man, the root cause is him. If he hadn't hit the head. Liberate the Shikai of Zanpakuto. This battle is nothing more than an entrance test for the Bantei. But Shikai's words. It is necessary to explain to the old man of the captain. At that time, the person who will be scolded the most will definitely be him, the captain. If he fails to set an example, he will be punished. Shiba's single-minded expression suddenly collapsed. It's over. But Shiba focused on the moment in his mind at this moment, most of which were still recalling the moment before the end of the battle. Janya, the uncut brat slashing, even cut off his crescent sky, it's outrageous to the extreme. This kid's kendo realm, Shiba can guarantee with all his heart, has absolutely surpassed the captain's understanding of kendo, it's unimaginable. Did this kid practice swordsmanship from the womb? Wrong. He is from Rokanga. Should it be said that he started practicing swords in his previous life? Shiba thought with all his heart. Together with John Yuruaki, he went to the first team with Kojiro Sasuke, the deputy captain of the first team. As for the 10th squad, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and the Juban squad members. They will start to clean up the mess caused by the battle. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Rangiku, and members of the 10th division stood in front of a pile of ruins, looking dazed. They had a good time just now. But the 10th squad was almost wiped out by the battle between Janya and the captain. If the ruins are not cleaned up, rebuild it? Many of them don't even have a place to sleep tonight. Those two idiots. Matsumoto Rangiku came back to his senses and couldn't help cursing. She looked at her destroyed house with an extremely painful expression. A team. Captain's room. Shiba is dedicated to serving as the captain and reporting role. Janya stood aside and remained silent. In addition, he secretly looked at the existence in front of him. The bald man in front of him, with wrinkles on his face, two cross-shaped scars on his forehead, and an old man with long white eyebrows and a white beard. His expression is dignified. At the same time, with the kindness of an old man. It seems to be an old man dressed like a fairy. But he is by far the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society. For thousands of years. No Shinigami can challenge his status. Shinigami's Zukun. He honed each subject to its limit, and even pushed this limit forward, reaching a level that no one knew about. Its Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka is the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto of the Heat Department, claiming to have the strongest attack power of the Soul Society. Inside his not tall body, it seems to contain infinite energy like a sun. Once fully released, will destroy all enemies. And now, just such a man. Unleash his wrath on Shiba. Commander Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni held a stick of wood. The whole first team building shook accordingly. All the anger, turned into substantial ryotsu, overwhelmed Shiba Yuxin. Shiba Yuxin suddenly felt a huge pressure, his body was almost unable to keep standing, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Identical. Although this anger did not directly affect John yet, but just overflowing huge ryotsu. It also affects John yet. He suddenly felt a heavy pressure from the sky falling. But John Ye would never be overwhelmed by this kind of thing. Just as Zoro chooses to take all the damage Luffy alone suffers. He has honed his sword heart to perfection. Kuf, Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, but his color remained unchanged. The next moment John Ye erupted a terrifying ryotsu. Resist the pressure. Yamamoto Genryuze Shigekuni sensed the changes in John Ye, he opened one eye slightly, and glanced at John Ye imperceptibly. Oh! He said in his heart. It was able to stop it? He originally wanted to test John Ye. Get quiz results now. He is very satisfied. After Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni reprimanded Shiba Yuxin. Immediately restrained his own ryotsu. Shiba breathed a sigh of relief, and his breathing immediately became smoother, like a fish out of the sea for a long time, finally returning to the water. The same is true for John Ye. After Shiba saw the old man raise his hand wholeheartedly. He hastened to reassure Yamamoto Genryuze Shigekuni. Will never do it again in the future. And accept his punishment without question. See here. Yamamoto Genryuze Shigekuni also let Shiba Yuxin go. Shiba took John Ye to leave the team with all his heart. The battle between the two is over. But the impact of the two of them fighting just began. The other teams also knew at this time. Captain Yamamoto summoned Shiba Yushin and John Ye to news. They probably knew that John Ye, who showed such strength, would definitely be valued by the captain. At the same time, they envied Shiba's single-mindedness. Originally, they thought that John Ye would need some time to grow up before he could take on the important task of standing alone. Now it seems Nima can have a heart-to-heart touch with Shiba. This can immediately become the ready-to-use combat power of the Juban team. If you add another talented boy Hitsuga Itoshiro, their Juban team has a captain level. Plus Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangiku. 3 Vice Captain level forces. And there are 2 people, Hitsuga Itoshiro and John Ye. Not an ordinary Vice Captain level combat power. Envious. Envy. Now, the 10th band team has jumped to the top of the GODI 13 ranks. But what do others think? The 10th squad doesn't know. Shiba brought John Ye back to the 10th squad wholeheartedly. At this time, under the powerful ability of Shinigami, large areas of ruins have been cleaned up, and some areas have even begun to be rebuilt. Shiba focused on watching his team being destroyed. He wanted to cry immediately but had no tears. My salary. How can it be repaired? To know. This battle was already scolded by the captain's old man. GODI 13 simply won't take this loss. So the money spent on this rebuilding effort. All will be deducted from the salary of Captain Shiba Yuxin. Although the salary of the captain level is high. But it can't afford such a large reconstruction project. Shiba looked angrily at John Ye who was standing beside him. But thought of something. His expression immediately darkened again. As the captain, he can't let a rookie who just joined their team take the responsibility together. And even if he arranged this cruelly, the salary of John Ye, a newcomer, has not yet been paid, and it is not much. Pain. Shiba wants to cry even more with all her heart. I knew it earlier. When fighting, it doesn't go up. He was scolded by the old man of the captain and didn't say anything. All wages must be paid in. Deficit. Blood loss. The more Shiba thought about it, the more depressed he became. Decided not to continue thinking about it. Subsequently, he rallied the 10th squad members. Prepare to arrange John Ye's position. Although, the battle between the two ended in a draw, neither of them really won or lost to each other. However, John Ye's powerful strength has been fully demonstrated in this duel, regardless of whether John Ye has shown his full strength. The strength he has shown now has already made John Ye's combat power rank in the forefront of the team, and he deserves and must take up a position. Shiba wanted John Ye to be the vice captain. Take Matsumoto Rangiku back one. Matsumoto Rangiku cried out immediately. It's not that she thinks the captain is biased, She also thinks that Janya is qualified and capable to serve as the vice captain of the 10th Division. Matsumoto Rangiku, on the contrary, felt that the captain's blunt statement of this fact was simply too cruel, and he didn't know how to be tactful at all. Here the captain's arrangement. The third seat Hitsugaya Toshiro has no comment. The other 10th squad members also had no objections. After all, Shinigami's world strength is the only one. If you are better than me, then you are the boss. However, when Janya heard this arrangement, he immediately rejected it. He had always believed that he had connections in the 10th squad, and that he could catch fish with people he knew, and he could push out the tedious daily work. If he becomes the vice captain, could it be that he has become that tool man? Of course Janya won't do it. Then, Janya refused. And it is enough to raise the position of the third seat. Shiba tried again and again, wanting Janya to be the vice captain, but Janya was not fooled and insisted on choosing the third seat. Shiba has no choice. Only the vice captain of Matsumoto Rangiku remains unchanged. Didn't even ask little Toshiro. Retire Hitsugaya Toshiro to the fourth seat. Hitsugaya Toshiro, oh sorrow. Janya took the third seat. So far, Janya has his own place in the 10th squad. At the same time, other newcomers who joined the team like John Yuruaki, Rukia Kukiki, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo. They also all passed their respective entry tests. In their respective teams. Have their place. Later. Janya's newcomer this year. Then began the real Shinigami career. After joining the fan team, although Janya is the third seat, he must follow the seniors in the fan team and learn the real work of a Shinigami. Their 10th division is a special force. If you look at it according to the division of labor in the modern army. The Juban is the secret service of Siridi Go Di 13. Generally responsible for tasks that other teams cannot handle. The team members are very strong. All are elites. Janya started to study with the seniors in the team. At the same time, Rukia Kukiki and Abarai Renji also learned from the seniors in the team. As time goes by, they accumulate time and complete different tasks, large and small, and gradually become qualified Shinigami. Chapter 70. The days flew by. A few years before joining the team. It passed. Since I am familiar with the work. Plus push the job to little Toshiro. Janya seemed very leisurely every day. Their 10th divisions generally don't go out, and they only have missions when they are slightly important. So Janya seized this opportunity, continued to complete the daily tasks every day, and then accepted the Zoro inheritance in the spiritual world. This day. The dojo of the Juban. 19,997. 19,998. 19,999. Janya watched the number of times he swung the knife in his heart. At last. He swung his last knife sharply. Amazing slashes unleashed from Zanpakuto. Cut off a row of wooden golem stakes in the dojo for practice. The incision is smooth and level. If it wasn't for a gust of wind. Severed top half. It can even remain connected to the lower half. Boom boom boom. The wood fell to the ground one after another. It caused other team members in the dojo who were practicing to stare sideways. They didn't disturb Janya's practice. It just makes a sound of shock from time to time. It's too scary. Vice Captain Janya is like a robot. He practices swordsmanship like this every day, since he joined the team. Yeah, I'm almost numb, but Vice Captain Janya doesn't even feel disgusted at all. No wonder Vice Captain Janya is so strong. Well, this is going to take me through the day and I've given up a long time ago. The members of the 10th division had different opinions. Although the members of the 10th division are all elites. But he couldn't handle Janya's devil training. After Janya joined the fan team, they all watched all these trainings, and it was not just as simple as swinging a knife. Load bearing, compression resistance, shunpo. Janya will practice every item. At the same time. While the members of the 10th division were shocked. What they don't know is. Such a workout. It started a long time ago with Janya. He didn't stop for a day. It is the continuous hard training day and night. That's why Janya has such powerful power. At this point, the daily task is complete. Janya immediately began to accept Zoro's inheritance in the spiritual world. After Zoro left Dressrosa, he followed Straw Hat Luffy and others to Zawu, and then came to Wanakuni, the highlight. On Wanakuni, Zoro showed great strength in front of the opponent. A powerful slash wave with a knife. He has already reached the level where he was humiliated with a knife by the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk. At the age of 18, he stood in front of Hawkeye like a minion. Now, Zoro can finally call others a minion. Later, Zoro defeated Kamazo with injuries. Then after a series of events, Zoro replaced his saber Kyushui with the famous sword Yan Emo. This is a knife that is said to be able to destroy even hell. This knife will release the user's emission without authorization, that is, Armament Haki. Unleash the mighty power. First time trying to use Yan-mo. The huge sword pressure cut off a corner of the cliff directly. Immediately afterwards, Zoro defeated Arpio, who was also a supernova, and then came to the decisive battle against 4 Emperors Bmom and Kaido of the Beasts. Zoro cuts through the flames with Foxfire. And cut through Kaido's heat. Then use the Black Rope Big Tornado to damage Kaido. Then, Zoro blocked the combo attack of 4 Emperors Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts for a few seconds. Through Zoro's perspective, Janya fully immersed himself in this battle as if he had personally experienced it. The power and terror of the 4 Emperors was boundless. But Zoro is unafraid. Use a knife to fight against enemies that are several times stronger than you. Show off your sword skills. In this great battle, Janya's strength is also growing. Just when Kaido of the Beasts is about to deliver the fatal blow to Luffy, Zoro shot. What I'm going to do next is my limit. The endless battles are just consuming too. During the talk, Zoro clenched his knife tightly. If this trick doesn't work, the time of my death will come. Next moment, Zoro burst out with fierce purple flames. An extremely terrifying aura exudes from the whole body. Hello, Kaido. That guy is my captain. If you want to beat him, start by smashing my head. The words fell. Endless ghostly energy surged out of Zoro crazily. Ghost gas. 9 blades. Ashura. Draw your sword. Zoro suddenly turned into the 3-headed and 6-armed Ashura demon god. 3 knives become 9 knives. Behind him emerged a demon god Ashura with the same 3 heads and 6 arms. The surrounding land can't bear the power of this terrifying demon god. The ground begins to crumble. Huge boulders suddenly rose into the air. The next moment, Zoro's slash collided with Kaido's mace, and Kaido of the Beast's mace was bounced back during the collision. Immediately afterwards, Zoro keeps swinging the knife. One knife. One knife. One knife. Keep knocking back the Kaido of the Beasts. This man who is called the strongest creature in the world. One of the 4 emperors standing above billions of pirates. Surprise flashed in Kaido's eyes, and he continued to collide with Zoro with force. But Zoro's power is surprisingly comparable to that. After the collision, both sides were ejected. At this time, Zoro broke out again. 9 blades. The whole person spun crazily, and the humanoid hurricane struck Kaido of the Beasts at high speed. Then, with the help of the power of the hurricane, Zoro transformed into a streamer of lightning, piercing the body of Kaido of the Beasts. This moment, Kaido of the Beasts didn't even react. One shot. Kaido of the Beasts was hit hard. The remaining power released by the slash actually made the surrounding world begin to dissolve. Ashura. Draw your sword. Dead play. Boom. The huge knife wound on the chest of Kaido of the Beast spewed out a large amount of blood like a fountain. Janya was extremely shocked at this moment. He experienced the pinnacle battle in another world. This has been a huge help in his growth. Especially Zoro's Ghost Chi 9 sword style Ashura drawing sword dead man's play that Zoro just performed. This also makes Janya's Ashura 9 sword style even more powerful. And the experience of fighting Kaido of the Beasts. Let Janya have a deeper understanding of fighting. This time the inheritance of the spiritual world is over. Janya opened his eyes with deep shock. He looked at the incomparably empty dojo in front of him. It seemed that the huge Kaido of the Beasts was still standing in front of him. But Janya knew that this was just the experience he left behind from Zoro's perspective. But the growth that gets, is real. Janya shook Zanpakuto, feeling that his strength had grown a bit. Later. The next day. Janya completed the daily tasks. Enter the spirit world again to accept Zoro's inheritance. Let's go back to last time. After Zoro slashes Kaido of the Beasts, the battle is left to Luffy. Zoro, who was seriously injured, got the super speed recovery medicine, and together with Sanji, he faced Yin and Quinn, and finally they fought against Yin and Quinn respectively. Zoro and Yin battle. Just come up. Zoro was once suppressed by Yin's ability. The blade couldn't crack Yin's body. But gradually, Zoro recalls a childhood conversation with Shimatsuki Kozaburo during the battle. A knife is a thing that cuts people, it is born to kill people. After the swordsmith forges famous knives, he wishes they could take more lives. Even a knife has its own personality. The so-called swordsman is someone who can make the sword obey him. Dangerous swords are called demon swords. A fool would think that. The weak call swords demon swords out of fear. This is also a kind of honor for swords. Every demon sword is a famous sword. From this conversation, Zoro comprehended the sword's individuality, thereby surpassing himself and controlling the famous sword Yanma in his hand. Feel what Zoro feels. Knight can't help thinking of a. Killing one person is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero, killing a million is a hero among heroes. At the same time, Zhang Ye suddenly discovered that as his state of mind improved, his strength also grew along with it. Next, Zoro also discovered Yin's secret. In the end, Yin was defeated with Yanwang 3 Swords Dragon 103 Love Flying Dragon Attendant. At this moment, Zhang Ye also mastered the trick to kill Yin in seconds. Afterwards, Zhang Ye's mind returned to reality. He opened his eyes. Feel a lot. In the spiritual world these few times. What he has gained is equivalent to all that he has gained in the past few years. The first is that through Zoro's battle at Wano, he has mastered a stronger sword and his mood has improved accordingly. At the same time, he also mastered the more advanced Armament Haki realm Armament Haki internal destruction, and the release of armed colors in the air. In the end, Zhang Ye was happiest. Knife. The black knife is a saying of the swordsman's saber in the world of One Piece. Any knife can actually become a black knife. However, it takes a swordsman day and night, using the Armament Haki to conceive the sword. For thousands of years, in the world of pirates, at least within the scope of the plot, there are only 2 black knives, yes only 2. One is the Black Sword Knight of Hawkeye Mihawk, the #1 swordsman in the pirate world today. On the other side is the Black Sword Kyushui that Ryoma once held. It was later returned to Wano. The black knife has the property of being indestructible. The power of Armament Haki has been integrated into the genes, molecules of this knife, and has become an innate part of this knife. Even without Armament Haki, the wielder can wield great power. In Zhang Ye's view, the method of forging a black knife is like the process of changing the sealed state into Zanpakuto. It is the holder's will, spirit, belief, and so on. The process of pouring on the knife. Until it becomes a black knife. Think about it. Zhang Ye couldn't help thinking about it. Can my own Zanpakuto Hutu also become a black sword one day? To know. There are many benefits of the black knife, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. The power and characteristics of the black knife, as long as it is a swordsman, it will be dreamed of. At the same time. Forged black knife. More like in a way for a swordsman. A physical symbol of Kendo's strength. If you can forge your own black knife. That's a side note. The understanding of Kendo has reached an ultimate that cannot be reached by hundreds of millions of people. Superior to all swordsmen. Just like Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Zhang Ye immediately decided in his heart. For future training, add the project of forging black knives. After that, the days passed by. Except for Zhang Ye's own training. He also started training with Hitsugaya Toshiro, with Captain Shiba Yuxin. After practicing with the captain. Only then did Zhang Ye learn more about how Shinigami's high-end combat power became stronger. But soon, Zhang Ye surpassed Hitsugaya Toshiro who had learned ahead of him in training. Later, as Zhang Ye gradually got used to it, he also began to surpass Captain Shiba Yuxin in training, making Shiba call it a monster. Zhang Ye didn't care. Like a sponge. Frantically absorbing everything you can learn in the Juban. Days come later. Zhang Ye finally started to touch Zanpakuto Bankai's first steps. He began to follow Shiba to learn how to Bankai. Certainly. Bankai of Zanpakuto. It is a very difficult thing. How to say the degree of difficulty? Every Soul Society can master Bankai's Shinigami. All can be recorded in the history of Soul Society. So one can imagine. Generally, captains need to spend at least 100 years of cultivation. To reach the threshold. If you want full control. Then it depends entirely on your own talent and luck. Zhang Ye practiced for a long time. Still no further. Shiba laughed heartily, now there is finally something that can stump the brat. But Shiba didn't pay much attention to it. 0.00. After all. The time is still long. But. Compared to Zhang Ye's depression. Hitsugaya Toshiro was more depressed than he was. He watched Zhang Ye start to learn Bankai, and he also followed Captain Shiba to learn wholeheartedly. But his progress was a little slower than Zhang Ye's. The days passed like this. Except for Zhang Ye's cultivation. He also didn't put all his heart on cultivation. Soul Society is calm. Because of Matsumoto Ranjiku's relationship, Zhang Ye often goes to Rakonga's tavern with Matsumoto Ranjiku to drink, of course, drinking seriously. Much of the day-to-day work is delegated to little Toshiro. Toshiro is crying out. But 2 against 1. He has no right to speak. Can only be bullied by Zhang Ye and Matsumoto Ranjiku. Zhang Ye's side. Also due to the hobby of drinking. Introduced by Matsumoto Ranjiku. Zhang Ye met Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of Team 8. When Kiraku Shunsui knew that Zhang Ye was also a wine lover, he almost didn't become brothers with Zhang Ye, your elder brother and my second brother. Down with the drink. The 3 drank very happily. The relationship is getting closer. The captain of the dignified 8th Squad, Kuraka Shunsui, even brought Zhang Ye. Sneaked in for a couple of unrefined drinks. The two of them immediately fell in love with each other. The relationship is even closer. However, Zhang Ye went to that kind of place just to drink and enjoy the beauty, and did not do other things. After all, no one knows what's going on here. And just in Zhang nightlife is full. Find a day that balances training and relaxation. Keeping an eye on his Aizen Sōsuke. But there is no relaxation. Rukanga. Somewhere underground secret space. This is Aizen Sōsuke's lab at Soul Society. The space is huge. In addition to the room where various experimental equipment is placed, there is also an additional huge space. It is specially used to test the compatibility of experimental products. Around the underground laboratory, various keto barriers are set up to ensure that no trace of Ryutsu will be accidentally leaked out. During the days when Zhang Ye became a Shinigami, Soul Society is calm. That's one thing Aizen Sōsuke is all busy with. At this time, push the door and enter the laboratory. Aizen Sōsuke first looked at a figure in the huge tank behind the glass in front of him, and a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Then asked Ichimaru-jin, who is sitting in front of the console. Silver. How is the condition of the experimental product? Heard the words. Ichimaru-jin turned the chair around. There was a smile on his face as usual. He said in his mouth, Captain Aizen, don't embarrass me, I can't understand these things. Aizen Sōsuke shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything, but Ichimaru-jin couldn't understand what he said, but who knows if it's true or not. Aizen Sōsuke didn't press the question. Look at Tuan Kaname standing next to Ichimaru-jin. Ask about the situation. Tuan Kaname replied upon hearing this. It's just a matter of entering Zhang Ye's latest actual combat data. The experimental product can complete the update. Aizen Sōsuke kept staring at the figure in the container through the glass. What's the latest data? Then it looks like we have to do it again. Chapter 71. Aizen Sōsuke thought to himself. He had high expectations for Zhang Ye. From joining the fan team in the past few years, until now, he has never found a Shinigami with Zhang Ye's talent in his daily observations. Aizen Sōsuke thinks Zhang Ye is likely to be a huge breakthrough in his plan. But want to implement this plan. Zhang Ye's current latest data must be collected first. Aizen Sōsuke thought to himself. Then something came to mind. Opened the mouth and said, Send Neutra. The words fell. An imperceptible gleam flashed in Ichimaru-jin's eyes. Tuan Kaname immediately said. But, won't this spoil Hueco Mundo? Lanyi Tianren. He didn't understand Master Aizen's decision. Aizen Sōsuke said confidently, no need to worry, yes, I believe Neutra will do everything well, just leave it to him. Between words. He is full of confidence in Neutra. Actually. Deep down. Neutra is dispensable to Aizen Sōsuke. As long as the purpose can be achieved. Anyone can sacrifice. Tuan Kaname heard this. He did not continue to ask. All he has to do is to unswervingly complete the task assigned to him by Master Aizen. Hueco Mundo. A world of white sand. Somewhere in Hueco Mundo. Except for a vast expanse of white sand. There is actually a large group of palaces. The cold moon in the sky, the palace on the ground. This is the palace of the king of the virtual circle - the virtual night palace. It used to belong to the Hueco Mundo Emperor Baragan Luzenbaern, but since Aizen Sōsuke invaded Hueco Mundo, things have changed. Aizen Sōsuke with brute force. Or the method of invitation. A legion of Arrancar was formed. The 10 strongest members of the legion are called for. Espada's strength, compared to other Arrancar evolved through Hagyaku. It is completely in another 867 dimension. They are based on the level of their killing ability. From number 0 to number 9. First edge, Coyote Starke. The way of death he represents is loneliness. He is the ghost of Arrancar in Espada, and his strength is extremely powerful, which is at the level of Vasto Lord. Second edge, Baragan Luzenbaern. The way of death he represents is aging. He was originally the king of the virtual circle, Hueco Mundo the Great, but was defeated by Aizen Sōsuke and was subdued. Third edge, Tir Harible. The way of death she represents is sacrifice. She is Arrancar, a rare woman in Espada. She is powerful and was originally Vasto Lord. Fourth blade, Ulquira Sefer. The way of death he represents is nothingness, powerful, and also a rare Vasto Lord level Minos Grande in Espada. Fifth blade, Neutra Gilga. The way of death he represents is despair. He claims to have the power of Espada's strongest steel skin, and he is an out-and-out combat madman. Sixth blade, Grim Joe Jaeger Jaques. The way of death he represents is destruction, and his personality is arrogant, but his strength is worthy of his personality. 7th Blade, Zamari Ruros. The mode of death he represents is intoxication, and has the fastest ringing speed among espadas. 8th Blade, Sealaporo Grands. The death he represents is madness. It was originally the zeroth blade, but later his body was divided into two and his strength was greatly reduced. After returning to the blade, he became the 8th blade. 9th Blade, Araniro Arururi. The way of death he represents is greed, and he is the only Arankar in Espada that evolved from Jillian. Espada equals Edge 0, Yami Largo. The way of death he represents is anger, and he can completely liberate Espada, who has changed the number, by accumulating strength, and his strength is amazing. Aizen Sōsuke led Espada, ruled the entire Hueco Mundo without the Soul Society knowing, and became the king of the virtual circle. But this is not what Aizen Sōsuke is ultimately about. Even the throne of Hueco Mundo. It's just a step in his Aizen Sōsuke's plan. Feel free to discard it if necessary. The residents of the 5th Blade. Neutra suddenly received an order from Aizen Sōsuke. Told him in the order. He's going to the Soul Society to kill a Shinigami. Get this command. Although Neutra didn't know what kind of Shinigami was worthy of his 5th Blade shot, he thought of going to Shinigami's Soul Society. He suddenly became excited. The long tongue stuck out of his mouth and licked it. Interesting. Whispering. Neutra's pupils are full of killing intent. As Minos Grande, as Arankar, their instinct is to kill without end. In the virtual circle, if you want to survive, you must kill the opponent, devour the opponent's spirit, and strengthen yourself. Otherwise, you will become the nourishment of other Minos Grande. It is this cruel law of survival that makes every Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo full of factors of violence, killing and madness. Now, Aizen Sōsuke gave Neutra permission to enter the Soul Society to kill the Shinigami. Neutra wished for it. Soul Society. Siraidii. A team house. At this moment, Chief Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni is holding a captain's meeting. Because of the recent Soul Society, a series of unusual events occurred again, the calm atmosphere was broken, and Shen understands again. There have been several incidents of Minos Grande attacking Rukanga. But we still haven't found the final cause of the Minos Grande attack. And every time our people arrive, the group of Minos Grande will flee immediately. There is no chance to make a shot at all. Captain's meeting. Tuan Kaname, captain of the 9th Division, reports. Wen Yan. All the captains present were lost in thought. It is impossible for Minos Grande to attack Rukanga multiple times for no reason. There must be a reason for it. However, what they don't know is that the reason behind these strange events is none other than Tuan Kaname, the captain of the 9th Division who made the report. And Aizen Sōsuke, captain of the 5th Division, who was also present. The two dogs have great acting skills. Emotions such as worry and doubt follow. Jushiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th Division, suddenly asked, could this be related to the previous incident? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni. He looked up at Jushiro Yukitake and asked. What event? The incident where Urahara Kisuke and the others defected? The words fell. The meeting was suddenly silent. Since Urahara Kisuke and others defected from the Soul Society. Although that incident did not explicitly prohibit discussion. But everyone still agrees. Didn't talk about it? But today. Captain Jushiro Yukitake suddenly started talking. The captains all fell silent. For this kind of thing, if there is no definite connection or evidence, they dare not open their mouths and confirm anything. Hearing this, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni did not deny this possibility. After all, the last time there was an abnormal event, it was indeed only the one by Urahara Kisuke and others. Now Urahara Kisuke and others are missing, and no one knows what they are doing behind the scenes. The suspicion this time is very possible. But nor can they be sure based on a single suspicion. The captain immediately made a decision. The leader of the Beijing band. Leave this incident to you. Be sure to investigate clearly. Keep Rukanga safe. Learn from last time. The captain decided to let Kiraku Shunsui, the proud disciple, do it himself, and Yamamoto Genryase Shigekuni believed in Kiraku Shunsui's ability. Teammate Captain Kiraku Shunsui was taken aback suddenly. Unexpectedly, this task fell on him. However, he did not refuse, and nodded to show that he understood. He also understood how much the captain valued him. This incident seemed very simple, but it was just a few short-term attacks. But it is precisely because of this. The Godi 13 must not be negligent. The great lesson of last time must not be repeated. Kiraku Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division. Just the perfect candidate for this investigative mission. The captain's meeting is over. After the meeting, Team 8th Captain Kuraka Shunsui immediately ordered his Vice Captain Ise Nanao to assemble the team. The mission is here. The captain has ordered our team to thoroughly investigate the recent Minos Grande attack on Rukanga. Because Minos Grande escaped too quickly the first few times, we were unable to get to the site in time from Siriti. So I decide. Assemble a team to temporarily station Rukanga with me. In this way, we can rush to the scene as soon as possible. Team 8 Kuraka Shunsui explains the mission to the team members. Many team members have volunteered to join this investigation mission. Soon, Kuraka Shunsui gathered a special investigation team consisting of himself, the vice captain Nanao Ise, and a dozen team members. When the team came out, he ordered the team members to prepare for departure and station, and they would not come back until the mission was thoroughly investigated. Rukanga. A lively pub. Drink drink drink. Team 8 Captain Kuraka Shunsui raised his wine glass with a flushed face, and excitedly said to Janya and Matsumoto Rangiku across the table. There was a huge smile on his face. Opposite. Janya was not to be outdone. Also pick up an overflowing wine glass. Swallow it into your stomach. Senior Jingle, where are you feeding the fish? Janya looked at Kuraka Shunsui, who still had half a cup left, and taunted. His face was full of disdain. Matsumoto Rangiku flushed, winking and dazedly booing loudly at the side. That's it? Senior Jingle. You are not as good as us. Matsumoto Rangiku also mocked Kuraka Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division. Seeing this, Kuraka Shunsui slapped the table and said forcefully, who said that? Look at me doing it in one go, I'm the captain. Say it. Kuraka Shunsui swallowed the remaining half cup of gudon without hesitation. Finished drinking. He couldn't help but burp. Then, Janya and the three of them drank very happily. While drinking, I also watched the beautiful young lady dance. Happy, but so be it. But at this moment, a figure walked quickly into the tavern. The speed is so fast that I wish I could not stay here for a second. But she had to come in again. Based on past experience, she quickly found Kuraka Shunsui and Janya and the others, looking at the current appearance of her captain Kuraka Shunsui. She looked angry and helpless. Team leader. You're drinking again. Heard the words. Kuraka Shunsui looked at the person coming. An embarrassing smile appeared on his face. Kigzu sauce, isn't this relaxing? We have all worked so many days, combining work and rest, combining work and rest. Kuraka Shunsui quips. Turn out to be. The person who came is Nanao Ise, the vice captain of the Kuraka Shunsui 8th squad. At this time, Kuraka Shunsui and others who served as the special investigation team had been in Rukanga for nearly 2 weeks. During the period, there was no unusual situation where Minos Grande attacked Rukanga. Just in case, Kuraka Shunsui decided to wait a little longer. Certainly, he definitely wasn't because he was stationed in Rukanga. Drinking can be done every day for a valid reason. And choose to stay longer. Yes. On the other hand, because of Kuraka Shunsui, Janya and Matsumoto Rangiku also came to Rukanga to drink together after get off work every day. These 2 weeks. They are so happy every day. Nanao Ise looked at her captain. Look at the girls who are dancing again. Her face was reddish, a little shy, but also a little angry. She didn't listen to her captain Kuraka Shunsui's excuse, and directly pulled the captain away. Hey. I haven't finished drinking yet. Nangsu sauce. Kuraka Shunsui dared not defy. Like an old father who made a mistake, he was pulled away by Nanao Ise. Seeing this, Janya and Matsumoto Rangiku had no intention of drinking, and paid the bill to the boss, followed Kuraka Shunsui and the two of them out of the tavern. The beautiful young lady sent Janya and the others off at the door. Janya and Kuraka Shunsui. And Matsumoto Rangiku grinning and waving goodbye. Ise Nanao saw the appearance of the three of them. Even more speechless. She also didn't expect that the genius boy Janya, who is famous in Siriti, is almost the same as her captain Kuraka Shunsui. Sure enough, they are all stinky men. Nanao Ise said angrily. Then, Nanao Ise walked ahead alone. With a drunken trio. Walked the streets of Rukanga. The breeze blew past, and the three of Janya, who were so drunk, hadn't drunk to the fullest, and now they had already started to perform. Janya started, Kuraka Shunsui and Matsumoto Rangiku sang along. They sang the songs they heard in the tavern while hooking their shoulders. What a picture of a fox friend and a dog friend. Ise Nanao listened to the magic sound in her ear. He turned to look at the three captains. The expression is even more speechless. She can hardly bear it anymore. Emotionally close to breakdown. However, at this time, Ise Nanao suddenly and keenly noticed. So quiet. She thought to herself, While looking at the surrounding streets, she suddenly found that there was no one on the street except the four of them. The doors of houses on both sides of the street were open. But there was no one. Ise Nanao thought of something. She, a Shunpo, disappeared in front of Janya and the three of them. Then the figure appeared in a house next to the street. After checking the situation inside the house, ISE 74.5 Su suddenly found that there were discarded clothes on the ground in the house, but the location of the clothes was strange. No footsteps moved around. Interior furnishings still stuck at a certain normal point in time. Just like ISE Nanao turned on her brain. Suddenly a flash of inspiration. I got it. It's as if the spirit suddenly disappeared. Thinking of this, ISE Nanao suddenly felt a huge conspiracy coming from below. She became tense, and then Shunpo appeared in one house after another, and found the same abnormal situation as the first house. A whole street of inhabitants suddenly disappeared. This kind of thing. Oh no. ISE Nanao immediately realized the seriousness of this incident. She then Shunpo back to Captain Kiraku Shunsui. Just wanted to report the situation to the captain. I saw this time. The three of them looked drunk just now. At this time, his expression was calm and he completely returned to normal. As Janya said before. Although I like to drink, and drinking is also a relaxing thing. However, he would never put himself in a bad situation by drinking. And drink. Captain. ISE Nanao said cautiously. Kiraku Shunsui didn't explain anything, and then reminded ISE Nanao, saying. Nangsu sauce. Remember to stand behind me. Kiraku Shunsui didn't know what was going to happen next. But obviously, the inhabitants of Rokanga suddenly disappeared. It is very likely that it is aimed at a few of them. Kiraku Shunsui never believed in coincidences. Just as they walked onto the street, the entire street's residents suddenly disappeared. He couldn't believe such a coincidence. Chapter 72. Subsequently, with a serious look, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately contacted Siridi. Be prepared to report on the current situation. But contact no response. Matsumoto Rangiku tried a few more times. Still unable to reach Siridi. No need to try. Janya wrote. He estimated that the communication around here was blocked. It was like his first soul burial practice when he was still a student. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence that he was also with Matsumoto Rangiku that time. Kiraku Shunsui did not speak, Janya did not continue to speak, Matsumoto Rangiku and ISE Nanao also looked around warily. At this time, across the street, suddenly lifted a towering curtain. The sky seemed to have turned into a silk-like curtain. After opening, reveal the monster hidden behind the curtain. Ho 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 dash. With the roar of the monster resounding through the sky, the boundless horror Ryotsu rushed towards Janya and the others immediately. Jillian. Teammate Captain Kiraku Shunsui immediately said with a serious expression, and directly said the name of the monster that appeared. Is that Minos Grande? Nanao Ise stared in shock at Jillian emerging from the sky. Those Jillians had a similar appearance. It has a white mask with a long nose like a clown. She was wearing a black robe like a witch's. A huge empty hole appeared in the middle of the robe. These Jillians are all existences that evolved from 100 virtual devourers, and each of them possesses powerful Ryotsu and amazing destructive power. But what shocked Nanao the most at this moment was number of Jillians. Almost like a tide began to hit them. Overwhelming. See this scene. Team 8th Captain Kiraku Shunsui said seriously. No solution anymore. Only the four of us can go. With such a large number of Jillian, although he is not worried about himself, he is worried about his vice captain, who is also his niece Nanao Ise. Because, among the four present, as far as her vice captain doesn't have her own Zanpakuto. This also led her to think that fighting with the sword is a very scary thing. However, Ise Nanao's Kido is outstanding. Otherwise, he would not let Ise Nanao be his vice captain, because this would not only help her, but harm her. Ise Nanao forcibly pulled herself together. She can't hold back the captain and the others. She can fight too. Same. Matsumoto Rangiku 26 is also ready for battle. However, Janya among the four. Take a step forward. The figure stood in front of Nanao Ise and Matsumoto Rangiku. How can you make a lady fight? I'll do it alone. Janya grinned with a Haki smile. Eyes fixed on the Jillian Minos Grande swarm coming towards them ahead. When the words fell, Nanao Ise and Rangiku Matsumoto were startled for a moment, not knowing how to feel in their hearts, and then they were extremely moved. They wanted to express their gratitude to Janya. Janya didn't say much. Wave your hands. Certainly. It's not because he wants to show off in front of girls. Instead, Want to use Jillian? Do yourself a favor. Used to sober up? At this time, Kiraku Shunsui saw Zhang behavior. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Because he knows that when Zhang Boy first joined the fan team and became Shinigami, he fought against Captain Shiba undefeated. A long time has passed now. Nobody knows Zhang true strength now. Especially every time he dispatches a mission. Without much effort at all, the enemy will be able to complete the task. Kiraku Shunsui can't see through Zhang yet. You know, among the Seirai, Shinigami that can make Kiraku Shunsui, an old fritter, invisible, is really one of the few existences. In that case, then leave it all to you, no problem. Zhang Ye. Kiraku Shunsui said. Zhang Ye didn't look back. He jumped lightly on the spot, taking the posture of a boxer. His whole body was agile, while tilting his head, his neck twisted and creaked. Ah. No problem. Zhang Ye replied to Kiraku Shunsui. During the conversation. This moment. Minos Grande Jillian at the front. Face before the mask. Impressively began to condense the huge Ryatsu of Scarlet. Zero. That's the Zero that only Minos Grande can unleash. If hit, not even a shard will remain. Ise Nanao explained with a shocked expression. However, Zhang Ye stood in front of them. Look relaxed. There was no tension on his expression. The next moment, with the deafening roar, Zero poured all of it towards Zhang Ye in one breath. As for Zhang Ye, he immediately drew his knife and slashed with the knife. The sharp blade directly sliced through Zero, and the split Zero ejected into the distance. Zero hits a house in the distance. 2 bangs. Then 2 groups of giant great fireballs rose up. After a while, the shockwave generated by the explosion swept back immediately. The strong wind pressure made the hair of Nanao Ise and Matsumoto Rangiku flutter in the air. Ise Nanao looked at Zhang Ye standing in front of her. She suddenly felt that Zhang Ye's back was full of security, and she easily cut Zero open with one blow. Zhang Ye's strength. It was completely beyond her previous imagination. Of course she knew about Zhang Ye's reputation. The genius boy of Soul Society. The swordsman of the 10th Division. J. Ise Nanao had never seen Zhang Ye make a move with her own eyes. Because of the captain Kiraku Shunsui, when she often sees Zhang Ye, most of them are exactly the same as her own captain. As a result, Ise Nanao never regarded Zhang Ye as a serious Shinigami. But did not expect. If you don't make a move, that's all. So amazing right off the bat. Matsumoto Rangiku made a move when he saw Zhang Ye. The action is so clean and neat. She couldn't help but think back to the past. It was the soul burial practice when Zhang Ye was still a student. That was the first time she saw Zhang Ye. It is also a similar situation. Zhang Ye made a strong move. Saved her life. Kiraku Shunsui saw Zhang Ye's knife. Deep in the eyes. Can't help flashing a hint of appreciation. Speaking of which, this was also the first time he had seen Zhang Ye boy make a move in the past few years. Now it seems that young Zhang Ye has indeed become stronger again, and his calm posture can only be possessed by the support of strong strength. The next moment, Zhang Ye cut Zero open. Kick back your feet. The figure turned into a flying eagle. Straight towards Minos Grande Jillian, who is as tall as a tall building. Boom. 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 Zhang Ye used spirit particles to create a foothold in the air, and constantly used the reaction force to speed up his flight, and his figure suddenly turned into a streamer. In an instant, Zhang Ye was already approaching the Jillian Minos Grande group. This moment, Kiraku Shunsui 3 people on Rukonga Street. In their sight, Zhang Ye's rising figure was compared with the countless Jillian Minos Grande on the opposite side. It looks extremely small. Zhang Ye's body was not even as big as Minos Grande Jillian's long nose. Can Zhang Ye really solve it by himself? Ise Nanao felt a huge physical gap, and couldn't help beating her heart. Matsumoto Rangiku also retreated a little. But she didn't say it. She thought that Zhang Ye, who was still a college student, could kill an ordinary Minos Grande. Even if Jillian is the real Minos Grande. But so many years have passed. Zhang Ye is also growing. She believed in Zhang Ye. Seeing this, Kiraku Shunsui appeases Ise Nanao. It's no problem, Kiksujiang, just look at it, that kid Zhang Ye is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Kiraku Shunsui said. He didn't blame Ise Nanao. After all, such a large number of Jillian groups. Nanao Ise had never seen it before. Let alone her, even he, the captain of the Millennium, has only seen her a few times. Under the eyes of the 3 of Kiraku Shunsui, Zhang Ye, who jumped into the sky, faced the first Jillian, and swung a huge sword pressure without hesitation, which seemed to connect the sky and the earth. From top to bottom. Take Jillian, who has the size of a tall building. Totally split in two. Subsequently, Jillian, who was divided into two, scattered countless spirits with a boom, dust to dust, and spirits to soul society. Slay with one knife. Ise Nanao suddenly saw this scene. Eyes are almost rounded. Look surprised. She had never seen such a violent, so simple, way of beheading Minos Grande Jillian. It was like that Jillian was completely a piece of trash. In front of Janya, it was not worth mentioning at all. The same is true for Kuraka Shunsui. He still remembers Nakai when he was being assessed as a graduate student. Although also very powerful. But not as casually as it is now. As if he was a master painter. Feel free to wave the brush around. It will be able to create masterpieces that astonish the world. This kid's swordsmanship, where is he now? Kuraka Shunsui's pupils reflected Janya's figure in Minos Grande. Deep down in my heart. At the same time. Somewhere in an underground laboratory in Rukanga. The three of them are Aizen Sōsuke, Ichimaru Jin, and Tuan Kaname. In front of the monitor. Pay close attention to Janya's battle. Yes, the emptied streets of Rukanga, the sudden appearance of countless Jillian Minos Grande, is exactly what Aizen Sōsuke is behind the action. At this time. Through Janya's slashing power. Tuan Kaname as Aizen assistant. While watching. While checking the data collected back from the feedback. Tuan Kaname gradually found out. Janya's data was updated compared to the last time. It's too strong. Aizen Sōsuke learned of the situation. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Yeah, that's not right. Continue to observe. The good show is yet to come. Return to Rukanga. At this time. Janya beheaded Minos Grande head by head. Every time Minos Grande is beheaded. Just swing a knife. In the perspective of the three of Kuraka Shunsui, as time passed, Jillian Minos Grande, who had just looked so much. Soon, there were only a few bits and pieces left, and it seemed that they had completely lost the desperate aura they had when they appeared on the stage before. Too strong. The scene is simply one-sided. Those Minos Grande Jillian attacks. I can't even touch Janya's clothes. Nanao Ise looked shocked. In her eyes, Janya kept jumping among those Minos Grande Jillian, and every time the figure rose to the sky, one of the Jillian fell down. It's like dancing a dance of death. Funeral for Jillian. At the same time, it must be known that Ise Nanao knew that Janya, who had displayed such a powerful strength, was no more than the third officer of the Juban team. With the power Janya is showing now. Even if he goes to any team. Can easily assume the position of vice captain. Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Janya's figure. She has a sigh of reminiscence. The soul burial practice was the same, but this time the enemy Janya faced was Jillian, who was several times more dangerous than last time. And Janya has grown up to the present. Still be able to settle all dangers easily. Kuraka Shunsui looked at Janya with a smile. Hee. Young people are amazing. Kuraka Shunsui praised Janyedeo. Speaking of which. He suddenly thought of something, and the conversation turned abruptly, bringing the topic to his own vice captain, who was also his niece. Talk about Nanao-chan. What do you think of young Janya? During the conversation. Kuraka Shunsui had a weird smile on his face. What seems to be thinking in the heart? Heard the words. Nanao Ise and Rangiku Matsumoto. He suddenly looked at Kuraka Shunsui. There was suspicion in his eyes. Then. Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly thought of it. Looking up and down Ise Nanao. Ise Nanao has beautiful black hair. With a neat hairstyle. Bangs like to go to the left. Exquisite appearance. With a pair of thin glasses. But these glasses did not affect Ise Nanao's appearance. On the contrary, it adds a lot of points. A girl with glasses. Of course, the most important thing is Ise Nanao's character. She is gentle, well-educated, and serious in doing things. She is a very good woman. Ise Nanao being scrutinized by Matsumoto Rangiku. 760. It looked awkward and uncomfortable. Looked over. Matsumoto Rangiku actually laughed at Nanao Ise. Yeah, Nanao-chan, what do you think of my little Jianjai? I don't mind sharing Zaya Jianjai with you, Nanao-chan. Talking. Matsumoto Rangiku hooked Nanao Ise's shoulder. Ise Nanao immediately felt. A great force strikes. But. What's more? The meaning in the words of Kuraka Shunsui and Matsumoto Rangiku. She still didn't understand what her captain said just now. Now I heard the meaning of Matsumoto Rangiku's words. She still doesn't understand. The two of them wanted to introduce her to Janya. And Miss Rangiku. You still want her to share Jianjai together? Can this kind of thing be shared together? No. How could I think such a thing? Thinking of this, Ise Nanao, who had a calm personality, became unusually shy and embarrassed. Look messed up? She blushed angrily at the two of them. Don't talk nonsense. Janya is my junior, this will affect our relationship. Nanao Ise pushed Matsumoto Rangiku away angrily. Embarrassed at Kuraka Shunsui. See here. Kuraka Shunsui and Matsumoto Rangiku quickly stopped joking. Okay. Don't say this, don't say this. Kuraka Shunsui raised his hands in surrender. Ise Nanao let the two of them go. But Kuraka Shunsui said so. But he noticed the meaning in Nanao Jiang's words, but did not explicitly refuse. So Kuraka Shunsui thought cheerfully, as the elder of Ise Nanao, he thought Janya was very good. Young. Handsome. Almost caught up with him. And most importantly, Janya is powerful and has unlimited potential. Maybe can help Nanao sauce. Thinking of Nanao-chan's situation, Kuraka Shunsui's heart sank, and he decided to talk about this kind of thing later. Kuraka Shunsui didn't change much on the surface, and Ise Nanao and Matsumoto Rangiku next to him couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. Just when the three of Kuraka Shunsui were joking, Janya took out the last Jillian Minos Grande. Complete clearance. At the same time, he also had a good time. Although Jillian has no ability to fight back, but be able to release Ryutsu a bit. Sober up. It's also good. Janya Shunpo returned to Kuraka Shunsui 3 people. He waved his knife. Scatter the remaining blood on the knife. Then he pulled out a sword flower, and put the knife back into the sheath with a click. See Janya coming back. Ise Nanao immediately expressed her gratitude to Janya. She knew that without her here, her captain wouldn't have to stand here to protect her. It is estimated that the situation just now can be resolved without such troublesome actions by Janya. Chapter 73. Janya waved at Ise Nanao. I don't think there is anything. He mainly wanted to chop something. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku next to her saw Ise Nanao talking to Janya, and a smirk appeared on her face. She stared hard at Nanao Ise. Nanao Ise saw Miss Rangiku standing behind Janya. Winking there. She immediately thought of the thoughts of her captain and Miss Rangiku just now. Swipe. Ise Nanao blushed. A flush appeared on his cheeks. Looks like they're starting to get confused. She glared at Miss Rangiku angrily. Tell Matsumoto Rangiku not to mess around in front of Janya. On the side, Kuraka Shunsui smiled when he saw the interaction between the two of them. Janya saw Ise Nanao's strange mood. He puzzled and asked if he was okay. Ise Nanao hurriedly shook her head. This time I didn't continue talking. Instead, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Janya in front of him. Seeing this, Janya was even more confused. As if thinking of something. Looking back at Matsumoto Rangiku behind him. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately put away the weird smile on his face. The expression is solemn as if to say, nothing happened. Kuraka Shunsui chuckled, took over the somewhat awkward atmosphere, and immediately praised Janya's performance. Xiao Jianjai, your performance just now really opened our eyes. Speaking of which, do you want to come to my 8th team? Kuraka Shunsui praised Janya. Then the conversation suddenly changed. Just in front of Matsumoto Rangiku, the vice captain of the 10th squad, poaching her corner. King Band leader. Angrily, Matsumoto Rangiku immediately shielded Janya behind him. Like an old mother who protects the calf. Janya is a member of our 10th squad, you are not allowed to hit my little Janya's attention. Matsumoto Rangiku said in a very solemn tone. She would not let others poach Janya away. Even if this person is the captain of another team. Janya smiled when he heard this. Politely reject Kuraka Shunsui. Compared to going to other teams, he now feels that the 10th team is the most suitable for him, and most of the work is usually delegated to little Toshiro. Generally, the tasks that need to lead the team to shoot are also very simple. There is a lot of free time for training. And I went to Kuraka Shunsui's 8th team. He doesn't have the perfect tool man like little Toshiro. When Kuraka Shunsui saw Janya directly rejecting him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Janya is the perfect heir to the next generation captain. His 8th team. I don't know when I will find qualified and potential descendants to inherit. The other side. Underground laboratory. Aizen Sōsuke 3 people. I also witnessed the scene where Janya just slaughtered a group of Jillian Minos Grande. For Janya. The Jillian Minos Grande group that might take hundreds of Shinigami to fight together. John Yuruaki can handle it alone. And very easy. What a scary boy. Ichimaru-jin sighed with a smile, but most of his attention was on Matsumoto Rangiku. Deep in the eyes. There is a hint of pain and complexity hidden. Aizen Sōsuke looked at Janya. Brighter and brighter. Janya is constantly refreshing his expectations of him. He had never seen a Shinigami behave like Janya before. At this time, Tuan Kaname on the side is doing stage work. He opened his mouth and said to Aizen, all the data of the first stage have been collected, shall we go directly to the second stage now? Master Aizen heard the words. Aizen Sōsuke fixed his eyes on Janya on the screen. Then ordered. Start the second phase. Announces the appearance of Neutra. 11. Yes. Lord Aizen. Tuan Kaname replied faithfully. Subsequently, an order sent directly to Hueco Mundo's Void Palace. To be precise, is sent to the fifth blade Neutra Gilga's palace. Coming. Neutra secretly thought after seeing the order from Aizen-sama. Then the whole person is mentally whole. There was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Stride towards the black cavity that has been opened by him. At the same time, on Rukanga after the battle, Janya and the others thought that all dangers had been resolved. Getting ready to leave this place. At this time, sudden, the sky where Minos Grande Jillian appeared just now. A crack opened again. That's a black cavity. And the Ryotsu that emerged from the black cavity this time was even more terrifying than the sum of countless Jillian's Ryotsu before. What? Ise Nanao was suddenly surprised. She had thought that the overwhelming Jillian Minos Grande group just now. It was already the scariest scene she could imagine. But they never expected that after the group of Jillian Minos Grandes were wiped out by Janya, there would be enemies appearing at this time, and they were still there. Such a terrifying enemy of Ryotsu. Matsumoto Rangiku also became serious. This time the enemy. It may not be something John Yuruaki himself can solve. Kiraku Shunsui looked as usual. But deep in the eyes, there was still a flash of solemnity. This is a Ryotsu more powerful than countless Jillian Minos Grande swarms. There are only a few possibilities. But whichever is possible, neither is a situation that can be easily resolved. Aizen Sōsuke watched Janya closely through the monitor. Let me see your potential again, young Janya. He thought to himself. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. At this time, in the opened black cavity, suddenly, a figure of moderate height stepped out. But has a powerful Ryotsu that shocked Kiraku Shunsui and the three of them. But then, what surprised Kiraku Shunsui and the three of them even more? If you put aside the hole in this figure's body, there is already an undeniable Ryotsu breath. The appearance of this figure is actually similar to their Shinigami, and the human beings in this world. This is, Kiraku Shunsui said solemnly. In his cognition, only Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level have similar body types to their Shinigami and humans. So this appears to be a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande? No, not right. Minos Grande Ryotsu of the Vasto Lord class. It should be more exaggerated than this. Although it's almost. Ise Nanao and Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly saw the whole figure of this figure, and they were extremely surprised by the similar body shape. This figure. Tall, with a monocular blindfold. Medium-length black hair. Holding a huge double crescent-shaped death scythe. This person is the fifth blade of Espada Neutra Gilga. His debut. They shocked the 8th team captain Kiraku Shunsui, the vice-captain Ise Nanao, and the 10th team vice-captain Matsumoto Rangiku. They had never seen a Minos Grande in this shape. It looks like they are similar. There are even Zanpakuto-like weapons. But Janya is different. As soon as he saw Neutra come on stage, he just knew it. All of this now must be caused by that dog Aizen Sōsuke. Only Aizen Sōsuke who ruled Hueco Mundo. Only then has the ability to command Neutra Gilga. Without Aizen Sōsuke's orders, Espada would not just randomly appear in one place, there must be a mission tree assigned to them. After debut, Neutra uses probe nerves. The Janya 4 people on Rukanga Street were locked in the first place. According to the order given by Master Aizen. His target is a Shinigami named Janya. It is characterized by short light green hair. No matter what method is used, as long as the Shinigami can be killed, the mission is completed. Neutra looked at Janya and the 4 of them, and immediately found Janya, who had short light green hair among the 4, and the target was locked. But, hey. Are you guys Shinigami? It feels so weak. I seem to be able to kill you group of ants at will. Neutra immediately said in disdain. In his probing nerves, none of Janya's Ryotsu caught his attention, all of them were quite weak. I also don't know why Aizen-sama called him the dignified fifth blade to deal with that Shinigami named Janya. Isn't it enough to have hands? Certainly. Neutra also knows from information given by Aizen Sōsuke. Shinigami's most powerful force. It is a power similar to their returning blade Zanpakuto liberation. After liberating Zanpakuto, the power of Shinigami will skyrocket several times, completely stronger than the situation of not liberating Zanpakuto. But from Neutra's point of view at this moment, the ants have become stronger several times. Isn't that still an ant, at most a slightly stronger ants? So Neutra didn't find the task difficult at all at the moment. He wanted to take this opportunity. Get a little more of the Soul Society air. You know, not many espadas get the chance to come to Shinigami's stronghold Soul Society. And many Arankars privately think so. The reason why Master Aizen assembled, they are such an Arankar army, it is very likely that wage Hueco Mundo's war against the Soul Society. Otherwise, Lord Aizen has no reason to rule Hueco Mundo. Neutra agrees with this statement. Let's talk about it. He is the vanguard of the army. The first espada to break into Soul Society lands. Neutra was very pleased with the idea. Also at this time, the three of Janya did not speak. Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division, spoke. Hello. Are you Ajichas, or Vasto Lord? I've never been able to understand your Hueco Mundo levels. Kiraku Shunsui quietly inquired about the real situation of Neutra. He didn't care at all. The Shinigami mocking of them in Neutra's words just now. This little trick has absolutely no influence on him, the Millennium Captain Old Fritters. Hearing this, Neutra was also curious and decided to chat with these Shinigami. Anyway, he would kill them in the end. Information will not be passed on. He didn't care about Kiraku Shunsui's idea of asking for information. Neutra with arms folded. Then proudly said. Snored. Ajichas. Vasto Lord. That's what Hueco Mundo said yesterday. My uncle's name is Nya. Itra. I am Arankar. The strongest Arankar. Heard the words. Arankar. Kiraku Shunsui tried to take it literally. Then look at Neutra's styling. He then combined the two together. Discover. Neutra does not have the mask on the face of Minos Grande. Or rather, only part of the mask on his face. The rest are human-like and Shinigami-like faces. So this is Arankar. Kiraku Shunsui judged the real situation of Neutra Gilga just from the word Arankar. It can be seen that he is thoughtful. At the same time, Kiraku Shunsui doesn't think so. Be Arankar. Just showing human-like and Shinigami-like faces. Arankar. There must be power worthy of their Minos Grande. Ise Nanao and Matsumoto Rangiku also stared closely at Neutra's body. They are also chewing on the word Arankar. Trying to figure out what Arankar really is. But Neutra didn't make them think too much. During the conversation, Neutra sticks out his tongue. Show Kiraku Shunsui the number on his tongue for 4. 5. Do you know what that means? Neutra asked proudly. Not waiting for Kiraku Shunsui to make a guess. Neutra couldn't wait to give an answer. Which means, I'm 5th out of all Minos Grandes in Hueco Mundo. As soon as this word comes out, Nanao Ise and Rangiku Matsumoto immediately widened his eyes. The 5th place. The strongest 5th person in the entire Hueco Mundo? They know that there are countless Minos Grandes in the virtual circle, each of which has terrifying strength, but they rarely appear in the Soul Society and the present world. They have never met. But today, suddenly they saw the 5th strongest Minos Grande in the boundless void. His. If we change this 5th place to the concept of Godi 13. 5th place means Captain Godi 13. He is even the captain of the top 5 in terms of strength. Think about it. Nanao Ise and Rangiku Matsumoto were even more shocked. They never expected that on a peaceful day like today, they would suddenly encounter a powerful enemy from Hueco Mundo. This formidable enemy. Maybe even the leader of the Beijing band can't compete. At this moment, Kiraku Shunsui's expression also became serious. Obviously he also thought of what Nanao Ise and Matsumoto Rangiku were thinking. He didn't think about it either. To encounter a Minos Grande of this level. What's more, he also knows this class of Minos Grande. It is absolutely impossible to come to intercept them on a whim. So one of them got the attention of Hueco Mundo. Kigzu Sauce. Miss Rangiku. 11. Still aiming at him as the captain of Godi 13. No matter which kind of possibility it is, Kiraku Shunsui can get a glimpse of the huge conspiracy hidden behind the seemingly ordinary behavior. Janya didn't think much about it. He felt that Neutra might be after him. So, just cut the guy down. As for the strength ranked 5th among Hueco Mundo. What espada? What the strongest Arankar? Janya ignored everything. Meanwhile, in the underground secret laboratory, Tuan Kaname sees Neutra through surveillance and explains the existence of espada to the enemy. He can't wait to rush to the screen and kill this Neutra who talks too much nonsense himself. But Aizen Sōsuke calmed Tuan Kaname. He didn't pay attention to these details. It doesn't matter if the intelligence tells them. And, as long as Neutra doesn't say his name, everything else doesn't matter. After all, the reason why Aizen Sōsuke arranged for Neutra to shoot was because he had the strongest steel skin among Espada. It can be used to collect Zhangye/data, Ryotsu that broke out in the battle, and Zhangye's black power is different from Ryotsu. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Neutra and spoke. I see. So you're Arrancar. Did it evolve by itself? Kiraku Shunsui continued to cover information quietly. He knew that in that endless white sand realm, its Minos Grande had a strict hierarchy, and wanted to evolve into an Arrancar like Neutra. It is by no means an easy thing to do. After all, only Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. Only then are you qualified to remove the bone mask on your face. But obviously, in front of him is Neutra Zero, who claims to be the 5th strongest among Hueco Mundo. Haven't reached the Vasto Lord level yet. Neutra heard the words. He's not that stupid yet. Before departure, Lord Aizen specifically warned him not to reveal any information about him and Arrancar in the mission details.